given Fnatic's somewhat poor shape, but for whatever reason they let the veto go to Inferno, which is a very, very weak map for Cloud9, and we've seen this, there's been evidence of this in the past. They had one good map played on it last week in Austin, and I guess for some reason because of that, having a pretty competitive CT side. Once they jumped on the T side, everything just went so badly. Stewie showed up, Shroud was there at the beginning of the game, but then he fell off towards the end of things, and then as well, Slemmy unfortunately had a really rough time against an opponent, which is essentially just on another level above these guys, and with that, Fnatic did take a pretty convincing 16-10 victory.
Yeah, I mean, following on that though, Yanko, we did see a non-Olaf Fnatic versus a hot NIP. I think that's a quick way to summarize it, wouldn't you say?
Yes and no. It's always tricky when it comes to Fnatic playing NIP, but in the end it was pretty clear that right now NIP is just a better team, that Fnatic is still trying to find their groove without Olaf Meister, still trying to figure things out. And but I think we've seen from both Fnatic's games that they still can, you know, show their old style with other players taking over. Like Flasha had a great game against NIP, even though they lost in the end. It's just finding a way for everyone to contribute.
And with that game on Dust 2, of course, we will be talking about that for a moment. This is the Fnatic NIP we were talking about, but I mean, you can't talk about the NIP boys without talking about the mental fortitude and general insanity that occurred over on Dust 2. A best of one that truly will go down in history as one of the most ridiculous comebacks. Slash chokes, however you want to frame it.
24 match
however
points.
You want to frame it. Yeah, okay. I'll let Blue just set the scene. So first of all, I think you win the pistol 13-2.
Yeah, I think that's the most comical part about that matchup is they literally had that game in their hands by winning the pistol there, which actually that even shouldn't have happened too. Kusta has like 9 HP, and he wins the clutch versus Pit, who's still at full HP, because Pit, for some reason, just doesn't want to peek out and take the duel versus him. So I guess they didn't have the info that he was so low. They win the pistol round, but then they drop the anti-eco, and they try to go for these aggressive plays. They're trying to like experiment or do something here at the end of the match, but it just allows this insane comeback from Nip, ties it up at 15-15, and then they take it into OT.
That's the pistol you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it was great play from Liquid in the first half, really reading NIP well. NIP was always coming to their stacks, but this is another great example of how every round matters. You cannot take anything for granted at this level of play, because I'm sure that Liquid were feeling really comfortable, especially after winning that pistol round 14-2. Yes, this game is gonna, you know, be won by itself. Well, it's not. You need to always be on point, always focused until the very end, because yeah, this will probably not, I mean, when talking about Liquid, it does happen to them pretty often recently.
Agonizing.
But it's something that you're not going to see this every day, right? And in the second half, yes, you could put some blame on Liquid, because in some of their executes, they made some mistakes, missing smokes and such. Comms were a bit off, but it was, again, great play from NIP on the CT side in turn.
Yeah, and that's just going to be our closing point on Liquid before we move on to the other teams, is how does this keep happening to one team? Is this in their heads? Is this something now? I mean, you cannot... I feel like now for a long time, Liquid are going to have this monkey on their back where they sit there and they say, you know, they'll sit on match point or they'll sit on 14 and be like, we haven't got this game. Like, that's horrible.
I like how someone tweeted at us, should this be the new HUD for Liquid? And he just blurred out the score for the opposing team and just something else, so that they don't see they have a match point, right, basically.
Yeah,
so they could play like it. I mean, you talk about Liquid, but similar thing happens to Astralis. They don't throw away a 15-6 lead, but they have trouble closing out games in the semifinals.
We need to invite a psychologist into the CSGO scene to evaluate some of these teams.
We need more than one.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's something that is on the way. Like, I mean,
because it's like...
There's half a million.
This is like a clinical issue now with two teams that just cannot close out either a semifinal in Astralis' case or a single round in Liquid's case.
A group stage in Astralis' case in the last two tournaments. Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, you're right. When there's large money at stake and you are encountering mental barriers, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, a therapy or psychologist is something that is quick to arrive in the scene. I would not be surprised. You give it a couple of months, we'll see who starts doing that. I mean, NIP have already innovated with the presence of threat, success in the league as well, managing to stay consistent, which was something we touched on before. 19-3 their record. And then we, of course, have seen them find success already in this tournament. Let's just quickly close out with a couple of words for NIP.
Extremely dominant in the online part, as you mentioned. Out of these 3 losses, one was to Fnatic on Inferno, second one was to Navi on Train, 2 of the best teams in the world at the time on their strongest map. And the last one was, funnily enough, to G2 on Cobble in the last leg of the online part, which gave G2 a spot at the LAN finals basically, and we talk about it over and over again about Threat and his impact on the team, how he revolutionized their play, how the team is actually listening to him, which is a big reason why they've improved so much. And the thing is, I say revolutionize their play, but he didn't really revolutionize CSGO in itself.
No.
He just made the team play a lot more disciplined, which in turn allows them to make a bit more mistakes, still have enough money to full buy, and puts a lot more pressure on their opponents.
And with that said, that is both groups completely covered. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who rises at this point in time. Like, who have you guys got your eyes on? Just quickly. I mean, are you expecting to see Fnatic join G2? Are you expecting to see a little bit more from... I mean, which team are you expecting to see kind of arrive in London?
I'm hoping today will end up being a little bit more straightforward now that we have Luminosity and Fnatic at the end of 2 of these groups. In theory, both of them should close out against their opponents, but with all the upsets we saw yesterday, things could be in for a change. Thankfully, though, it's best of 3, so that may restore a little bit of sanity to the matches.
I think Luminosity will close it out against Optic. We get to see that Luminosity NIP matchup in London, and Fnatic, it's going to be tricky depending on who they meet in the last game, but I feel that they have the experience and the individual skill to close it out and get to London.
Yeah, so belief in those bigger names, not quite expecting that underdog story to be realized just yet. But I mean, North America is still present. In fact, they're both present in this next best of 3. It's going to be between Liquid and Cloud9 on our first game of day 2 here for the ESL Pro League Finals. Do stay with us, because when we come back, we'll be discussing it in depth between the 2 North American giants and see if Liquid can get over that choking status. We'll be back in just a moment.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
a North American affair, and one of these teams is going home. Welcome to the ESL Pro League Finals. Game 1 of day 2. I've got Yanko and Blue hanging out with me to hopefully shed some light on where this one is going to go. It does feel like it's only right to throw to the North American first between Cloud9 and Liquid. Blue, you're wearing blue today, and I like that. Is that something you're going to do more? Is this like part of your brand?
Coat too. Thinking about
it does look good though.
Point.
It's like looks like
it's very comfortable.
It's quite light. The sun is shining.
Here yesterday. There's no lining in this jacket.
The sun is actually out today, and I mean British sun.
Apparently that's like a rarity here.
I know you were in Austin recently, but British sun. Let me warn you.
So
extra good.
Expect some miracles today, of course.
Maybe for Liquid and Cloud9, we'll see. But yeah, starting with you, on topic, of course, C9 Liquid. It seems like a matchup that we're going to be very familiar with if you follow North American CS.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, easily said that they're the top 2 teams at the moment, with CLG in a bit of a slump there, or at least a bit of an inconsistent sort of roundabout. So with these 2 guys coming into it, I actually think heading into this one, just outright, if we look at the player performances yesterday, I would say that Team Liquid is going to have the advantage here because of the fact that Slemmy had done so poorly versus Fnatic. Now, hopefully that was just more of a confidence issue on his part, because you notice specifically on the CT side, he's playing way more passively, just hiding in the back of the site. Doesn't really seem like he wants to directly challenge anyone by Fnatic, but it seems like as an extension of that, he sort of gets scared now because he's going against these massive Titans, and he never wins like any 1v1s throughout the course. But if that carries into today, I mean, he cannot have anything close to the performance he had versus Fnatic yesterday. Otherwise, it's going to be a huge detriment to this team.
Do you think that's just evidence of his, experience? Do you not think that's just something like he's not used to? He's someone that's kind of come in as a relatively unknown player. Do you think that's just nerves, Yanko? That's just literally someone that hasn't had experiences like that before and has to learn from them?
I think it depends. I think it's mostly his general play style, so to speak. But I agree with Blue that the time of you being able to hide your players is definitely behind us, especially on the CT side. I mean, you can, on the T side, you can work around it, have the player in a more passive position, not being the one who is, the entry fragger or the one who's supposed to get the trade kills. But on the CT side, everyone needs to perform because, when they come your way, you need to be able to deal with it. And then we saw that he had problems yesterday on that B bomb side on Inferno, which is where Fnatic went a number of times.
And in contrast to that, just while we are kind of running through the roster, Stewie impressed us yesterday. And I actually was sitting on the sofa with their manager Stunner, and I was just talking to him, and I just quickly inquired, I was like, has something changed? And his answer was, no, he's just had time. I mean, it was a growth process for him.
That's what everybody was saying, that everybody was criticizing Stewie when he first gets brought on, like, oh, he's just a pugger, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, essentially what all the analysts and stuff were saying at the time is that you just need to give him time to sort of gel with this team to learn how to play with a 5-man environment. And that's exactly what he's done now, and at times he's going to play back, he's going to play with the team, and at times he's going to bust out that extremely aggressive style that we've come to know of him when he first joined this roster. It's making it really well, and he's become, at least at these past 2 events now here at Austin, he's become sort of the star for this team in some of the matchups.
Which is something, would you say, Cloud9 were in need of, Yanko? Surely there hasn't been an absence of stars in the past for this roster.
It's not been an absence of stars, but it's been an absence of their stars performing when it's needed the most, right? And I wouldn't say that was their biggest problem. I think their biggest problem was the lack of leadership, not just in-game leading, but having an authority, a true leader in the team who everyone's gonna believe in and who everyone's gonna file unquestionably. So maybe that's now with Slemmy and Irukanji something that they finally got.
Absolutely, and the maps again, Blue. This is for you. North American teams, some would suggest it's slightly easier to get your head around. It looks like we're going to be seeing Dust2, Quabble, and Cash. I'll let you walk us through the vetoes and see if there's any surprises there for us.
So Cloud9 had a pretty good run last weekend at Austin over Quabble. They've been looking pretty good on it recently, but that's not to say that they're like 100% consistent on this map. Just going back a couple of months, this was actually a really poor map to them, and specifically for the online qualifiers for Malmo, they were destroyed by CLG here. I think it was like 16-2 or something, barely put up a fight whatsoever. So it's not a hard set map for them, but still a good choice looking at recent results. The more interesting one, or actually no, that does make sense when we look at the vetoes coming out. Cloud9 going away from Mirage, considering their sort of very poor results. What was it, like 0-29 on the T side as well, back over there? And then going to Cash, obviously works out for both teams. It's the North American staple map, so neither team is really going to struggle there.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to just touch on the Dust2. Like Liquid, we've always said they were strong on it, but I mean, there must be a little bit of a fresh wound on that particular map, Yanko, because of yesterday and the Swedes.
Yes, but it's something that they kind of, have to pick. They don't have a lot of choices. I'm a bit surprised here that Cloud9 actually went for Quabble instead of Cash, because it is a map that it's their best map when they play against the EU opposition. It's the only map they have, a higher than 50% win rate. In the NA region, Dust2 is one of their best maps there, so that's going to be a close one. I feel that Liquid has an edge on that one, but as I said, I feel that Cash is a much better map for Cloud9 than Quabble is, and in turn, I think Liquid would be more comfortable to play Cloud9 on Quabble than they would be on Cash. So a bit surprised by that one. Maybe Cloud9 has something in store.
And I'll be poking you for your predictions in a second, but I also want to know what these guys at home have to say. What are your predictions for this matchup? Are you a C9 or a Liquid fan? Throw us your hashtags at ESLCS and use ESL Pro League as that hashtag. I'm sure these guys will be scrolling through that just to see exactly who wants to counter their opinions, especially if things are a bit different. Quickly, just two names, guys. Just give me your prediction for map 1.
Map 1 here, I'm going to go with, what's map 1?
Dust 2.
Dust 2. I'm going to go with Team
Dust
Liquid
2.
on this one.
So
Sorry,
leaving in
forgot the
Liquid.
order.
It's
A
okay.
little bit off today.
Liquid.
2 for Liquid on their map choice. We'll be back after Dust 2 to talk about it, but first, they think the score is going to go the way of Liquid, but I think the score is going to go the way of that camera over there, because the Score Esports, right, what it is an application, and evidently I'm in love with it because I do like telling you about it, but what it does is, oh, there it is. What it does is it enables you to go ahead and accept today with all of the esports, as well as CSGO LOL. Your Dota's there as well, but for us, of course, CSGO fans, you can track the match live. It's really worth checking out. You do that, and we'll begin Dust 2.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's going to be Cloud9 versus Team Liquid here for a best-of-3 game. It's day 2 of the ESL Pro League, and I'm with Samla. Samla, how are you feeling about this one? The sort of all-American, well, nearly all-American. We've got Shroud and there.
You got a couple Canadians. Okay.
Canadians,
we can cover ourselves by saying North American. You know,
Yeah.
North American matchup. There we go.
that.
No South Americans involved this time around. North American, pure. But we just had that at Austin as well, right? So this time around, we get to have this best-of-3 match. Excuse me, on European soil, Anders.
Yeah, we
so
do.
it's on the other side. Both teams are suffering from jet lag.
That means
Both
it cancels
teams
out.
are exactly right. You know, they're both suffering from jet lag. They've both traveled quite a bit of ways. They're both feeling a little bit of the wear, and so there's nothing. It's an even playing field.
It should be, right. And they're going to be playing Dust 2 first, and then Cash is the third map. I'm kind of excited for that. Would like to see it. Obviously, FMPON actually did just release an update for Cash.
Yeah, buddy.
New forklift and a bunch of things too. So really cool.
Yeah, that was just added actually.
Yeah.
Wasn't it overnight? I think we woke up to the news that the forklift had been changed, and it actually looks really good too.
It does.
Completely nice and open, nice and rear, or nice and clear rather. But that makes a huge difference. It really does, because you see all these battles over there all the time where bullets are going into the metal frame and they're trying to hit, it's going into the chair and it's all over the place. Like, it just makes it really awkward and random, when you get those spray fights going.
Yeah.
Now you've got a nice open sort of thing to hide behind as a CT side, but it's a little bit more clear for those battles.
Absolutely is. Now, who do you have to win this? Let's just take one map at a time for Dust 2 first. Who's going to be taking it away?
I'm thinking I do have to go with Cloud9. They've been looking pretty good right now. Team Liquid still look like they have some things to buff out, to figure out. Adren is back in that calling role. Akusta has been hopping, but it seems to me like Cloud9, Shroud, he's doing well. Stewie 2K is definitely showing up now on LAN for this team. Like, there's some heavy firepower here on Cloud9, so I want to edge it their way.
Yeah, Stu is actually turning into a little bit of a scary player, which is awesome for Cloud9. But I think I'm gonna have to go with my team Liquid here.
You gotta go with Liquid. You gotta back Hiko.
Gotta go back Hiko. Yeah. I think they've been playing very well. And Leash and Nitro also have been a pretty good force yesterday. So we'll see if they can continue into today. Now, it's been a very slow start to this round as Liquid have just sort of. I mean, they've actually been playing very defensively. They're really scared. You could tell that Cloud9 were gonna come look for them somewhere. And now that they're finally made their way down the middle of the map. They might be in for a very explosive play here towards the B bomb side. Nothing going to walk right in and take out Adren. Not the start that they were hoping for. Nitro with a good return and Kusta there to pick up nothing. So after all, it's an even trade, and Slemmy in the back lines here. This is a very tough position for him to stay alive in, and indeed he won't.
Yeah, near impossible. So just unfortunate turn of events for Slemmy, him getting dinked down so low. He couldn't really take a fight to support his mates, try and close in that that sandwich, basically, which is what Cloud9 had set up. Skadoodle over on A ramp, helping nothing out in mid. Now it's going to come down to the retake between Shroud and Skadoodle. Skadoodle still has a smoke, so we'll see if he decides to use that and where he decides to put it. And it is going to go to block off Upper Dark. So they're looking to just collapse onto this man holding on the site itself. And it's all pressure on Kusta now, and he turns up big. Instant headshot and Elige. It wasn't a perfect smoke. Skadoodle messed up the smoke. Elige could just peek out for free.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit of an issue, and I think Adren disconnected, so we'll have him back in the server. But well, it's a pretty good run there for Team Liquid. And I mean, when they lose the player early on, it's a bit of a shame that Cloud9 can't slow down the pace a bit more. It seemed like they took a bit too many fights and maybe should have called for more backup and just waited.
It seems to be like Cloud9, apart from Skadoodle's smoke there at the end, 2 of them were running with utility. And so...
Look at where Adren has spawned in this round. What a...
Nice.
That's a 6 spawn.
That is actually pretty useful, isn't
People
it?
should use that
Why does
more.
this stuff always happen to Adren? Didn't he get spawned and like T-spawn as CT once, as, you know, in an FPL game or something like that?
Was that him?
Yeah, I think that was him. And then of course, he like, gave it away or something. Instead of just like wrecking the team, he just gave it away.
I remember
So-
he did give it away. That was disappointing, wasn't it? But yeah, I mean, so an alright start for Liquid. Yesterday we had some very strange games where the T side of Dust 2 didn't do anything at all. It was all CT side.
Oh. What's up,
Hello,
everybody?
everyone.
So, yeah. This is going to be good. I mean, just because at least they get the start that they were looking for, Liquid. So it looks like, you know, at least you are getting off to a good start with your prediction. Me, I got.
It's a bit early.
I'm come in a little bit more here.
I'm not going to celebrate just yet. You
I
know?
mean, I did like the setup from Cloud9. They did go for utility, so they were kind of prepared to you know, try and burn time off the clock. What they weren't expecting is for Liquid to just, you know, rush them through 4 players right into mid. They did have a little bit of a setup for it. Nothing in Skadoodle, kind of overlapping fields of fire through CT, you know, trying to pick people off. But Team Liquid were so good at trade fragging. There was never more than 1 kill going Cloud9's way. It was just like, boom, Cloud9 get a kill. Liquid instantly get it back. And they were able to just press forward onto the site thanks to that.
We'll see if what the follow-up is going to be for Cloud9 here. I mean, I think 2 of them could buy scouts, Skadoodle and Nothing. Obviously, if they do that now, then that's going to prevent the early AWP. But I still kind of like it. I still kind of like the double scout buy on Dust 2 on the CT side. And especially if the rest buy Deagles, because the whole point is if even one person gets like a body shot in with a scout or a Deagle, it'll be easier for either one to follow up on it. It's so powerful, so I kind of do like that. But
you can just do monstrous damage. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of tricky little angles that you can use. You know, you can hop on the boxes at window on B site looking into mid to try and get some tags onto people. You can be on A slope. You know, even in pit. I mean, we've seen players use it all over the place, the scout. And that jumping accuracy that you get makes it so that you're a really hard target to hit. Even though they did change things up, you know, so that you know, the hits actually register now. So, you know, it is a little bit of a risk that you have to take. You don't see as much jumping scout abuse as you used to. But you have players that are still very confident with the gun and can, so long as they get that tag, boom, you're dropping the guy down to 40 HP, and then you're right, you know, CZ, Deagle, it's easy work after that with the pistols.
Yeah, so I'd like to see that. Maybe at least Nothing could buy 1, and maybe if you want to make sure Skadoodle has the AWP later on to fight with, then leave him alone. But we'll see how it is going to turn out.
Just to clear things up for you guys, in case you're wondering, it started off as a technical pause there. Adren had to come back in, but then he spawned in a really weird location, and he didn't get his money from that round for some reason as well. So they're trying to figure out how to get him up to that. Because he's spawned. The rest of his team are obviously up around 3,400, depending on kills, and he's sitting at 8. So that's not. It's not actually the perfect situation here for Liquid. So they're hoping to adjust that.
I wish you guys could see the chat that's going on in this game, because they're just trash talking each other while this is going on, and it's quite good actually.
Kusta's actually 135. Damn.
Yeah,
hitting that
Stu
bench.
is saying he looks like 100.
Well, Cloud9 do have that whole, you know, it's part of their bonding thing, right?
The
Hit
gym
the gym
thing?
together.
It is.
You know,
true.
Freakazoid isn't there anymore, but you know, it seems like he's left that legacy behind at least. You know, turned them into gym guys.
It's not bad, is it? It's not a bad thing. Yeah. I met Jordan at breakfast yesterday, and he said that they were going to go and get ready at the gym. So you know, I can believe that. I can believe that you could get like mentally ready to play a high-level game by sort of getting physically a bit ready too.
And it's fun that it's mainly North American teams that show this, because you get into like the European teams. I mean, you have a couple guys who like to, you know, to work out. Like Device comes to mind, but it's not like a whole team that's going to the gym together. You know, it's not a whole. It's not like this same kind of bonding experience that CLG have, for example. I mean, JDM, he's yoked. They're all going to the gym together, right? Cutler, all those guys. Same thing for Cloud9. Liquid, I'm not so sure about actually. They might be the odd man out here.
Man, Cutler in every way is just a badass, isn't he? He just has the look and everything. It's good stuff.
JDM is the real hero, though, bro.
Lounging and everything.
I tried to do that actually over this holiday, right? Where I tried to like do that lounging thing. It actually is pretty comfortable. Surprisingly enough, it is actually pretty comfortable.
That's more or less how I play. It's just because I'm lazy. It's not
because you're thinking about your posture.
No, it's nothing to do with posture or anything. It's just because I'm lazy.
It's just, you know, you gotta obviously if you're playing CS, you just start raging a little bit if you start missing shots, and then you sit up. But yeah, the lounge thing is actually pretty nice. And then there was like a study that came out to confirm that recently as well. I think it showed up on the CS:GO subreddit where they had run some kind of study where it was like, what is the most effective way to keep your back in line, blah blah blah, and the lounge actually came out as the best sitting posture.
Yeah, but I feel like things like that change every 3 months. You know, it's like it's not that I don't trust. I just don't trust scientists who put stuff like that out like immediately, and then you know, 2 months later there's a new study that says the opposite, literally the opposite. I feel like maybe some of them are just trying to make headlines.
I'm thinking maybe we need to start implementing this. You know, it's not only about like the mouse and keyboard. Maybe it's better, you know, for when you speak, you know, to be lounging as well. Maybe that's what we have to start doing here at the caster desk. You know, just get that lean going. I mean, really open up the airways.
I mean, actually, we really should be standing up because obviously it actually does make a difference. You know, there's a reason why people don't sit down on stage when they're singing and stuff like that. It's like a whole diaphragm thing going on. So, we'll when we get to the stadium, maybe we'll try that out. You know,
TV's big enough to cast off of. We might be able to do it.
This is a big TV that we're looking at, which is nice. Can actually see what's going on. That doesn't happen every time.
That doesn't actually happen every time. Yeah, I mean, there was a picture not too long ago, DreamHack Austin, Blue and Moses casting together off that TV. I remember, man, that setup was the same as like DreamHack Stockholm the year before, when it was just like a TV and you just had to like sit there awkwardly and try and cast off of it. You know, caster pains, guys. Yeah, you know, some stuff, you know, happens and you don't see it on stream. This time around, however, sick setup from ESL. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so what they are trying to figure out is just how to sort of reload the money properly, which I think is a bit of a challenge right now. But as soon as they figure it out, we should obviously be right back into the game and see if Cloud9 could sort of pull a bit of a trick on Team Liquid, who did win the pistol round. Dust 2. You know what?
Where's Mod when you need him?
That's true. Where's Mod? I've been wondering if you know, once Inferno's back in, and it's been sort of redone in some way.
Pillarless, I hope. Carless as well.
No cars, please. No car wrecks either. It's just weird.
How did the car get up there? Somebody actually drove the car up there and showed that it could actually get to that location somehow.
Yeah.
So, you know, props to that guy for actually, you know, going through the trouble of, you know, making a map where he could drive the car up Banana to get to the top of Banana.
Yeah, it seems reckless, doesn't it? Or actually, if you've ever been to Italy, they do drive very small cars in through very narrow streets.
It's actually really nerve-wracking.
And you think you're going to die all the time.
Exactly. It's really nerve-wracking to drive in Italy.
It is really scary. But no, I could see Dust 2 being the next one in line.
Really?
Yeah, I could.
I mean, we all hope that that someday it might be messed with, but I mean, it's like the most played map ever out of all of them.
It is the most played map, right? And it's obviously also like the one map that everyone associates with Counter-Strike, no matter what Counter-Strike you're talking about. Dust 2 is the most sort of iconic map out of all of them. But I mean, I'm not saying Dust 2 should be massively redone or anything. I don't want them to like, you know, change big things, but I think that you could add some fun things.
I like Shroud. It's like, why don't we just play? Who cares about your money? I just want him to like type, you know, I'll just pay you guys. Don't worry, it's all good. You don't have to worry about it. I got you. Oh, I think we're good. I think we're in.
Are we really?
I think we're ready to go.
Holy
hell.
Yeah, it seems to have worked. So, and the teams are making really odd noises that I can't actually interpret. This has to be an American thing, doesn't it?
Let's go. Match has been unpaused and it's live.
Can you make some of these noises for us, Sumler?
Woo!
There we go.
There we go, baby.
All right. Do they teach you that in school? Is that a thing?
That's exactly how it goes, man. You know, going up through the high school system, middle school, obviously, got to get them young as well. But you just, you start shouting quite a bit in North American schools. It's just a thing.
Just to cope with...
Just to cope with the insanity of it all.
All right, fair enough. We have no scouts in play, so Anders is definitely disappointed. But we do have some CSEDs, a single deagle, a couple of flashbangs, which is good news. I think they should have definitely bought some of those. But still, this is really minimal effort put in from Cloud9 here in the second round. This is just, you know, maybe it'll work. Maybe they'll make a mistake that we could capitalize on it. But, you know, apart from that, we will have just shown up.
So what do you think Team Liquid are going to do? Do you think they're going to push up long?
Seems like it.
Oh, come on, man. I wanted you to keep speaking in the third person. Anders thinks that perhaps they might push up long.
That's like a symptom of megalomania, though, isn't it?
The royal we? Come on.
I try, you know, I do think very highly of myself, but I try and wait a couple of years before I do that, for real.
Oh, I like the steps, though. That smoke going off might have covered Hiko's steps as he got up onto the box. So you can see the rotation coming out from Slemmy now, trying to get over to A long, A slope. Get some eyes over there. Because they are counting on Shroud with that deagle to be holding long, to be putting pressure there. And the push is going to begin. The flashes come in. And one tag goes out onto Elige, but Shroud's also been tagged down to 50, so the pressure is on, and he gets naded. So nothing coming from him. Instead, it's Team Liquid just swarming right now. Hiko picking up 2 kills in CT spawn.
Yeah, that was the BDP right there, just jumping off the ledge with the MP7 for no reason at all. He did get a double kill for it, but they could have obviously played it much safer and still won the round. Cloud9 can't really do much now, and the UMP is going to tear them apart at the end. Nitro picking up a double kill, and Liquid off to a 2-0 lead. Not losing anybody in that round, which is very good news, obviously. You can already tell on the scoreboard here that Skadoodle is going to be saving for the AWP. But the thing is, why does Nothing have that much money as well?
I was about to say, Nothing also holding quite a bit of bank right there, 3,500 on his. And he's going to invest 500 here. Okay, so he's going single flash, P250. I love it. You love it. I know you do. Slemmy with the flash as well. $200 investment. We'll see if it pays off. They might be able to catch somebody out. But this is shaping up for Team Liquid. They're trying to show the identical kind of play as the last round to draw Cloud9 out over here. And Nitro, he's going to get picked eventually. How is this guy still alive? What is this madness?
A grenade out on the corner, not going to hit anyone. I really don't know. He should have been dead quite a while ago. I think they were taking turns at flashing each other and themselves. So a bit of a confusing battle going on there. But the bomb will be going down in B, which means Liquid are going to win the round. The question is now, are they going to lose any players in it? So not quite yet. Shroud, last man alive in a 1-on-5 here. Trying to see if he can do a little bit of damage here. But Adren not going to fall for it. Gets a triple kill, in fact. Puts Liquid to 3 rounds. So now it's time for Cloud9 to show up. Skadoodle instant with the AWP picked up, and
Nothing.
Don't expect Nothing to do anything apart from picking up a rifle. It would surprise me.
He should go rifle and have full nades, full gear. Yeah, there we go. Nicely done. Just he could have skimped on the helmet and gone for a kit, but then there are still, there's still a Galil in play, 2 SMGs on play for Team Liquid, so who are kind of stretching it a little bit here with the firepower. Nitro just powering out, and again, straight out onto long here from Liquid, applying a maximum amount of pressure on Cloud9, who have gone for a bit of an anti-long setup. They have 2 players here with the 3rd one to support on A slope. So this is tough now. Who's going to come out ahead?
Slemmy solo, and he does actually get hunted down by Nitro in the pit, still waiting. Shroud, he needs backup, and it is coming as well. Skadoodle there to help out and take out Adren. That drops the bomb, and that was a very scary fight there. If Cloud9 ended up losing that one, probably lose the round, but pretty good teamwork and 3-men stack down there. Made it worth it.
That's a wise play coming out from Cloud9, though. Figuring out that Liquid, because Liquid in the last round, they put Nitro out there along with someone. I didn't catch the second man, but they put 2 guys out to long to make it look like they were going for long again, right? So they're trying to keep Cloud9 guessing. Instead, it turned into a B hit, right? The 3 guys were waiting in upper dark. They went out onto B site. Hiko opened it up, and there you go. But they're trying to keep Cloud9 guessing, basically, like how many people are going to be at long, because we're putting a presence over here. So Cloud9 have just said, actually, we're just going to go hard anti-long and take control of it. Take that play away from you, and we'll see what you do in the next round. Nice shot there from Skadoodle. Removes Kusta. Well, Hiko, he's going to get the drop on 1? That's almost like a cash, like, what was that, a collateral kill, Stewie?
Could have even been a second one on Nothing there, but he managed to get in behind the box now. Just 25 seconds here, and obviously the bomb is still being controlled by the CT side down here in the pit, so don't see much of a way for Hiko to make it out of this round unless they start making some really big mistakes, but they're obviously just buying time. And Shroud, yeah, picking up the other AWP that was on the terrorist side, so That's sort of not only do they lose the round, they also give away an AWP, and Cloud9 doing a pretty good job there. It's also that Liquid keep throwing this smoke from T-spawn that lands on the corner of Long, so I think at this point, as long as they do that, Cloud9 are going to be a little bit nervous down there, and they're going to be ready with the defense.
They're going to be kept guessing, exactly. And wow, yeah, Cloud9, they really want to guarantee to make sure that Liquid are done going long, that they can focus elsewhere on the map, because they put 3 players down there early on here, just waiting, and they leave Slemmy behind. He's got the UMP. Hiko is going to be playing the lurk role. But Liquid, this time around, they didn't go for early aggression on long. Instead, they went for their default play, putting players into upper dark, into mid, just outside of long, making sure that Cloud9 can't push aggressively anywhere. So now the next step in this is going to be to get cat control, and that's where Nitro's moving now with the help of Elise. The double hit squad, the 1-2 hit combination play between these two. That's what they're known for. But there's the flash, and Skadoodle's been forced off.
We are seeing a very passive setup here for Cloud9. They're not really pushing catwalk, they're not pushing upper dark, they don't have any real information in middle either. So they're a bit starved for information, which is a bit of a shame. This push coming through on catwalk, if Skadoodle does need a lot of shots right now, it's going to have to be a full retake, and that might not be too much fun, but Skadoodle will pick up the first kill there, flashes over, goes for the repeat. It's a bit dangerous, but he does pick up the second one too, and now he's going to be careful up on site. They're real close right now. He's actually ready for the scope drop as well. Third kill coming through. Shroud to pick up a fourth, and now Kusta all alone. He goes down. And a great defense being put up here by Cloud9, and maybe especially Skadoodle.
Surprising to see that gap with the flashes from Team Liquid. They had all the smokes, they had the 3 smokes, they had a single flash at the beginning to force Skadoodle off the angle, but there was no follow-up flash. There was no like off-timing flash to come out and really make sure that Skadoodle couldn't take that shot, because by the time that second flash came out, it was already over. Skadoodle had already got his pick, and that's all Skadoodle has to do. If he gets 1, that's great. If he gets past that, it's even better, obviously, right? So that whole gap, Skadoodle, he was in position to take advantage of it. And so Team Liquid, they're going to have to tighten up a little bit here on their executes.
Yeah, especially because Skadoodle was the only one in the defense that could sort of stop them, right? If they get rid of him, then the bomb is down, they have cat control, everything is looking quite good. So that was the one obstacle they had to overcome. Now, 6th round is coming up here. And we've got not that much money on Liquid. I mean, 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, a little bit thin at this early stage in the half. Cloud9, if they could keep just putting rounds together like this, it could be a very, very good first half for them. I don't think they need that much. I still think like 6 or 7 rounds and they'll be all right.
Yeah, this is good. Nothing. Just chill here at the doors. You've got Shroud and CT. That's all you have to do. Nades are going out. Smoke should be going down to block off CT unless they want to take the fight with Shroud. Not going to spawn anybody, and there's the smoke. So now it's going to come down to nothing. And he picks up 1. No, he doesn't even do that. Shroud trying to find a kill, and he will just do it. But now he's at risk of getting pushed down, and somehow he barely goes down. Thought that Hiko would definitely get that kill a little bit faster there.
Yeah, that looked like an actual sort of cinema moment there as he was sort of jumping over the smoke with the AK to almost stab him with it. Slemmy and Skadoodle left. They do have a lot of equipment here, so they got to be careful of not throwing anything away. Retaking B, being a man down is so hard. So if they could get a really early kill, and now it's definitely done with the Nitro just turning around for it. So I would say it would have made more sense for them to just stick around and see if they could have got a kill, and if they didn't, then just give up on it.
All right, good. We're going to see the replay here, because this is it. This is exactly what I was thinking right here. That's unforgivable. Nothing needs to get that kill. He has to remove that first player through Kusta, who's so low. That allows for Hiko to push into Shroud, because nothing is still alive. Hiko can focus on the man in CT. It's brutal. So unfortunately, a misplay there, but Stewie brings it right back. Again, Kusta gets shut down. Still able to pick up the double off as well, so Cloud9 really making it work. There's the opening kill, and so Team Liquid are going to be feeling a little bit frustrated here. They just did a very good job with that B-split.
It's even more frustrating, I think, for Liquid, because when you win that round, you know you're so close to making them eco, and you even get all the kills in that round, and it still doesn't work out. So they're right back to buying. So if they can't stop them in this round, then the huge risk that it sort of is for Cloud9 to go this heavy on the equipment but have almost no grenades, it will have paid off, and Liquid will know that they're gonna have to wait a while before they can really punish them for it. Adren, bit of a Molotov going in. Follow-up grenade, not going to hit anybody, but since they've already lost Kusta, they do need to get some early kill here to get back in the round.
They have cat control now as well, Liquid, or at least they cleared it out. But it looks like they want to keep going for what works. So what worked last time, straight up through mid, onto B, rush down nothing, get the pressure on. But they have to go before the smoke clears. They are running a little bit low on time. Stewie's got the position now in window with the AWP. And nothing's still here with this smoke, so we'll see where he decides to use it. It's going to be on upper, and now Stewie, well, with that smoke down, it's a little bit tricky, but the spot comes in. Slime picks up one on Nitro, and this time around, nothing will be successful. He doesn't save his teammate, but he's still actually not alive. I was about to say, he could have got the follow-up, but Hiko was there to save the day and shut him out.
Oh, Elige, he has to go out and get the bomb. Hiko there as well, gets the one kill, but can't get any more. Skadoodle to follow up and close out the round. And it did look like nothing, because he obviously knew that he was running in the window. He'd just seen that, but a little bit of a sketchy round. And again, they're being very even right now. With only 2 people surviving for Cloud9, I'm almost a bit surprised that Team Liquid don't try and go for this.
Yeah, they're really trying to play it safe. Suppose it has to be because of Elige and Hiko being so very low. Kusta also not having a whole lot. So they decided to try and go for the big firepower play basically in the next round. We'll see. Are they just going to commit to an upper rush? They could try and pull a fast one here on Cloud9. They haven't gone for a straight up YOLO B like this.
I probably would have gone for 2 AKs, 3 Tech-9s, and a lot of grenades, and then just rushed B. Because again, the money for Cloud9 is there's no one over 1,000 in this round after the buy. So just keep the pressure on.
Nothing but flashes, though. I mean, at least they have the flashes to force Skadoodle off the angle. And it seems like that's what's going to be the play here. Skadoodle, he's just shoulder peeking, though, so if that flash goes off at the wrong time, he's not going to be blind, and he should be able to get that first pick. Oh, no.
Ooh.
CSGO grenade, and of course it does nothing.
Did land right in front of the box, which is a bit of a shame. That is a good flick, though. The flashes are coming through, doing a pretty good job, allowing them to cross on over, but now they sort of slow it down a little bit, and the Molotovs are coming out as well. Elige, we're picking up Slemmy now, still a 3 versus 4 here. Shroud gets a 1 UMP kill. Great if you could get a couple more just for the money bonus here. He hasn't actually reloaded yet. For the last couple of bullets, he's going to pick up 1 more kill for it. Skadoodle, again, doing a very good job covering Catwalk. It's very, very hard to shut him down, it seems. And they're going to have to take that into account in the next couple of rounds. If they want to keep going Catwalk, they need an actual plan to deal with him.
Yeah,
the smokes and the occasional flashbang is not really affecting him.
No, especially because Skadoodle is like, he's actually showing a level of play that we rarely see these days. He's playing aggressively, he's willing to take the fight, set the flashes up for himself, and peek behind them. Right now, yeah, Team Liquid don't really have an answer. So we're tied 4-4 now. And now Liquid are going back to the long play. Aggro long, trying to get out here and get control, but Shroud is dancing on the other side of this smoke, and Slemmy, he's going to pick up 1.
Nice shot from Adren to help out his teammate. Slemmy comes charging through. He's very low on health, and the spray is going to happen there. Adren will get the kill, and look at how time is left here. Right now, Liquid need to slow it down. They're in a 3-on-3. They still have the bomb outside of long, and Cloud9, they're the ones who are under a lot of pressure right now to try and figure out how to put this setup together.
This is interesting from Adren as well. He's looking for this moment when Skadoodle's going to be peeking up, because eventually Skadoodle has to come over here to try to get the info, see if anybody is out at long, and Skadoodle, he has no...
Wow. Yeah, if Adren had stayed, he would have got the kill, but I mean, it's not, you can't really blame anyone for it. It's just, you know, some dumb timing, but it works out quite well for Skadoodle, so a really big hit there. Nothing sneaking into middle. Kusta right on the other side. He was playing very well yesterday with the rifle. They need him to get back into that form. That grenade's going to be just a little bit short here, so not doing too much damage, but is he going to try and risk it? Nothing. A little bit late there. He ends up going down. Stu missing the shot, going for it again, and he's not going to get a 3rd strike either, so now Skadoodle, again, they did play the last round flawlessly because of the sort of lack of pressure from Liquid, but they still don't have that much money. Skadoodle's going to have to play a bit of a miracle round here, and it's not even going to get the chance for it. Kusta will take him out. They steal both the AWPs and get up to 5-4.
Interesting choice to go for the double op here on T side. It's cool. Don't really see that too often. It seems like Liquid have identified that that B site, they've been a bit more successful than over on the A site where Skadoodle is, where it's Skadoodle's stomping ground.
Well, look at where Kusta spawned. He spawned the closest possible spawn to long, so he's going to be there in time to get a quick kill here. These spawn positions are very important, and Kusta just realizing instantly. A bit of Molotov failed, and actually a shot that he should have definitely hit there. A bit of a shame, but not too much risk, and he's actually going to stick around and be a bit annoying.
Especially because the Molotov failed. That should be a freebie right there. Unfortunate mistake made by Kusta. That could have been the opening kill there for Liquid to really give them quite a bit of power to work with throughout the rest of this round. Slemmy is going to go for the YOLO play. Some NA flashes straight into long. And Kusta, not sure if he realizes that somebody's across, and he might just walk right in here. This is a little bit scary for him. Waiting to see. Skadoodle's waiting right around the corner as well. And Cloud9 showing some patience, but eventually somebody's going to have to go for this peak. And while Kusta running away should be an interesting little bit of sign here, that Slemmy actually being able to communicate quite a bit of info over to his teammates that, hey, somebody just backed off of long.
Yeah, but that's so risky because someone could also do that as a trap, essentially.
As the bait, yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard to know if you hear those steps there. But sure, if they hit mid right now, then Slemmy could be running up behind and Skadoodle too real quick. They are actually moving forward here as Liquid is setting up in the middle. They don't realize it, but they're just seconds from being stabbed in the back. Counter flash is coming up. They just need to buy time right now, Cloud9. And look at Liquid slowing down, and that's going to get them killed. Skadoodle getting a kill from behind, and Slemmy running close here. Now they realize Liquid, and it's way too late. Great movement coming out of Cloud9 in this round, and it's just going to fall apart for Liquid.
Yeah, that was perfect there by Stewie. Now he needs to not throw it away by rushing into the upper dark. Wait for his mates, exactly, by rushing onto the site. Wait for his mates, use the flashes. Adrenaline will find the pick on Stewie, though. Nobody there to follow it up to get that pressure in. So now it's a 3-on-2, and 1 kill. Slemmy, he needed to pick off Hiko into a 2-on-2. 8 seconds left, but the window's covered again here by Adren. Shroud trying to play with time. He's trying to like bait a reaction out of Hiko because he knows that op is there. This isn't going to cut it. Hiko, he's got this angle. He's looking towards the doors, and so long as Adren is here with the AWP on window, they should not be able to make it through. Nice air control, but that sets it up for Hiko, and Hiko not going to get the double. But he's done so much damage to Skadoodle that Adren should be able to pick this off. Skull has to go for the AWP point blank. Hope they get lucky, and he gets a wallbang shot? The hell was that?
I think it went through the top of the box. That's a quad kill for Skadoodle. What a ridiculous round, and he'll have time for the defuse as well. That should not have been a Cloud9. Well, it should have been initially in the 2 versus 4. Takes Skadoodle, who's now on 16-1-5, for him to pick it up. I have no idea what just happened. That's just insane.
It's weird from day to day, right? The performance difference between Stewie, Skadoodle, they've traded places. Now it's...
You remember yesterday how much we were complaining about the fact that there were almost no mid to B split rushes coming out? And now we're seeing a hell of a lot of them. So, you know, just a change of teams, and suddenly the Americans are quite willing to go for the B bomb side, which is interesting. I like it. I definitely like it. But the score is tied up now. We're at 5-5, and Liquid are out of money. I would say right now Cloud9 are definitely getting the better of this half.
Especially because of the hard reset coming through. So they did have the bomb plant, so Liquid should be able to buy up in the next round. Nothing's going to find his pick. Easy kill there on Elysian this anti-eco round. So yeah, Cloud9, they should be able to breathe easy. Question is whether Liquid go back to the aggressive A long take. Now that Cloud9 have shown, well, I mean, it's still so touch and go. If it has to come down to clutch rounds, Team Liquid could still feel confident in going for the B splits because Cloud9 haven't really figured out how to stop them from getting into the site yet, which is something, you know, that's a little bit of a cause for concern, you know, especially when nothing's playing aggressive on B slope like that. He's got Shroud looking in from CT. You would think that they should be able to put up a bit of a stiffer fight and make it difficult for Liquid to get onto the site. So Liquid still have options here. I don't think they've been forced off of anything just yet.
Well, no casualties this round for Cloud9, but we're going to have to find out if Liquid could come up with something a little bit better. I mean, the only A pushes they've tried so far is get control along early on, and we can see that Cloud9 are putting 3 members on there early, so that's not going to work out. Later in the round, they try and see if they can, you know, win against Skadoodle, who's on cross, and that's not really working out either. This time, actually, Cloud9 going to switch up the defense, so that's interesting. Double, actually, triple boost onto Catwalk. Going to run into the middle here, but Elige, that's such a dirty spray coming through. Adren also with the follow-up, and Slemmy going down. A bit of a leg shot, and Skadoodle going to put Elige on 3 health, will end up dying. And that's obviously Liquid now destined to win the round, it seems.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, nothing is sitting on 6 HP. Such a, I mean, yeah, just disjointed, really. Shroud running out alone. He had the MP9 as well, which is definitely not the best gun to have for a long-range fight. He was hoping that somebody was trying to charge up Catwalk. But Liquid, they went back. Liquid, they've been forced off a Cat early, at least, by Skadoodle, right? They're a little leery about going up Catwalk now that Skadoodle's just been showing that he's been, it's like vintage Skadoodle. It's the guy you just don't want to run into on any part of the map. And so they go back to the long play, take over long aggressive with 3. And so it's just long-range fights for Shroud. He's not going to get anything done. He's a freebie. What needed to happen was that Slemmy needed to follow it up strong. He needed to actually get in there and actually do some damage. Unfortunately, he just dies, and then Skadoodle, what can he do?
Yeah, I mean, I actually really liked the idea of what Cloud9 were doing. I just think it was, I don't know. It's hard to do anything when Elige is going to get that kind of an entry.
I almost felt free on Shroud. Like, he just runs out way ahead of Slemmy and Skadoodle as well, so he just gets traded, and then, well, I mean, he just gets a bullet to the face. A little disjointed. I like the idea from Cloud9. Go aggressive cat. They haven't really done that yet, so that's interesting, but the execution was just a little off. And so Cloud9, they're going back to the aggressive long setup now. So they're expecting Liquid to go for that, but instead it looks like Liquid, they might be going back to the B split sort of scenario here, and this is perfect. What an excellent call.
Yeah, it really is. Again, Cloud9 have 3 over a long Skadoodle. Not going to be bothered by that smoke. Still picks up the shot on Elise. Adren going to be going down. Nitro next in line, finally getting a refrag, but Hiko is all alone in a 1-on-3, trying to see if he can make it through the doors, which Slemmy will prevent him from doing. So this time, Cloud9 easily getting rid of that B push, in spite of the fact that they did not really have the setup for it.
Yeah, what was... All right, so the smoke didn't go up, or the smoke went up, but not before Skadoodle spotted somebody, so he gets a kill for free. Which is always frustrating, right? When you try and run out just before that smoke goes off. That's fast enough. That's more than enough time for Skadoodle to lock onto you and get that kill. And then nothing actually came in big. Nothing has been a little lackluster on the B side hold so far, but that round he certainly turned up, got 2 kills, so just a different Cloud9 in that round. We're in the 14th round now, 7 rounds for Cloud9, 6 for Team Liquid, so Cloud9 pulling ahead once again. They have a chance now to close out strong here to end this, because Team Liquid have invested everything into this round, and all they could afford were 4 AKs, a Tech 9, and a handful of nades.
Adren, again, being very careful here in lower dark. That jump just to make sure that no one's on catwalk. See if they can actually just walk clean into B this time around. Stewie's the one waiting inside, and he does have a smoke, but no Molotov, and outside is nothing, who does have a Molotov. So if they delay too long, then they're going to get essentially denied, but they run right past the smoke. Kusta with the entry to take down Stewie. Now nothing turning around, trying to see if he can get any kind of cross kill. But this is going to be a retake here coming in from Cloud9, and a very, very tough one indeed. Elish burning, actually taking quite a bit of fire damage from that Molotov that nothing is throwing in there. They're going to put 2 upper and 2 outside, which I think is a very good split, but they got to find a way to deal with Hiko. He's in T-spawn or close by, and it's very hard to break this crossfire. They will have a smoke for it. Hiko still spraying one down. Kusta with the follow-up kill, and nothing in Skadoodle. I think it's worth it to back off at this point. If they can, Nitro going to steal a kill, shooting Skadoodle in the back. He's going to go down. Skadoodle's just so quick right now, going for the second one, but Kusta will take him out for a triple. That will tie up the scoreline at 7-7. So, I think Stewie was just a little bit out of position, you know? He wanted to fall back into the bomb site to try and defend from there, and that's when they pushed, just as he was doing that.
Yeah, he threw that smoke in, and it's that guessing game. When are you going to throw that smoke? What's the timing? You're trying to push it as far as you can on the CT side, obviously, but that extra 10 seconds in the round, your smoke is so valuable that you don't want to throw it out too early so that Team Liquid can just sit and wait, but then you want to get it just right, and then, unfortunately for him, 2 guys were already passed, so he just died, and now Liquid, look at this change of pace from them. Stewie will pick up the 1, not going to pick off Kusta, though. So Kusta down to 50 HP, but Team Liquid, once again, showing no fear, just charging out onto that B site.
And maybe they kind of wish they could have figured this out earlier, because it seems like Stewie and nothing are not quite up to the task right now. Kusta in a great position by the box there, entrance into the B-bomb site, and they don't have a kit either on Cloud9. This is the 15th round, so they're obviously going to go for it, but I don't think there's any way through right now. Just all sandwiching in for the window and getting shut down. So 8-7, just a slight favor here for Liquid. But I think Cloud9 are going to be quite happy about this overall. But I mean, look at how this game would have turned out if Skadoodle hadn't been at cross there. 20 kills in 15 rounds, and I think at least 7 or 8 of them were from that one cross position.
And if you're new, you know, if you're just new turning into the stream, this is why we always say, you know, retaking B is so difficult. And when you're on even man, where it's like a 3v3 or a 2v2, and you're trying to retake that site, I mean, most teams will not even attempt to retake unless they have a man advantage, if not, like, you know, a huge, like, 2-man advantage to go onto that site because of just that. They have to run through these tight bottlenecks where multiple people can be watching that, you know, small window where everybody has to file through one at a time, and you all just die. So brutal turn of events there for Cloud9 in the end, and I think Stewie is going to be feeling a little bit frustrated considering he did so well yesterday.
right, we've got the second half coming up here between Team Liquid and Cloud9 on Dust 2, and it's a best-of-3 game today.
Nothing but best of threes today, Anders.
Yeah, it's all good, isn't it?
It's all good in the hood. None of those best of ones. Kill them. It's over. It's all good, guys.
I do wish it could be all best-of-3 all the way, but maybe that's just me. You said you were hoping for a bit more out of Cloud9. I think they did. I think they did more than they needed to in this first half.
Yeah, they certainly. I mean, they got 7 rounds, right? Which is a pretty solid CT performance.
Yeah, I think so.
On Dust 2 right now in this climate. What I'm worried about is I feel like they needed to have like a dominant CT side, just because their T side is still a little hit or miss depending on the map. I mean, it just always seems a little bit like you can't really fully trust the CT or like the T side Cloud9 machine just yet. So I was hoping for a little bit more out of them. Stewie as well, you know, just once again, we have like one player who's really hitting a lot of shots for Cloud9. In this case, it's Skadoodle. And then the rest of them kind of trailing behind. We need a couple more guys to join up with Skadoodle here to really, you know, start getting that killing machine going.
That is true. Someone has to help out Scar right now, because otherwise it's going to be just a bit too much. But a pistol round win to start off with would definitely be very helpful. They do have a single smoke, which could be either used to cross if you're running long, or it could be used for a B split if you're going to end up doing that. Like, the one smoke doesn't really give too much away about what they're doing here. Elige already being a bit low on health, though. Bit of a shame for Liquid, who obviously need a pistol round win of their own. And Adren out here, sniping away, clicking once, but Slemmy going to take 2 for 1, and that's not worth it right now. Hiko trying to see if he can fight back. It is a 2-on-2. The bomb is going to be making its way past it. They do have the smoke for the cross, so Shroud going to put that one up. It leaves a bit of a gap, but in a pistol round, that is really negligible. That's not going to make a big difference. He's going to plant out in the open. Wish he could have planted a little bit further in, just can't be diffused from the corner. But Stewie looking down towards Pit, going to make it back up into the site. And now they just need to know where Nitro is, and they can win this round. But Nitro going to take one down, looking for Shroud. Oh my god! The confidence on this man, just easy couple kills there. Gonna give the round to Liquid.
What beautiful work.
Yeah.
That was so clean. Just the first, I like how you're saying it too, like they just need to find Nitro. Nitro's like, surprise, mother, you know, like.
Yeah, it's gonna be me finding them.
Boom. 2 clean headshots and a nice pistol round there for Liquid to start off here on the CT side. And Cloud9, you know, it looked a lot like what we saw from Liquid actually in their pistol, right? You know, trades back and forth, you know, one kill goes one way and then immediately brought back, but everybody contributed in that round for Liquid in the end. Even Elige, who got goosed early on Catwalk down to 12 HP, he even picked up a kill somehow over on Long. So it was just too much for Cloud9 in the end, and they weren't able to actually get control of the situation. So now it means that they're on pistols here. They did get that bomb plant, but they did actually invest a little bit more than we're used to seeing. A couple flashes, P250s picked up. So we'll see what that buy looks like in the next round. They're really hoping right now to pick up another bomb plant. That's the aim here. The fact that they've invested so much, they really need to get that bonus $800 at the end of this round.
Well, they're taking a bit of a fight on Long. They've done a bit of damage to Kusta, but he's not under that much pressure here. He's going to try and make his way out, which I don't think he needed to do. I mean, if he stays there and they try and get him, because they don't have any Molotovs, he's just like a magnet for them, and anyone playing site or cross can just help him out. So I think maybe Kusta just losing his cool a little bit then and could have probably just stuck around for a while. But I don't think it's a big problem here. It's still a 4-on-4, and they should be in a fine position anyway.
No, this should be perfectly... this should be easy for Liquid to lock down. They have a couple rifles, a couple of the SMGs. UMP not too bad. Hopefully it's the UMP getting the kills, to be frank, because Hiko's got the P90. You still only get $300 bonus for a P90 kill, compared to what you get with the UMP, which is $600. So you really do want Nitro to be picking up these kills. But we'll see. Adren, he's there to spray down the first one, but he gets headshot in the process, and Stewie will eventually take out Nitro, so that UMP is gone. We went to a 3-on-3 retake somehow. Cloud9, though, they did achieve the goal for this round. Get that bomb plant. Now let's see if they can do more economic damage to Liquid.
I'm looking at Stewie with this Deagle. I think the Deagle's going to make the difference. That MP7's not going to do anything without the body armor. Looking for the shot, doing a bit of body damage. Elige, Hiko picking up a kill. Each Skadoodle now on the site, and just not enough firepower there. And the bomb will be defused. They've got the time for it.
Why'd you have to curse him, Anders?
I mean, I'm just saying, it would have had to have been Stewie.
What has young Stu done to you?
I'm putting all my hopes on him here. I mean, he got the double kill in the round, so, you know, I think, you know, I was asking for, like, a quad kill. That's a bit much. It's a bit much. 10-7, though. I mean, I'm not panicking yet at all if I'm Cloud9.
No, I mean, look, Skadoodle's got an op now.
Yeah.
Might not have had it if they didn't get that bomb plant. And he gets a leg shot onto Hiko as well. Okay. Okay, then.
The betrayal.
I know, right? The history between These two teams. Hiko used to play with Cloud9. He's the one who went to the semifinals of DreamHack winner 2013. And then look at that, Hiko again. He's basically the only NA player to have made it to semifinals at majors twice.
Can't be an accident.
Hiko was right. Hashtag.
Well, I am still waiting, as I've been saying for a while, for someone to come up and sort of make the ultimate American team. I feel like the talent is there, it's just spread so thinly across a lot of different teams, and it's a bit weird. So someone with a lot of money.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say, man. If you gotta, you win the lottery, well then maybe we're gonna have that North American Dream Team.
Yeah. I would invest into that. Definitely. 10-7 here is the scoreline currently, and we're just passing the 50-second mark with Cloud9 having decent bit of control. They've cleared out Catwalk, so if they wanted to go for a B-split, that would definitely be a viable option. Shroud is kind of low, Stewie's on half HP, and Hiko's been tagged way at the beginning of the round, down to 20 health, and they are sort of sneaking their way in, but this is, they're also making some noise on Catwalk. They are actually going to split through CT spawn into the A-bomb side. This is very rare, and there's a reason why it's rare, because it's so hard to pull off. Elige going to be picking up a kill on Stewie there, going for a bit more, and actually losing some patience there. Ends up going down. Oh, Nitro not actually checking CT spawn, even though they saw that someone had jumped down there. They obviously got the kill on one of them, but still a bit risky. Grenade follow-up, and Shroud is now done, and nothing is going to be alone. 1-on-3, and then Hiko coming out of the B-bomb site is going to finish the round. Liquid putting themselves at 11-7.
Yeah, brutal. I'd really like the creative play coming out from Cloud9, though. Splitting through CT like that, looking for that sandwich.
I'm just confused why I would... When I got real close to the middle and I saw we could run in CT spawn, I would still put up a smoke and then run through it.
Yeah.
Exactly because of what just happened. Why... What happens if someone just comes out as B and shoots you in the back?
You open yourself up, exactly. Both of them peaked as well, like Hiko. So I mean, yeah, a bit of a nasty turn of events there. Though losing the guy, one of them at least. I mean, they still managed to get one lurk kill out of it. The rotation, Nitro took a bullet to the face. He didn't expect them to be there. Wow. Okay, now Cloud9 are really looking to change up the pace though. They've gone for quality and they're just rushing out onto the site. Nitro though holding the line with the M4. He's getting front 1, 2, could get a third, but he gets flashed. That opens it up for Hiko, and Hiko gets shut down by nothing. So some damage coming in here for Cloud9. But that's all that's going to happen. Elige and Kusta rotate in and lock things down for Liquid. So 12 rounds on the board now for Liquid, 7 for Cloud9. And while Cloud9, I mean, they have enough money again for Skadoodle to go for the AWP. They have great economy now, so it's now or never basically for Cloud9. Do they have anything more creative though, or anything creative left in the tank here?
We'll see Kusta on the other side with the AWP. Skadoodle missing an opportunity there. If he's going to go and re-peek it, he's got to be careful because Kusta is down there somewhere.
Oh man, why would we go off of Skadoodle there? He picks off the easy kill on Elige. That was such a clever spot to be in for Ska.
All the way on Catwalk.
That was beautiful, exactly. Elige pushed aggressive on Catwalk, and Skadoodle was in the perfect place to catch him out. Easy kill for Ska. And now Cloud9, they have the man advantage.
Is there going to be a response for Liquid? Again, we sort of keep saying this, but whenever you lose a man, you do need to make a play to get something back. If they just look at the position they have right here, no one on Catwalk or A, 1 long, 1 B, and 2 middle. If they hit either long or B or Catwalk, then what are they going to do? Like 1 versus 3, 4, 5 members of the terrorist team coming in, it's not going to be worth it, so a bit risky. Kusta going to be missing a shot, but he was flashed. And Nitro close enough to hear them jumping up there. See if he can get any information. He's just a little bit slow, and that's a bit of a shame. Could have been a good kill.
This is a crazy start from Liquid, though. Look at there's 3 guys over on the B site. Adren is the only guy on the A half of the map at this point. And all he has to do at this point is just try and stay alive. Skadoodle and Shroud, they've got the bomb, and Skadoodle's rotating up to Catwalk. Shroud actually as well. Shroud is looking for the aggressive push from Adren. But man, this time, yeah, Skadoodle, he's spending so much time running it all the way up. Cat, they don't even want to risk running into somebody at long and dropping the bomb there. They're going to go right up the route that's already been cleared. And with 17 seconds left, he will start that bomb plant.
Well, my fear was that they were going to get caught in the middle with the bomb running up, because there were 2 people coming out of B, but that doesn't work out. Bomb is down, and I think right now Liquid have to ask themselves, if we can get a kill within the next 5 seconds, then maybe we should go for it. If not, then it isn't worth it to throw away these rifles. Even if we've had some good rounds here, there's still a lot of this half left. We're only sort of 2/3 into
little bit of communication, perhaps. Ah, okay.
Just count us in when they're ready.
Yeah, count us in when it goes back live, please. So what, are we getting DDoSed? I guess we're getting DDoSed, aren't we?
All right, so I think we just had a bit of a technical error here with the internet. We should be back up and running. So yeah, get your friends back in if they somehow thought the broadcast was over. It's definitely not.
It's the first map of the day, boys. So
It's our first map in a best of 3, and we've got another 2 best of 3s after this one as well. So it should be quite a good day, I think.
oh yeah, no, today is going to be sick matches through and through. Luminosity versus Optic will be the next best of 3. So we'll see if Optic can maintain, well, a reasonable level versus Luminosity. But the real beast, it's like, I don't know, the Kraken, Jaws, waiting down in the depths, is Fnatic.
Well, yeah, but I have so many questions, so many doubts about this Fnatic lineup. I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm confused.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Definitely a little confused, but it's still like the core of Fnatic versus Luminosity is still a fun match no matter how you cut it. I mean, it should be really interesting to see how they fare. I mean, JW and Fallen were having a bit of a back and forth on Twitter yesterday, you know, just praising each other.
Do we know what the status is on Olofmeister?
Well,
Can we
he
get,
had
like-
a video. He had a video interview recently with Fragbite.
Fragment,
right?
yeah.
Watch that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he was. It's actually like his something in his pectoral muscle that was like screwed up, and that was cutting off the circulation or something to his arm. I mean, I don't know. It sounded a lot more messed up than just, you know, oh, you have a wrist issue. It seems like something that's actually involving his whole upper body.
Can I donate any of my? Can I donate?
Can you donate
like,
your limbs?
Yeah, to get Olofmeister back online.
That's like the HLTV post not too long ago, like those pictures. I think is it like Stitch? There's somebody who's actually coming up with the good captions where it was like Navi looking for hand donations, so they're like high-fiving fans, you know, looking for hand, like replacement hands for Guardian.
I feel like we need that. I can't even imagine how stressful it must be for Olaf to sort of watch, just sit and watch, you know.
Seriously.
And wait, because you can't even, like, obviously if it was just like he can't travel, so he can't play in the team right now, you know, if there was something like that, but he could play at home and you know, sort of stay active. But
if you can't even play.
Yeah.
Like if you have to be like you just remove everything, like anything that has to do with a mouse and keyboard from your house, right? Because you just cannot play.
Yeah.
You have to rest and relax and really, you know, rest up. And actually, he's doing a lot of physical, you know, PT now, as well, physical therapy, right?
Yeah.
You know, doing those exercises, walking a lot every day, you know, trying to stay active. So that's got to be, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just got to be a nightmare sort of situation for him. Says it in the interview, right? You know, he's never wanted to play CS more than now when he can't play. What a nightmare.
Yeah, I do feel very bad for all of us. So it's not to say anything bad at all about Wenton or anyone else.
Of course
that
not.
try
Of course
out.
not.
But I mean, obviously, it's a bit strange. Right. So we are still just waiting to get back in line here. We do have, I think, 9 out of 10, or actually 10 out of 10 on the server. So I think they're just going to set everything up.
How does this work? Nitro is spawned on the T side and on the CT side.
Good times.
So we know who the traitor is. The turncoat.
Can I tell you a Henry G story in the meantime that happened yesterday?
Does it involve a rat?
It involves a girl.
Get out.
And obviously won't mention any names.
If Henry's watching the stream right now, you know you're gonna get shanked later.
Nah, I think I'm trying to help Henry with his game here, but it's because he was a bit. Oh, I think he was a bit maybe jet lagged or something. Anyway, she's talking to him and she says she's traveling a lot. She says, yeah, I'm traveling a lot. Just got back from Korea. You know, trying to make himself a bit interesting. I could appreciate that. You know, I'm you know,
it's a struggle, but okay.
World traveler, you know, stuff like that. I said, wow, you know, so you guys like stay in hotel rooms together and like you must know each other pretty well. And he's like, yeah, you know, but actually lately I've been having my own room. Again, you know, trying to sound a bit exclusive, I guess. You know, like I've got my own room now.
I've got freedom.
You know, I've made it, you know, I've made it to the big leagues. Right? I've got my own room and everything. And he says, wow, all right, well, I mean, that must mean you're a bit lonely at times. And Henry says,
does the girl actually say this? This sounds like some soap opera stuff,
it does,
man.
doesn't it? So Henry says, actually, I like being alone. I don't get lonely. I just like being alone. At which point I'm just like, don't know what this is, Henry. At least in the in the pornos, that's not how it works out. That's not how it works out at all. So I was a bit disappointed with that, really.
Oh, Henry, come on, man. It doesn't get any. It's like obvious.
That was just a weird thing. I do actually think that she was legitimately just trying to ask about
Yeah,
what
right, you know,
Henry's
like-
lifestyle was like, but I had a giggle. I found it was funny.
That's a good one, man. Well, I'll have to ask Henry later, like, just how it went down. It's too good to be true, Eddie. You have to be embellishing something here. Like,
No,
there's no way.
absolutely what happened. Absolutely what happened. I had to explain it to him afterwards and say, "Do you realize what was just happening?" She's like,
What do you mean?
What do you mean?" Like,
The problem is that he's like been corrupted by Sato. So if it isn't happening in like a Tinder chat, you know, it's just gonna go over his head. He's forgotten how to interact with people face to face. It has to be through a chat application.
must be a swipe left or right. Yeah, right. I think what we're waiting for is Skadoodle peeing.
Awesome.
In the bathroom, just to point out.
Hopefully. hopefully.
And I think we should be good. So at least someone was saying that. Oh, it looks like he's back, so might be all right. Things have calmed down.
What?
You know what? This has been going for so long. I cannot remember what the second map is. So I will check that real quick. And it turns out it's cobblestone. So
Fantastic. I say that because we have to, right? But like, man, I hate cobblestone. We both do.
It's just such a strange map. I know a lot of people, Fallen included, have put a lot of time now into figuring out how to play the city side differently.
Okay.
Like a lot.
Interesting.
So I know a lot of teams are now starting to really focus on that. So I'm hoping that's going to make a difference. I don't know if it will be this match, but it should be fun. We've got 5 seconds on the countdown as we're making our way back into Cloud9 and Team Liquid here. Scoreline is 12-8 in favor of Team Liquid, and it's the first map of the day here at the ESL Pro League. And it's a best-of-3 game, so you definitely want to stick around. It's only going to get better from here on out, essentially. Some very cool matches coming up.
Oh, do they have the firepower? They certainly have the nades to buy time. Smoke goes down, but they're already past. It's Slemmy taking point. They line up, and Shroud is able to get the trade frag. So Nitro now, he has to be careful. He does not want to overextend. Doesn't want to give a free kill over to Cloud9 as they are going to get control of this B site. He has to kind of just give that. Although Nitro is dancing on the edge. He's looking for an opportunity. And Cloud9, man, they're playing this so slowly. They are not willing to run into any kind of trap on the site. Instead, they're counting on Stewie to pick up one, and he will. So a little bit of a lurk kill going Cloud9's way.
Such a valuable kill, even if they just trade evenly. The fact that they know that Stewie is down there means they get a lot more space to work with now. 3-on-3 for the reticks. Skadoodle is right there, and Adren trying to shoulder peek him. He knows that might be coming up. The grenade is in, and on the follow-up, actually will get the kill there with the grenade. Now Shroud and Nothing are on the site. They need this round. Cloud9, they've been losing quite a few here in the second half. Another smoke comes in there to try and see if they can buy their way in. Almost going to get the kill on Crusoe, but he makes his way through. Shroud there to follow it up, and now he backs through the smoke again. Nothing with the headshot. Going for a bit more. Adren, the last man left. He tries for the Molotov, but I don't see him winning this round. He's going to try and get the spray down, but Nothing will close it out. And Cloud9 are going to win the round in spite of a bit of a scary 3-on-2 there.
Yeah, and Skadoodle makes me think of that myth where you're more focused when you actually have to use the restroom, right? Taking that piss.
How does
Did
this...
it cost him that shot? Was he
does-
just a split second too slow now?
How does this make its
Oh,
way into
no.
every cast that we have?
No, come on, I don't mention it that often. It's just too good to pass up, man. It's like perfect fill content.
I feel like someone needs to do some actual science on it. I think one person timed out, and so we should be just getting the game back on the way here. But yeah, good round for Cloud9. Very important one there. It's been 4 in a row for Liquid, so it's about time that they started picking it up a bit.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's like we will have a pause, perhaps? Pause? Timeout?
Man, Kusta's so young, isn't he? It scares me. You know?
Oh, wow, they're buying. Wait, what's going on here?
Are they
No,
actually?
no.
They're just
Messing around. They have to.
You know what? I had this conversation with Nothing yesterday at breakfast again before they went to the gym.
Oh?
Said to you guys, if you guys looked into the Nuke, the new version of Nuke.
What?
Like, yeah,
He asked us?
No, I asked him.
Ah, okay.
So he said we've always enjoyed Nuke, so we're going to try and get good at it and try and play it.
Right.
But we have a bit of an issue, which is the fact Stewie doesn't know the map. Stewie's so young, he's never played Nuke. Any version of Nuke.
What?
Just imagine how mind-blowing that is.
Wait, what? No, like not even beginning of Global Offensive, there was a version of Nuke. He did not play that Nuke?
No, apparently not.
Get out of here, man.
So,
yeah, but Stewie's also, okay, granted, there's that, but Stewie's also one of those guys who could probably just focus up on the map and
yeah,
really
sure,
put his time into it.
I think anyone could sort of can learn any map, but it's
He's still
that makes
young,
me feel
Anders.
old, really
You know,
old.
but that's the thing, right? He's not old like we are, right? You know, like old dogs, new tricks, doesn't work. Our brains have like atrophied into this like into this lump of coral that's in our head that just can't absorb any new information, right? It's just dry, husky, out in the sun. Stewie, he's like the sponge coral, you know, still young, still fresh, can just absorb all the nutrients of these new maps.
I realize I don't know if it's always been like this, but I am noticing that I get irrationally angry at new things just for them being new, you know? Just like, what? Something new? What? Why is there something new here? I can't really deal with it. Man.
It's 12-9. It's 12-9. It's 12-9.
It is supposed to be 12-9. Although I feel like Shroud asking in the chat, I feel like you're trying to just, edge it around in there. It's 12-10, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that too. Just one more round. I mean, even ESL are conspiring against Cloud9. They just can't catch a break. It's nothing but uphill battles for this team.
It's a bit of a struggle. Yeah, I guess I don't know. There's definitely something with the match medic system that's going on here that's it's not working out too well.
Aren't they using eBot?
I don't think that. I think they're trying an alternative, and
they're trying an alternative.
And I think it might not be the best system at the moment.
They're trying an alternative to the system that has worked like fantastically well for what the past 2 years now, nearly. Interesting.
I mean, I will say this: eBot is not a very transparent system, as far as I know. Like, you need to have like a dedicated eBot scholar who can who can help you out. I mean, if as long as it works, right? But if something breaks down and you have to go in and then things get weird. So I can see why you'd want to sort of develop, but I mean maybe it's a bit too soon. I don't know. Look, I honestly don't know what sort of the details are, but I don't think it's eBot we're working with.
Well, clearly that's a little bit frustrating. Because I mean,
well, it's interesting because we didn't have this many the issues yesterday, right? So I'm just wondering.
There were a few.
There were a couple of here and there, right? But I mean, overall, it ran pretty smoothly. So I'm guessing it's just it's a new day. It's one of those things, right? Someone went around in the night and changed everything.
We were the ones that were lucky, right? Because we had Optic Astralis yesterday. And that was when again, actually, it's the first match curse.
I feel very lucky.
First map of the day.
That was painful.
That was painful for you in particular, yeah.
Not as painful as it was for Astralis. My God.
I mean, there's no shame losing to Luminosity. This is what I told them afterwards, right? Like, there's no shame losing to Luminosity, one of the best teams, not the best team in the world right now. But losing, even if it is a best of one, losing to Optic, yeah, we gotta talk a little bit about that.
It's definite no.
Or just forget it ever happened and blast it from our minds.
I think that's what they're going to try and do, right? But I'm guessing they will have taken a plane back to Denmark at this point in time.
Yeah, they are all flying back, today. So no London for them.
It's just a shame. London is a fun city, even if it is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any particular plans for London? Anything you want to see? Ride the whatever the wheel is.
What is it? The London Eye? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the London Eye, right? Nope. Have absolutely no interest in that. Thanks. Much rather find some nice places to eat and some cool places.
I think you can see our hotel from there if you.
Well, isn't our hotel on the outside extremity of London as well, making it very difficult to get anywhere interesting?
I don't know.
I think so.
It could be.
I think we're all the way out on the edge somewhere.
Oh. All right.
So it seems like we have a bit of an extended issue coming up here, guys. So we're going to be taking a short commercial break. And when we come back from that short commercial break, I promise you there will be more CS. I hope. We'll see. Cheers.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We should be going into the game rather soon, but I'm not quite sure. The admin is just restarting everything, and then the server should be up and running. We should be good to go.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, I did watch a lot of SpongeBob back in the day, and I do giggle like him, apparently. That's not actually true. I've never watched an episode of SpongeBob in my life, so I guess I sound like SpongeBob.
I'm a bit sad. I was going to say that could be an interesting story. I have actually never watched any SpongeBob at all.
Nope.
I don't.
But like, it was funny because I had a lot of friends who were really into it, but I just, I was watching Adult Swim, man. I wasn't watching like Cartoon Network or whatever the hell it was on.
So the thing is, I used to watch a lot of Cartoon Network, but this is like the really old Cartoon Network, like real old.
Okay, Ren and Stimpy old, like legit real old. The best Cartoon Network that's ever existed old?
Yeah, they're by far the best. This is when they had stuff like Johnny Quest on, and
what was it, Impossible Monsters? I can't remember what that one show was that was so good.
I'm pretty sure they had Dino Riders on there. Which is an
Dino
amazing
Riders.
show. They had, I think, did they have Ulysses? I can't remember if they had Ulysses. Ulysses is a great show too.
Did they mess it up?
There was
no way. Did they mess it up? There's no way. Did they mess it up? Please tell me you didn't mess it up.
They did.
No way.
Just let's just chill for a moment and talk about 80s cartoons. They had, do you know there was a show called James Bond Jr., which I know sounds like it sounds like ridiculous.
Are you telling me about right now, bro?
It sounds like a ridiculous show. It's not. It's really good.
Okay.
It's really good. James Bond Jr. And they had just a lot of really good cartoons. I miss that.
No, dude. What I love about Ren and Stimpy is like it is literally the cartoon that you will watch at that age, and you'll find it funny, but you won't find it funny for the reasons your dad is laughing his ass off, right, watching it. So you watch it again when you're like maybe you get 10 years under your belt, you get into those high teens, whatever, maybe mid-20s. You actually watch it again. Yeah, it's one of the best cartoons ever to have been created. Period. Flat out.
They had some good nonsense shows as well, like. The thing is, now I feel like cartoons, they have to make like a lot of sense. There has to be like some sort of like story or something in it. Whereas if you watch like Biker Mice from Mars, there's obviously they're Biker Mice from Mars. They're just there to like battle evil. Obviously.
Wait. What was? There was one that I really liked. What was it? Like Pinky and the Brain?
Pinky and the Brain is quite good. Yeah.
Yeah. What are we doing today, Brain?
Oh,
I mean, I'm obviously the brain, according to D-Man.
Jesus, let's not go there. Let's not even go there.
Highly.
I'm trying to think a way to move forward. I went and found like a list of all like Cartoon Network cartoons,
right?
By years, just all the ones that were released, and just went back on like this huge memory lane trip of everything. So here's what I think I've told this story multiple times already. But what happened in Denmark is at some point, because in tradition in Denmark has always been, we just subtitle everything, so everything stays in the original language, which is obviously preferable. But at some point they decided, no, we'll sort of revoice all of the stuff. So suddenly everything was in Danish, and it was awful. Until that point, it was all English, and I loved it. But I think we are literally live. So Cloud9, they are at 9 rounds. Liquid are at 12 rounds, and it's a fairly open game right now. I don't know. I think it's too soon to call who's going to be running away with this.
Yeah. It's it's almost like a new game at this point. They've had so long to just sit and goof off and blow off steam. It's going to be really tough now for Liquid to just, get control. It's also going to be tough for Cloud9 to just get the ball rolling again because they have to remember what the hell they were doing in the last rounds. What was the thread that they were following in the strategies? Like what was the tendency that Cloud9 was showing? Blah, blah, blah. All these sorts of things have been reset pretty much. So we might as well have a fresh game on our hands here. 9-12. Bit of a bye coming off from Cloud9. Ska has his AWP. Still a handful of days to work with. And same could be said for Liquid. At least Kusta, he has his off. So we'll see. There's the flash. Kusta gets forced off that angle. He's going to go for the re-peek, and he spots the man in pit. So at least he gets the information.
Yeah, but this is a powerful position to be in if you're Cloud9 here. Even if they just leave Skadoodle down there, it means there's a whole portion of the map where Liquid are going to have such a hard time getting any information. But it seems like Cloud9 will sort of stick with this A push and keep going for it. I kind of wish that they didn't, but Adren on Catwalk, and if he goes down, then I don't know what will happen to this A bomb, so it won't be pretty at all. No one there to flash Slemmy in, unfortunately. That would have been obviously the preferable scenario. Bit of a Molotov coming out just on the other side. That's actually quite well timed. And Slemmy gets a frag either way. Elige, I don't think he had any head armor, so he just goes down immediately to the Galil. It's going to be a 4-on-4 for the retake here in Liquid. They really don't have a lot of equipment. Just look at it. No armor on Kusta and instantly dies Dren with a refrag, though.
Yeah, nice headshot there from Stewie. At least he trades 1 for 1. Kind of best case scenario for him there, given the number of people coming up catwalk towards him. They still have long control, and the push actually out from nothing means that they can focus all their attention. Skadoodle can start focusing on the site itself, and now nothing. He's actually going to catch them backing out. Another big kill here onto Hiko, and he's even looking for the pre-fire on Adrenaline. He will get it. Nothing. He trades himself 1 for 2, but he'll take that any day of the week. And now, well, can Nitro actually find... Did the op... Where did Kusta die with the op? Is he going to be able to make it away? Yeah, he's going to get it. Okay, so he still saves the AWP. Oh, yeah, what a weird round.
I don't know in what world Cloud9, or sorry, not Cloud9, Liquid thought that they were going to be able to get that retake. They had almost no armor on anybody, and they had no grenades at all. No kit either. That was just, I think that was too much of a stretch. I think they're putting more pressure on themselves right now than they need to. They did just have a 3-round lead. They could have played it cool. That's a great shot from Skadoodle, the saved AWP. Not being put to use by Nitro, even though he was flashed in by Kusta, who's now picked it up.
That was the old Smith's flash, right?
It was.
A little flash and peek, and Skadoodle knows exactly what to do. That's like ingrained in him at this point. That flash goes off. Boom, drop your crosshair, shoot for the bottom of the doors, and he just annihilates Nitro. So Stewie's going to be the one holding close. There's the flash in. He goes full blind, and he will get caught out by Stewie, but Elise was there to trade frag. Shroud, though, trying to bring it back, but Kusta with the AWP will shut him down. And now there's an AK picked up here for Elise.
They know that that's the only rifle in play right now. Well, now one has been stolen, so I don't know why they keep hanging around middle. Just leave Kusta alone.
Jeez. And Ska is just still posted up in T-spawn. Another wallbang shot for him. Elige is low as well at 33. They do seem to just want to gamble, Team Liquid, put everybody over here on B, cross their fingers and hope that Cloud9's going to come over here, but Skadoodle's working his way over to long. He's going to spot out on that A site. He's not going to see anybody there. It seems like Cloud9, they're going to be making the smart choice as well, actually. The correct choice in this case, just heading over to that A site where nobody's lurking.
Yeah, but this makes such a lot of sense for Team Liquid, and it's what they should have done in the last round as well. I mean, just why not save what you have? This is going to put Cloud9 at 11-12, and that's fine. Just keep the money alive. The problem is when Liquid, if they lose this map, if they do it, then it'll be when they start running out of money entirely, right? So just keep the money alive, and you will always have a fair chance of winning the game. So
it's good that Cloud9 right now aren't chasing or hunting aggressively either. It's not like they have a very strong economy to fall back on either. Both of these teams fairly low. So this AWP picked up for Kusta is huge. He wouldn't have had the money to get it otherwise. He might barely have had it, actually. He might barely have had it, but still saving a lot with this AWP, the AK as well. And so we'll get a second crack at it here in the next round. But Cloud9 are now 1 round away from tying it up here with Team Liquid. They'll have 11 versus Team Liquid's 12.
Skadoodle, I mean, he's cooled off a little bit since the first half, but he did drop like 20 kills in 15 rounds in the first half, so I could give him some time off here. Cloud9 still coming back into this game quite nicely, and just the timing, and you're right, just the experience playing against that type of flash definitely showing a little bit. Kusta with the AWP on the other team, they did save an AK, and Liquid, sorry, are back in action here with a lot of rifles. See if they can make it work. Only one person at B right now is definitely scary, but Hiko is going to go for the early Molotov there. Just try and buy some time.
Yeah, just keep them out. And Cloud9, they go right back to default. Still have Slemmy hanging around long. Skadoodle's there to back him up. They watched into mid, so they know that nobody pushed aggressive from Team Liquid through mid. That's thanks to Ska with that AWP. So now we have to see. It's going to be that smoke going down to block off the slope, and they're going for the NOA boost, and does this get sussed out? Shroud! He hunts him down. Big damage dealt to Elige, and Nitro takes a bullet to the face.
Oh, that grenade, though. Stewie gonna have his ears ringing. The follow-up Molotov there. Not doing too much damage, though, but still a good start here for Cloud9. See if they can make their way out, and look how defensive they're being at the beginning of these rounds. Every round, it seems. Just no rushes going on. Skadoodle kind of staying in spawn for a very long time with that AWP. Sort of practically how I play matchmaking. Never leave T-spawn.
A little bit, that was a little bit late. Bit of a risk there taken by Shroud going in so late behind that flash. So if it was a partial flash, he could have got shot there. So still details. Elige is going to be trying to look for that angle over the smoke. Not going to spot anybody. Misses the jump onto the box as well. So that's going to be frustrating. And in the meantime, that's going to cost Hiko. Elige will find 1 kill on Shroud, but that's the bomb site open for Cloud9. They should be able to get that bomb plant fairly easily. And a man down for Team Liquid. They'd have to be insane to try and go for this retake.
Yeah, a man down. They have an AWP. They have 1 Molotov to try and sort of zone out anyone inside the bomb site. It's plain not worth it. And this time, I'm glad they realized very early on. It seems that they're not gonna want to do it. Kusta though, please move away from that. Just stop.
Back off.
Stop whatever you're doing.
Back off.
Save the AWP.
Especially because he's one of the 2 guys who actually has more than $2,000 in the bank. The rest of them are broke. So if he stays alive, keeps his op, he can just spend some money in the next round. And it's all right for Cloud9 to drop one of their guns as well. They're actually starting to get a little bit of a bank now to work with. So we'll see. Stewie, he's about to get flashed in. Maybe. No flash. So it's all about the shoulder peek. There's the bait and the dread. He will hold his own. Nice M1 spray there. And that should be enough here for nothing unless he just tries to force it. And he gets the pre-fire onto Elige. Nice shot.
Yeah, big hit there. Liquid, they needed 3 rifles. And now that they've lost 1 of them, I mean, they are probably going to try and spread it out evenly because we've got a tied scoreline. We're now in the 25th round with a 12-12 scoreline. And Cloud9 doing a very, very good job so far of getting back in this game. Skadoodle gets close spawn and he wins against Kusta. Goes for the peek again, just sticking around. He might have just seen the gun being picked up there, but I don't think he stuck around long enough for it. That would have been interesting though.
I think he wanted to actually just maintain the advantage instead of force it. So nice measured play there coming out from Skadoodle, but I think he definitely saw that op getting picked up. That would have been a detail that would have been hard to miss. So nice job there. Just got a little bit more additional information to go off of. They know that there's a player down on long right now, that the AWP is in action, and Adren, he's got it at cars, looking towards Catwalk. So it comes down to whether Cloud9 wants to try and commit on this. The bomb is still waiting in Upper Dark, so it looks like instead of trying to take the fight up here, that smoke is going to go down in CT spawn, and they're going to go for another B split. They've had success so far on the B side, Cloud9, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that they want more. They're going to head back over here and try and take the fight.
I hate these positions for Liquid. This is not a good setup at all. Flashes go through. Hiko a little bit slow to the trigger, and they're both going to fall, trading 2 for 1 on the bomb site. Elige and Dren, I don't know why they're fighting once again. They really can't do anything here. I think Elige just needs to realize that this is done for. They are both in positions where they cannot really help each other out. I mean, if someone comes through the window, they can, I don't know, everything is just wrong with those 2 positions there. And they even had like 2 or 3 seconds to figure. This is the problem that so many teams have, is that they set up the mid defense when they have 2 and B like that. They sort of set it up, the only way it works is if they get an early kill in middle when the push comes through. So if you get a kill when you're peeking the doors right there, then you're playing 4v5, maybe you win the round. But as soon as you don't, that's it. They're gonna come 2 through window, 1 through door, and 2 through upper, and you just cannot cover that.
No, especially because once you're at the cars, you really are just stuck with your back to the wall. Same thing for Snake. Well, I used to call it Snake. What's it called these days? That spot where you're right behind, where Stewie was playing from.
The car corner?
No, not the car corner. The one that's on the left side of exit from Upper Dark. I used to call it Snake. Whatever. If you're in that corner, it's also just like a one and done spot.
That skips my mind entirely.
I don't think we ever came up with like an official name for it.
I guess.
Or we didn't.
Fence would be a good name.
Maybe. Yeah.
I swear I know, and it's one of those things where as soon as you ask me, my mind just goes. Whoop. I have no idea what we're talking about. It'll get back to me. Don't worry. Well, 2 in middle, and just the default spread coming out here for Cloud9, and a very similar setup for Liquid. You do wonder what would have happened if they'd had more luck getting kills in the middle, but we're not going to find out this time either. A Shroud opens up on Elige. Cloud9, they're in the lead, and they should be able to do some good damage in this round too. And again, Liquid, when they start losing players, they don't seem to make very many counter plays, although they are pushing to it long. And if they kept doing it and actually got a kill for it, maybe this would be a way to get back into the round.
Slemmy's got the angle now. So if Kusta does decide to go in aggressive, I like that Slemmy's not overextending either. Don't get greedy, Slemmy. You just want to hold this angle and make sure that they don't push in. You do not want to be going for the full peak and giving somebody with an AWP, for example, a shot at you on the other side. That's all Kusta wants. And Dren's going to be the one posted up, and he hears footsteps, so he knows somebody's holding close. But in the meantime, they're working their way up Catwalk, Cloud9. And with only 2 players over here on long, there's nobody to stop Cloud9 from getting up there and getting that bomb planted. So this is all about the retake now for Team Liquid, and they're a man down with so little utility.
Yeah, and with Slemmy in lower dark, I mean, I don't know what they could do right now. Liquid, they're not even really moving across the map. They're just sort of pretending to sort of look into CT spawn. I mean, this is all so slow that it's probably not going to end up working out. Kusta here trying for a wallbang shot, hoping that someone was posted up there, but it's not going to be the case. Here comes Hiko. Go down, and Kusta with the final shot there, but I don't think it's going to be working out, and he gets one more, but it is just too late already. Slemmy picking up a kill of his own, and Adren trying to see if he can get his hands on that AWP. He will, but he's getting shot in the back. Slemmy's there, and Adren going to be going down. Cloud9 to make it a 14 rounds, and Liquid, they seem very indecisive right now. There's way too much of a delay between Cloud9 executing something and Liquid reacting to it.
Question is Hiko, is he a full bro right now? Does he take the hit and drop the AWP? No. I was about to say, full glass cannon, just so that Kusta can have that AWP to go to work with. Would have been interesting, but it's not going to happen. Instead, it's Team Liquid forcing up with the rifles. Just a couple of nades. Full buy for Cloud9. 14-12 the score. Cloud9 in the lead. And there's a lurk. Taking advantage of the smoke, working their way out. It is a 1-for-1 trade. Nice spray coming in from Kusta, actually, shutting down Stewie. Now the backup is here. This is one of those long, drawn-out fights now to get control of Long, and Elysia makes it into pit, so this is pretty decent now for Liquid.
Kusta very low on health, but it is still a winnable round. I still don't understand why Liquid are being so defensive all the time.
Seems like that reset really didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it slowed down their gameplay a lot, and they don't seem to be willing to take very many risks at all. Elysia will get the kill on nothing, and that is a big kill. Now we can go and check out the rest of Long, and if he finds out that no one is there, he's actually sneaking or just peeking into Long house as well. Some very good info. Molotov, though, going to clear out Nitro, actually moving very close. There's a gap in the smoke there, and that might be a bit of a problem. Shroud on the other side, he's going to go down. Nitro and Hiko to close out the round, and Liquid going to be at 13 rounds. Now, the interesting part is how much money does Cloud9 have? Well, 12,000 on Slemmy, 10,000, 11,000 on Skadoodle. It is a pretty good bank that they've got going on here.
I agree wholeheartedly at this point. I thought it was also a nice donation there of that AWP. Skadoodle's AWP is now over to Liquid. They couldn't have bought one otherwise. So Liquid get a bit of a breath of fresh air, but the pressure, I mean, it's still there for them because if they get reset now, that's pretty much it. They'll be broke. So it's all about, well, Liquid finding the shots. And there's the big spray coming through, but nothing, man. He goes for the full clip. And that's going to drop him down to 4 HP. And Kusta, he's in position to look onto Cat. Not a single flash there to force him off the angle. And Cloud9, what are they doing? This is a chicken shoot. Kusta, he gets 2 kills. Now it's all about Skadoodle, and he will be able to bring it back. But the damage is done at this point.
I think that was Kusta just trying to channel Simple there. Just jumping to take the peak with the AWP. What a mad plan. Well, nothing is so far away that he can't really help out Stewie, so he's going to have to rely on them just forgetting about this position, and maybe he can get a quick kill, but it will be Stewie doing almost all the work here. He's got the AWP, and the bomb is down, nothing. Spree not quite connecting. Molotov, is it really going to force anyone out? Yeah, actually, Hiko going to have to move somewhere else. There's a good shot from Stewie coming in. Goes for the peek down at Long, picks up a second on Elysia, and nothing coming in, taking down a Dread. Oh, he gets the flick as well. Hiko going to be the last man left here. 1 on 2. What a great round coming in on Cloud9, and this could be map point right now. Hiko going for the smoke, trying to see if he can make it up to the site, but Stewie is up there guarding it. He finally goes down, but there's almost no time left, and Hiko making the jump up. He does have the kit. He's on the bomb, but oh, nothing. Not going to fall for it. And Cloud9 at 15 rounds. What a ridiculous performance from Stewie. I mean, he did it yesterday. He's second on the scoreboard right now. Really, I would say a potentially a scary pickup for Cloud9 just when it happened. It didn't seem like it was worth it, but he's really stepped it up.
Yeah, this is, I mean, nothing's too flashy, but when you show up in a key round that will eventually win you the map, that third shot is nuts. Hiko gets saved by the wall, and well, Hiko gets saved by the door this time. It looks like Skadoodle once again tagged him as he tried to make his way over to B site. This is shattering for Liquid now. Cloud9, they're on map point, 15-13.
And you gotta appreciate the movement for nothing. He's so low on health that he can't really do anything. If he stays in fights on the bomb side with Stewie, he's for sure dead. So instead, he stays middle and actually Molotovs it, and then goes back on Long and gets that crucial kill. Just, I don't know, that was just very, very good movement. Some good experience shown for Jordan there as well. 13-15, and moving into the 29th round, Cloud9 just a single round away from doing it.
Yeah, I'm still just like, you know, it's that dog gif, right? That was used yesterday for Liquid, but I'm having it where it's like I just keep seeing Stewie flick onto Hiko, flick onto Hiko, flick onto Hiko there. Just a pixels difference, doesn't catch the wall, gets the perfect 3K to lock that down. Stewie. That's what we're talking about, the big plays. Cloud9 setting up again to try and go for the B split, and there's a nice tag. Adren putting that scout to use. He manages to drop Slemmy low, and Shroud is also taking some damage in the meantime.
Yeah, I think that he actually hit both of them with the scout.
What is that smoke?
I don't know, they keep throwing it so that there is a gap, and that could definitely come back to haunt him a little bit. Hiko gone down, Kushner will get the one frag. Adren with the scout, Nitro with the UMP, just all the weapons being put his work right now. Stewie up in the window, he saved them once before, and he might just have to do it again. Nothing going to help out again. It's the same duo from the last round. They're going to go for it here. Kusta will finally shut down Nothing, and Stewie faking the plant a little bit. Only 10 seconds left. Going to go for a fight. He's out of the window. He's got almost no chance. He's sandwiched in, and he goes down to Elige. Liquid looking for overtime.
Nothing.
Have we been here before?
We definitely, most definitely have. They're trying to go for overtime, or for a timeout right now. This would be a tactical pause, not a technical pause. And the clock keeps ticking, and it looks like the match will go live. So
yeah, they're all saying not live. So
NL. I mean, it's a timeout, and Cloud9 can. They haven't used their tactical pause yet this half. So
right. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Taking a timeout in the 30th round is definitely a bit scary, you know. But obviously that they're trying to see if they can make it and just prevent the overtime. That was both of these last two rounds have been very sketchy.
It's a shame that Nothing decided to push ramp. That's one of those plays where if it works, you look like a genius. If it doesn't, you kind of look foolish, because if he'd have stayed in there in that site, they buddied up. He could have watched Kusta's back while he planted. And then they know the choke points. They know that somebody's coming. Like, they know where to be focusing their aim. Instead, once Nothing goes down, it's an impossible situation for Stewie. So tough break there. A little bit of an off decision after such a big round for Nothing the round before it, right? Where he made the correct calls, went out on long, had an impact. This time around, it didn't quite work for him. So to go 30 rounds, to go the distance on this first map as well. You know what would be fitting, Anders? You know what would be fitting?
What?
Overtime, baby.
It would be, wouldn't it? I mean, not for Liquid, obviously. I think, they wanted more than losing the map, but I feel like, are they going to have flashbacks to yesterday?
That GIF is going to go around again. Did you see that GIF where it was like,
good, wasn't it?
The picture of Cold comes up? Yeah. It's so good. Yeah, this is the one. So Nothing, he gets this free kill here, and he just decides to go for it, right? So close. I mean, he drops Kusta down to 14. But yeah, after that, it's just impossible for Stewie. He's just pinned down. They're never going to let him out.
Tough 2v2 there.
Yeah, that is rough. That is rough. So
Shroud looks like he's almost meditating at this point, isn't it?
yeah, he is. I mean, yeah. Well, there's no scoreboard because they haven't joined up. Oh, maybe.
I think Shroud is at 17, so he's sort of, he's close to the top here at this point. It's not you know, it's not superhero Shroud that we're seeing, right? We're not seeing sort of mechanical Shroud that just walks in and headshots everyone. He's getting consistent kills, which is not bad.
No, that's true. But yeah, as long as he's delivering, right? Because right now, Scott, he's still sitting at the top of the scoreboard, but the rest of his teammates have had some time to catch up. Slemmy also, he's in the double digits now, low teens. That's what you need from him. He's the one calling the shots right now, but it's good that he's also, you know, having an impact, because we saw him struggle a little bit at the beginning of this match, in the matches yesterday. So definitely a little touch and go for him, but he's also showing that he's got some fight. It's really just, you know, Shroud, Nothing, Stewie, all sitting high teens. You need to be able to count on that to get the job done. What's crazy is that, you know, Liquid, they've got 3 guys in the low 20s right now. So, I mean, Liquid are getting a lot of the frags, but Cloud9, they're still ahead. We'll see, it all comes down to this last round here, and it's a force buy from Cloud9. 3 rifles, 2 pistols, just a handful of nades. Liquid, though, they've got that AWP on Kusta, and he's been hitting shots. So let's see, can he actually pull it off? Can he have an impact here in this key round?
Right.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, it's going to be a rush from Cloud9. It's so dirty in the 30th round. They're going to try and do it here. Molotovs are out from the Liquid side. And Nitro with 1, with 2. Hiko with the Molotov kill. Spray almost takes out Nothing, and he's still got 16 bullets. Hasn't reloaded yet. It's beautiful here. Liquid looks like they are going to make their way to overtime. Nothing in a 1v3 and just being sprayed down. That's a great headshot, but still another 2 members of Liquid here to contend with. A flashbang goes out, nothing. Is he really going to try and fight them? Not going to happen this time. Adren will drop him, and we're in overtime.
Yeah, that's it. Good comeback coming in there for Liquid, considering how bumpy it was at the end of that half. And just pauses all over the place. This is the most difficult sort of situation to play in, right? When you're constantly, you're starting to feel the game a little bit. You're starting to get the thread going, where you're figuring out, okay, right, this is their tendency right now. They're going towards B. They're putting a lot of pressure there. Okay, so then we'll do this to counter them. And if you keep having to take these breaks, it just wrecks everything. Everybody's stride, it gets caught midway. And so for Team Liquid to hang in there and stop Cloud9 from just crushing them out of the server, it's really well done on their part, showing that they still got some fight. Cloud9 though, they're going to be feeling pretty frustrated, I think, at this point.
What's your favorite Harrison Ford movie?
Ah, Blade Runner, easy.
Or, ooh, all right.
Dude, Blade Runner is just, what, top 5, top 10 for me? Easy.
I thought
Love
maybe,
that movie.
I thought maybe you were gonna go with like Indiana Jones or something like that.
Indiana, no, I wasn't. It's like I like it, but I wasn't never really like the Indiana Jones kind of guy.
All right. Well, while we think more weird questions for Semler, we're gonna go for a short break, and we'll be right back with the overtime here between Team Liquid and Cloud9. Right, and I think we do have the match shot more or less loaded up here for the overtime. I did have a lot of people tweeting me in the meantime that it seemed impossible that we hadn't watched an episode of SpongeBob ever, but it's actually true. I can't tell you why. I don't know anything about it. I have no opinion one way or the other, but it is true. In the overtime here, I mean, it's obviously going to be a bit interesting. Cloud9, I think, seem to have been playing much better on the second half. I think they were a little bit slow to warm up. Now that they are warmed up, though, Cloud9, I mean, what do you think, Semler? Who's going to take the overtime?
Cloud9 still.
You're still in it?
I'm still on the Cloud9 train here. Still think that they've got the edge, even if Liquid are showing some fight here.
I feel like during the second half, I've been swayed more to the Cloud9 side. I can't obviously switch to shit sides now, but it's I feel like it's more likely I think that Cloud9 are going to be running away with the overtime. They seem to be a bit slow at the gate, but now I think they're doing better.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple of rounds that didn't go their way there towards the end, but now that it's reset, they are the ones who have been taking initiative on the map. They're the ones who have been controlling the flow so far. So I don't see why, now that we have the reset, now that they have full economy, they don't have to worry about going for like 2 pistols and 3 rifles or anything like that. Ska can get his AWP. I think that they should have all the tools necessary here to get a strong start in this overtime. Just keep doing what they've been doing so far throughout this entire T side, because so far it's been working. It's been apart from just obviously getting to that finish line. It seems like both of these teams may suffer a little bit just from being able to close the games, right? And sometimes we see that with these teams. They just they aren't quite there when it comes to being able to just, you know, end the game, win it, and go on to the second map.
Well, I think maybe especially for Liquid, considering the ridiculous comeback that NIP did against them at, what, 13-2 or 14-2 or something like that at one point, they're going to need a win in this overtime just to prove to themselves that they are not actually part in some weird comedy show where every joke is on their expense, you know?
Right. Cloud9 just need to learn how to get this CT smoke down, please.
It's not Groundhog Day. Yeah, that's true. That too.
Please just stop messing up that CT smoke. Because leaving that gap is just, I mean, they keep getting taken advantage of. They keep losing kills that they shouldn't just because there's a gap in the smoke for the man in CT to get a shot through.
Well, you'd want it to be some next level thing, right, where they leave the gap and then they shoot people who peek there, but obviously that hasn't been the case either, so it's just a bit confusing.
But now they've gone through the motions. They've got cat control. So now Cloud9, with 50 seconds left, they have all the map. They haven't got control of Longhouse, as you guys can see. Adren is posted up here, so he's going to be able to hold this angle off. But they could go for the B split. And Team Liquid right now, they're kind of actually, it's a little bit of a weak kind of setup here. They only have the 2 defenders on B. Nobody helping from CT. Nobody holding up by CT slope. So if they were to go for the B split right now, Cloud9, they could do some damage.
Yeah, but I don't think they will. They're faking it. They made a little bit of noise in upper. They had Stewie out the middle, and now they've got 4 men running catwalk. But sadly for them, Elige gonna pick up the first headshot there on Shroud with the follow-up flashbang. The bomb is down on Slemmy. Stewie gets a kill in return, but Kusta's up here. He's actually using the smoke to try and see if he can get a second kill in. Skadoodle is the last man alive, jumping into CT spawn with 8 seconds left, and he can't even save the AWP at this time. He's gonna go down. I think he knew that as well. And it will be Liquid picking up the first round of overtime.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too fancy there, Cloud9. In the end, with that fake, they were a little disjointed. They weren't putting flashes onto the site when they were pushing out. You saw that Elige got the first kill on the man pushing out from catwalk, but Skadoodle was already, you know, trained on him, ready to take the shot. So there was nothing really to force Skadoodle off. So just a little disjointed there, not what we are used to seeing from Cloud9 so far in this T side for them. So now Cloud9 seems like they want to put a little bit of pressure. Well, they're just going back to default, really. Pressure in upper halls, then you can see them close out lower halls. Nice flash there towards catwalk as the players push lower so they wouldn't get caught by some aggressive push on catwalk from Team Liquid. Still remembering the small details at least, Cloud9, but when it comes to that execute on catwalk, man, both of these teams have struggled with it.
Trying to think out if it's even worth it to fake a B split, because you've got to think about who are you going to be drawing towards the B bomb site. It's only going to be people who might be in CT spawn, and they're going to wait anyway. So I mean, maybe you're going to be pulling people back from long, which is not even what you want to do if you're running catwalk. So I'm confused about whether or not it's even worth it to fake a B split. I mean, I don't know. I kind of like it because people don't fake that much on Dust 2 actually. Nitro going to be shutting down nothing early on with the AWP by the fence, and Kusta trying to see if he can use that car again to get just a little bit of an angle on them, and he does it again there. Shroud are going to be going down. 2 on 5 in this round. It shouldn't be working out. And ooh, look at Eco just immediately transferring right into Skadoodle, who has no HP. And again, he's alone. Oh, Kusta.
I thought he was going for the no-scope there.
I think he wanted to, but bit of a battle there. Liquid up 2-0 in overtime.
This is, yeah, all over the place now. Liquid, man, they're the ones who are just shutting them out at every turn. And Liquid, I mean, I like the adjustment from Liquid. They had a bit of the mind game going on there, where they were trying to read into what Cloud9 would go for next, which they clearly thought it was going to be the B split. They had 2 players playing mid, 1 CT, 1 on slope. And then they had Nitro on a clever angle on B site, and then they just kind of given up catwalk. So Cloud9 just running all over the place, getting picked all over the place, really didn't help. And now look at this, the big play. This is the BDP. If it works, Kusta, he's in position to just get the peek straight onto Stewie. And you can tell Stewie, there's the flash, and Kusta's going to miss his shot. So again, they are making good use of their utility, Cloud9. But I do like the Team Liquid are showing some bravery here. They're up 2-0 so far in this first half of overtime. So why not go for the aggressive play to try and catch Cloud9 out?
Yeah, just end the map with a bang, and if we get into a good position there. Stewie tagged up a little bit from earlier. Cloud9, what is the play going to be? I mean, those B splits that they were throwing earlier had quite a lot of success. You know, it was really hard for Liquid to stop it, so maybe just continue with that. If they do run long this time, it's going to be hell for Adren down here. He's got a Molotov, but it's really hard to put that up in time. Smoke is quite well timed, though.
Yeah, that was a bit of a nasty one. I think the angle, they would have been close enough to see where it was thrown from as well, so they have to be wondering. And Adren going for the mind game, he's actually sticking in that corner. So we'll see if Cloud9, they check, if they take the risk. to actually check it once this smoke clears or not. They have to be worried. There's the incendiary, and man, he's just buying even more time. The flash, though, is going to force him to stay in this angle, and he will be able to sneak his way out and even takes a kill. Stewie down.
They're coming for Kusta, though, and he goes down. And Dren doing a lot of work right now. They even gets the third one. That's a miraculous play from him. Buying so much time with those 2 grenades. And now they're going to see if they can make the cross. They throw the bomb over and nothing. All right, he will pick it up, but still a 2-on-3 here. And it's going to be very hard for Cloud9 to hold this. Skadoodle down on long, nothing up in the site, at least for a second. And Skadoodle now, they're all coming for him, and there is almost no way to play that position. So 3 rounds in a row for Liquid here. They just need 1 out of 3 on the T side.
Yeah, flawless CT half. Perfection. And yeah, definitely not the Cloud9 that I was expecting to see going into this T side. Definitely expecting to see a little bit more from them. At least 1 round getting picked up, but to get clotheslined out of the half, 3-0 clean kills coming in from Liquid. That's definitely not what I was expecting, but it looks like we have the return of Ebot.
Really? Oh.
So we should have both teams readying up, and the countdown has begun, so we will be getting into the second half pretty soon here. Cloud9, well, they've got a lot of work on their hands, Anders, and the question is whether they're going to try and take the fight to Liquid, and do they still have the courage to go and take that fight, be aggressive with the CT setups, or are they just going to try and wait and see what Team Liquid throw at them, play the passive route?
There's a lot of pressure on Cloud9 right now. I kind of wish Liquid would do something fast and quick in the beginning of this half here, just to try and get it done with, because I feel like whenever Liquid end up drawing out the games and playing slowly, they actually tend to play a bit worse, I think. So just finish here with a big bang and see if you can't make it work. Well,
Cloud9 already trying to deny one of the favorite plays for Liquid during the regular time, during regulation. Team Liquid often put 3 to 4 players out on long early on. So Cloud9, they went for the hard counter to that, put 3 players at long right at the start, pre-nated it as well. So Liquid now have to change up their game, and it's back into a default for them. And, well, what happens when you get into the default? Then you start looking towards Catwalk, and Skadoodle, he is here. Timing is off for that smoke, though, and he's going to go for the peek anyway.
That's scary, but he does get back. Good a grenade down once and twice. I think only the first one hit him. So a lot of grenades being used here by Liquid, and they still don't have that much more map control than they did 20 seconds ago. Where are they going to end up? I think that, again, I think the B split has been quite effective for both teams, and you have 3 rounds to do it in. Just try and see if he can't make it work. They might be trying to jump 1 down into CT spawn, and that's Nitro. He actually jumps on top of Shroud's head, and Shroud will follow up with a continued spray there, taking down Elige before he falls, but this is already enough here. Cloud9, they should be in a great position.
That was just unfortunate for Nitro. And then Shroud with the second kill. What is that? So now, well, they get to wait. 30 seconds left. Cloud9, they aren't even risking it either. They seem to know, they've sensed it, that this B side has been taken over. The flash should be confirming that. The nade's being used by Liquid. And we'll see if Liquid can actually get the bomb plant here. No smokes to make anything easier. It's just a series of flashes, and they do get across, so they can actually get the plant. And now it's whether Adren can actually hold here at the window. Flash comes sailing in. No, that's a smoke instead. That's going to put some pressure on Adren, but he can take advantage of it. He's right on the edge. They're going to go powering through. Hiko, 1, 2. Not going to get the third, though. And it's all on Adren, but he's not going to get the job done. Skadoodle will be there to shut him down. And Cloud9 are on the board here in this first half of overtime. Well, second half of overtime, rather. First round.
There was some real madness in Cloud9 putting all 4 members, like nobody in upper, all coming through the main entrances. That could have been really bad. Imagine if the third kill had gone in through the window there, then there would have been 2 versus 1. So I think that was a bit scary, but it worked out. And Liquid, at least with the bomb plant, should give them some money to work with in the final round if they don't win this one. And that's also helpful all on its own.
Let's see. Going right back to what worked. The Liquid aren't out of this yet. Kusta could still afford to get that AWP. He's very good about managing his economy when it comes to that in these rounds of overtime, making sure that he has the money to go for the rebuy. We have to see Liquid. Looks like they want to go and say hi to Long once again, but that smoke going to go down by even more time. And Slemmy actually hasn't done a bad job of holding over here with the help of Shroud. Like, the 2 of them, they've actually been doing some good work to try and shut Liquid out of this part of the map. So you can see that Liquid might be a little bit frustrated by this. They are going to eventually make their way up the catwalk, and the bomb is in Upper Dark right now, so it could once again be a B split that we'll be seeing here in a few seconds, because now that they have Cat, they can just, you know, clear that out. No quick rotation coming in from Cloud9, and now they're set to go for the split. 30 seconds left. Cloud9 are
And these positions right now for Cloud9 are really tough to stop once the mid part of this push comes in. This setup is great for only an upper push. Stewie and Nothing would probably decimate it if 4 people came through upper right now. But if 2 or 3 of them come through mid, and I don't know what they're going to do then these positions are not that great. Nothing has no cover at all from window or from the double doors. It's going to be 3 actually. Are they going to put everyone up? This is exactly what Cloud9 want, except that Molotov, which is not quite going to spread. That's confusing. That should look like it was going to be for the corner, but it obviously wasn't. Now Nothing. Are they even going to check this? He gets the first spray down, but he does get dropped, and Stewie to fall. Oh no, Cloud9, they did have the setup for it. Hiko spraying mid-air to take down Skadoodle. Even took a while. Looked like it could have been no-scope then. Shroud and Slemmy are left, and they're going to have to go for it here. Bomb is down, leg shot on Shroud, and it's a 2-on-3. And Liquid, just a couple of kills here away from winning the first map against Cloud9, which would be a huge deal. We're still in the first map of this best of 3. The second obviously being Cobblestone, but it seems like Cloud9, they're even hesitating, even though they don't have time for it. They kind of have to go for this one. They've picked up a couple of grenades here, but I don't see any way out of it any longer. Slemmy, the only one with the kit here, is they're trying to put through or push on through, and Slemmy leading the charge. Shroud and Slemmy dying at the same time. Liquid going to be winning Dust 2 in overtime. So really close game here.
And that is what, you know, it's interesting to see that Liquid, they remembered where was the weak spot in the Cloud9 defense during regulation time on their CT side. It was B site, and even after having time for Nothing and Stewie to warm up, start getting some kills, start feeling it a little bit, Liquid still just continued to just walk out onto that side as if they aren't even there. The impact that Stewie and Nothing don't really, you know, they don't really have that impact on that site. They need to figure something out. They need to work together to figure out their timings, their angles. Something needs to change because it's just not good enough right now.
just map 1 done between Cloud9 and Liquid. And of course, in the presence of a short space of time, I'm not going to say much more. I'm just going to throw it to our CS brains to try and dissect this one. So, gents, Dust 2. It again goes to overtime. Liquid, no strangers to that. Yanko, unload.
Liquid is fine. Liquid is fine in overtime as soon as they're not the ones who had the lead, right? And it goes to overtime. It seems a really weird game. We have some things to talk about, but it's really hard for teams to focus when you have so many breaks. Because Samuel talked about it in the cast. Coming into a game, you have a game plan. You're thinking ahead. You want to bait reactions from your opponents, and then
it's so loud in my ear. I'm sorry. No, just yeah.
And then utilize them. Yeah. Exploit them in a sense, and you know, after you had a 15-minute break, it's hard to remember what did you even do before that. So kind of a weird setting to play a game, but it's the same. It was the same for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, so with both the teams struggling from that, we did see Slemmy starting off a little bit slower, or not Slemmy, apologies, Stewie. I was getting them confused for some reason. Stewie starting off a little bit slower in that matchup than we did see him yesterday when playing versus Fnatic, but he bounces back pretty nicely by the end of regulation time there. It's just unfortunate that we don't see him performing as well early on, so that keeps the matchup close. And Liquid as well with some good performances coming out from them. Adren looking a lot stronger than he was yesterday coming into that matchup, struggling a little bit towards the end, but they still managed to close things out in their favor there with some good performances from Hiko and the others like Kusta.
I don't know, Adren had a couple of mistakes, missed a couple of easy shots in that 2v3 clutch with Hiko, and in the end, towards that round, in the end of the game as well. But obviously, I mean, he brings much to the team besides just the stuff that we see from him in game. There were a lot of weird rounds from both sides, a couple of individual mistakes when it came to those 3v2 rounds. I think we're going to see some of those. There was a 3v2 round for C9 where nothing was cut out with a smoke, then pushed through it. So yeah, this is the round I was mentioning. Actually, we'll see. He actually takes his time to take the shot here and still misses it. This was a really important round because Liquid won the round before this, and this would probably put Cloud9 on an eco round. But unfortunately, they lose it, and you know it was really back and forth in the first half after Liquid won pistol.
What's tough is just how good that looked for Liquid in that situation. You had everything was kind of correlating, and Adren unable to close it out.
I mean, this is a sick shot by Skadula. He had an amazing first half, had 20 kills, really solid, as we could see on the retakes, and especially on that A bomb site, hit most of his shots.
Yeah, there was a 4-kill in that round alone. There was some crazy rounds from Cloud9 as well. We saw some instances of
this was the round. I'm sorry, but this is the round where nothing pushed through the smoke. They were in a 3v2, right? He was in a position towards the CT spawn. He can't really help B if he's cut off with a smoke. He can't really help A in time if they're pushing. So a bit of an unfortunate position he was at, but in the end, I mean, it did go all the way to overtime. So.
Absolutely, it did. And with that said, I mean, it's just one map of this best of 3. It seems like oh so long ago. Let's not forget that Cobble will be map 2, if I'm not mistaken. That Vito had to go through a fair few minutes to remember that one, as my brain is eventually shutting down. But we are going to be seeing Cobble as our second map, and we're going to be jumping into that in just a moment. But keep us informed on social media. You've heard what the analysts have to say. Do get your thoughts in as well. #ESL Pro League. Throw that at ESLCS or throw it at any of us, especially the boys in blue. Both of them, of course, syncing up their outfits today, looking fresh. We're going to go ahead and take a quick one. We'll be right back with your second map. Liquid pick up map 1 in this series, of course, elimination match. One of these North American teams will be going out in groups between Liquid and Cloud9. So Liquid 1 does 2. Now we move into Cloud9's selection through the veto, which will be Cobblestone. I've got Yanko and Blue standing by to talk us through this map. And I mean, we can still do any closing thoughts on Dust 2 if you didn't have a chance to voice them. If not, we'll move swiftly into Cobble. Anything I missed, Yanko?
Moving swiftly on to Cobble.
Okay, rock and
Sounds
roll.
good.
Let's go to Cloud9's pick then. It seems like this has been a map that they've been kind of preferring as of late.
Yeah, I mean, I said in the pre-match that I was surprised that they would pick Cobble over Cash, because in my opinion, Cash is a better map for them, and it's also a better matchup for them playing against Liquid. So they certainly have their reasons for it. Maybe they feel that they have figured Liquid out on Cobble and they're very well prepared for that map, but we'll have to wait and see what they have in store.
I think like Cash is a safe bet for them too, so letting that go to a map number 3, considering Liquid would have also let them do that, probably looks a little better. I do agree with you though when they feel that they probably counted them out, considering how well they played it against, I think it was CLG, or actually, were they beat by CLG on that last week, or did they beat CLG on that map last week?
Cloud9?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Pretty sure they beat them on that map.
Okay.
Pretty handily.
So let's
if you say so, Blue.
Memory's not serving me very well today.
As is it for
Help me
us
out
all.
here, Yanko.
What I do want to talk about then is what we saw. We were actually in the green room talking about this, about Liquid being very passive on their CT side. You were getting quite annoyed to seeing Liquid not pushing. They looked very low. In fact, it was actually Semler, excuse me, who was talking about it, saying it was really annoying him to see they kind of got stuck in their tracks after the pause. Surely a passive CT side is something that we rarely see work on Cobble. We talk about people trying to play an aggressive, and it's difficult to get info on CT side.
On one hand, yes, but on the other hand, as you just said at the end of the sentence, it's really hard to go for aggressive moves on Cobble, because it's simply the way the map works. You can go maybe for platform control towards B, play aggressive there with an op. The most common one is going aggressive towards A halls, but then you're really, really far away from the B bomb site, so the rotate is going to take a long time. You might go for boosts toward drop, but in the end, it comes down to the B bomb site. In my opinion, how are you going to approach that site, and especially the drop zone? Are you going to fight for the drop zone, or are you going to leave it to the T's and then play it passively for maybe watch that angle from Chicken Coup or from Fountain, the bomb site itself? And in that case, that's what some people do, but that's what Liquid does at times. And that's really exploitable by doing an A split on the T side, but that's kind of hard. You have to be really well coordinated to do it properly. So that's, for me, the question is, will Cloud9 be able to go for those executes? Because when they played Cobble before, they were pretty known for having a lot of fast pushes towards the B bomb side, even rushes. That crazy game, I think, at ESWC against Emias, but both teams just rush B every round. So we'll have to see how they adapt to that.
As of late, though, Cloud9 just seems to be running a very default strat on their T side. Over here on Cobblestone, it's just set up a 3-2 split, 2 of them outside of mid. They don't even really do anything aggressive. They may peek in there once or twice to look for a kill, but if they don't find anything, they'll group back up inside of the halls and then just go for a direct push. And they do that in almost every single round. Ecos may send them for an all-in rush closer to the A-bomb site, but for the most part, we're really just seeing these B pushes. So a passive site defense may work pretty well, so long as they aren't going to be spooked by like 1 or 2 flashbangs thrown over to the A site.
And that's where we're going to take this next discussion regarding the T sides. It seems we're all going to agree that Liquid currently are looking in much better form in their T side than Cloud9 historically. We've been criticizing, we haven't been criticizing Slemmy, and I think that's what I want to ask is, at what point, when do we start looking at Cloud9's T sides and pointing fingers at the in-game leader? He's been there for 10 days.
Yeah, he didn't have nearly enough time to make any crucial changes. So right now they're just doing things on the fly, I guess. He's trying to adapt and to figure things out. And I feel that we need to give them more time to see how will they going to change their game and how is it going to work out for them.
Yeah, and coming into Cobble, a map that was, not recently introduced, but one of the newer maps to the pool. We've seen recently, NIP, they've been innovating, they've created a new strategy that is the NIP smokes. My question is there anything that you've I know Anders likes a theory craft, is there anything that you're expecting to see, something that we haven't seen yet, that, there is still room for kind of innovation in this map?
There probably is. Frankly, I don't have the time to figure that stuff out. The thing that what I think can be changed or innovated in a sense is the way the teams approach this side, right? I see that more teams are falling back to that default style, taking A-holes control, something what Dignitas does really well. But I want to see more aggressive plays towards the B bomb side, more rushes towards B and drop, because it's something that can be done not fairly easily, but it's certainly possible to do it, especially if the cities have a low economy, if they don't have the nades and incendiaries to fight it.
So, the question that you've been anticipating throughout this segment is, will we be seeing a third map, or is it time to wave goodbye to Cloud9? I'll start with you, Blue. What are you thinking?
I think Team Liquid's going to take this one. I still think it'll be a very close matchup, especially considering the way things ended up going on that last map, but I think Team Liquid has the edge here.
Okay. Believing.
I am going to stick with Liquid as well. I think they're the better team on this map.
Despite Cloud9 making it their choice.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's time for it. We're going to be getting straight back into the action. I know you guys are demanding it. So, Cloud9 are on the ropes. Liquid have the opportunity to knock them out, quite literally, of this tournament and bring it down to just 6 teams remaining. This is just game 1 of the day, guys. You better buckle yourselves in because there's a whole lot of CS coming your way. And now it's time for Cobblestone between Liquid and Cloud9. Let's get into it.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Right, here we go. We should be ready with the second map. You look ready, Samler.
Oh, I am. Man, I was just, you know, replaying that travesty of a Daft Punk mix song that they're using for that ESEA ad, man. For shame.
What's your favorite Daft Punk song? That's hard. That's really hard. I know that's
Album,
an unfair
Homework.
question. No, you can't. Just a single one. It doesn't. Something that's in the top 3. Then. All right, that's such a good answer. That's the best answer you could have given. I'm
Boom,
so happy.
baby.
That's it. You're exactly right.
But that whole album, like Homework,
yeah, I mean,
just beautiful.
it is unfair to pick one. It's like, what's your favorite Beatles song? You're like, I can't just pick one song. But yeah, sure. I mean, I know around the world, I think it's just yeah, classic.
Well, that was before what? That was the album that came before Discovery. And then obviously the recent album that is controversial, that everybody, it's either you love it or you hate it. I like it. It grew on me. I didn't start off liking it, but then I started listening to it more, and then eventually it kind of grew on me.
It's I mean, Around the World is so old. They still played music on MTV. That's how long ago it was.
And if you actually watch the music video for it too, it's a trip.
Brilliant. It's a brilliant music video because it's obviously incredibly low budget, but it's just so well made. You know?
So you guys know what's up, right? The next time we have a break, probably won't be long. Go and watch the YouTube video. Go and watch the music video.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Fantastic stuff. Right, so we're on Cobblestone with Liquid winning the first map in this best of 3 in overtime on Dust 2, which is a bit of a really weird affair. Some issues, but I think we should be running a bit more smooth this time around. What do you think, Cloud9 or Liquid?
Come on, Shrewd. I'm still with Cloud9 on this. I still feel like they can do it, but they got to get their game face on. And Shrewd is looking a little bit too much like he's pondering the other 10,000 times that they've lost in this sort of scenario. And you cannot let that get to you, Shrewd. It is not time. It is time to stand up. Skadoodle did work on the first map.
The 10,001 time is the charm.
Exactly, Ed. As you understand where I'm going with this. Like, it's not over yet, boys. Liquid, they're fired up. They're looking good. But Cloud9 also showed us something on Dust 2. They just need to get their heads back in this game. And, well, you see Nitro nerves, clearly nervous. That was a pure NA nade right there. I'm proud.
Oh, and Cloud9, they're actually going to rush it behind it. Adren in this corner with USP with the Glocks close range. He's going to try and go for it, but he gets overrun with the rest of the defense on the B bomb site. And Hiko and Kusta retaking this is so tough, but a pretty good start to the retake here. Kusta taking down Shroud, and they need much more than that, though. They don't currently have a kit picked up, and I think Cloud9 would have to make some serious mistakes to lose this.
It was very wise to back off from drop as well. Try and draw it out, force them into the crossfires instead of taking these fights one-on-one. And Cloud9, it's working magnificently so far. They grouped up, they got onto that site, they got the bomb plant, and now the after plant This is exactly what they need. They're backing off. They're making life very difficult for Hiko. He can't actually find a target. Finally, he hunts down nothing, but there's still 2 players alive. The bomb isn't planted for these players, but he doesn't have a kit, so Hiko can't even stick the plant. They're just going to rush him down. Let's get the knife! And they nearly got it. Stewie, he had it out.
I'm trying to think in what possible scenario Adren's position makes sense in a pistol round.
I don't know if you're, let's say you're Nico. Who else is really, really good with pistols right now? You're Fallen. You know, you're a guy who's going to get 2 headshots when they're rushing you no matter what, right?
I'm just thinking if you're in chicken coop or almost anywhere else in that bomb site, you're going to have the sort of USP range advantage. Seems like that position is a way to make sure that the Glocks are going to be right in your face. So I mean, it does have, I guess, the element of surprise, but I'm not sold on it.
I mean, anybody who's played CS knows that when the Glocks are in your face, it gets messy. It is not a good time.
They just unload on your face.
It's almost like a burst.
God damn. Yeah, we'll stop it here. Otherwise, let's just keep going.
Yeah, I know. And I'm trying to like get, because of all these pauses, right? We kind of slipped into that. Oh, this is an online game mindset, right? Where anything goes, and then you got to remember. Oh yeah, right. We're on LAN right now. Gotta try and keep it, you know, sort of in line.
Keep it cool.
Keep it cool. Are we cool?
I hope so.
I get the feeling that I'm not very cool anymore, but that's just me.
Got 1 Galil on nothing and 4 SMGs on Cloud9, which I don't think is particularly cool. You know, you win the pistol round here. Why not just make sure that you absolutely follow it up? But they are making a very good call and going to the A bomb side. And Liquid stacking everyone at B is not even a bad call. If when they realize that this is an A push, just stay in B.
Yep. Save your gear.
Yeah.
You've invested in the round. You still have all of it. I mean, you've still got 7 grand worth of gear on your team right now. So there's absolutely no reason to charge in here aggressively.
You can play around the door, maybe have a leash, try and take some scout shots through, but there's no reason to commit to anything. I mean, Kusta doesn't have a lot to give away here, but the rest of them, no reason to give up what they actually have in their hands here. Just play the next round anyway. Ooh, Leash spots out 1. Really wants to see if he can take that shot.
Now, the longer he hangs here, exactly, he's got to get out before that smoke clears, because the longer he hangs in there, the more risky it gets, and he might end up dropping that scout, so that's what he wants to avoid at all costs. Nitro, man, when teams do that, when they literally have like 1 or 2 rifles, and then they put that rifle out there alone with nobody to be able to, you know, get the refrag and save the gun, that's the only gun you should care about. You don't care about the SMGs. Those cost you nothing. They're worthless. It's when you actually lose the rifle that gets really, really frustrating to watch.
So they get the Galil, they save 2 armors, they still have the scout, and Cloud9 lose 3 members in that round. So just way too expensive for Cloud9, and I think a pretty good job overall from Liquid there.
Sure. Now look, Nitro's still got his Kevlar. He's got a Galil to play with. This could get nasty.
It definitely could. I think Cloud9 just maybe being a bit too aggressive at the end of the round that was already won. So gotta be careful with that stuff. Hiko close range in the middle doors there with the C-set 75. Well, we've got a bit of a 4-man stack going on over at the B bomb side. Again, I think that's not necessarily a bad choice either.
Especially when you're hitting shots. Kusta going to work with that Deagle. Drop Shroud down to 30 HP, and Shroud's actually got one of the AKs. Might be a good idea for him to actually pass that over to Skadoodle at some point, or Slemmy. Just trade it up so that somebody with a little bit more HP can actually have the rifle to work with. Well, we'll see if when they group up and gather. Eventually, they are going to try and go in as a unit, Cloud9, and just kind of, you know, bowl their way onto a site. And it does look like they want to go towards B, although there's still a minute, so they could actually change up if they want. Adren has been boosted up, so this could get tricky. Point blank with the MAC-10, you can do a lot of damage. There you go, right into their face. Not going to get the second one. Shroud survives barely, but way too close.
Are they going to check this corner, though? They will. Kusta, though, close range with the Deagle. Could have been terrifying, but it looks like they are going to have a pretty good take at this B bomb site. Nitro trying to play with the Galil, but with the fountain area here, there's just almost no cover, and his teammate's just a little bit too far away. Hiko getting flashed and can't see a thing, and Leash going to be going down. So a lot of damage being put out, but it was spread out across 3 players, and none of them died. So Cloud9 off to a 3-0 start here, and Liquid probably going to be a bit disappointed in that round, I think.
Yeah, much better work, no doubt about it. Skadoodle has the money for an AWP. Shroud is not going to mess around. He will invest in that AK. They're fully bought up. They don't have as much bank as they would like, but they're still all right here, Cloud9. Whereas Team Liquid, they're going to have to do this piecemeal. They actually get a pretty reasonable buy, all things considered. Kusta has the money for his AWP. Well, we have to see exactly where he's going to be taking it, and he is posted up over at A long, where nobody is there to greet him. Unfortunately, Cloud9 are holding very passively over towards the top of T ramp. So not many opportunities for him to put that to use, but look at this. The aggressive take on Plateau, and Elige stands his ground, takes the fight, and loses versus Shroud.
Again, a lot of damage being put in here from Liquid, but no one from Cloud9 is dying just yet. And it's dangerous making this jump against the AWP. Over on the other side of the map, Stewie trying to push in. He does spot out one person, but not quite confident that he wants to take that fight. Oh, and look at this aggressive move from Kusta. That is so scarce, so difficult to do. That's one of the few places on the map where CTs can play aggressively, and it's such a big risk to try and do it. Skadoodle going to be going down as well to Adren, and suddenly things are looking a lot better for Liquid here. Adren not getting caught either by Shroud, and nothing in Slemmy. They shouldn't be able to find their way back in this round.
Ridiculous. So Slemmy now, it's all on him, really. He's got nothing closing in, but nothing is walking his way in, not to give away his position with the footsteps, right? So Nitro, all he knows right now is that Slemmy is here. Slemmy's going to just chuck out that Vincent Molotov. He's going to get caught in the back. Nothing will trade frag, but it's still a 1v3. And well, as he swaps out the guns, he's going to get punished by Nitro, who was holding up close. So solid work in the end from Liquid, and you have to give a little bit of a hats off there to Adren. Yeah. Skadoodle, despite trying to use the map architecture to his advantage, where he jumped into the wall so that he comes back down and hits the ground faster than if he had went for like a full jump, right? So he can be accurate again with the AWP quicker. Still doesn't catch Adren off guard. Adren just smothers him. And then Adren with the second kill. That made the big difference. That really ground everything down to a halt for Cloud9.
Well, Liquid need to keep going at this point. Obviously, they still have a lot of work to do here in the first half. Kusta trying to be a bit aggressive with the AWP, and I kind of like the idea of putting a little bit of pressure on Cloud9 really early on in every one of these rounds, if possible. Just try and keep them guessing and make sure they don't just assume they can have sort of half the map before anything even happens. Because that happens a lot on this map, where the CTs will just sort of, I mean, they'll stay almost in CT spawn because that's the A-bomb side, right? And then a couple of them will want to B, but there's no other movement around that.
No, they are very calm. I mean, very fixed in their positioning, although Stewie is trying to split them up, and Hiko is a little bit in no man's land now, so this is a little scary for him. He has to be careful about the noise. So if he makes any steps, Stewie might be close enough to hear that, and yeah, Hiko not even going to risk it. He just throws his smoke. It's not the end of the world, though. I mean, 50 seconds left, so might as well just use it, get out safe. And he can fall back to the site where Kusta is holding with the AWP, looking into ramp. But in the meantime, Cloud9, they're gathered up and drop. They've actually got drop control already, so we have to see, is it going to be a split through connector? It's a little scary with that bomb there being there as well. If he gets shot in the back, Skadoodle, it could go south, but nothing will find the opening kill on Nitro. And now it's all on Kusta and Hiko, basically, to hold out versus the push that's coming in. And Elige will find the kill on Shroud somehow.
Oh, Kusta, he even saw that coming, but he can't get the kill now. He's out with a pistol, and that might have been a bit overzealous at this point in time. Elige and Adren, could they try for the retake here? Bomber's going to go down with 20 seconds left. They know where Slemmy is, and oh, Molotov in that corner there. Slemmy probably going to have to move out of there, and yeah, just going to catch you with a corner shot there. Adren will pick it up. The spraying, Skadoodle going down. Elige with a triple kill and a very, very good follow-up. That one grenade down there, I think, just had Slemmy questioning what was going on, and that was enough. Because if Slemmy stays alive, then probably the round is going to be in favor of Cloud9. But Liquid will pick it up. They do lose a lot of members, but Terror aside, they can't afford to buy anymore.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Did you lose a button on your jacket? Well,
yeah, I did actually lose a button on my jacket. How?
I think, isn't the trick to use like just see-through like nail polish on the actual string itself? I think it'll keep it like. I've never done it, but I swear I've heard that somewhere.
Not a bad thought. I'll take that into consideration in the future. We're gonna have to do some, on-the-spot handiwork during the break.
All right. You got your sewing kit with you?
I actually do have one.
Brilliant. Stewie with a bit of a spray. Actually, Hiko the one stealing the kill there. And so far, trade 2 for 1. Cloud9 now running into the MP9 of Nitro. And it will be a tied scoreline at 3-3. So this is a bad start, I think, for Cloud9. They're on the T side. They need to have a terrific first half here. And right now, it's it's gone a bit south for them.
That's not looking too hot, that's for sure, especially now that Liquid is starting to establish an economy. Cloud9 know this, and so there's going to be additional pressure on Cloud9 because they know that they're not going to have easy back-to-back rounds now. It's all about, you know, just the long haul, the grind, and Cloud9 are on the favored side here on Cobble, so we expect to see good things from them. But Skadoodle will start things off strong, and there you go. He takes out Hiko, who was playing aggressively in danger. And that's going to leave Kusta all alone over on this A site. It forces a rotation out from Adren, and even Nitro heading over here. They really do think that Cloud9 are going to try and pounce on that opening. Curious to see if Cloud9 are going to pick up on this and look to try and get some pressure over here on the B site. Elige under fire now, just barely surviving. This is a really scary situation now for Liquid because Elige is so low. He has to be very careful with his peeks for info. This is not an episode of Theorycraft, Anders. Where are you flying?
I'm just checking something. No, never mind. Stewie, down in the middle, I got distracted for a second. I had a wild, rogue thought pop into my mind about something that I thought you could do, but yes, we'll get back to that another time. Elige is in chicken coop, which is not a good place to find cover. Great shot there from Nitro to take down Stewie, but Elige is about to have just a lot of trouble in his hands. I don't think he can make it out. Semler, I think he's going to die.
In a horrible fashion. But he does have Adren there to back him up. So we'll see. HEs are out. Adren, he's got that position behind the rock with the AWP. Perfect flash, but he doesn't go for the peek. Instead, that Molotov is closing off his corner, his angle. He has to focus on the long shot, and there should be a smoke going down. Yes, it's going to block him off, and they continue to try and inch their way forward onto this site, Cloud9. Bomb has not yet been planted, and there's the flash. Adren misses the shot, and now it's all on Elige, and he's going to be able to just completely deny that plant. 10 seconds left in this round for Cloud9 to get a bomb plant, and there's still 3 players alive for Liquid.
I don't think I've ever seen a team be this slow. 5 seconds here. Oh, they're going to get the spray with just a couple of seconds left, and Cloud9 will win it. But that push was so slow, it was almost a bit ridiculous. Like, why did they take that long to even try and get on the site?
Just constant shoulder peeks, right? They were so worried about that op in play. They're taking it all of the time. They didn't even check chicken coop in the end, right? Nice opening. I mean, there's nothing really coming into it. And managing to finally remove Adren, and he's there to save the day. Sure, but...
Did anyone even know that Elige was there? Could he have stayed just hidden?
Probably.
There's only 5 seconds left, so I don't know. I'm not sure.
They didn't check it. So, yeah, he probably could have got away scot-free there.
Oh well. 20/20 hindsight and all that stuff. Got a 4-3 scoreline here with Liquid. I think missing an opportunity. I think the first one Cloud9 pushed in because Adren was indoors and Elige was right there. It looked like a really bad setup for Liquid. So I think Cloud9 should have had that round easy to begin with, but then because they slowed down so much, it actually looked like it was going to backfire on them. Aggressive push coming out of Elige here, and I absolutely love it. This is something we see so rarely on Cobblestone because it's so hard to do, but they actually make it work just fine. And now they should be able to just chill.
Kick back. Watch some of those cartoons we were talking about earlier.
Go on Netflix.
Take their time. There's no reason to peek. There's no reason to be aggressive now. They just have to wait for Cloud9 to start feeling the pressure. And there we go. First flash in. They get full control of drop now, Cloud9, so they have that going for them. But Adren, once again, is going to be playing from behind Boulder, and there's 4 players with the backstab coming in from Hiko as well. So really, what can they hope to achieve here? They're going to try and change it up and go through connector, but there's the first, and Kusta runs out of bullets or swaps his gun. Something happens there, and he only gets the 1 kill. Somehow, Cloud9 have found a way to thread their way through the defense and get onto that A site.
It's a bit ridiculous. I think... Oh, no, nothing. He's even hiding back here. If they don't see this coming, this round could actually turn against them. They are making their way down. No one's looking from behind, and nothing. He's going to go for the spray. He takes 1. It could have been a double kill, and now it's all on Stewie here, looking for the 1 versus 3 with the bomb down, AK in hand, and no more grenades. He's going to go for the left peek here. He gets the first shot on Adren, takes him up, and he's down to 9 health, and he is going to go down to Nitro. So Liquid won the round, but in not that much of a great fashion. That was a bit of a slip-up. And I don't know what happened to Kusta. I think maybe he's a bit on edge here.
Maybe if we could get a replay, we could see if he ran out of bullets or... Because it looked like he ran out of bullets with how quickly he swapped, but I'm not sure.
I don't think he could have, could he? I mean...
No. No, it doesn't look like we have the replay coming. So, regardless, that was definitely a scary moment there for Liquid, especially with the lurk from nothing. I mean, that was actually some thorough work there from Elige, checking that angle. They could have easily just run both of them past there, and it would have been a free day for nothing to just get 2 kills and just shut down the round for Liquid. But that was the big turning point right there. Turning it into that 1v3. But Cloud9 now, they feel the heat. They're on pistols once again. Elige knows this. He's going to work with the MP9, trying to find somebody through the smoke. This is so scary as well, because just one shot from the Deagle could be it, the end, over. And wow, he just decides to go full NA. Well played.
I mean, it's a bit unnecessary because they don't have really anything on that side. Now they have a man lead and they have an MP9, which I guess is not that scary, but still sort of giving away a bit of an edge here to Cloud9. This is one of those rounds that Liquid cannot give up. Grenade long range, they're going to be doing some damage, but this should be a round that Liquid can just cruise through and get some economy going. They don't have a lot of money either on the CT side right now, so they need flawless rounds.
No, exactly. There's a lot of pressure on both of these teams at this point. I mean, Cloud9 a little bit less, obviously, because they have the pistols. And they've had some success getting into drop, so it seems like that's what they want to go back for here eventually. Skadoodle kind of edging his way forward. Nothing is there to get his back as well. Adren, pretty slow reactions there from him. Not really going to get anything done, but Nitro, he's done the important work. He's stopped that bomb from getting out. So Adren will be able to get one kill. Nitro's going to rob him of the other, and Slemmy, now all by his lonesome, 1v4, will not find the shot in the end. Nitro, going to show him how a pistol works. So we'll go ahead and actually take a look at real quick at what happened with Kusta there at Connector, just to see what where the opening actually happened. And he swapped?
Yeah, he had 12 bullets.
Yeah, it looks like he swapped.
So, yeah, just...
unfortunate. That actually, I mean, that could have been what lost his team the round there, so that's really...
I wonder if he has scroll bound to sort of switch weapon. That's the worst thing, isn't it?
Oh,
in
Jesus. One hopes not.
Yeah, that has to end. Anyone who does that should feel ashamed.
Shame. We going full Game of Thrones on this?
It's kind of well done. 'Cause you actually you end up feeling just a tinge of pity, if you like. Oh,
Pity? What is that?
that is a bit much, isn't it? Like
We're not talking about D-Man right now. Just come on.
Oh god, just no mercy. Hiko gonna be going for the shot there onto Stewie, and Skadoodle will take down one, but he's gonna get dropped by Kusta. So still a very good trade here favoring Liquid. Nothing, Shroud, and Slemmy are left. 3 versus 4 at the moment. Kusta gonna go for a bit of a fight in the middle here. He does at least spot out Shroud, or sorry, Slemmy, but is it gonna be enough for them to actually make a judgment call on what's happening here? Because the bomb has been rotated back to the A-bomb site, and so is another 2 members of Liquid, so they have a very good idea of what's happening. They're gonna go for the fight. Slemmy goes down, nothing, and Shroud are left, and I don't know, 2 versus 4. Not looking good for Cloud9. 6-4 overall scoreline here, favoring Team Liquid, and Cloud9, they're not really connecting the dots right now.
No, they're losing control of the situation. They started off strong, getting that pistol. Then, while we kind of expected, obviously, once you get that pistol to get the following 3 rounds. But then Team Liquid have just been the one to chain everything together. 3 rounds, they lose one to Cloud9, and then another 3, and now they're set to get a 4th because Cloud9 once again are on pistols. It's just nasty. Yeah, thank you for showing that with the scoreboard. I like that function. But yeah, it's not a fun situation at all for Cloud9. It's not a fun situation for Hiko either, because that mad spray, he gets 2 kills, but he knows he's a dead man once it's gone on that long without getting a 3rd one. So a little unfortunate turn of events. Skadoodle with the peek into mid, though, realizes that the defense is still strong on the A site. So can Cloud9 get a bomb plant? Can they make use of this M4? These are the questions that we must ponder going into the remainder of this round.
I think the best case scenario for Cloud9 is getting a couple of more kills and just making sure the Liquid's economy is all the time being pressured, right? Because it isn't looking that great. I mean, there's 5,000 on Nitro and Kusta, but the rest are a little bit lower, so they could keep doing damage, but not going to be this round, and this is very important for Liquid here. They're looking at just a powerful first half. Cloud9, they keep ecoing, they keep having a single round, they win it, and then they start losing again. It's where are the aggressive B rounds? Why aren't we seeing those?
Where's the straight up YOLO rush, right?
Yeah.
Out onto plateau, take the fight there. Do not allow Nitro or Elige to just play games over there. Instead, just rush them down and get the pressure on. It seems like they're still fixed on just hanging back and just sitting to wait and see if somebody overextends, but that hasn't really been working for them so far. So you're right. I mean, Cloud9 eventually they're going to have to change things up. Where's the smoke? I mean, yeah, okay, that has been going on for quite some time, right? But in general, what you'll see is T-sided teams, they will put a smoke down right in front of this box here. And then it gives them a little bit of a gap to work with on either side, and then they try and find a pick that way. They put the pressure up on Plateau. But the fact that Liquid just keep, getting 2 players up here on Plateau round after round, it's really shutting down this part of the map for Cloud9.
Liquid are having some very aggressive smokes on on B long as well, which is so great, right? Because they rarely ever get put into play. And Elige trading 2 for Adren going down, so that's definitely worth it.
He heard Shroud stomping around as well, so he knows there's a third guy up there.
I think it might be throwing Cloud9 way off that Liquid are being this aggressive on long. I think they're very confused. Because normally on the T side, you can almost always rely on being able to sort of stomp around on Plateau and just be a bit annoying. If anyone's caught off guard, maybe you get a quick peek in there and kill them. But they're staying all the way back in the hallways.
Well, young Stu, he's here, but the smoke, the incendiary, there's the flash. Let's see it, Stewie. You were bred to do this. Oh, no, and he goes back into the smoke. Kusta and Hiko are going to catch him out. Well, now it just falls apart. 2v4. Shroud gets caught in the open. Hiko will pick up that kill, and Kusta will take out Slemmy. But for a moment there, Anders, for a moment, I believe.
It was a good idea. I mean, it did catch them, but I think he was confused about what was going on the other side. So, bit of a timeout, bit of a pause coming in, I think. And, yeah, we're currently at an 8-4 scoreline favoring Liquid. So this is getting quite heavily out of control right now for Cloud9.
I like that Elige is the one to oops, he actually used a pause instead.
GG.
You pause, so basically it means that Cloud9 are going to have to pause when they want their timeout. Nah, I don't think it works that way. I think you can pause repeatedly. But yeah, so this is it where Cloud9, they're starting to feel like they're losing their grip on the situation. They finally decide to slow things down before it gets completely out of control. Liquid sitting on 8 rounds, CT side, means that, they're off to a fantastic start. And they could close strong as well, so we have to see. What is this?
Yeah, I think
on this button.
The problem is, it's not messing with that. I think the problem is there are probably ways to play around the aggression that Liquid is throwing at them. For one thing, you have to think that Liquid will be, if they do the aggressive push, they probably have 2 people here.
Yeah.
Which means maybe the thing to do is to try and split drop and A slope and try and end up in the A bomb side, right? Because maybe 2 of those Liquid players are going to be so far away that you could make that push work. But it seems like Cloud9's response instead is to be very, very, very slow and just wait around for a very long time. And then by the time they push, Liquid get the entry, and then that's all they need. It's just, I don't know. There's not enough decision-making going on right now on Cloud9's side.
You can go for the slow kind of map control style, right? But you need to be winning those duels when it comes time. And right now, Liquid are just coming out ahead way too often compared to Cloud9. They're winning all of these opening duels, and that's really not helping things. And then they just, they don't have Plateau to play from to really start splitting up that site, because that's where it gets really nasty. They're very good at taking drop, but then Liquid aren't putting up any kind of a fight in drop. They're actually more than happy to give Cloud9 drop control, because they're realizing so long as we hold on to Plateau, they can't split the site. They can't get it to be really awkward for us on the CT side playing from the bomb site, right? They can't get us in a crossfire because we're controlling one side of that crossfire.
Well, it's Armor and Tech9s and a couple of smokes here and some extra grenades to try and see if Cloud9 can steal a way around. I mean, that's been done multiple times before. Again, that Plateau, once you start sort of just throwing bodies over the wall.
There's the adjustment. This is the adjustment from Elige, right? He didn't know if they were going to try and come up with something aggressive with nades, if they were going to try and flash their way through on a Plateau. Instead, he decided to play it more default, more safe. But Cloud9 haven't really shown anything to him, so eventually he could just go right back up there again. We'll see if that plays out that way, if Cloud9 are going to be able to actually get the rush on.
They got all the grenades landing inside the bomb site, and this is the big chance here. They've got to put an end to Liquid right now, but Elige, he's going to take one, and Slemmy almost as well, but a great double return. Slemmy with just a pistol here, getting a double kill. Bomb is going to go down as well. Stewie helping out and dropping Adrenaline. Hiko and Kusta, 2 versus 4 retake right now. It was about time that Cloud9 showed themselves in this match.
Or are they going to be able to peek together on this corner? This is a nasty spot. There it is, pre-fire onto Shroud. Nicely done. And the second follow-up kill, actually, from Hiko. He takes out nothing. Does he spot the man behind the boulder, though? He's so low on HP. There's the wallbang shot. He loses his teammate, and Slemmy is going to come through for the clutch with a quad kill in this round. But Slemmy with the clutch in the end to lock down a round finally for Cloud9. And that was an eco round as well, so they've got all the money now in the world to actually get something going. But now, more importantly, maybe they're going to have some confidence to start taking that fight on Plateau, getting out there, because clearly it worked. Once they actually committed, it all worked out perfectly for them.
This was also a situation where I think Slemmy, 4 out of the 5 kills he has right now is in that one round, and we're just starting out in the 14th round, so he needed himself as well to sort of step it up a bit.
So there's the change, right? They're putting down the smoke in front of the box now, Cloud9 at least. But then they continue to just sit and wait. They aren't trying to sneak somebody out there. This time, however, this is the difference. Elige is boosted up on Plateau, so instead of playing it default safe, below the ledge, below Broken Wall, he's actually up on Plateau now to try and take a fight with Cloud9. And he's got Nitro there to support him as well, so follow-up smoke. And they're just buying all the time right now, Liquid. Cloud9, they refuse to try and play aggressive behind their own smoke.
But Liquid will on the other side. They really want to deny them this part of the map. How are Cloud9 going to respond? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense to sort of put a lot of people in drop if you're going to miss the other half of that push. Counter Molotov comes out. Nitro and Adren still waiting around. And on the other side of the map, there is a bit of movement going on from Liquid. They are sort of trying to see if they can edge forward. Kusta's here. So any second now, he's going to know that there's no one else on this side of the map, and then there's going to be 4 members in B.
It's Elige. There's going to be a lot of action on Elige pretty soon here. But Nitro, he does pick up the 1. That's the 1 on nothing, and he was the only one in drop. Shroud is going to go in next. Now it's Elige. He's going to be able to catch out Stewie. So 2 quick kills here for Liquid. And they're drawing things out for Cloud9. Once again, Cloud9 slowing down, but Shroud will find the kill on Adren to bring it around. And Elige playing an identical spot to last time. He could make the difference here. Shroud is going to turn this into a 1v2, 2 crisp headshots on Nitro and Hiko. But the bomb is up on Plateau, and both remaining players for Liquid are sitting on it. 15 seconds left here for Shroud to make some magic happen. Well, he needed to get lucky there with the headshot, but he's just not going to have an angle. They're just going to draw this out, Liquid. They know they have all the time in the world.
Oh, wow, he could do it.
He's got a 1v... No. But I was about to say, that would be a 1v5 clutch, wouldn't it?
It would have been, and he would have had enough time to get the bomb down.
1v4.
Yeah, 1v4, but still, smart play there from Liquid, just using up all the time, and we're going to be at 9-5 with Cloud9 sketchy buy coming through once again. It seems like this whole first half has just been them buying really almost no equipment at all.
Just nastiness, really. Far from ideal.
Only in the pistol. They had 3 rounds in the pistol. Oh, sorry, after the pistol that was sort of together, right? But apart from that, they've only been winning individual isolated rounds. Nothing has been like any kind of a streak.
Yeah, and they're just not putting it, like, they're not keeping control of Liquid's economy. Liquid have the nades every single round. And so it's just a nightmare. Adren is going to start off strong, taking out Slemmy. More players about to run into him, however. Nice turnaround, and Adren, he's still holding this angle, but they elect to not take the fight here in drop. Instead, they get into connector, Cloud9. So that's Shroud sneaking his way past, and they are looking for that split onto A. So it's all on Kusta and Hiko, he's on a mission! If he hits this timing right, he's going to completely wreck Cloud9. Can Kusta stay alive long enough for it to make it happen? That's the thing.
Oh, wow, and Skadoodle's actually spotting from behind, so that's huge. Elige, he will be coming through. Kusta is there, and he drops Skadoodle. Did he get caught on there? It looked like he was floating or something in the air. Shroud going to be going down. Nothing now in a 1-on-2 here for the last round of the half, and he's got time for it, but not the ideal weapon, and not a lot of health either. It does not seem possible here. Gonna have to play this one very, very clever, and I think even Liquid will have to make a mistake, and it's all done. What a boring way to end around Elige, but also very, very well placed grenade.
We don't even have to see you. We know where you are, nothing.
Homing grenades? Sort of
homing grenades.
Worms coming into it here?
Oh my god, no. But like...
Did you play a lot of Worms?
No, we've already established this, Andy. I don't think I played much Worms.
It's a great game. We should play that sometime.
All right, let's make it a bonding experience.
Make you really hate your friends.
No, that's called Clash Royale.
That's, oh god. Let's not bring that up. Moses was actually getting tilted in the green room, like actually angry.
This morning, I know, he threw his phone. It's great.
I love it. Yeah, I'm so old. Everyone should Google a game called Scorched Earth and play it.
Well, why does anybody need to play a game about esports, man? Come on.
Just Scorched Earth. Jesus. Here we go.
I mean, that's the NA scene, right? Hiko never going back to Cloud9.
Yeah, well, second half should be coming up here. Cloud9 Liquid is the second map as well, ESL Pro League.
Yeah, the countdown has begun here for the second half. So we should be going live any second now. Or is it on a pause? Do we have a pause?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to. GG. Alright, second half coming up here of the second map in this best of 3 between Cloud9 and Team Liquid for the ESL Pro League, and it's been kind of a rough day for Cloud9 so far. They ended up losing in overtime on Dust 2, and the first half of this Cobblestone game has been horrendous for them. They won the pistol, and apart from that, they only won 2 rounds out of the remaining 12, and that's just not good enough. On the T side of Cobblestone, it's unacceptable. I'm angry.
You are. You're actually like pounding the desk.
I'm not that angry because I actually did predict Liquid to win, but still, I feel like for Cloud9 this is not quite a good enough level.
So let's see. What do we have in store for us here with Liquid? They have got the quad Kevlar, and a full set of utility on Kusta. So Kusta taking the hit here. But it's looking like they want to wind up on A eventually. They made a lot of noise over towards the B halls. They kind of stomped around over there, but now they wrap back around towards A, and it's all on Skadoodle. He's got Slemmy not too far away there to support him. But Ska's going to be the first line of defense here to try and figure things out. And there we go, the flash and underpass, and now the rush begins straight up onto this A site. They are not going to stop, but they need to get rid of this man. Skadoodle, the longer he is alive, the more time he can buy to bring in teammates, and if he gets kills too, that's not going to help. 2 big headshots for him, and now it's Slemmy, the man on the site here, trying to hold them back.
It's a great double kill for Skadoodle. Slemmy will take down 1. They're going to have to go back and pick up the bomb here, and I don't know, 2 versus 4 now, or 1 versus 4, and not going to be working out. Great start for Cloud9 to the second half, and I think that was like a minimum that they needed here.
How incredibly frustrating. They just couldn't kill Skadoodle. Great angle from Skadoodle, basically.
Yeah.
He turned it into a headshot game. If you're going Glock versus USP, that is not a game you want to play if you're on the T side. He's just like sitting here. Elige not able to spam him down. Yeah, that was a thing of beauty from Ska. He did the best that he could given that situation. That was very nicely done. Liquid, however, that's going to really set them back, and it's going to be a force buy from them. So they don't get the bomb plant, so they're going straight into a force with the Kevlar and pistols. Couple of flashes, but no challenge coming in from Cloud9 on plateau whatsoever. Cloud9 are just willing to give it up to them completely. So Liquid, they might have a chance to actually just run out here and try and rush down that defense.
Yeah, because once again, the split between the 2 bomb sides is like a 2-3 kind of thing, whereas in a lot of European Counter-Strike, we've been seeing much more of the 4-1, where you really put 4 people on B just to prevent any kind of ridiculous push coming in, and then the single guy at A can always call for backup if anything comes up. So I am a bit disappointed, and this is what we were talking about with Cloud9 when they were on the terrorist side, is everything is so slow. Way too slow.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're hesitating. They're hesitating, but it does seem like they have their hearts set on it. So eventually here, Liquid, they will move out. Stewie, he spots the first man. So we'll see. Nothing alive on the site. Gives it away. He's about to get caught in a crossfire, though. If he doesn't keep his mate alive, the smoke goes down, and that provides a way for Liquid to get onto the site itself, and it's a thing of beauty. 3 kills, 3 different players. They all find the shots. Slammy's under pressure here at Connector as well. And while Ska's going to get into drop fairly quickly, he takes out Nitro, and he could get the second one on Hiko as well. But now it's all on him.
Why are they fighting them at all? Liquid, I think, almost getting, I mean, not almost, but getting way too aggressive in a situation where that could have really cost them the round, but Skadoodle going to make his way out with armor. FAMAS kit, it's definitely a good choice here in a 1v3, but what a comeback from Liquid.
So those 3 kills was beautiful, and getting that smoke down to block off drop as well, so that they can just run right behind the big box where the tree is. They just run right through onto the site, and that's where it becomes a real nightmare for nothing. For Stewie, where you're just like, all right, you've got 3 guys that are facing you with pistols, with the Tech 9s. It's so brutal. It's so hard to deal with that push once it comes rushing out onto that site. So tough call there for Cloud9. Now, well, Cloud9, man, they just, yeah, it's going to have to be the Force, it seems, because they just refuse to give up. They don't want Team Liquid to get any further ahead, but it's so hard to make the Force work on CT Cobble. Once that rush comes in, we'll have to see. Is it going to be a stack? No, it's 3 onto B, 2 onto A. Straight default coming out here from Cloud9 with a focus on apartments, it seems.
I mean, particularly when they have all these grenades to use, right? They can check all the corners with just HEs or Molotovs or anything like that. Slammy, bit of an underhand throw coming out. Did maybe hear a couple of people moving on the other side. Nitro, though, going to be moving in with the MAC-10 here. Actually taking a lot of damage, but he did spot 2 players there. And that's enough information for the rest of Liquid to feel like they should be pushing through here. Nitro eventually goes down. And Liquid has actually slowed off enough that they don't want to keep pushing, but I think they wanted to go as soon as he saw 2 people there. They were like, all right, let's make the full push.
Yeah, they're changing it up, actually. Smoke going down to keep Skadoodle guessing. And Shroud has already rotated over there as well onto the A site to help. So if they're quick about this Liquid, they could get an opening here where it's only nothing and Stewie on the B site. That'd make life very easy here for Liquid. But they are worried. I mean, given the fact that they had 0 map presence on this side of the map since Nitro died, they have to check some of these angles. And it's going to cost them some valuable time, and the rotation has come back through. Now 3 players here onto the B site for Cloud9. A 4th one will be joining them soon. That should be Skadoodle making his way over. And now Liquid, they've got a real fight on their hands with only 40 seconds left.
Willige doing a good job of checking the UMP to take down Stewie. Nothing in the corner. He does not have any HUD armor, and he's also at 50% health here, so not really the best scenario for him. But Skadoodle showing up with that FAMAS that he saved from last round. Gonna get the 1 kill in, nothing to go down. Skadoodle go down as well. Shroud all on him here, and he's gonna get the first kill on Kusta. Drops the bomb. A little bit more. He's still got a little bit of bullet here, and gonna pick up the FAMAS. Has time to reload it to 10 seconds now for Liquid to get this bomb plant through, and Shroud down to 5 health, and it looked like there was a big chance here, but not going to happen. Liquid will be at 13 rounds, and Cloud9, I mean, what are they going to do?
Yeah, they're going to take another round of eco to the face, basically. It's a story of the first half for them. These weird quasi-buys, these weird kind of like pistol, nade, Kevlar, awkward spots. It's more of that, more of the same here for Cloud9. And this really just sets it up nicely for Liquid to crush them out of this server, to take this best of 3 and end it right here. Just doesn't seem like Cloud9 are up to snuff right now after that map on Dust 2.
Well, 19 rounds in, and Liquid just, they seem unstoppable at this point. I mean, once Cloud9 won the pistol in this half, you'd think maybe there is a chance for them to get back into the game, but right now, I'm seriously starting to question that. Nitro again playing the Lone Ranger over here, which is sort of a classic way of playing on Cobblestone. It seems to be the first very popular way of doing it, where you'd have someone just lurking around out there, and the rest of the team somewhere else. And Shroud and Skadoodle, just pistols.
Oh. Nope. No luck, unfortunately. Scout can hold on to the AK. That's the best that they can hope for, basically, unless Shroud goes like full online and full FPL, you know, just finds kills at somewhere with his P250. He's done it before. We've all been to Reddit.
We've all been to Reddit. The Global Offensive / Shroud subreddit.
Basically, yeah. I like how all you need to do is mention Shroud's name in a thread now, and it's like instantly upvoted to the top.
This does happen, but you know, once you get enough fans, and I've been watching Shroud stream, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Kusta gonna be downing Shroud there, and Skadoodle 1 versus 4. Does have an AK saved, and I don't think there's a lot more equipment he could really pick up at this point. So the best that he can do, 13-6 though.
And well, Liquid showing some variety in their plays as well. They're not really allowing Cloud9 to cheat too much because they keep putting a presence over here on A. So Cloud9, what they would love to do is just have 4 players sitting on B the entire time and crossing their fingers and hoping that Team Liquid, all they're going to do is keep running plateau, rinse, repeat every round, right? But Team Liquid are showing Cloud9, hey, we're willing to go over towards A as well. And if that's the case, then you guys cannot, you know, cut any corners. You have to have 2 over here on the A site to take a fight with us eventually. So it's just keeping Cloud9 honest. I like it. Good calls coming out here from Liquid.
I mean, they have to make a stand right now. They need to summon some sort of strength here. I mean, right now they're fighting to stay alive, essentially. They could be fighting a 3rd map on Cash, which I think would be very interesting. But the way that it's going here, they might not even get to that. A little bit of a presence early on over at the long side of A, but they sort of quickly fall back from it, and now they have very little to no information about what's happening on the map, which I think the big problem you end up on almost all the time on the CT side. And I like what Liquid are doing to prevent that, which is going very aggressive on where Nitro is, more or less, so just keeping the pressure on. It's going to be a fake, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, they're just setting it up. Nitro's actually going to go running right back out. Takes point, knows that Stewie's behind the site now, so we'll see who wins this duel. Stewie's going to get that headshot, but he's dropped down to half HP. Now it's just Incendiary's going out all over the place, but nothing up on the box. No Incendiary on the tree, and he gets a free kill out of that. So a man advantage now for Cloud9, and the bomb hasn't even been planted yet.
Very interesting there, that kill on Stewie, though. Could have turned it around now. The bomb is out in the open, and Shroud to get a good double kill in. Adren picks up 1, goes for a 2nd spray. Slemmy will take him out. It looked like Liquid because they were actually bringing the bomb back the other way, and then they sort of committed to it anyway, so I'm not sure what the info was that came in, but a good round from Cloud9, 13-7. And the money, well, it is there for Liquid. They will be able to buy once again.
Yeah, they can keep the pressure up. Just interesting to see, you know, when they're thinking about that full execute. I guess that they had already pulled the trigger by then. But that is a very Molotov, you know, friendly spot to be throwing that onto the tree so that nothing can't play from there, right? But it seemed like they were just so worried about Stewie playing from the chicken coop. It does seem to be one of Stewie's favorite spots, but they had traded places basically. Nothing is Stewie playing from the site where nothing usually plays. And then obviously nothing up on the tree. So unfortunately for nothing, he ended up kissing a bullet, which isn't usually what you want to do, you know, when you're up in the tree, right? You're supposed to be kissing a, you know, girl, guy, impartial.
That's true. I forgot there was like a children's rhyme.
Yeah,
I was
man.
confused for a moment there.
Unfortunately, yeah, it didn't end well for him. But he still got a kill out of it, so. That's pretty much, I think, what really kept Cloud9 in this, because then Team Liquid are guessing. They don't know quite where the positions are coming from, because Stewie picked up 1, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait, nothing's up on the tree. That bought the time for the rotation to come in. And then things got downright nasty. So Liquid, again, because of the strong start here, they've actually have the economy to carry through and keep on buying. Cloud9 are the ones who are still kind of dancing on the edge.
Kusta setting up for a bit of a smoke, it seems. And actually, so is the rest of the team. So it's going to be another full execute here. Maybe they weren't quite satisfied. I prefer this more. It looked like last time they were about to fake it and then they went for it anyway. This time, I think they are going to commit Stewie in the corner. No one let a Molotov him out. Flashbangs through it. Oh, Nitro going to pick up the kill. Nothing down on the side. What a great headshot through the smoke. Dropping Elise as well. Nothing really pulling himself together here at the end of it and trying to make it work for his team. Slemmy gets down by Kuster and it's still a 3-on-3, and the bomb now making its way back here. Can they actually throw it over? They just throw it in the middle of everything. Oh no, and Hiko, I don't know what happened to Dren. He just tossed the bomb into the middle of nowhere. They're out of time. They can't win the round anymore. What a ridiculous way to lose a round. That just the fact that the bomb was just tossed in the middle of everything, and Kuster, I think he just may have given up on life then.
Yeah, fantastic work from Shroud to hunt him down like that. No bonus money for Kusta at the end of it. They could have used that money, actually, Liquid. Now they're in a bit of an awkward spot. Cloud9 are the ones who are starting to pick up steam, whereas they're going to be forced to pistols.
It seemed like, I think Adren is just saying, I'll stay on the plateau, let me throw the bomb down. But then it lands just far enough away for everyone that no one can pick it up. And then when Hiko, I think, tries to maneuver the back there, he gets shot down and the round is done. That has to put Liquid just a little bit on tilt, and Cloud9.
We are sensing frustration.
They are still far behind, but we'll see.
I mean, this is still Liquid. They are struggling. I mean, they've shown it now time and time again that they struggle to close these games. And so now's not the time. I guess maybe it is jumping the gun a little bit. They aren't up to 15 rounds just yet. So they still have a chance here. Getting over that 15-round hurdle, that's going to be tough. Stewie there to pick up the first. Nothing is going to be able to pick up a second kill. That's a leash down. And Liquid, they still are gathered up, although Kusta is on a bit of a mission over towards Underpass right now, hoping to catch somebody out of position on A. He might manage it eventually, but it's not looking too likely, seeing as how, yeah, Skadoodle's going to peek out from Connector, and that's pretty much it. Hiko, he's stuck over in B Halls. He might be able to catch somebody, and yeah, he does actually get the kill on Stewie, who was trying to rotate aggressive. But there's still a man alive on the B site, so there shouldn't be any way for Hiko to get out here and actually get the job done.
No, indeed. A 9th round for Cloud9. Pretty good.
I mean, it's possible.
It is. Yeah, I think now it is definitely possible, and especially because the way that Liquid lost that round, you know that's going to be at the back of their minds. It's going to be a couple of comments back and forth about, you know, why didn't you just toss the bomb down to where we were standing? What's wrong with you?
No, it certainly is within the realm of possibility here. That's for sure. So it's whether or not Cloud9, I mean, it's whether or not Team Liquid can finally just, you know, decide, okay, enough is enough, and they take the round by the throat and just, you know, go full Richard Lewis on it and get the job done.
Damn.
Because they're still capable of putting Cloud9 on a very rocky economy, which would mean that they would have a much easier time of closing out this map. If Cloud9 are allowed to actually get an economy rolling, start making it so that Liquid have to win back-to-back, you know, buy rounds, that's a real problem for Liquid, considering, you know, how much difficulty they're showing right now to actually get the job done.
Kusta right now, the one a bit alone over there, which makes me think that they might actually end up in this B-bomb site, just because it used to be Nitro playing a bit on the plateau on his own, unless they switched up some of the roles. Bomb is there as well, 50 seconds, so maybe they're going to try and see if they could pull some people from B into A and then end up in B anyway. I mean, some of these rounds you could definitely do it. So a couple of grenades coming through here. They're making a bit of noise running back, but the bomb's still staying. Now they're showing themselves on this side. 2 members, 3 members, everyone rotating out B right now. This is actually working. They're eating this hook, line, and sinker Cloud9, and now they just need to make their way into the B bomb site. If they forgot about the other part of the strat, which is actually taking B, that's obviously a bit of a shame. Finally going in there, and they're going to win the first fight against Shroud, going for nothing as well. And they're going to get the bomb plant down finally in a 2-on-3. And Liquid, they were a bit slow to actually execute the rest of the strat, but it does work out.
Hiko needs to get out here. Where the hell is Hiko? He didn't show himself on A, and now his teammate's under fire. Kusta will get wallbang down. And now they just, I mean, they have to narrow it down. Exactly. Slemmy, he turns around. He's like, wait a second, Connector, where would Hiko be? At our backs. And the bomb is not planted for him. So he has to run out into the open, Hiko, and he's just not going to have enough time. He picks up 1 kill, but it's not good enough. And
my God.
I mean, Elige, yeah, what is this? Pause. Okay, so it is the timeout coming in here from Liquid. But, yeah, I'm a bit surprised at just how slow Hiko was with the flank coming in. Considering Elige, I mean, I guess he expected somebody to be on the site, but he was holding in halls when the push was actually going out onto the B site. Very disjointed play coming out from Liquid.
It's one of those things, right, where if you push too soon and you get found and you die, then, you know, everyone's going to say, why didn't he just wait, you know?
But having a second man, showing a second man on a site would have really sold it, because as soon as they killed Elige, that's when instantly everybody from Cloud9 rotated back to B.
Yeah. I think, I don't know, it's just a real shame, because that was a very good fake coming out of Liquid, regardless. I mean, it did pull almost everyone out of B, so it did kind of work in that sense, but this spray coming through from Stewie definitely quite good, with the grenade as well from Slemmy. So, I mean, good play from Cloud9. We've got to give him credit for that, right?
Yeah.
It was a really good retake there. Managed to salvage the round. Liquid will have enough money to buy. Of course, we do have the tactical timeout. Still very, very odd game, this one, I would say.
I would agree. I would agree. This is a little bit all over the place. Both of these teams pretty even, actually, right now. Much more even than I was expecting. Cloud9 actually, you know, fighting back after the after how things went on Dust 2, losing in overtime, just getting blasted, actually, in overtime. So they are showing that they still have some fight, that they're able to get back into it. Nothing in Slemmy having a bit of a discussion right now as well. can't actually hear them though. I'd have to take my headset off to be able to hear what they're saying. Do you ever miss the like comm streams?
Yes, I mean, I understand why they are a problem, because people say all sorts of things that they don't want broadcasters to the world.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think even an even better argument that was made is that it's a bit unfair because, especially the English-speaking teams, they will, in the group stage of a tournament, reveal so much about how they're thinking and how their strats work from just comms. So any other sort of, any other teams they're going to play in the playoffs, they can go and listen to the VODs of those streams, and then they can say, oh, they think every time we do this or every time someone does this, that it's going to be this type of a push, So then you mold your strat around that, and suddenly you have insight. Whereas obviously if Na'Vi or Luminosity are playing and you don't speak Ukrainian, it's just not going to work out, is it? So I think it is inherently unfair, but it is a shame because it's a lot of fun. Wish you could get it both ways. Now, going to be a really quick rush from Liquid into this round, and oh my god. Well then.
They remembered how the map works.
Yes, they did.
Simple as that. You rush out before the team can get in position. You show no fear whatsoever. And Cloud9 get completely caught out because Liquid have been playing so slowly so far that a rush.
Rush B.
Ah, rush B. Drop me AK. Drop me up. Rush B.
It's the only strategy that's really worth talking about, isn't it?
Well, that is basically the yellow strat. And a beautiful matchmaking strat. It's the strat that I call every time, It's funny that they say it's like a Russian thing. I'm just like, well, rush B, guys. What do we do to us too? Rush B. What do we do, Murat? Rush B. Cat, rush B.
It's smooth because it's very hard for people to fuck it up, isn't it?
Well, it's not only that. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, hey, this is why Henry rages so much when we play matchmaking together. It's because he's trying to get all next level and actually get people to use their heads and think strats through and why would you do this? And okay, I'll run over here and I'll fake this and blah, blah. I'm just like, dude. And then the guys just run out mid and Henry rages, right? And I'm just like, what do you expect?
People do still tend to, when they're the first person in the rush and they get flashed, they just stop and you're like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, that's why you need to go commissar status on them, right? If they stop, you just shoot them.
I like that play, actually. I like that idea. We've got a 14-10 scoreline here, and Cloud9, they need to make a stand once again. They have actually been doing a pretty good job of coming back into the second half here, but it's not over yet, and Liquid are just powering through into this bomb site round after round, and eventually it worked, so now they're just 2 rounds away from taking this best of 3.
They have 4 on B, Cloud9. They know what's up. These smokes going down. There's the flash, and we have to see, can they find the kills to start things off? Elige, 1-for-1 trade with Slemmy. Can he find a second one? No, he gets shut down by nothing. Kusta will find the next kill, however, and Kusta's now out in the open. He can start getting that flank going onto the side, but a good flash opens it up for Slemmy to peek, and this is grinding to a halt for Liquid. They don't have that element of speed where they just run onto the side and overwhelm the defense quickly. If it starts getting into a bit of a drawn-out match, and especially when the smokes start clearing up, life gets very difficult for you, because now how the hell does Hiko get on the bomb site to get a plant?
There were so many grenades down around this wall area that I think nobody knew what was going on any longer, and it was Cloud9 that came out on top now. Looks like they might try and boost up onto the box here, which is not a bad idea at all. Ooh, could they get the kill there? Shroud going to be going down. What a great boost, and now looking for the follow-up as well. Slemmy showing himself. They've done some damage to him. They've got still 30 seconds left. Trying to see if they can make this work. Skadoodle in the back line with the AWP, and he's the dangerous one right now. Smoke goes off, and the Molotov there. They're going to try for the boost one more time. Looking over the smoke. Slemmy spotted, but he gets the frag, and now 1-on-1. 14 seconds. Adren going to sneak through the smoke. Skadoodle right on the other side, and he's going to walk up behind him, and that's the kill. That's going to be 15 rounds for Liquid. Match and map point here. What a way to end that 2v3.
What an incredible play. And for Shroud to be expecting some kind of slow drop play, some kind of flank coming in, maybe because Hiko was alive and they hadn't seen that Hiko was alive, so they're expecting him to come in from A, something like that, but Shroud gets caught for free. That's maddening for Cloud9. That's going to drive them insane, and now they go into the force buy. They've just got pistols, nades, a single rifle picked up on Slemmy because he got somebody kills in the last round. But man, this is painful. And now Team Liquid, they've got 5 match points. But it is the 15th, they're on 15 now, Anders. So can they do it? Do you believe?
I do believe. I think it's time. It's destined to be. That grenade did tremendous amounts of damage already to nothing, and Stewie, that was just a random grenade thrown in, and Cloud9 just don't have the equipment to really put up much of a fight here. In Liquid, I mean, even though they were put under a lot of pressure, it really seems like they refused, as the French would say, to liquid.
What? Dude, that actually took me a second there, but wow, bro. Wow. Okay then.
Oh god. Skadoodle hiding in the stairwell. He is kind of boxed in here, and Kusta looking for a way to get the frag on him, and actually he's going to go the other way. But reloading this C-set just takes a long time, and it will be a 4-on-3 here. Adren waiting patiently. Could have maybe got the kill there on Stewie, but Shroud alone in the A-bomb site. Backup is coming though, with still 30 seconds. Not a lot for Cloud9 right now. 3-on-3, but they don't have the equipment, and they certainly don't have the health for it either. Stewie gonna do the best that he can here with a double kill. They're both on 2 health right now. The bomb is about to go down, and trying to make his way around the corner here. Stewie gonna go down. Shroud in a one-on-one. Nitro spraying furiously. He just has to hit really anything at this point here, and it's gonna be the kill. 16-10 as Liquid take out Cloud9 in a best-of-3 with a 2-0 win. Yep. Not at all bad.
Not bad at all. It was, in the end, quite a slog, quite a marathon, but a 2-0 win for Liquid. They will be playing in London in the main stadium this coming weekend, so congratulations to them. Cloud9 just falling short once again, and that's just, you know, it's a bitter pill to swallow for Cloud9. Even if they are used to taking their medicine, it's never a pleasant thing.
No, definitely not. I mean, it sort of would have been tragic either way, because Liquid obviously had a huge battle on their hands yesterday.
Yeah.
Between either one of these two teams, you'd like to see both of them sort of move forward. They haven't had Slammy on the lineup for a long time. I mean, it's a bit early for them, right? But Liquid showing good form here. Well, that is going to be the first game of the day, but Samuel, we do have another 2 best-of-3s coming up, so there's a lot of Counter-Strike coming forward here at the ESL Pro League, so please stay with us, and we promise it will be entertaining.
Cloud9 have fallen, and Liquid will be battling versus Fnatic to secure a spot alongside NIP in the semi-finals starting Saturday over in London. But first, we're going to be dissecting what we did just witness. It's an interesting one, as we did get to see 2 North American teams, of course, a bit of domestic rivalry between Liquid and Cloud9, and Liquid doing it in 2. Now, gents, you had belief in Liquid, both of you putting faith in towards Liquid. I didn't get your predictions wrong this time, of course, versus Cloud9. And I mean, we should just probably touch on where that faith came from, with Liquid picking that up rather convincingly on Cobble.
I mean, I just didn't see that much Cobble from Cloud9 in, you know, I mean, good Cobbles from them in recent history against top-tier opposition to have any confidence in that. From Liquid, yeah, I know that historically they played Cobble and they had some good wins on it, and I think this map showed why we thought that they would win. I think that on the T side, they showed some more depth. They showed how changing the pace can be really good, and towards the end of the game, after they lost that close round where they were faking A, the next round they changed the pace, go towards B really fast, and reset C9's economy, and that pretty much put the nail in the coffin.
Same for you, Blue.
Basically, as I talked about in the pre-match there, Cloud9 has still a very basic T side to work with here, and Liquid got the read on that early on and just shut it down from that point forward. So they get the early advantage at the half, and then obviously struggling a little bit there because then Cloud9 gets the better side. But as Yanko just mentioned, they're able to adjust, adapt, and overall they end up being the much better team in that matchup.
So that's probably where we should start this discussion, is Cloud9's T side, because it was a problem they encountered, and it seems like it's a problem that they're going to continue to encounter. We've seen just how much that those losses they conceded on Mirage T side have affected their veto. It's not a map that they were necessarily, insta-banning. Now it is. It's present every time in that veto system. Now they're struggling on other maps, as we've seen here in Leicester or here for the ESL Pro League finals. Is it a question of time, guys? Is it just like, okay, you've conceded some losses, just disappear off and come back fresh when Slemmi's had time to, knock you down and build you back up? We saw what happened to NIP. They needed time.
I mean, definitely they need more time for him to get a read on the team, implement the ideas he has for the team itself, and we have to wait and see for that part. But looking at this map in particular, Cloud9 also won both pistols in this game, right? Okay, although in the second half they did lose the second round to a force buy from Liquid, and that's something that happens more often than not to Cloud9. We saw it on Inferno as well against Fnatic. Same thing happened. It's really hard to get your groove on in a game if you win pistol and keep losing the second rounds. Also, obviously,
that was an amazing way to put it.
Economically and also psychologically, right, for players themselves. If you're an underdog in a matchup, okay, not today against Liquid, but maybe yesterday against Fnatic, you're already feeling more confident and everything, then it just comes crashing down once you lose that second round. So definitely something they need to work on in the future.
Yeah, so it's going to be a kind of a reflective period now for Cloud9, as they're going to have some time, well, I assume in London, unless they're flying back early like Astralis. John, what about you? Just some closing thoughts on the absence, the loss of Cloud9, and Liquid now going to have to battle versus Fnatic for a spot in the semis.
Yeah, I mean, things were looking good on their match yesterday, but it just seems like, again, it's the same problems where the heavy fraggers are not consistent, and with Slemmy still being this new addition, they're going to need a lot of time before their strats are really rack up the par from what we saw a long while ago. And with that said, I still don't think that Cloud9 are, I mean, maybe we'll see in the next matchup from Liquid, but I still don't think Cloud9 are going to be able to compete with the top dogs of Europe really anytime soon here based on the result in this matchup.
Yeah, you're not sure, and indeed the door has closed for Cloud9. And what rhymes with those is the score. I'm going to go ahead and tell you about this application you can grab on your smartphone. So while we do take a quick break, you can go ahead and head over to the Google Play Store or iOS App Store, whichever floats your boat, and you can go ahead and get that installed. So it just basically enables you to follow all of the action of going this ongoing tournament, the past tournaments. If we're sitting there, you want to be like, hang on, what's Yanko chatting? I think he's chatting Breeze. You can actually go and check it out. Find out the actual results, and you can go ahead and tweet us at ESLCS using the hashtag ESL Pro League. And while you're doing all of that, we're going to prepare ourselves for Luminosity versus Optic. One of these teams is going to join them G2 in the semi-final. We'll see you in a sec.
Which one will it be, I wonder?
welcome back. Luminosity versus Optic is our next game. Just one game gone. It feels crazy. It feels like we've lived about 4 or 5 lives and grown facial hair and shaven it off and grown it and shaven it off again while that one best of 3 did go down. But now, game 2. One more best of 3 after this one. And this time it's going to be Optic versus LG, which a lot of people, both analysts and fans alike, would assume would be quite a quick one. And there's a fun storyline surrounding this one. We were just talking about it off air, like, hang on a second, 2 + 2. I'll let you set it out because I don't want to get in trouble and get angry tweets, but it's an interesting one between Optic and LG.
Yeah, because actually probably the reason why Optic is here is that they did not play Luminosity in the online part, or so to speak, Luminosity forfeited that game. So it was a 2-0 for Optic, a default win, but now they can't escape the wrath of the Brazilians. They have to face them.
Or, you know, we get to see how Optic would have done. You know, they got a 3-2-0. Let's see if they can translate that here in Leicester. You never know.
You never know, Alex.
Absolutely,
you never do know.
Yeah, you know what they don't say is anything can happen in a best of 3. That's what they don't say. But Blue,
Edgy.
let's jump into this one. LG versus OG. Oh, that's quite nice. We'll stick with that. This is a bit of a mismatch from an analyst point of view.
Basically, looking at it blindly, good luck Optic, because LG have just been in perfect form as of late, with the exception of the slip-up coming off of Malmo. But then coming into last week at Austin, they seem like they're unstoppable. Obviously, again, a little bit of a slip-up versus G2, but still, when we look at both of these teams, just in the grand scope of things, and the fact that it's going to be in a best of 3, even if we see, like on the first map, on the off chance that there is another slip-up here, and we do see Optic escaping with that one, they're going to have time in between the maps to recenter themselves, figure out exactly what was going on, find the strengths of Optic, and then adapt to that in a second and possibly third map there to eventually just shut them down. Optic can't afford to get away with the lucky lead at the beginning of the map or just by catching that over-aggression that we saw from Astralis in their first game anymore. They have to be in this for the long haul, and unfortunately, in that long haul, LG are just going to be the better team.
And on an individual basis, which is where you sometimes you look for a silver lining. You say they've got some crazy aimers that could perhaps step up. Optic, we kind of touched on NAF. Well, I mean, their strengths aren't, like, if you put them in, man by man, 1v1 versus the players of LG, there's a mismatch there as well. Would you say?
Inferior in every single aspect of the game. Inferior as a team, inferior as individuals. There's no way around it. Basically, it would take a small miracle for Optic to best Luminosity here in a best of 3. So I feel that, when we get to the map, they will have a small chance. Probably Inferno will go through again. I suspect that's going to be their pick. So that is a bit random at this moment because, as we mentioned, it's out of the map pool. So most teams have stopped playing it right now. But even if that happens by some chance, I don't think that's going to happen on the other maps. So
you called it.
Yeah, and the problem here is because when we get to best of 3s, the team that picks the map, the other team gets to pick the side. So now you have to deal against Luminosity on the CT side, which is scary for in my opinion, one of the best CT-sided teams in the world right now. Especially, Inferno is a bit different, but on most maps you can use the double AWP setup, but that's where they're really proficient.
So double AWP, is there anything else that makes that CT side so scary?
Just the players. The players themselves, but also they are really adaptive on their CT side. They really move around. They don't, if they lose some part of the map or if they're at a disadvantage, they're going to react to it. They're not going to stay passive and let their opponents just exploit that. So you always need to be on your toes when you play against Luminosity.
On their toes, Blue. Optic, you saw Inferno versus Astralis. You saw, perhaps something there for Optic. Is this potentially going to be a 3-mapper?
Probably not.
Sure,
realistically speaking. However,
let's run with it.
If we talk in theoreticals, Overpass is actually not the worst map in the world for Optic Gaming. In fact, they're pretty good at it domestically. The problem is that Luminosity are just monsters on it. So that's probably going to overshadow any strength that Optic Gaming brings to the table there. So unless we see Optic, again, escaping with a bit of an upset there by getting control of the economy again, like they did over Astralis in the first map, and then taking that away, more than likely this should be a quick 2-0 for the guys on LG.
And also, Optic kind of gambled here. They do veto Mirage, they veto as well Dust 2, so Luminosity could have gone for Dust 2 because it was open. It's a map they picked up recently, but maybe they are sticking to, more of the custom maps where they feel that it will be easier for them to dismantle Optic Gaming, harder for Optic to, play their T side. So all in all, it is a decent map pool for Optic, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much.
You look at it on paper, you see defending major champions just picked up a win over in Austin, which no doubt Optic weren't even present and wouldn't have necessarily picked up that win there either. Everything points to Luminosity picking up this win, and it is, of course, just the first map that we're going to be diving into. So Optic on Inferno, let's get that prediction rolling. I don't even know why I'm bothering to do this. Luminosity?
Yeah.
Rock and roll. Glad I did that. So we're going to be getting into our first game. Thank you so much for sticking with us, and thank you as well for getting involved on the hashtag. We've got a whole lot of interaction there, and you keep throwing it at us at ESL CS. What do you think about Yanko Su? I'm a big fan of the blue. I'm a big fan, of course, not quite similar level, but then again, Semler's rocking a few less buttons than he did at the start of the day. That's definitely tilted him off the face of the planet. It's time now for Inferno, though, and let's see what Optic can do versus the scary Brazilians.
Goodness.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and yeah, it's me and Moses. We get to sit down and cast.
What's going on?
Yeah, Optic against Luminosity.
Yeah.
Not much hope on the desk there for Optic, and I think we can probably agree that this is a pretty much vertical uphill battle at the moment.
Yeah, this is, yeah, it really is. And
Yep.
it's going to come down to the fact that, I mean, just flat out, Optic needs to get this first map. I don't see really any chance they're going to take Overpass. They absolutely have to win Inferno, which is the map they obviously want to play against Luminosity. So you have to think if they don't get this first map, it's just going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear cut. Now, you know, we can't write off that game against Astralis. That was a victory that they deserved. I think you can argue there were other factors in play. The fact that Astralis probably hadn't been keeping us up to date or, you know, consistently playing Inferno as much as maybe they once had, of course, as it was always a pretty strong map for those guys. But now with that new kind of addition on the horizon, they maybe stepped away from it possibly. But yeah, again, Optic, they got this far, but it's as you kind of been saying, this is a very, very scary task now.
Here's the biggest issue is I was just on my way up here talking to, just like 10 minutes ago, saw Zeus and Cold just relaxing before the match, and I went up and I just walked over to him to say hi, and Zeus just turned to me and he's like, Cold's feeling it today. And I got that impression he was like the manager of like a racehorse right before like the big race, and he's just like, I looked into his eyes this morning during breakfast, and he's ready to go. Cold apparently feels the same feeling he had when the semifinals of Austin when he was a beast, and then also he even referenced the fact the finals of the major. Like he was like, it's a similar feeling to what I had those two times, which does not obviously bode well. Just one more things to stack up against Luminosity.
The coffin was already nailed. Now they're just stamping on it at this point.
Yeah, they're already starting to shovel the dirt on it.
That's pretty harsh. If coldzera actually does end up being able to apply that sort of feeling and that kind of confidence in his own play into this game, this is going to get really scary because there's so few players, especially on like CT sides, who have that aggression, that kind of prowess to take it through. But if coldzera is feeling confident, he takes that into his game. That's pretty scary. Because you see players like JW occasionally be able to do it, Olaf as well. Like some players finding some aggressive plays on Inferno on CT as well, just individually. If he's got that, that's going to be very, very scary. But for Optic, Mixwell played pretty darn well in their game earlier against Astralis. He had a good couple of runs, but again, it's...
Nafly was the real monster there.
He was the one who actually came out a little later, I guess, into the game, but then overall became a far superior player to what I maybe expected, as harsh as that may sound.
No, it's definitely fair, because it is kind of the nature of a lot of the players in North America, and especially these ones that have been like on the cusp of being tier 1 in NA itself. I mean, I still wouldn't put these guys quite there. Getting there, but Naf is one of those guys who's always had this potential, which we always talk about, which kind of at a certain point it gets a little bit annoying. But Naf definitely has the skill to have those. It just doesn't come out often enough, and that was one of the matches where you got to see what he is capable of if he's playing a really, really good game. I will tell you that with Mixwell in the mix.
Really?
Sorry, we'll
Really?
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stamp that one out right now. But with Mixwell
Disgusting.
as part of the team, they feel.
You look so ashamed.
And now I've just lost my entire train of thought. It's brutal.
So Mixwell in the team, how's that going?
It just makes him feel much more comfortable. They say he fits in much better in terms of practice. Obviously, I mean, this team leading up to the major, it was crazy to think that some of the things we'd been hearing coming out from this team, even Mixwell on his own AMA was saying some things like they hadn't been practicing essentially for 2 months, which is crazy to think about. But here they are, and a best of 3 with Luminosity. So we'll have to see. I know everyone else surrounding Mixwell feels very much more comfortable with him in the roster.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear at this point. To be fair, I did hear them discussing as well. It's like having the fact that they have their in-game leader in the team. The vast majority of other teams at this event. Actually, I guess Fallen still does a fair bit of the in-game leading. He does have support in the backlines from Zeus, but it isn't like a straight up the guy behind them's calling.
Right.
It is very much shared between the two, if not predominantly Fallen. But yeah, these two actually have their in-game leaders, I guess, in the game to some extent. So yeah, I'm curious because I know Optic was struggling to find someone who could actually fit that role, who wasn't asking for either way above board money that's just not seen, or finding the right person who'll put in the time. And they're clearly looking for these improvements in these ways that they can further themselves towards that tier 1 in NA at the very least.
They're also actively looking for a coach.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had plenty of people come up, or I've had a couple of these guys come up and say, hey, what do you think of this guy as a coach? Or what are your opinions on this guy? So if you are a coach out there looking for a team to coach, send your resumes into the Optic organization.
That's it. Anyway, we are into the game, so it'll be Luminosity on the CT side, Optic on the T side, and we have a pretty clear display of what's coming, and seemingly Luminosity have a good idea too. 3-man stack towards B and already Fallen, going to just claim the scalp of Mixwell, who already called out for doing well. And Nav, how is he still alive?
Yeah, I mean, this is just hectic. It's a correct call from Luminosity on the stack. It just got a little crazy. Fallen actually fell back to the wrong spot, so he kind of put his teammate into a really awkward position. Now Cold, this is the guy who's feeling like a hot hand, but it's not going to work here. He's got to reload. He's somehow still alive.
What is going on?
Yeah, the VIP armor. Now FNX, this has bought so much time for him to rotate over.
Yeah, this is the weirdest pistol round I've seen in a while. Not surprising how it's kind of come down to this after so many shots were missed, but now FNX's position, I think they've got a really good idea where he is. And it's down to Daps and Rush to try and play around with this one. Going to fake out the bomb there. Rush just going to try and bait him in. And actually, FNX just scalps down Daps.
That's a really, really poorly played 2-on-1. They bait him out, which is fine, but when Daps is the only one swinging wide to take advantage of it, it's not going to work too well. Now FNX even has Rush very low, 22 HP. He doesn't have a kit, but obviously a huge advantage.
Yeah, and Rush isn't backing. He's seen a glimpse of him. He's caught the tag, but somehow Rush does manage to close that one down and recovers what was a very sloppy round from both sides. As you said, some issues maybe in that 2v1 facing solo after trying to bait it out and just kind of falling trap of what he kind of set. So again, yeah, just finding out that they were low there. FNX just asking, like, please tell me you were low at that point.
So stressful when you can't get that kill. Huge find for Rush, 4 kills, and you can see, I mean, there wasn't even a shout of like a celebration out of Optic. That was more relief because they know they probably should not have gotten away with that one. But either way, they do take the pistol, and this is now where it gets a little bit scary for Luminosity if they don't respond on this round because they're fully invested. As we know, Inferno, these first 5 rounds for counter-terrorists are so important. This can dictate a lot of how this half goes. If Luminosity, or if Optic runs up that 3-0 scoreline, going into the first gun round, if Luminosity can't sustain there, then the 5 rounds on the T side for Optic, it's already a good half, and everything on top of that is just gravy. Don't like the gravy one, huh?
Yeah, I'm all about that gravy, but don't you worry. Anyway, it looks like that 4-man play up towards B is coming through. We've all got Stanislaw coming through as well, but actually Fallen's done a bit of damage and he's still alive, but he can't make much else of it, as the scout was already overrun and Cold Zero also got picked up pretty early on.
That's a huge kill from Rush. The tag that Fallen had and then the nade that followed up. Look how low this HP is. That basically makes that scout a one-shot kill on 3 members, and for Rush to hit that shot as he slides into the site is massive. There's still a little bit of danger with that CZ, but Nap's going to handle that. Flashbang comes out as well. This is pretty much over for Luminosity. They have no kit, so the retake doesn't really have a chance, but they can clean up some kills on the way out.
Exactly that. Taco and FNX are relatively close still, maybe just desperately looking for these exits. They know how damaged these guys are, so... Ooh, Taco to hit one more shot on that. Well, 2 more players are pretty much one-shots here almost with that 5-7, but they are going to manage to make their way down. Mixwell's escaped, Stanislaw has escaped, and... oh, yeah, Rush has made it out as well, so they're pretty much good to go here. And FNX, can you make it out of there in time? Nope. Does manage to keep hold of that scout, nor the armor, so Taco stays alive at least. And I do apologize for the way I say Taco already, because I know a lot of like NA-based people, or just American in general, are like, that's not how you say taco. Is it taco?
Taco.
Taco. Yeah.
It's not taco.
I can't help it.
It's all right.
I apologize.
I've been around these weird accents for a couple days now, so
Weird.
we're all good.
I don't know how I'll take that
You
one,
guys
but
don't
yeah.
speak proper English.
I'm just not going to listen to that. 4 players towards A here for Luminosity, just going to stack it out. And, well, Taco, the only player who did manage to keep hold of that armor in 5-7, is the man soloing out on B. And sadly for him, already receiving a hell of a lot of damage, down to 50, well, under 50.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure still for Optic over towards this B site. Mixwell is just going to smoke that off. He'll be the one to probe for pressure. He's waiting for any kind of a response, any kind of a pop flash, any kind of a swing out and peek. And now the timing of it, now he's going to push in. And Taco actually forces him back a little bit, so keeps him passive. But there's a really, I mean, this has got to be a solid rotation. This has got to be a big find for Luminosity here.
Yeah, Bones spamming through the smoke. And already said, Mixwell was leading that way, trying to be the man to probe out, find these positions, take the shots on it. Bearing in mind, we still have the Mac 10 as well with Daps, so there's a lot of damage to be done. And there you go, Mixwell going to be adding funds to the account, being built up here for Optic. They're keeping this round nice and clean as much as they can. Stanislaw getting a little hungry here. Goes hunting towards CT Arch, actually loses out to FNX, so that's a UMP, I guess, to hand. I'm not sure how much he can get done with this as he is being chased down here, and that Mac 10 is going to be led right through CT Arch, and ideally, to claim a couple more kills.
Oh, the bait, and he's going to get him in the end. Now he's got to realize he's one to the right. Nice play from Daps. One thing that Optic has done in these first 3 rounds, they've been very aggressive and very confident and decisive in how they peek and take fights and take their shots. And they've hit some very nice ones. You think Rush has had a couple very good rounds, obviously the 4-kill on Pistol, but that follow-up on a Fallen in the next round. And normally that's where, you know, a team like Luminosity that's such a big favorite is going to force you to make plays that's going to make them respect you. And it seems like in these 3 rounds, Optic's off to at least a good start in that department. If they can win this first gun round, then they'll definitely have the respect of Luminosity for the remainder of the half. And that's where you can start to actually execute some of your tactics.
And I love the commitment coming out from Luminosity then to get that deep banana control going straight down. You've got FNX and Fur both playing off the back of that. And Taco going to be heading over towards A. He was previously playing towards, I think it was actually on B at some point as well. They've been switching up a couple of positions here, but he's already fallen back, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a quick hit coming out from Optic, making their way through towards A, but it's Stanislaw actually with the UMP still to hand, finding the kill. Daps follows up towards Coldzera, and now the only man who's originally on the A side is Fallen. He's now got some support coming in with Fur and FNX en route, but already the T side's pretty well set. They still have those mollies to buy a bit of time, cut off some angles on these retakes. This could be pretty hard for Luminosity here.
Yeah, that was a sick take, actually. Optic not scared whatsoever, just walking up and executing through the smoke with 1.5 minutes left, and Luminosity was not prepared for that. I mean, they didn't have a lot of utility, so you'd think that Optic would at least bait some out. They did a good job of it, but just running through that and Fallen, he's going to at least try for this, see if he can get 1 kill, but if this doesn't happen, they're just going to give this up, and it's at that point now where they're just trying to prevent any of the guns being saved. 2 players in pit are going to try and evacuate, but there's 1 member in mid for Luminosity, and actually Optic just pushes out towards CT spawn, so it's only going to be FNX who's here to stop this. That's a nice shot. He's got 2 more to deal with. He's going to get that one as well. This is well done, and Mixwell, he's going to chase after it, and FNX gets all 3. Now, obviously, with the win, the 4-round streak as well from Optic, and the fact that they're just a T-side economy, it's not going to be too damaging, but anything helps here.
Yeah, this is and for confidence alone, Optic know coming into this, they're going to be coming into the game as seen as the team who arguably aren't going to win this. As much as you as a player, you don't want to keep that mentality, you've got to know when you're the underdog. And this is great for their confidence, having those aggressive plays actually work out, hitting those shots, taking those sites, and keeping Luminosity pretty much humble to this. They can't be over-aggressive, and now the deny on the banana control comes out. You've got Mixwell and Daps trying to keep some presence here, playing pretty close to the smoke, but will back away eventually. Coldzera as well, respecting that. Falling off a little, they can replay towards banana control maybe later into this if they need to, but for now, this is actually a pretty well-set match.
Some pretty good tactical calls out of Optic in these first 4 rounds as well. So now that they have Banana, I mean, so much control. This is essentially, Banana on Inferno, it kind of plays out like the mid. We've talked about it a lot in the past. It plays out like mid on most other maps where you have to have control of it to be able to go to between bomb sites. So Luminosity is kept honest, 2 over towards B. It's a default setup for Luminosity. And now it comes again where it's just going to be the pretty early execute onto this B bomb site. And what do these defenders have to stop this?
Well, you've still got a couple of smokes left in the tank here, but Coldzera's flash is going to stop anyone going initially through. That's caught 3 from the Optic side. Here comes the spray down, and it's Coldzera finding 2. Stanislaw and Mixwell get shredded. Now Fallen, can he buy the time? Can he find the kills? Can he slow these boys down? Well, that's certainly a yes to that one. Fallen just claiming Daps, and now leaving 2 left standing for the T side. We have a little bit of work to do here, and Rush starting things off well, but Fallen above and beyond in that round, picking up some big kills, slowing that rush down. Him and Coldzera with a lovely combination in the end.
Yeah, the answer was they had 4 flashbangs to bomb in as soon as that execute came into play. So, I mean, Optic was completely blind. They got stopped in the choke point. That allows Cold to get a couple kills before Fallen can chime in. And now, due to the fact that they eliminated all the AKs in the previous round, the triple kill by FNX, this is where you see the impact of the economy they took away, because 3 AK-47s, 2 Tech 9s, and behind that, there's not a lot of money. It's only Rush who's got 1,600. He's at 8 and 2, but everyone else is you know, very, very low in their economy. So this is a good start, a good opportunity for Luminosity.
Of course, Rush doing pretty well in the opening pistol rounds there, and it looks like Optic can go for that fast hit that actually caught out Luminosity before. And again, great start. Taco gets removed, and now FNX playing on the balcony has to play this absolutely perfectly. He gets faced by one, that was Rush. He did manage to find him, but that's all you're going to get out of this. And Fur instantly backs away, tries to reset this a little and find a new avenue of approach.
Oh, pretty clever. Mixwell throws the Molotov behind the smoke, and that actually forces that one Luminosity member. It's Fur, it forces him forward, so he's got to take this fight now. And Fallen and Halls, it's going to be the timing on Mixwell. When does he choose to push out? And there it is. Fallen finds him. Now he's going to get that kill. Now it's down to a 3-on-3 as the retake comes in. Fur's got to find the next one. Naf's at a good spot in Graveyard. And all the meanwhile, the bomb is ticking low.
And Naf has a molly still to use, but Fur doesn't care at all. He's not found Daps, he's found one more. And there we go, eventually retaken. The molly didn't even come out. The timing on that retake and the precision was perfect. One by one taking the correct fights, and Luminosity just showing that they can play these retakes when required.
Yeah, it was all done. That crucial kill from Fallen, getting that one player in Halls, and I think you could see him there you could see him gesturing. That's twice now that this A bomb site, this defense over towards Pit and Balcony, I believe it's Taco and FNX, have gotten caught off guard by how aggressive and how there's no indication that's coming from Optic. They just explode. So Luminosity moving forward, they've got to be very, very cautious of that. And it's a small investment for Optic. They bought through 2 rounds of losing. This time they're down to about 2K. That's where they bought out to. Tech 9 armor, a little bit of utility. It's going to be a B-rush. First push right into it. He gets a little bit blind. Now Cold, what a tall task for him to do. And he sprays down one, but he can't get the response. The rotation is on, but they're going to beat him into the site.
And there's going to be a smoke picked up. They have a lot to create this play coming through here, and I'm sure there's a lot of damage received. That's going to be allowing Fallen to pick up Naf there, leaving the 3 left standing to try and get this one done. The retakes again have been pretty darn deadly, but that bomb is taking at least in Optic's favor, and Fallen with the first shot, but he corrects perfectly towards Mixwell and bringing it back to a 3v2 favorable to Luminosity.
Yeah, now he's just keeping the remaining 2 members of Optic pinned down. He's waiting for his teammates to arrive. Rush is very, very low. Taco has a Molotov to use, and he's over towards Banana, so he's going to get this angle towards 2 boxes. Yeah, he's going to get forced out. That's a perfect Molotov. He does get 1 kill, but he can't hide anywhere after that. Can't adjust the spray. So a 3rd round for Luminosity, but still, Optic doing good work damaging Luminosity in these wins.
Yeah, plants coming through, even on the retaken rounds, and I think there was a little bit of an issue then with the flash as well. I don't know who it was who tried to flash over by Dark, and they just got caught up by the top of the box, so they couldn't even make that quick play as they tried to take a challenge. But big buy coming out now, at least for Optic as well. They finally get themselves back in a decent position. As you said, they've been doing damage throughout these rounds, even if they're losing them. Of course, on the other side, Luminosity's still pretty well set here.
Yeah, Luminosity's still on an economic break kind of situation, where if they lose this round, like 4 members are going to be sitting right around 2K, so it's going to be very, very difficult for them moving forward if they can't take this round. 3 players towards the B bomb site. With all this utility used as well, Optic may choose again to explode up mid towards the A bomb site where they've had success, and on top of that, the retake would be so much more difficult because so much utility is used by those B players.
And you can see how passive Luminosity is sitting. Already, you've got Taco and Fallen sitting very deep in towards the side, focusing towards that, focusing towards Quad, and it's Fallen this time to try and deal with it, and dancing between the truck. You've got him and Taco just mowing down 3. The adjustment seems to have worked out really well here for Luminosity, and sadly, that really quick hit just didn't seem to connect from Optic until Daps just found 2 out of nowhere, but that bomb's lost in a pretty awkward predicament. He knows he's going to be closed in on from both sides. You've already got Fur going on that long way around to deny him going back towards second mid.
This isn't even necessarily, you know, the triple pushdown beat, that's played by Spawn, so the fact that Fallen's over at the A bomb site, he's never seen those kind of explosions, and he handles it perfectly. So now he can just look over at his teammates and see, like, guys, that's how you do it. That's how we do things. Of course, though, Fallen a better leader than I am, so we won't rub it in.
No, he's a humble man, unlike you.
Yes, unlike.
But again, for Optic, a little bit of damage done, not quite as much as the previous round, not being able to kind of conjure up that bomb plant that they had before, or any of these sort of advantages. And as I said, I can imagine Fallen and Taco be like, all right, well, why did that work that round, guys? Come on, we can do this now.
It was similar positions, in fact, where Cold was, there was a round where Cold was in Graveyard and Taco was at the truck, and that was basically the same exact setup they just had with Fallen, and it works out for him.
It's just the way it goes sometimes. And now, of course, Optic, very, very little money here to work with. Still enough to get at least the head armor and a couple of flashes. P250s and Tech 9s to fill out their lineup and go and try and take over some apps control here. And to be fair, Luminosity not particularly probing down B either, so coldzera and Fallen won't get that early information. And Luminosity, again, very, very deep at holding this A side, taking absolutely no early challenges, maybe aware that this could be one of these Tech 9 rounds and just not wanting to give up any sort of, I guess, recoverable weapons or easy kills for these guys.
The next kind of evolution in this match, Optic, this explosive tactic has worked a couple times, but now that it's been stopped a few, I mean, they'll probably try it at least one more time. Maybe they switch things up now and bring it back out later, but are they going to be able to be successful when they slow things down with rifles and they have to go for more of a pick style instead of exploding through the smokes where it seems like Luminosity's kind of caught onto that? That kind of setup, I mean, those kind of tactics on the T side, you either catch someone with a nade out or you just catch them, napping a little bit. Luminosity is going to be prepared for all of that. I highly doubt they get caught with their nades out anymore. It's all going to be just stay with your guns out until you kind of know what's coming.
They've actually pulled Fur over towards B, and now here comes the hit. So they've only got 2 players to take down, and they do just that. Naf and Rush eliminate the 2 players who were holding the A side. Now they've got a plant opportunity here. Mixwell's already got himself towards Library, gonna find the kill towards Fur. That's given them a really good shot. 2 recovered rifles. They still have the armor and the bomb planted.
Yeah, this is scary. This is a good opportunity, obviously, to recover and win this force buy scenario. And Luminosity, just when they rattle off 4 straight and they're starting to build up some money, it goes right back against them. Fallen, he's going to win that battle. Still time on the clock. Cold is patiently waiting for that. Now with the retake, there's no smoke for the bomb. There's only 1 flashbang for them to use. Rush is in a good spot. Naf is going to be over towards truck side, and they're just waiting for the tap. No one being aggressive. This is so well played from Optic.
Showing a bit of discipline here finally. Although the challenge does come out from Quad, that's Naf, so he'll lose out on the gun there, but at the end of the day, timing is going to be everything, and Rush needs to play this well. And he does. Time was on his side anyway, but he does manage to close down the 2 final kills regardless. And that Tech 9 play just seemed to work out well. I'm not sure what caused that rotate from CT Arch. I saw a flash towards Banana. I assumed it was one of Luminosity's, or maybe they just had that feeling that someone was coming our way. But yeah, cheating someone over pretty early towards B, leaving only 2 players away.
It might have been some kind of a read that because they hadn't seen that explosion quite yet. Optic hadn't done it, and when it did eventually happen, it just seemed like Optic got out pretty far out of halls before any kind of response was there. It seemed like there was maybe a miscommunication of what LG, who was watching what in that double pit setup, because Optic was already jumping out before that player we were spectating, who was at truck, even reacted to it. I think he was hoping that his teammate was going to be keeping an eye on that.
And there's always going to be the danger of when you play that deep that people can get that close, but that was maybe a lack of information gathering. But Taco this time, rather than finding information, finds a scalp of Stanislaw and gets a good bit of control on towards those apps. So good start there coming out for Luminosity, but this is still very much an early bit of the round. There's still a lot of utility to be played here with for Optic, should I say. So they don't really have to rush too much, but already coldzera waiting with that flash so patiently. Actually, Fallen getting caught out there with the flash as well. So a little bit of a back and forth, but no commitment yet from Optic.
It's still very, very spread across the map. It's going to start getting dicey for them. They do have 4 smokes. That's big, and they have 3 Molotovs. So you would expect with this much utility, and now especially that they know Fallen is over at Spindles, because I think they probably spotted out that he has a scout. That could just be an easy smoke off of Spindle. Maybe Molotov some of the other boxes just to make sure that second player Cold can't do anything. But it's definitely an opportunity because Fallen, this time he can't spray through any kind of smoke. He's got to hit some precision shots with that scout. So this is still a very dangerous situation in a 5-on-4.
Well, they're keeping these 3 players fairly dedicated. The flash and the smoke up mid will keep FNX, Fur, and Taco present at A, and here comes the hit. But the counter flashes are, again, so perfect from Luminosity, and coldzera finds at least 2 of these kills, ripping through Mixwell and Daps. And as you said, Fallen kind of pushed out of this one, but these 2 remaining players have so much work to achieve now for Optic.
Now, even damage done by FNX through the smoke, and this is tough. They're both pinned down on the same side of the bomb site. There's no Molotov, no nades, though. So it's got to be duels 1. Fallen, it looks like he's going to lead the way, at least hold an angle with that scout. Naf, he's got to hit this shot, not able to do it. It's all down to Rush. And he's got 4 to kill. They line up, he gets 2. Time to reload as well.
1v2 now. Rush has to play this absolutely perfectly. Bomb is planted in his favor, taking the fight towards FNX. He gets that. Now it's 1v1 against Fallen. Fallen with the scout just flies in. He knows time is against him. He doesn't have a kit to hand. And Rush going above and beyond for Optic. That was almost impossible. And a sick bit of play, again, will push him further and further towards that top of the scoreboard.
17-5 for Rush. He's had one hell of a start to this game. Sometimes you just can't account for these performances, or these individual efforts. You can see Fallen, he plays this so well. You can see he's just holding one side of the box, waiting for Rush to peek out, and he never peeks out wide enough. So then at the end, finally, when FNX falls, he's got to be the one to man up and go for the kill. But with that scout, it's the worst weapon to have to do that, and that's so tough. So Luminosity's been reset. This CT side has been a disaster.
It really has. You start taking account of what actual scoreline we're seeing. Optic are really putting up a challenge. At the start of this, I was like, okay, well, it's going to be a matter of time, right? It's going to be a matter of time until Luminosity start working things out. But actually, Optic getting 6 rounds already on the T side is actually pretty impressive.
What's one of the things that I talked with Zeus about is, you know, oh, your Inferno's really strong. He's like, well, it depends on the day. It also depends on if we can win Pistol and if we can win that 4th round. And they did neither of those. Now, they did win the 5th, but this map, because it's so CT-sided, your CT side becomes so weak and dangerous. It becomes such a bad half if you just get reset at the wrong moment. And right now, it's looking like that moment just occurred for Luminosity.
And they're trying to bait out to allow Fur, I think it was Fur there, yeah, the chance to actually do something. But they're only going to find Dabs on Banana, and Dabs is doing the damage anyway. So now Taco... What was that? That P250 was absolutely insane. And now taking his time towards Stanislaw. And instantly Mixwell knows that he needs to get there fast because this guy was about to go off on that. That was 2 incredible kills. Actually, Mixwell fluffing a little bit with the MAC-10, but recovers nicely enough. And in the end, only losing 2 players. They did have a lot of those SMGs purchased anyway.
All right, this is brutal. Fallen's going to be on the AWP, though. Taco, I mean, these 2 kills were great. He almost even got that 3rd. Gets those so quick that he has a chance here to turn with those 6 bullets and find this, but it doesn't happen. So where does Fallen go? He's going to go solo towards the B bomb site. There's going to be a deep smoke for him. And he's going to have the op. He'll have to man down Banana all on his own, which is not a bad call considering the amount of times they've lost this A bomb site. But there's the flashbang out, and he finds the timing. Mixwell peeks a little bit too soon before it pops.
We really haven't seen much of this AWP. As said, Fallen, this is one of the first rounds I think we've seen it coming out, if I'm not mistaken. It may have been featured, I may have missed it, but do correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I believe this is the first time.
So again, it's given the chance for that 4-1 split. Fallen taking a lot of the weight on his shoulders individually to at least do some damage, which he's already done, and keep this site safe, at least for the early start. But again, Daps keeping control over by A, not giving that up completely, keeping his presence around this one, denying them any information if they try to go and gather it. And Optic splitting up quite a lot here, just 2-2 kind of towards either side, and they are slowly grouping back towards B.
It almost feels like that's all that's left for him at the moment. I mean, they have given up everything everywhere else, obviously. Daps now joining them, so this is going to be a B hit. They're lining up for it. Fallen's going to be towards CT spawn with that AWP. Fur's going to be in the site. He's got an M4. No utility on either of these. There's one decoy on Fallen. Can they time this? There it is. They wait for the flash. They wait for the smoke this time. Now the Epics bomb site comes. He's so close to nailing this through the smoke, but they just run right through. Daps eliminates him with an AK-47. First still alive. Jumping around the corner. He can get 1, but it's good trades. It's down to a 3-on-3. No kits, no utility for either teams. And Cold's got to be very wary of this position. He seems like, I mean, he's definitely going to check it. You could just see it on the screen.
And unless someone drags his attention away, there's nothing else going to come from that. And you can see it. Daps still makes the most of it. Cold Zero is so aware that's a possibility, but Daps goes back in for another. Finds out where that remaining player was, at least pushing through from CT, and now FNX
Don't
going,
want that.
Nope, not what I wanted. That'll do. Get away with the M4 because you spotted out on that retake. They had no utility, not much else to work with, and they still went for it and, well, didn't get much out. Optic really starting to stretch their legs here.
Yeah, I mean, this is that entire point of not having a strong economy on the CT side. It's so important on this map because retakes are crucial, and so he's just holding off these choke points, and they don't really have the smokes or the Molotovs for either of them to run the clock down. So that's why, I mean, we saw that explosive style that Optic started out with. It just becomes more and more effective as the utility on the CT side is more and more broken. So it's going to have to be another save for LG. And they have to go for that retake in a 3-on-3, even without the flashbangs, even without the kits, because they're down 4-7. They simply have to see if they can do it.
This is getting... Okay, this is starting to become a really interesting game. At the very start of this, no one was back Optic. There was very few and far between win conditions that would mean they'd come into this and get it done. But they are starting to tick every single one of those boxes. And they can certainly be very pleased with this performance. Not only did they get Astralis down, they could have a chance to get in Luminosity on this map. Certainly a bit of a shame that Valve are now taking it away from the map pool in the future, but hey, I believe in you, Optic, now.
There's a lot of teams that'll be happy about it. Optic's
yeah.
not one of them.
No.
That's a good dink on the Mixwell.
Yeah, what is with the P250s today? We've already seen one incredible clip. Maybe there was another in the making there, but Mixwell will survive. And a great amount of a loss if he did manage to fall down early. And trying to maybe bait in the chance of maybe you should go towards A, but you can see the slow and cautious approach from Optic, knowing they're coming up against more than likely a team on a pretty hard eco here with that. Just the P250 CZs, a touch of armor towards Taco and FNX with the M4, who did manage, of course, to save it from the previous round. So a tough one for Luminosity to try and hedge their bets in the correct place. A bit of a guessing game at this point.
They're hoping that this crossfire, this stack from Taco and Fur actually produces something, because if they get one kill over here, they've seen that Optic, when they lose a player, they want to go back towards that B bomb site. So this is what they're hoping, that some kind of presence in those apartments. Taco's been spotted out first, still in there, but hoping that Optic is once again going to fall back to this B bomb site where FNX is with the M4. Now that it's spotted out, though, they might not do it. Molotov to force him away. There's Fur and FNX. They each get 2 kills. Now it's a nightmare, but he's burning, and he just dies. He walks right back into it. It was a little bit blind. Perhaps he didn't know, but this provides an opportunity. Mixwell is still very, very low, and they're actually going to cut off Fallen. He's not going to be expecting this, but he gets a dig and he recovers anyways.
Incredible stuff from Fallen. Information gathered and a player down. Coldzera is still alive, barely, bearing in mind 22 HP, but he knows what's coming, and look at that time. 7 seconds, 6. If he can be a nuisance, if he can be a pest, that is more they can ask for. So they allow the bomb plant to go down. There's the pickup from Taco. He finds Mixwell, and now it's down to just Stanislaw. And there you have it. The P250 today are reigning supreme in the hands of the Brazilians. Luminosity going to pick up the round on what was a really dire situation for them.
Very smart by Cold, though. I mean, you could see, like you mentioned, the time was running down 6 seconds on the clock when that plant gets started. He had an opportunity to try and swing wide, win a fight, and stop the plant, just win the round based off time. But he's waiting for his teammates. He's trusting it, saying, we don't care if the bomb gets planted, because they still had so much money anyways. That 800 really is going to be too big of a factor. They just wanted to win the round, desperate for that. And now, I mean, they have to keep this up. They have to string them together. Fortunately, because they saved, they bring AK-47s into this next round. You can see there's 3 members there, FNX, Fur, and Taco, who all have plenty of money to survive, to drop weapons if needed in the next round.
So I haven't seen much from Naf on the AWP so far on the T side. Again, it's always a pretty tough one. There's very few people who are really, really proficient on the T side with the AWP, so a bit of a rarity, but hopefully you can get a good start. This one's we have the double AWP on the other side. Fallen and Coldzera there, and Fallen already backing away a little bit from Banana as he is soloing out on B to start with.
Oh, and that's a rare missmoke from Luminosity.
Well, he's not going to let it go to waste completely. He's still going to try and peek around the side of it and make the best of a bit of an awkward situation there. And he will be going back around. Have a little look down, but it does seem as though Optic are backing away fairly here. And again, we hadn't seen that fast, quick A hit in a little while. They could always fall back to that if they feel they want to go for it. How do they want to play up against a double AWP setup? Have they found out yet that Coldzera is running that? I doubt it, as he's sitting all the way by apps.
We're going to take control of top mid. Fur's the only one here that Smoke is going to isolate him as well, so he's just going to fall away. Smoke towards spawn side. Rap is now a little bit exposed. This is where all 5 members are heading for Optic. Oh, they're all blind. What a perfect flash from Cold. He only gets 1, but he has the intel. 3 members now coming up. The Op is in perfect position on the Cold side of things, and he's waiting for them to cross into the site, but Taco's going to stop the first one. Looking good for Luminosity. There it is from Cold, jumping up on the truck. And Rush, the last one left. Cold's burning. He's got to get out of there, and Fallen is going to clean it out. So this time, Luminosity corral Optic into the bomb site and are able to systematically eliminate him from there.
The fact they stayed alive so long playing from pit, and I think it was... Was it Graveyard? Where was Taco in that? I think it was by Graveyard. He's been playing there quite consistently, so him being able to stay alive that long was actually kind of impressive. No one able to rush him down or get any pressure, so by the time Optic got to site, it was kind of done for. But now, it's still a very good T side. Now, Optic have been left with very little money to work with, but it's a buy into everything because it's the final round in the first half. But Coldzera going to spot out a good few running over towards B, so you can see Fallen pretty much ready for this one. Going to back away instantly. He knows he's going to be rushed down, but actually sticks out for the fight, and there goes Mixwell and FNX just tearing them up with the AK. And now Fallen going to buy time with a little cheeky pop flash over. Does actually end up hitting the side of it, so catches a bit of that flash himself and will get rushed down by Daps. And it does leave Daps in the 1v3. A little bit tough at this point, but let's see if he can manage to find anything through this.
There's a chance here. There's Cold. That's a one-on-one battle that Daps is able to find, so small mistake there from Luminosity. Down into a 1-on-2. Still a ways to go. They're being aggressive with this. I'm not sure he's going to be expecting it whatsoever. He throws that flash up. The shots are going to indicate they're out. He gets a second one. What? And he manages to live after this. Somehow, Fur has not responded to this kill. And he's stuck over by the grill, and he's got to play almost a game of chicken. There's 1 minute left on the clock for Daps to figure out how to win this battle.
And I want to see it from Fur as well. Is he just going to hold the one angle and just lock it out? Or is he going to start going hunting as well? Daps.
So that drop, Daps just tries to make the sound as if he's dropping a gun to make Fur believe that he switched over to an AK or an M4. He doesn't want him to know he has the AWP because he wants him to be on the open exactly like that. He gets the fight he wants. Not able to do it. 7-8. Still a great half for Optic.
What a brilliant half for Optic. Let's not beat around the bush. That's a T side that we didn't expect to see from Optic, but again, they picked up those first 3, and a lot due to the fact of, I think it was Rush who came in really, really impressively throughout the pistol as well.
And that
carried that forward. Yeah, exactly. Then they picked up that 4th round, and it seems they just kept going off the back of that.
Yeah, gained so much momentum early on, and that's the nightmare situation, is that Luminosity never able to establish that economy early on. But we are going to be heading into the second half now, where Luminosity has to respond to that T-side.
Yeah, the gauntlet has been set now by Optic. They've set the bar incredibly high. So really for Luminosity, they need to get this one going. Just in case you missed it or you don't believe it, it is 8-7 in favor to Optic after picking up a pretty damn impressive T-side start here on Inferno. Now going into the T-side though, Luminosity have to get this one back in their control.
Yeah, and they have to start it out by doing essentially the same thing that Optic did to them. They need to win those critical rounds early on to keep control of the economy on the T side. They can't let Optic get too much on nades. That was, I mean, Optic won. The timing of the rounds they won was so good. And even Luminosity going on a 4-round win streak were close. They were, I mean, Optic was getting 3 to 4 kills in these rounds. So it's a beautiful chicken couple.
That's got to be Rush observing, doesn't it? Not
Just,
the in-game Rush either. That's probably Rush. I think Heather's too mature for that, you know. Or maybe the jet lag
You'd think
is
so.
really
You'd
kicking
think so.
in.
Just just looking to make some breakfast eggs, I think.
It would be better than what we had in the hotel. I'm not gonna lie. They were not great. I was having a discussion with who was it? It was
A riveting discussion it was.
But we are in game, guys. So let's actually not miss this because it's a massive play already coming out from Luminosity on the T side. FNX barging his way up towards B, and Naf finally puts
That is
Fur back.
so fortunate. Fur was about to run right through the smoke, and Naf just barely gets that kill, just tapping away. Very, very lucky.
I like this new UI update we've got here. It's very interesting, and again, this is just the Glock train. It's just coming in towards the station, and Rush is meeting it pretty well so far with that CC, but does eventually get overrun by Taco. Now down to a 3v2. The T-side still have the upper hand, and now Optic left with, again, a pretty tough task to play retake here.
Yeah, and that nade's not going to do too much, and now they're out of utility. No armor as well. Dapson now for the 2 players who bought up nades, who bought the kit, obviously, at that B bomb site, wanted to stall that attack out. Daps trying to get lucky again. And that's really what they have to rely on. They have to rely on a mistake or just to get a very fortunate shot through the smoke to even things out. I don't think they really have a chance here, and it almost looks like Naf is just saying, I'm going to save this kit.
To be fair, Nav did hit one of those ridiculous shots earlier on, just about to keep this round from spiraling very early. Dap's just going to go in. He has actually not much to lose at this point. He has no armor, no utility, and Naf is going, yeah, all right, that kit seems pretty nice right now. Going to get out of here. And Luminosity, just that Glock train was pretty ridiculous.
Could have been worse as well if Naf doesn't hit that. The B bomb site could have just been absolutely lost very, very quickly. So 8-8, Luminosity do start things out on the right foot. And this is where they get very dangerous because they do love these MAC-10s. And as silly as it sounds, they are such strong players with them. But this is where they can really build up a bank early on in this half. They've got 4 SMGs, so 4 players looking for bonus money. Even the UMP, if needed, can be brought into the 4th round, into the first buy. An investment out of Optic. 5.7s and CZs with armor. Very light on nades, only one flashbang on Daps and nade onto Nafly, and it's going to drop it there. It does barely any damage.
Yeah, just kind of trickled down towards Banana, didn't get much more. Naf going to be forced back here eventually. You can see the molly's going to be input into the correct corners to clear them out to allow Luminosity the chance to move up safely. Naf's still so desperate for an angle on this one, but he's been kind of corralled around, and FNX just jumping with the UMP, just sending him back again towards the side. But look at where that bomb is. It is certainly not on B just yet. There's still a long way to go here for Luminosity to get that bomb down, and Optic just responding accordingly, falling back towards the sides, playing deep, holding those angles with the pistols, hoping they can do some damage, and there you go. That's Daps finding Fallen, and that's one MAC-10 removed.
And now it gets a little bit dicey, because now they're forced into this A hit. They have no presence over towards Banana anymore. They've evacuated it. They don't have a lot of utility. One flashbang, one Molotov. Rush gets the next kill. Stanislaw combines onto one. He almost gets Taco. That AK-47 is so important. It's got to do damage perched up. He's got to cover FNX, who's in the bomb site now. That's the big thing. Taco at least has perfect positioning up on this balcony and now into the pit to keep an eye on everything here. So 2-on-3 situation. And remember, Naf saved the kit in the pistol round, so he still has that to work with.
Yeah, and I think Daps just gave him the MAC-10 as well, as he has the armor and the most HP to play with, but FNX Eyes is trained so desperately on that push through from Library, from CT Argent. Here we go, Daps and Naf going to be trying to bait it out together, getting the information, and here we go, this is where it needs to happen. Naf needs to get the shot, he does, FNX goes down, and now as Taco gets overrun by Mixwell, and a great play coming out from Optic to retake this one and do the damage in a round they, on paper, didn't deserve.
What is happening right now? I mean, this is the brilliant part, too. Because they have that kit that allows the time, they can be patient and wait for Mixwell to go for that long flank through the halls.
Yeah.
They're not too worried about the timing of it whatsoever. So really, really smart and really patient by Optic to get around and have that kind of a play and crunch everyone. But I think the real surprise when we talk about this match is it just seems like the LG players a little bit flat, not hitting some of the shots we're used to them hitting.
Well, they are that kind of explosive team that have that ridiculous individual skill. You know, one of the highest, arguably, in the game. You could, you know, compare them to the top teams. They individually, they are absolutely nuts. They're not just a tactical team, which they also have up their sleeve. So they had pretty much the full package at one point. But yeah, as I said, it's a bit weird not seeing them kind of nailing some of these shots that you'd see every other day of the week, it feels.
And their post plants. I mean, you got to remember, Optics won a bunch, including the 1-on-4 with Rush.
True.
Winning a 2-on-3, I believe it was later on. And I mean, it's been very, very strong for Optic in the post plants. And so far, I mean, even on the CT side where they retake on a force buy. So good stuff so far. This time Luminosity, 4 Tech 9s. They haven't used anything. They have 5 Molotovs and 3 smokes. And they have no presence towards the A site. Ooh. And I do not like this call from Optic. They have rotated Naf towards CT spawn. He's actually closer to the A bomb site. It seems like they're so afraid. He's going to throw that smoke for B, so that might give them enough time for him to rotate back, see if there's any pressure at A before leaving. But Luminosity, knowing they have no control of the map, they might just want to execute right now.
Look at this set piece coming out from Luminosity. I want to see exactly where these mollies land. It will probably clear out Daps. He's sitting by the first boxes, I think. And yeah, Naf isn't too far away. He's actually managed to pull himself back over, but they've slowed down the timing on the hit with the mollies, and there you go, raining from above. The fire comes in, and it will push Daps right in towards the pool. And that's all he can do is just play by that fountain. Gets a little bit of fire done, but he's now surrounded, pressured, and it's Taco to get the kill. Now Naf's finding a good little spot here to watch across, but pinned in, he can't retreat. And again, utilizing those Tech 9s so well, defining the site to their own. Luminosity make B theirs.
Yeah, this is really, really nice, and it almost feels like a save call because Stanislaw is still on the other side of the map. He's over in the A hall, so they're just going to cede this round. So traded back and forth early on in the second half. Luminosity is going to get back up towards 9. A very nice round from them, and Optic can do absolutely nothing. It was a very solid execution on the A bomb site as well. They threw some nades out at first, and they waited a little bit, and then once they threw the Molotovs, they sent a couple players in. It's like they threw the smokes, and the players that threw the smokes were the ones priming up to rush into that B site. And once the Molotov came out, that's when they pushed forward, just when Daps was going to get forced out of position, so we had nowhere else to go.
And as I said that some of these players aren't hitting their shots, you start to see them nailing it. I think they even found another rifle to take back. Well, actually, they've got 2 UMPs out of that. It's not the end of the world. That's certainly an upgrade at this point, as they did just have those pretty much the Tech 9s coming into that one with all those mollies. But what a beautifully constructed round from Luminosity there. Absolutely love that sort of thing. It's been a while since we've seen all those mollies kind of being utilized like that. It became such a, a commonplace thing to see, but really nice to see that breaking back in for Luminosity now, who do have the rifles, a lot of utility. And on the other side, sadly for Optic, they're down a fair amount here. They have a bit to work with, but it's so far from ideal now.
So is the second round, though. So is the third round for Luminosity. So we're just going to throw everything we know out the window.
Because why not?
with 2 players at Banana for Optic. You can see Luminosity now, it almost seems like they're giving some respect over to Optic. Very passive setup, just a very spread out default. Not committing too much anywhere on the map. And they're going to have to eventually, you think that this smoke is going to go, this deep smoke in Banana. One, either Optic might just flat out fall back from it, or LG is going to take the opportunity to try and force the back nades towards Car, take an aggressive stance, at least get these B defenders back into the bomb site.
What do they choose? Daps is not a great flash then. In the end, it didn't actually go down far enough. It kind of got caught up by the tree. But they're still playing super close. And the CC's worked before, but there's a lot of mollies still in the hands of the T side, but they're just going to power through. Hopefully they do check this, but on the swing out, Daps will find the time to find Fallen, get the reload. Peeks back in. He can't do any more, though. Eventually overrun by Cold Xeris, so B control is starting to become the T sides in this one. Mixwell has edged himself over towards B, but again, you have to do some incredibly hard lifting there if he wants this. The bomb yet to commit, though, either side, so we could still see some play here from Optic.
Luminosity's in love with that trade over towards the B site. More than willing to drop Fallen for 2 kills there. It's forced Maxwell over, and it's forced the defense of the A site to be thin. Now they're going to fall back where they do have that AK-47 to contend with, and it looks like Mixwell is thinking about pressuring this. He's going to be close up. He's not playing in the site, right behind the smoke at the moment. He's going to push right through. He's going to walk right into him, and they find him just as the smoke clears. No chance for Mixwell trying to catch Luminosity off guard, and now it's going to be a B hit. It almost felt like with the clock dwindling down, he was priming up to have some kind of a fast flank down Banana.
I feel bad for him because, you know, if it worked and the timing was right, you know, you probably get 2 of the 3 kills there, but just walking through smoke, not great at that point. So yeah, now Rush and Stanislaw looking to purely just try and keep hold of these weapons, or, you know, armor as it is for Stanislaw. They're pretty far away. They might get away with it. If anything, just kind of try and protect Rush at this point, who does have the M4 and the kit and the head armor and pretty much everything he needs. So yeah, keep him alive.
Pretty decent arsenal to bring into the next round. But now Luminosity finally, I mean, they traded rounds. The first 3 went back and forth. And then back again, but now finally it's Luminosity with 2 straight, so they're going to kind of break this cycle. Outside of this P250 light armor and the M4 on Rush, there shouldn't be too much of an investment from Optic. Now they've got to start saving up for the gun rounds, you know, the meat of this half.
So, actually, Stanislaw found a Galil. Okay.
Right at the end? Not a bad find.
That's fine. So now they have 2 players with rifles. Rush only has a flash, and the others are hardy going pretty much. I know we do have a P250 for Mixwell, but otherwise Luminosity have everything they need. They've now got that AWP on Fallen. That's another nice addition. They could maybe get rushed down if you look at it that way, but I'm not sure how much they can do in those opening nades, forcing these guys back. And well, Stanislaw is completely blinded. FNX there, but Daps finds FNX, and okay, Naf finds Fallen. What is going on here?
That's the bomb as well. What? They now have the bomb and the AWP in Banana, so this is a nightmare situation. At least Mixwell is taken on the other side of the map, but it's an AWP and 2 rifles versus just 3 rifles. So at least all the utilities on the Luminosity side, they have Molotov, they have an HE grenade they can use, and a couple smokes as well to apply pressure here, but they've got to wait for the smoke.
Oh, this is scary. Daps has a molly as well, so he can buy additional time if he wants to, and they stuck out on Banana so long. And now they're going to be surrounded. So Fur could eventually work through CT if he wants to, but they have very little information as to where these guys are posted up. So it's actually pretty hard to hold this, considering Rush has to focus on the back. And then you have the 2 players watching down Daps. Got to be careful here. You know that counter boost can come through, and Taco's looking for a bit of a peek on it. And again, it looks like Luminosity getting ready to go into pretty much the slaughter here, or let's see who comes out on top. And oh, Nap, how have you got away with this? Nap finds 2 as he really shouldn't have. LG just do not check it, do not expect that spot to come out to play. And now it's all on Fur, and Fur finds 1 stunning shot towards Rush, and it's left Daps on 4 HP. 35 seconds, Fur is doing some serious hero level work here, but can Daps undo what has been done? Yes, he keeps it in hand just at the end. But what was that position, and how did Naf get away with that?
There's no reason he should. I mean, you have to assume if you're Luminosity, that's got to be checked. How does this not get checked? I mean, the smoke is down. I assume that smoke was to cut anyone off who was playing there from the rest of his teammates, and it would have been perfect for him. Naf's even looking into the wall, expecting a flashbang at some point. So
it turns around like, hi,
the
guys.
definition of a free kill, and he gets away with 2 instead. So some fundamental errors coming out for Luminosity now. Maybe the pressure getting to him, not expecting this level of resistance out of Optic, and they're reeling a little bit.
I'm getting a little frustrated. I think that can be maybe something they'll be looking at here. But again, Luminosity, they can calm themselves down. They've been in tough situations before. They are pretty much the reigning champions at the moment. If you want to argue it that way, they should be able to deal with a little bit of pressure. However, Optic giving them a fantastic game of CS now. And finally, maybe Luminosity just slowing down the pace a bit here. They, again, not exactly perfect in this round. coldzera only working with the Tech 9 with a bit of utility to support it. And I think we're seeing the boost coming out. Yeah, Rush is just going to pop himself up on there. For just caught on the weapon switch, I think he was just maybe kind of got caught out on that one because he was looking towards it. So a little bit of an error again. And Rush just holding that nice vertical, well, higher angle, shall I say, in case coldzera walks around with that bomb on back.
Yeah, again, very surprising to see these kind of unforced errors out of Luminosity. It's usually what they're very, very strong on. And this allows Optic to just play passive. They just decided to turtle up in the site. Rush lets that Molotov fall behind him. It's not burning him. Hasn't even moved. And Mixwell with the op on Rap side. Does look like they want to attack that. Fallen is there with the AWP, at least to maybe peek or force him back. Another Molotov comes out. That's into the choke point as well. It's going to slow this down. So Taco has all this attention he's gathering, all this utility he's using, but it's not amounting to anything because of the Molotov. Now, Optic is still staying in the B bomb, so they haven't rotated anyone over. Not cheating, so it is very much just these two defenders in the bomb site. That's Rush, and then in the pit, that's Stanislaw.
And there you go, Fallen finding Stanislaw is going to open up an avenue, but will they expect Rush here? This is, again, a curious position, but he just sprays him wildly, and Fallen just plucks him out in a very slow hit. What, 5 seconds left in that round? The bomb does get planted. And as you said, Optic didn't really put players over there early. They only kept Mixwell close enough. And he's very close to this site, though.
And he's going for this where his teammates are so far behind. He's so far moved up. Luminosity don't have eyes on this. They're so scared to peek at the moment.
How has Mixwell got this far? coldzera and Taco haven't seen it. They're playing for the bomb plant, sure, but this is dangerous to let Mixwell this close. He's going to peek into Fallen, though, and Fallen already with, what, 3 kills makes it 4. Fallen! Oh, Fallen! Above and beyond. Sick play from him with the AWP. 5 kills. To do,
that's so dirty.
How much can one man do?
That's so dirty that he just does that. And even on top of that wasn't even the most spectacular play he had. It's killing Rush, who's jumping up on the box over the smoke while the bomb is being planted. If he doesn't get that kill, the round's over. That was the big one. Here, I mean, the second no-scope, you can see he's out. I mean, yeah.
I'm done. I'm just going to take a little moment here. You know, I'm just going to curl up in a ball and just cry a little bit. Oh.
And how heartbreaking would this be for Optic after the first half if Luminosity is able to just muscle around from here on out? So they're going to have to respond yet again. They've done so much. There's Daps down, trying to go for the challenge, and it's the MAC-10 that wins it.
Yeah, being forced back now by those mollies, pushing them away from those close angles that work so hand in hand with the Mag-7s and the pistols that currently Optic are sporting. And again, Fer just working his way in closer, looking to make some more bank. And there is still a man in the smoke, Stanislaw. Gets a good chance with the 5-7, good damage towards Fer as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a scalp claim, but bearing in mind Luminosity have not committed here, that bomb did not work its way up towards B, and I think Rush and Mixwell probably aware of that at the moment, so they're very hesitant to commit over with Stanislaw here.
Should be a pretty easy, pretty standard round for the rest here, but I mean, this is a full investment from Optic, so it's a little bit brutal. They did get reset pretty hard. So you imagine Mixwell and Rush going to keep those Mag-7s into the next round, just concede this, not even lose it, because they're going to need some kind of weaponry in the next. But either way, a good opportunity. Luminosity now, this time they only lose Fer. They're going to survive with 4 members alive. They're going to build up that money, build up that bank, and coming into crunch time, that's going to be so important if they can continue to buy in the rounds forward.
And this is scary times for Optic overall, because we said at the start, you know, while Luminosity, they weren't hitting those crazy shots. They weren't playing that crazy individual level of skill. And maybe, just maybe, we're starting to see a couple of players starting to wake up here.
What's insane, and Optic has got to feel kind of a bummer for this, because Luminosity, despite losing 2 rounds early on, have controlled the economy. We're now, what, 7 rounds into the second half, and Optic haven't really had a full buy quite yet. They've had to buy in really awkward positions. They've had some utility and some rifles, obviously, but
yeah.
I mean, they haven't really been able to have any kind of comfort situation. So they've got to be a little bit bummed out and a little bit stressed that they haven't been able to get what they want.
And how much experience is Optic going to have of having these sort of leads over teams like Optic and having to build off them and not just get ground down by Luminosity? We'll see how that comes through in the last couple of rounds that are coming up. We are at 12-10 at the moment. Luminosity just about taking over that lead. You can thank Fallen for a bit of that, but all right, Mixwell, welcome back into the game. Fallen again, though, going to take the challenge, and he is hitting some ridiculous shots here, even though it was against Nico. This guy is getting warmed up, and that is a bad sign for Optic fans.
It almost seems like Fallen, he gave his team a lot of this match to kind of come alive and to make some plays and do what they normally do, and since they haven't done it, he's just, all right, guys, I'll do it. I'll take it from here. I'm the captain. Yeah, and look at how dominant he's been. That ace in the round, a crucial round for them to win. This time is opening 2 2 kills after losing a player. Just some sick performances out of him. He's at 25 and 13. His next teammate is FNX, who's at 17 and 14. So a very, very strong impact carry out of Fallen in this match.
How ridiculous is it that you have a player who's an in-game leader and can do this sort of stuff, and Rush is just trying to stay alive at this point?
I'll tell you how it's possible, because that is always the conversation. How do in-game leaders actually manage to get kills? And the fact is, I mean, Luminosity, one of the best-known teams for their practice habits, for their preparation. And when you're an in-game leader that's been playing with a lineup for this long, and you have that kind of a practice, you can get lax on the leading, because you've drilled this into your team. You've drilled the fundamentals. You've drilled exactly how you guys want to play rounds and situations out. So when it gets into these situations, he's just supremely confident that they're going to do what they've practiced. So he doesn't have to sit there and micromanage everyone. He's gotten it to the point where he can take less of his attention on the in-game leading side.
Yeah, and well, we're seeing that coming through in the last couple of rounds where he's started to thoroughly shine, but we are seeing, again, not a great buy from Optic. As you said, they really haven't had those full buys coming in with all the utility they want, or maybe an AWP. It's always been a little stretched here or there, a UMP with NAF. And then, yeah, even a Famous for Daps as well. This is still not great for them. They're going to have to try and deal with this as best they can. Coming up against Luminosity with absolutely everything they need, and already Rush just gets hammered down by Fer, and I'm pretty sure they saw Stanislaw, so that's a big pickup going in towards Abs, and now the gates are open towards A, and it's just Mixwell standing there and having to deal with a lot of Brazilians about to come his way.
Yeah, and slowing thing down from here is Luminosity. They're waiting to see what kind of rotation is going to come out in the smoke phase. Just as Mixwell in the open, they almost line up for him, but Fallen is the one, of course, to get that kill. Naf applies some pressure, but FNS trays him off, and now it's a 1-on-3. Daps rotating from the B bomb site. His position is already known as well. Doesn't get that kill, so this turns into an impossible situation from him. 0% chance, I would say.
0?
0% chance that Daps wins this round.
I'm not going to dispute it. You look at me like I'm like, but there's always a chance, Moses. No. No. It's all right. Once upon a time, I had hopes and dreams, and things always been possible, and then I casted with you for a while, and it just keeps you real down to earth.
Oh yeah, is that how it's going to be?
Oh, please, Ninja, defuse it just to make this the best thing in the world.
I'd get up and leave. I would just get up and leave.
But Dabs, no!
I saw it coming, and actually, I did have to pause for a second. I was like, oh god.
What have I done? But this is the first map, bearing in mind these are best of threes. And a lot of said, if Inferno does go Optic's way, this was the kind of like pushing the possibility limits, then we have a game. But the problem being with Overpass coming up next, it's going to be a really tough one for Optic going into that. But this one's not over, it's 14-10, but it looks like Optic, well, what can they do in this round? Their money's been pretty much trashed throughout this entire half, sadly. And well, they're working with what they've got here, which isn't a lot.
Yeah, and they're actually, I mean, they're playing for overtime.
Yep.
They could have invested in this round. They wouldn't have had rifles again, but maybe they're just saying, all right, finally, like, screw it. We're just going to save this round because we haven't really had that, like, the strongest buy that we could possibly have.
Yeah.
So we want at least one round.
Let's see if we can actually do it.
All the Molotovs, maybe an AWP out. But then they have to go on a 5-round tear, so and that's going to be the tough part of it, especially because Luminosity, Fallen's got 7K, Cold has 10K, Taco's right under 8K. So I mean, there's so much money built up that Luminosity can buy through a losing or buy while a losing bonus builds up. They can basically buy for the rest of this half, no matter what happens.
Luminosity looking stronger now. Fallen starting to fly the flag and look incredibly powerful. Not going to bode well coming into the next couple of maps, no matter what the first map score is. And so far it does look like Luminosity are going to get at very least a match point here. See if they can go beyond that. Alright, Mixwell again being found. Fallen just going to claim that one to begin with, and well, we still have 3 players stacked here for Optic Gaming, so they hopefully can do a little bit more damage. Swinging out into that, Fallen not going to go so well, and Dab's going to at least get a good bit of work done there towards Cold Zera and Fallen, but very, very tough to follow on, as now they know his position, and now they get towards 15.
It's almost like Fallen's like putting on like a free Games Academy lesson for everyone tuning in to this match.
Maybe that's the plan.
It is the plan.
You reckon?
Well, he
like
did say he was going to start doing
English, yeah.
But I
This
mean,
is
yeah,
it.
you're
This
into it.
is the start.
He's like, all right, yeah, here's the first one, guys. A little taste of what's to come. Inferno is going to be the map of the day.
It's on discount at the moment due to the fact it'll be out of the pool soon, but make the most of it while you can. So 15-10, Optic now finally get that double AWP into play. They have enough utility, enough to play with here that they can sustain hopefully through a couple of instances. And oh, Mixwell, you don't want to poke the bear. All right, he backs away from that one. He's been caught out there in mid a couple of times, and by the man you're seeing right now, Fallen just holding the angle, seeing if he gets anything coming his way. And actually, Daps and yeah, Daps is coming over towards A very early on into this.
Yeah, they have NAF over towards the B bomb site alone with an AWP, so it's switched into a double op setup. Luminosity, the question is, are they going to figure this out, or are they going to get punished by it, and that's how they find out. This defense has at least been forced to be passive, so Luminosity, they can gain control of top mid. This could deny information. Daps is going to be on Rap side, but he falls. Such a low percentage play for Daps to make there, and Cold punishes it.
Clutching at straws, possibly, or...
Well, now there's no one to rotate back towards NAF
Yeah.
if he feels any kind of pressure. That was kind of the one thing. Mixwell could be, he's going to have to be the early rotate over towards the B bomb site, but he has an AWP. So 2 ops to defend this B bomb site, and 1 op is going to get smoked off.
And well, let's see what NAF can do. He's about to receive a hell of a lot of attention. FNX and Fallen working their way up already. And okay, thank you, FNX. That's very kind. That's a start, and that's pretty much information gathered. They can now dedicate 2 players there. Yeah, they are both the AWP, so not quite what you'd want in theory, but with 25 seconds left, LG have to make their move pretty soon.
Waiting for some kind of presence. There's the second op, and they're not expecting that one. So there's the double op setup. Fallen thinks he's going to take an opportunity, but he doesn't realize it's a double op setup until just now. It's too late. That was the question, were they going to get punished by it first, and they did. Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock. First got to have a good entry. Doesn't spot that player to his left in the smoke. That's Rush in the bomb site. Now they're going to have to plan here, and Rush is going to stop it. This time it works out. The round's over.
Rush knew that was the only place that could be planted in that situation. He just dives on top of the box to deny any chance of that. Taco will survive on 1 HP. But yeah, that AWP bait on B was actually pretty nice in the end.
Yeah.
A little ridiculous that actually worked in a way, but it did. It paid off perfectly. But let's look at the money here because, again, you said it before that Luminosity can suffer through a couple of round losses. They had a lot of money built up, which, as you can see, they're perfectly fine. And again, it looks like Optic have enough to reinvest into this one. Still pretty close on money, and NAF going to go for a bit of a run through and actually peek down towards second mid. That could have been dangerous and does opt away from it.
So smart for Luminosity. That's the adjustment because they know there's a double op setup. They just molly off that room. NAF wanted to make that play, wanted to take a peek towards alt mid, and they just prevent the danger before it even begins. So nicely done, and now encroaching. This is going to be a waterfall out of the apartments.
This could hurt a hell of a lot. They all know what they say about chasing waterfalls. Let's find out. Rush going to be receiving this with NAF. NAF finds Spur right in the midair, and they know exactly where they're going. Great crossfire coming through until FNX finally breaks it. NAF does go down, but by that point, here comes the reinforcements. And again, Optic withstand the rush so far. But then there is still Fallen. And there we go. He does get picked up. No chance for brilliance this time for him. And okay, they lost out on NAF. He's got enough money to rebuy in this. 15 to 12.
Yeah. Chasing waterfalls Optic, that's best TLC impression I've seen in a while.
Thanks.
He started it.
Wait,
Either way, that's sick from Optic to stop that. I mean, because that was the kind of explosive tactic out of that kind of explosion from Luminosity is what we saw out of Optic in the first half. So, I mean, knowing how to defend it, obviously, NAF's going to go for that same play. Is there going to be a Molotov here?
Oh,
there
is. No.
And they even pre-spammed it. I mean, you could just see Luminosity is ready for that play because they know they still have the 2 ops on the board.
Yeah, and you literally saw that firing squad in X-Ray. If you saw him walking, it was just like, no, NAF, anything but that. And great intuition, though, from Luminosity. As you said, I really like the thought process to how they approach coming into this with that double AWP setup. And actually, it was something that Threat was talking about when he was casting with, I think it was DDK, and it's how teams approach differently to knowing there's double AWPs in practice and how Threat likes to do it on things like Mirage. What do they go for? And actually, Luminosity was a team he was discussing at the time, so quite curious to see it being such an integral role in this one.
You'd hope that Luminosity knows how to counter it because it's something they're so very good at. So the fact that they use it so often should kind of expose some of the weaknesses, at least in their mind, of what they can do to exploit it. And the best answer you can have, especially on a map like Inferno, is force them to rotate, force them to be mobile, force them into retaking bomb sites where they're so much less effective. And right now they're just lining up for a B.
And first couple of smokes coming in. Couple of flashes to follow. No initial hit. The following flashes will probably come in any second now. They still have the mollies as well to put down. Now, it's still in library, so he's a pretty long way off from supporting Daps and Mixwell here. So they are so hesitant, and Mixwell might be walking into the... Well, there you go. The shot of Fallen. He picks that one up nice and comfortably. Now Daps needs to survive. He needs to sustain and just keep himself. In this one, the flash didn't catch that many. Taco, FNX, and Cold Zera joined by Fallen, all waiting for a chance and opportunity to do some damage here. The flash comes out so well. FNX working off the back of it, and look at the time. They've run it down so low. It's down to NAF, it's down to Rush and Stanislaw to keep this game alive, and the bomb has just been planted in time.
FNX trying to spray him down. He does find Stanislaw. Looked a little bit sketchy for a moment. Rush now on the flank is going to walk right into the op. textbook from Luminosity in this last round. They figure it out. And Nap with the off, he gets one, but too many bullets to contend with. Cold takes him down. So 16-12, Luminosity's tested early in this series. But watch that last round again if you want to learn how to pick off into the B bomb site, because the initial execution just put down some smokes, forces utility out of the B defenders, and Fallen just kind of hides. He's hiding behind Hakar. One flashbang forces Mixwell at Spindles with the op to hide. Fallen jumps up on the cart and just waits for the repeat from Mixwell. It's so perfectly set up, and it works, perfectly again. I'm just going to say it one more time.
It was pretty perfect. This, on the other hand, wasn't, but there were a couple of questionable moments throughout this game. Fallen certainly a headliner, and this was the round that you saw it coming through. The ace to secure what was actually a very good break ahead for Luminosity, getting that economy in their favor. And again, this is only map 1. This is a best of 3. Coming up next will be Overpass, but there'll be a lot to be said about this game, I can imagine, for the analysis on the desk.
Well, Optic putting up more of a fight than the desk anticipated. Still not enough to translate it into a victory. They did it versus Astralis. Luminosity proving too tough, especially on their attacking side. Some sloppy Brazilian play, though, and that's probably where I feel Yanko may want to take this, judging by what he was saying in the green room. Not the LG that we were expecting coming into this game, Yanko.
I mean, it did feel that at the beginning of the game, they were still a bit complacent, maybe didn't show enough respect to the Optic guys. You could see that Taco had some issues around that AABS area, the balcony. He was getting caught off guard, which gave a lot of room for Optic. In the second half, we saw some sloppy play in the anti-ecos, and I think we'll show it a bit later on. But all in all, it seemed that at one point, LG just switched into higher gear and decided that they are going to win the game now.
Optic, however, I mean, that first half, we were sitting there kind of wondering where on earth this Optic has been hiding. Because, I mean, Blues, there was some very redeeming features coming out from them, especially on their attacking side.
Rush, right from the get-go there, was, I mean, to a certain degree, like carrying the team for the first couple of rounds. He was leading the scoreboard by a huge margin, and he was crucial in quite a few of the first couple of gun rounds there, holding the sights of the post-plant scenarios, given a couple of those lineups for free. Again, this is more of an issue of Luminosity and the sloppy way that they play things at the beginning of the matchup. They're walking into the site, just lining up for him. There was one round, I think, on the B site where he's rushed. This is holding behind Nubox there. Two members of Luminosity do push him, like at the same time, line right up, 2 kills for free, and then he gets the final 2 in 2 separate 1v1s and is able to close that out. Gets a 4 kill there. A lot of examples of things like that, unfortunately, allowed the guys from Optic to keep things close, but like Yanko mentioned, in the second half there, Luminosity did finally get their stuff together and decided they actually wanted to win things.
And he only had 37 points of health in that round as well, and him and Dabs had 17 kills both in the first half. Dabs, who in the previous 2 games here combined had 18 kills. So a great game from him. Unfortunately, Stanislav was really falling behind, and not just in kills, but there was that one round where Fallen got the ace. He was in pit. It was a 4v5 actually. Luminosity already were a man down, and he dies first. Gives a lot of control to Luminosity, who edged it out in the end.
You mentioned there were some mistakes and that we might have some kind of evidence of those mistakes. I'd love to see if we can get those up and just kind of get our heads around what exactly was going so wrong. I'll let you take this away, Yanko. Okay.
Yeah, so this is, you can see only on the kill feed that Taco falls yet again. And this 7X is now, you know, from balcony and from short, he's shut down. And you can see that at the beginning, Optic had a great start to the game. This was the round actually before the one we just saw. Again, he gets caught out by this flash, by some early aggression. You can see there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left, so a lot of time. Optic went for this really fast push towards the A bombs. I don't think he expected that. He did put down a smoke, which is a good reaction. Maybe he did to an extent, but you know, in those situations, it's really hard for that player towards the pit, AAPS, because he is the guy who is there by himself. If he dies, he gives a lot of room, so he at times must stay alive, but he can't allow his teammates to be shot from app, so it's tricky to play that position.
So credit where it is due. Optic, you know, keeping this very competitive for LG. Yes, there were some shortcomings from the Brazilians, but still keeping the game competitive on Inferno, maybe a map that we...
I think, like you said, Optic have a very good start there, but ultimately it's off of the hinges of two really good performances from individuals, and with Luminosity still playing as a much stronger 5-man unit, ultimately they're still going to be the stronger team in a lot of these maps there, and this is why they were able to overcome the disadvantage that they did have against Optic and still close out that map.
Would have been good to see what Stanislaw maybe picking up a few more frags. He was definitely struggling on the scoreboard. But that's map 1 done of our second best of 3 of our second day here for the ESL Pro League Finals live from Leicester. We migrate to London for the weekend, but to choose who is going to get there, we have to play at least one more map. The map will be Overpass, and we'll be talking about that in just a moment. Luminosity versus Optic is about to go down on Overpass. I'm your host, Alex Richardson, and I've got myself Yanko and Blue to talk about Overpass. Now, this is what usually you'd expect to be the end of the line for Optic. They had a good run. You'd feel like the series is going to be done and dusted on a map that Luminosity have stated their claim to the European throne on this map in the past versus another gods like Navi. We've seen them succeed versus Virtus Pro when they were unbeatable. This is the situation at this point in time. However, you've said in a domestic environment, Blue, Optic have thrived as well. This is where the discussion starts.
I mean, they've done pretty good at it, but the problem is that this is versus teams, like, again, even going back to like last season of Pro League, they did pretty well on this map against teams like Cloud9 and whatnot. But a lot of those results come from much lower teams in North America, like Complexity, Winter Fox, like the likes of those guys, who they can't even really compare to Luminosity Gaming. And when we look at Luminosity's results, this is like the El Clasico map. This is where they play versus Navi all the time, and it's an amazing map to watch Counter-Strike on. But yeah, so with LG having that much higher prestige level, I don't think Optic's domestic results are going to translate very well to this one.
I mean, Optic are 7-1 on Overpass. They did beat Liquid, Energy, Selfless, but the one loss they have was at CEVO LAN. That was the only LAN tournament they played it at. To Hellraisers, they lost 16-3, and they lost, I think, 12 rounds or 13 rounds as CT. So that is an abysmal result in itself. Against Hellraisers, who have a good team, they have a lot of firepower on that team, but still can't really compare them to Luminosity, right? So it's going to be definitely an uphill struggle for Optic from start to finish, especially Overpass, CT side for Luminosity, double AWP again. Fallen seemed to be on fire towards the end of that first map on Inferno, so it's going to be really hard for them to find their footing in this game.
And I don't know if there is anything in particular, but has anything stood out to you from Luminosity on Overpass? Have they innovated in any way? I mean, yes, the boosts, but is it just, are they playing very default Overpass, or is there anything particular that when you talk, the Brazilians and Overpass?
Boosts are Navis, by the way, so they just started using them after that.
Sure, okay.
Katowice semi-final, to give credit where credit is due, right? I don't think it's anything in particular that they revolutionized. I just think that they're good at the map. Sometimes they seem to have a good read on their opponents as well, and being strong players individually, it seems that it just suits them really well and their style in general, so to speak.
So just the kind of the end of the road potentially for Optic, I guess. That could very well be the discussion we're having here. I'm actually kind of sitting here like, it seems pretty clear-cut, black and white. You guys are just going to write them out. This is the end of Optic.
The only good thing for Optic, what I saw that I liked from them is that they're not afraid to go for a fast execute, fast threat, change the pace, take the game to Luminosity, and that's the only way you can play. If you play scared against a team like Luminosity, you're going to get ripped apart, basically. So if they can try and do something similar, maybe stay grouped up on Overpass, not get picked apart by Luminosity's AWP players more than anything else, maybe they can make it competitive again. But all things considered, I just think Luminosity is going to take this 2-0.
I think it's funny that you mentioned Fallen being a real present AWPer on Inferno, because we actually heard from Zeus, they said apparently Cold was feeling it. We didn't see too much from him on Inferno. Maybe, would you say the map kind of limits a player like Coldzera?
I think that Inferno is not a map where you want to have two AWPs. You want to have one player and then move him around, have him mostly on A, maybe aggressive towards A apps, try and get a pick there, then play around middle, then send him towards B, because that way opponents have to keep guessing. If you have two AWPs, you know that one is going to be A and one is going to be B. And then you can exploit that. You can go towards the B bomb set with a lot of smokes, Molotovs. You can basically neglect the influence of that one player, completely shut him out of the round at that point, and actually it can be more detrimental than useful at that point in the game.
Well, Optic don't have that double AWP presence, or at least not as powerful as that of Luminosity, Blue. So if you're going up against the likes of a double AWP in the hands of Cold and Fallen, what is the counterplay? What are you doing to deal with Luminosity? You're throwing aggressive AWP, they're throwing passive, they're mixing up the pace. What on earth do Optic start doing? I mean, this is to both of you.
You would hope at least your opper would be able to go up and stand up against one of theirs to find a way into the bomb site. But even looking at the last map there, Mixwell didn't really end up doing so hot in that last match. So if he's going to be the main driving force with that op on this map, things probably aren't going to look so hot, because I highly doubt we're going to see a turnaround performance from him that quickly.
That's why I said that I would like for them to group up, because they don't have a player who can match Cold or Fallen. When you mentioned that Katowice semi-final against Navi, where there we had an amazing game with duels between Guardian and Fallen throughout that game, and it really is hard. It's the way the map works. So that way you want to play it so that even if one player gets picked out, you can get the trade kills and push towards the bomb side.
The desk thinks it's over from here. They think we will no longer be seeing Cobblestone and Optic, despite a good run, will not be able to make it that to London for the semi-finals. We'll see what Luminosity can do as we are about to go into Overpass. Before we do so, head over to social media and give us some love. Head over to hashtag ESL Pro League and let us know who you're expecting to turn up in this game and everything else, as well as, of course, yeah, all the highlights are available there. You get to see all of that good stuff, as well as Yanko thrusting his phone into my face. So that will be there as well, I'm sure, amongst all the other
Actually,
things.
you just want to kiss my phone because of how much you love the Score esports.
Yep, that's becoming a real fantastic meme. Loving that, absolutely. One of my favorite things. Okay, let's get into it. It is time for potentially the final map of our second game of this 3-game day. Let's enjoy Luminosity versus Optic.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck! What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Alright, welcome back, ladies and gents, to the ESL Pro League Finals. We are still finding out who will be working their way through to London between Optic Gaming and Luminosity. Map 1 was Inferno, and it did go in favour to Luminosity after quite a bit of a struggle, to be fair. Optic put up a great T-side, very, very impressive, but now they're walking into a really tough situation.
Well, and this is where they're really, I mean, all North American teams get tested. Is CT sides tend to be a struggle for them because at time it almost feels like at times they don't really have the information plays down, especially if there's like an opening kill that goes against them. Very hard for them to recover, and just off the back of that as well, Luminosity is like world beaters on this map. They can contend with everyone. The things they did to Na'Vi at the major, Na'Vi also one of the best overpass teams in the world. It was just dirty to watch that. So, I mean, it's such a tall task for Optic, especially starting on that CT side. On Inferno, they had like one good buy. In that entire, like one really, really solid buy where they weren't like light on any kind of weaponry. They had all the nades they needed, and that came at like 15-10. So it's just Luminosity doing such a good job on their T-sides of controlling the economy of Optic.
So, fact being that Luminosity will start out on the T side here, so hopefully for Optic Gaming they do make some sort of bank throughout this. They start off doing well here. I want to see something big from these guys as we are underway. And Dap's going to go out for the information play, try and peek towards Fountain. Actually, the best part being, Luminosity are actually going to play towards that. They're just offsetting the timing and sitting pretty far back at this point.
A little bit of damage done onto Rush, going for some kind of a peek out towards Long B. He gets forced away. Now, if Optic watched the match last night and have studied LG on this map, they're going to know at times that Taco is going to be very, very alone over towards the B bomb site. His entire job is just to make sure that, if needed, Luminosity has an avenue to change between the bomb sites, somewhere to fall back where the CTs aren't pushed up towards short sewers, towards Long B. So there will be opportunities for them in the mid-round if they want to get aggressive to try and trade that kill off or just surprise him.
And actually, I love Taco playing those sort of positions. I'm pretty sure he does it on Mirage as well in the B-Apps on the CT side. He can play that kind of like solo role almost, and he does do it very nicely on the T side as well here. But Daps with a stunner to kick things off. All right, FNX just gets ripped to shreds. And Daps wants some more. Why not? He's going to try and catch the timing correctly, but he can't. Taco just overwhelms him, and now they have a good step towards the side. Let's see if Luminosity push off the back of it.
Very low as Mixwell, 1 HP, somehow dodging those bullets. And there's another douche from Fur, but the shots call come out, and Fur thinks he's being flagged out. It's actually towards Bank. These silenced USPs denying so much information. Another headshot, but he can't finish off the kill. Now it's just Cold. He's on the truck, he finds one. He's got to be careful behind him. There's a good kill. He's isolated some one-on-ones. Even the remaining member, Naf, is in Bank. So good opportunities here for Cold. Now he knows he's got Naf all on his own.
2 individual 1v1s. 17 seconds, and they need to be careful not to allow him to have 2 clean 1v1s with time for a plant. The bomb is pretty much on the site itself. Naf is backing away. They're all backing away. Get some more information. He needs to make these quick, and he can't do it. Nafly will find the frag, and there you get it. Optic do manage to pick up the first round there.
Team ace.
And yeah, a clean team ace pretty much. Every single player getting 1 kill.
Well done. Way to go, guys. Yeah, that was a sick
Condescending.
opening. That was a sick
Really
opening
proud of you, guy.
Not overcommitting to some of those fights. Again, though, investment in the second round, and Rush has already been tagged. Fur, he can't connect with that shot. Naf brought very, very low. Cold now with the Deagle. He gets a tag. It seemed like that was through the edge of the stairs. He's forced out because of the smoke.
God.
That's heartbreaking. He can't get that kill, and Daps jumping up is able to seal it finally.
If they had 1 nade to just throw down there, they'd probably get both kills at that point, or at least... Oh, that's got to be so frustrating to do that, so much damage and get nothing for it, but... Still, Optic Gaming do manage to stay alive. They get 3 players left very low, but standing nonetheless, and they've got the bomb locked in there. So now Luminosity have to kind of throw themselves in towards this, and FNX finds one of the players who was actually not all that low. Fallen takes out Daps, and now they're going to be wondering where's Naf, and they take him down too. What the hell just happened?
Fallen happened. Got to be careful. One beneath him, and he's going to get that kill. Almost thought he would have just grabbed that bomb and ran. Either way, though, they've done some decent damage despite a very, very awkward start.
No one's watching this.
Yeah, FNX, this could be huge. Now, the timing, Stan just kind of figures it out in his head. He has that internal clock ticking away, and then he checks behind him. Perfect on that kind of a play, but still, they take 3 deaths, which is very, very hard to swallow if you're a CT side.
Yeah, I mean, considering those were pretty tough as well, some of the players who were picked up initially weren't the ones who were tagged up really, really low. It was actually quite surprising to see. But again, you know, Fallen isn't exactly a slouch when it comes to picking up the scout himself. And, you know, they can do a great deal of damage, but pretty clean round coming out for Luminosity, not investing too much. 2 P250s and a flash. And Stan just about missing out on most of the information, but does catch the heels of Stanislaw there. And Naf's going to have a well of a time. Well, in theory, he should have. Actually gets sent back here, and left really, really low.
He had the same thought that you did. Now he's forced back a little bit depressed that he's able to get things like that. So now it's Daps his turn, and he even struggles to find the kill. He's going to fall. And LG now, they can pressure this site. Nav can't be aggressive over in Stairwell. He's got a teammate there with him. Mixwell is pushing up and fallen. Look at this read.
Oh god, Mixwell suddenly just had that horrible sinking feeling as soon as he saw Fallen Shadow just, well, even just the outline up above him. And now Mixwell can't escape either. They're kind of locked in here, and now Fallen wants to punish this, and he goes in with the Glock, and he dances, but he can't get the shot done in the end, and it's Mixwell to stay alive on 10 HP. So Naf is 6 HP, Mixwell is 10. There's a lot of damage to be done here with these 2 P250s and the Glock. Even if Fur is 1 HP, the spam comes out through the wall, but it's Mixwell to find Fur. And now these two are going to find this tough to do some damage. And actually, oh, tell me. Ah, just sees the feet.
That's a bummer. I mean, Fallen's got to feel like really, really bad that he had a Glock in that situation. It's like, did you ever play GoldenEye for Nintendo? Like, it's when you have the Klob and you're in like, some kind of a battle and it just doesn't do any damage whatsoever. You get like the entire like 25 bullets off or 30 bullets and it just doesn't work out. Either way, into the first gun round, no Klobs are going to be out here. In fact, Fallen has the AWP, 4 AK-47s behind it.
He's got the golden gun now, let's be honest here. This man went absolutely ham in the last map. It was just ridiculous. So Dap's going to do the smoke down towards Monster. And again, this is what we kind of get to see. As you pointed before, oh, he missed it.
That's awkward.
Oh,
we
Daps.
followed it and everything. Come on now.
No. At least don't let him see the shame. Just hide it from us. But again, this is what we've seen before. Taco being a very much a solo kind of beacon towards B, keeping them present, keeping them... Actually, they should have been much more on their toes. He gets a free peek in from short, finds Stanislaw, and that's going to cause Daps now to be far more present, and the rest of Luminosity are all over by A.
I gets a second kill as well. Rush pushing up to try and gain something. Maybe realizing, like I mentioned, that Taco normally is alone there, but what a play from Taco. I mean, he switches this up. He picks and chooses his times to be aggressive, and right now, 4th round, setting the tone. Fallen. See you later, Mixwell. 3 individual battles, 2 for Taco, 1 for Fallen, and there's no rebuttal. Oh, the aim punch without armor. Daps does fall, though. Now, they did keep SMGs into this round, so they're going to have a goodbye going forward. The op is salvaged by Cold. That's a nice start to this half from Luminosity, actually, because of all the damage they sustained in those 2 anti-eco rounds. They're very, very light. Rush can buy whatever he wants, but everyone else is beat up. So
yeah,
Rush,
I'm seeing CZs.
Yeah, Rush is just going to drop pistols over to his teammates because he's got so much money, and they're going to have to save already.
And this was something we actually set out at the start, or at least you did, should I say. The fact that their money wasn't great on Inferno once they got to that CT side, so I'm hoping they can stabilize pretty soon. Obviously, they have to kind of suffer through this one, a little bit of armor to supplement the CZs, but it's not much to work with at this point. Although there is a great deal of angles to be held on this map, you can do some damage. We saw Optic doing very well with it, even on Inferno, even though they didn't really get much in towards the later parts of that map. They did manage to do a little bit of opening damage, but still, this one's going to be a little bit tough to get through.
Very, very standard from Luminosity. A lot of what we'll see during this half is, you know, like we mentioned, Taco's going to be alone towards B, and it remains the other 4 to kind of figure out. Usually, sometimes it's going to be following an underpass with 2 to 3 towards Party. At the moment, though, I mean, they don't know that it's just pistols yet. They might have an idea just because they know how much damage they've done, but they haven't spotted this out quite yet. So still waiting for any kind of indication of what they're going up against before committing anyway. There's a Molotov. That's going to force Daps forward. Mixwell gets the kill. Daps has an opportunity here, but he's not going to be able to do it. Had a shot or two. Cold knocks him down.
Yeah, they have stacked out toilets as well. Now it's being removed piece by piece, but Stanislaw has got himself still in a good position. Actually a little bit further ahead from Fur, but I think they've got an idea where one was, and actually Rush wins out the fight towards Fur anyway, so left on his lonesome. Sadly couldn't get the gun. He will be able to get it here if he does make it across. FNX managing to keep hold of that AWP, and you can see Cold Zera, Taco all heading over towards B. And for Rush, really not much to be done here at this point. He does get the AK to hand, so salvaging something decent at least after it was a little bit of a painful round, but it was going to happen anyway. They did some decent damage here at least.
Luminosity putting all the faith in Cold. Maybe also the fact that knowing that they're going against pistols, more than likely not a kit on the board, but Cold is very much the only person in the B bomb site. They want to take this gun out of Rush's hands, obviously, and it's more than likely going to be up towards Taco. He's pushing through T-spawn. FNX hasn't spotted anything. And now Rush slows down right when he gets to playground. He knows that there could be someone coming behind. It's all going to be timing. Is Taco going to be able to see this? And it comes out. Oh, lordy. That's unfortunate.
That was literally the worst timing I think I've seen, just flat out.
It's heartbreaking.
It was the second he looked away.
He actually swings past him as well.
Oh, that really does suck. But it's how it goes. 3-2 at the moment, Optic Gaming. Now with a chance to get the AWP out. Now with a chance to be pretty well set in this. Not quite to the caliber of Luminosity yet. There's still no armor with Nav, so just running the glass cannon with a flash. Wondering what he's going to do with this one, see if he's going to take the fight early. It does seem as though he's playing up towards long, but not going to push out too far. Not going to take any opening fights, you know, too aggressively at this point. You can see how far back Luminosity are playing this, all the way back, slowly working their way in towards long.
Pop flash from Nav to take that to peak, and actually now he sees the nades around. He might not want to go back for this. He's got to be a little bit careful how he plays this, because Luminosity's already out. Fallen's got the angle. Nav's just, he's not going to peek. He's going to hold an off angle. Hope that someone swings pretty wide on him, and he might get the opportunity. Although Mixwell is going to be the next one up, and he's looking away from the flash. Turns around at the perfect moment. Cold finds him, and there's the peek from Nav to try and recover from it. It's not going to work. So well done from LG, using the AWP of Fallen to cover his teammates. Now even Daps. I mean, they can sense it. They know the play is coming. They know the next step is either aggression or information to be gathered by Optic, and the Molotov forces Daps away. But first, it's still not cleared out. So first, in a little bit of a dangerous position.
That 1-2 punch between Cold Zera and Fallen was just perfect, and actually Fur did look towards toilets initially. I was like, maybe there's someone here, but he's being so hesitant and so cautious. Daps hasn't yet made a move, so kind of playing that dangerous game. Who steps out first, who makes a sound, who rotates, who pulls into which way, and while this happens, the rest of Luminosity have turned their attention towards B now.
Yeah, and because Daps hasn't heard or seen anything, that's why they have 2 members over at this B bomb site still. There's still 25 seconds. We saw in Inferno, Luminosity very willing to run this clock down, but there's only 3 players at the B bomb site. If this gets stopped, there's no time for the other 2 to recover. FNX is coming over now to come up catwalk. First still over towards A. That'll be a flank, but him and Daps have passed by each other. Might not even matter because Taco's going to hit that shot on his stand. They think it's the only one. 10 seconds left. Can Rush stop it? Can he do enough? No.
The molly failed. He was still able to hold from the barrels, but in the end, he just doesn't quite land the shot as cleanly as he needed and gets punished instantly. So 5 players alive now for Luminosity. And Daps, well, his position was pretty sick, actually. It did allow them to get a great deal of information as to where they're on B, where they weren't, basically, at that point. So, again, good positioning, but kind of left useless at this point. And this is the first time we saw that real big buy coming in, or at least a good buy, should I say. And, well, it didn't get to do too much, sadly. Hopefully Daps can keep this one to hand, but I'm pretty sure Fur is going to check this. Daps doesn't hit the shot. He had 1 chance to live through that, but not going to make it. And that is the AWP gone for now. And the money, as you can see, again, so worked down here for Optic Gaming, sadly. It is all 3-3 now. The first rounds did go back-to-back for Optic. Some great stuff coming out from them, in those pistols, but sadly not quite making it in towards the gun rounds.
This is where it becomes a struggle to be able to read Luminosity, to have two players at the point of contact, to be very coordinated on this CT side for what Luminosity is going to throw at you. Because, like we said, world beaters on this map, they have so many different looks in their playbook. They have such good knowledge of the different things they can do, and Taco's going to be the one under pressure. 4 members for Optic over at this B bomb site. They've pushed into short sewers. Taco's got range on this, though. He's got eyes, and that nade, they're not going to push forward, but it actually does good damage on the Stanislaw, down to 71.
I do like the read into this. As, you know, it's not uncommon or unknown that Taco does solo out here, but they do try and make the most of it. They actually do manage to take him down, so that's a really nice bit of a play coming out from Optic. They can't recover that rifle yet. If they did, actually, Fallen wasn't too far behind. So now Mixwell going to try and flex throughout the rest of the map, but he's going to get pinched in by Fur. So him and FNX do manage to get some map control here now, just leaving the 2 alive, as in Daps and Nefly. So a little bit tricky to do any more damage, as I don't really see Luminosity walking into this unless they get a little bit, I guess, hap-handed and just go towards B. Of course they don't.
Well, I mean, they still don't have to commit anywhere. I mean, there's a nice shot from Daps to at least find Cold, now falling under a little bit of pressure, but he's got his teammates streaming outdoor to deal with that kind of an issue. 4 straight now for Luminosity. Losing bonus almost fully built up. Either way, it's going to give Optic a good buy into this round. Don't think we'll see an AWP. It would be Glass Cannon from Naf, so he's going to go drop down to the rifle, try and have some extra utility with which they can make some plays.
They need to start doing something, sadly. It feels that Luminosity are definitely controlling the pace at the moment, keeping the reins firmly in their hands, and sadly for Optic, they're just kind of sitting there and, well, not much other way to say it than just taking it at this point. But yeah, we'll see. See how this goes. You okay there, Moses?
Perfect. I am wonderful.
That's what I like
All
to hear.
5 members of Luminosity over towards this B bomb site. They're going to switch things up, not spreading out in this default. Optic has players in bathrooms, Daps and Naf, and Mixwell as well, but they're not seeing anything. And here comes Fur. They have 2 members to the right by Monster. Not cleared out quite yet. There's Stanislaw, but then FNX wipes him out. So does Cold. And well, what can you say about that one?
Again, just such a sick hit coming out from Luminosity, just breaking in towards the side pretty much at this point, but the retake is certainly possible. Looking at the players left standing, there's a good bit of damage towards FNX, but Fallen in such a good position if he can just back himself away a little bit, considering where those Optic gamers are. But actually, no, Fallen doesn't quite get the shot he needs to, but there's the short flex coming out from Coldzera. He finds one, trades out for Daps, but now left in a 1v2. This situation is looking more and more dire. Clock is ticking. Oh, God, Daps.
That's 2 smokes.
He fails the smoke towards Monster, then does that. Just walk away, Daps. Just walk away.
You have to at that point. I mean, even dropping that smoke, and then you have to run through
Yeah.
it, so it's a very dire situation. So 5-3, Luminosity looking unstoppable on these gun rounds so far.
I almost wish I could just see the chat saying NA smoke. You know what I mean? Just to really, really rub it in. But, oh, I'd love to see an Optic-style montage of Daps and his missed smokes. If anyone's creative, please get some lens flare on that, and I would be really
All
happy.
2 of them that we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's
Be-
enough.
it'd be
you
a long
know,
video.
Real slow-mos coming in. I want every angle achieved. But yeah, 5-3 at the moment. Again, Optic. What is... Oh yeah, okay, sorry. Daps did sound like I was just like, you know, so thought... Oh god, no, it's Stanis' time.
He's got it.
I believe in Stanislaw, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah,
There
he
it is.
does. Alright, we're good now. But yeah, a bit of a shoddy buy. Again, the money is... It's such a rinse and repeat story with these guys. Sadly, they've been broken down the money, but they're still doing so much damage with the pistols. They've kept this game pretty close. Even in the previous map, they did this sort of stuff. And Nafly... Oh, Mixwell, hello! Welcome back. We've got a little bit of work coming in. Coldzera doesn't get the shot, and now we've got a bit of information play. This could be pretty decent.
The bomb's down there as well, so Cold's actually in a pretty awkward spot. And yeah, Mixwell continuing his tear. The 1 dig and now a 1 with the ult. Taco and Cold going to be the last 2 left. They know exactly where Cold is. And Cold isn't sure. He doesn't realize that Naf has actually fallen back on a little bit more passive. He's coming back to be aggressive, but he realizes that Naf could be everywhere after winning that initial fight. And Cold's got to try and fall back to get this bomb. All the meanwhile, dodging bullets everywhere. And they've got a great angle on its entrance. Last one left.
And to be fair, the impressive part being that really Optic, considering what they've had to work with, have certainly done a fair bit of damage every single time they've been in this position. If they hadn't, it would have been as close on Inferno, I guess. But
Yeah, but once again, I mean, this is the one thing. It's not a strategic win, right? 'Cause
No,
it's
God,
just,
no.
It's just Naf pushing up long, winning
Yep.
his one-on-one, and then Mixwell with a ridiculous deagle shot, winning his battle, and then the second one. So I mean, it's just a series of individual battles that are won. You can't really take that into
No,
the
you
gun
can't
rounds
depend on
whatsoever.
that. No.
So it's a nice find here to get their 4th, and it gives them some free guns. They don't have to spend money on. Perhaps if they lose this, it gives them a second round they can buy to try and keep some kind of momentum, some kind of hold in this match. But they still haven't figured anything out.
And to be fair, we didn't see timeout either, did we, on Inferno? I'm trying to think back to it. I don't think we did. So again, this is something Optic could look at if they feel the need to. But 4-5, it's not a bad scoreline. It's just the way you've seen these rounds going. It's the gun rounds that have been missing, and that's the biggest issue. So see if Mixwell can make a difference with that off. Not going to get a chance as Fallen, coldzera, and FNX are behind that wall, so he wouldn't be able to see them if they did walk past Fountain. And already that play that's been coming out on long has been just so proficient so far. But Taco, did you find him through smoke? Yeah.
That's through smoke. That's a bummer. Nothing going right for Optic.
No.
And Mixwell's about to get smoked off. He's forced out towards long. It looks like it's going to be, could be pressured by Luminosity. FNX, Fallen, and Cold all over by Party, by Playground. Flashes over, blinds Mixwell completely. Fallen gets out to take an angle.
And last time they dismantled this long hold piece by piece, it was actually beautiful to watch. If they do it again, I will be so impressed. Mixwell this time holding a very dedicated angle. Naf not too far off either. There we go. Takes the swing out there, finds FNX. They know that there's more coming, so now Naf needs to be the one to chime in with a little something here, but he's playing it pretty passively, and now he's kind of just baited out. Mixwell say, hey, buddy, deal with it yourself, and he does just perfectly. The deagle comes out in time. coldzera gets picked up. And hopefully they can find the remainders, as there's still Fallen, Fur, and Taco on this map.
We mentioned Optic hadn't figured anything out. Well, that time it's the exact same tactic Luminosity used on the first gun round to eliminate that kind of a stack with an AWP and a rifle at long. But now Mixwell just completely unaware that he can be cut off as he falls back. So there's a slight mistake. He doesn't fall, luckily, but he takes a lot of damage. And still, going back to that first battle that Taco won, he's got the retreat. He's got option B. You know, he's kept this wide open for Luminosity. As you can see, they've streamed downstairs. They're already at this B bomb site because he knows he has everything cleared out. Now he's got to win that. He can't do it. And it was a little bit early. That's going to give the indication they're coming this way.
Yeah, and the Molly's been relatively failing quite some time towards exactly where Rush is, so he's had to adapt this time. Sends back Fur. Clock has run out. Time is done. And oh, Dabs, get your gun out, man. Don't add to this montage. Rush will at least deal with it. Takes out Fallen. 5-5. And okay, let's break that round down, because that's the first real gun round, I guess, that they've actually picked up properly without being on pistols or making those individual plays. And you said it at the start there that Luminosity just did the same thing pretty much that won them the first gun.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit different setup from Optic this time. The rifle was out towards the flower pots, and the AWP was in bathrooms on Mixwell. But, you know, he sees the shoulder of Fallen, and he sees it doesn't not commit, and then he peeks wide to get the players close up. That's what they're trying to do, walk two players close up and pop flash in bathrooms. Mixwell just does a really stunning job with the AWP and then that deagle combo. But that's the first time that Optic has won the initial battle in these rounds. And also, it helps them control bathrooms as CT. This round, look how passive they're forced. There's so much room to work with for Luminosity, so a big advantage early on with already, you know, just a very little time left or used on the clock.
They still have 4 smokes left, 1 molly, 1 nade, a good couple of flashes as well. This is the worrying part. They still have so much to build from if they need to go to that. So for Luminosity, they're still in a great position. There could be maybe a resurge here from Optic maybe later into the game if they want to take a bit of a dangerous fight, but I doubt that's going to happen, as Naf and Daps could be playing a bit of a tricky edge at this point. They need to be careful. Naf could be easily cut off from the others here, but depending on Daps to hold his back, and on long you do have Mixwell again on a bit of a different angle, waiting for that little peek above the flower beds. And I wonder, will anyone go for it? He does see the smoke come out from there, so he knows at least one player was by long. And I wonder how that information will trickle through that Optic lineup and how they respond to it.
Smoke, I mean, the worrying thing for Optic is that smoke, that's a nice nade on a Mixwell. That smoke can be used to allow Fur to get up close, and actually, I mean, Mixwell's blinded, he recovers very nicely. That's a sick shot. But he did allow his teammate to fall. Now he's pushed out towards long, and there's no one here. Fur is rotated over with just that Tech 9. But Mixwell, 4 HP.
This is a ballsy move as well. Look at Daps. He's already starting to rotate. They have a good idea what's coming their way. And they've read the play well here. Luminosity are going to be heading towards B, but Rush and Stanislaw are still alive. They're still dedicated toward this side. They did not rotate, and look at the time. 8 seconds left. This comes down to the wire. The bomb plant is coming in, and Fallen's defending like an absolute hero. Takes out Stanislaw, leaves Rush very much alone here until maybe the cavalry arrive, but coldzera is already on the hunt on the way as well. Right next to Daps at the moment, and this is going to be so hard to make any play towards.
Yeah, there's the dagger, right? Cold coming in from behind. He was in a flank position, and he's able to make sure that retake never comes to fruition whatsoever. Fallen has dropped, and they're not retreating that route to save the AWP. So that's one thing they might have to rebuy in the future. But a really nice adjustment by Luminosity.
Mixwell individually has been having a pretty good game, to be fair. Yeah, actually, I didn't even realize on the scoreboard, but in the last couple of rounds with the AWP, it's more the impact he's been able to achieve with that AWP has been the impressive factor, causing Luminosity to rotate then. Of course, Taco having so much presence towards the B side of things also assists towards that. But again, 5-6 now.
Yeah, and one of the things that actually talking to Optic after their win over Astralis, it was actually it was pretty interesting. I was like, so what exactly went right for you? And essentially, what they said was, this is a little bit weird because we've seen Mixwell opping so often online, is that actually they switched the op over to Nafly instead. So it is pretty cool to see Mixwell back on it.
Yeah. And well, here's another chance to have a great view of it. Mixwell kicks this round off with a bang, destroying Fur on the way through. And now starting this round exactly how you want to do it. Just getting that first pick. Again, this is something that worked for them in the one gun round that really picked up in some style, is getting that opening pick into their favor, or at least the first frag towards their side.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, this is now, Mixwell with the AWP has given them a couple opportunities early on in these rounds with these picks to play with an advantage, whereas before that, in the big streak by Luminosity after the pistol wins, for 5 rounds straight, Luminosity basically had control of the map from start to finish of these rounds. So Mixwell reversing that a little bit, and they're forcing Luminosity to come up with some things on the fly. This time there's no presence over towards the A bomb site, no presence towards bathrooms, none towards long. So Luminosity is basically committed here. That pop flash is just so perfect, but how do they not capitalize on it? Seems like they were just a little bit scared to swing wide.
Stanislaw has been punished through smoke a couple of times. I'll give him that, but still.
He's like, no,
not again. I don't want to. But yeah, so this is down to Russian Stanislaw. To be fair, Mixwell's adaptation, a bit of aggression on the CT side, really paid out early. Now they need to stick with it. And look how close Luminosity have been allowed to get. Fallen is desperate to find a pixel out of place, and you can hear the shots coming in from the right side. He doesn't land the shot. That gives Rush the chance. There's the follow-up. Sprays down, catches out Cold Zera, and it's down to a 4v2. Taco and FNX left, and the rotate does get found. That's FNX taking down Dap. So we're back to a 2v3. This suddenly becomes a little more possible, but Taco on the AWP here.
Yeah, what are we going to see out of it? Another smoke comes down. Molotov to maybe protect the run-up so he can get the bomb planted. He is going to plant in the smoke, but it's not going to happen. Stan finds that. Nice shot through smoke. FNX goes for something, but he can't connect the spray, so 6-6. In the economy of Luminosity, it's finally very, very low. They could buy here. They could do a Tech 9 force-up if they wanted to. I mean, Taco and Cold can get the AK-47s. It will be interesting to see what they decide to go through because it's only been 1 round win here for Optic. But they are going to play a little bit not passively whatsoever. So everyone's going to buy up.
Your English is great.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
You just got to keep you on your toes.
Well, it looks like Luminosity are about to keep us on our toes as well. Going for the 1 rifle on Taco, of course, and then the 4. Well, I was going to say 4 Tech 9s, but there is a CZ in there as well, just for FNX. So let's see what hit they make with this. It looks like it's a set piece towards B, 3-2 split. And again, Stanislaw could just get mowed down. He's playing right down by Water. He's going to actually play on the edge of that smoke. It's down to Rush to deal with the rest of the players pushing through, and he's done it so well, dancing around the side itself. But actually, they get mowed down in the end, just as those Tech 9s start to come in. And Taco with that AK does do the damage. First pushed up quite close, so he's going to be the first point of contact. And now it's down to the retake of the CT side.
Oh, Fallen brought so low during that plant. Taco does salvage an AK-47, but it's all on Fur. Critical position to hold. That pop flash actually gets him. It came in from Optic just as his teams came in. That's a little bit unfortunate on the timing, and now Optic, they have such a strong stance for this retake. 3-on-1, and there's the smoke to extinguish the Molotov. Taco's got to go for the sprinter. He gets it. Still alive. How does he play this? The smoke has faded now, so actually that works against Taco. He has to kill Daps. He has to get aggressive here, and Daps is going to clean him out. Nice headshot. Luminosity, they do the damage, but they can't win out the round. A little bit unfortunate, but now even with that bomb plant, this looks like this round's going to have to be much more conservative in terms of their buy.
Yeah.
And this is where teams, after I say that, normally go for the buyout.
We'll see.
Yep. Why not?
Why
Half
not?
investment. No armor on these pistols. Scout, though. I mean, they do have a losing bonus building up of 2 rounds, and so they just buy out enough to where that last round of the half, they're going to have enough to get some AK-47s, maybe 1 player on a Tech 9, or maybe 1 player with lacking utility.
Ooh, hello.
Dirty.
Well, we did talk about the dirty things they did to Na'Vi before. Oh god, if you'd hit that.
That's a drop the mic, but that's
Yeah,
a drop
it's
the
just-
mic moment. You're just
it's
like, all right, I'm
done.
out of here.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Well, at least they have information now as well. They know that maybe there's a player additional over towards B. How are they going to approach that? Are they going to work off the back of it? Let's see how they approach it now, because Fallen has been working out so much info. He spotted out another doing the jump as well. These small bits of information is just setting up the guys with the Tech 9s to be able to rush in and at least know the angle, know the positions, maybe. A little bit of a dunk nade up and over, not going to find a thing. Again, Luminosity not being giving so, or not taking so much map control at this point. And Fallen. God, this guy, he's just working every single angle he can here.
It's been so close a couple times. The really unfortunate part for it is like that first jump is used to get the information to see where they're at, to go for the actual shot, and it's just been spotted out that second time. Much a bummer, and Rush has been really strong in this position. He's also got Stan's on with the crossfire, but he does fall after only one, and Stan is there to pick up the slack. 2 kills for him before he drops, and Daps here to end things. So 8-6, Optic, it looked really sketchy early on, but they have been able to win 5 of the last 6 rounds to get up towards 8.
Considering the opponents, this scoreline doesn't upset me at all. I'm actually really impressed again by Optic. I hate to say that the fact of the matter is that Luminosity are, you know, world champions. They are the team to beat right now, if you want to look at it that way. They are one of the best. And for Optic to come in and do this, this is still impressive, and it may seem slightly condescending to say that about Optic, but this is a very strong map for Luminosity. So again, it's impressive to see Optic recovering after it was a very bad opening couple of gun rounds. Back into this, Mixwell's gone aggressive again, and he's done some good work, but Naf can't hold his own, sadly. He gets overrun by Fallen, and Mixwell, well, he was on the retreat, goes back for more, and gets punished in the end, and Fallen finding 2.
Yeah, that's Mixwell just not... Alright, Rush is joining the party here of the wet noodle grenades. Daps now, yeah. She's out of it. Rush does find 1 kill despite the flashbang. The bomb is going to get picked up here. It's down to a 3-on-2. First got sick positioning, but he's going to give it up. So this is going to get some space to Daps, and the timing on this could just be perfect. Yeah, Fleur isn't paying attention whatsoever. That's a little bit curious. So down to a 2-on-2, and also there's a flank coming in. Taco seems to be aware of it. Now that they have to run, he could hear this, but he might just be too far away. Cold is in a lot of danger from behind. Stan is going to get this kill for basically free. Down into a 1-on-2. He had a Molotov as well for the bomb, but it's no longer there. There's a smoke on Stan.
Yeah.
Taco, this is a tough spot for him to be in. There's an opportunity here.
Yeah, there's a huge chance, and that smoke's at least going to be in the right place. Now Taco needs to go big, and he takes down one, but he can't find the diffuser. Daps gets it in the end, just holding it down after what was a questionable round from start to finish. There, they do make it count towards the end. So scoreline-wise, we have a competitive game on our hands at least. Because at the start of it, I felt, you know, after that, let's say, well, the pistol that went down, as soon as those gun rounds came in, you saw Luminosity starting to really stretch ahead. That was when you start seeing the, you know, the prowess these guys can bring. And then Optic did have a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah. Well, and the weird thing too is you look at that last round. You almost want to say Luminosity gets the benefit of the doubt in the sense that you know, when these post plants, you're going to focus on them being the world champion. It almost seems like they're making some mistakes. But Optic has been so good in the post plants consistently over 2 maps now, so that's one of the big strengths that they've been able to come back. Definitely on overpass here, but at least they're being patient on these retakes, allowing time for Luminosity to make those mistakes. It's just a little uncharacteristic. So that will be the first half, and when we come back, we will end things.
So, welcome back to what actually has turned out to be a bit more of an interesting game than I think a lot of us predicted initially looking at this matchup, especially coming to the match we had with Inferno to start with. It ended up being Luminosity's game in the end, but had a good half coming out for Optic Gaming. However, again, we're in that same predicament to a degree. Optic Gaming having a respectable half scoreline there, 9-6. But this is still Luminosity and it's still overpass. So this one is certainly not done just yet.
Yeah, this is another test now for Optic because they kind of passed that first one. You have to say, despite the fact that they went on that like 4 or 5 round losing streak in a row, they recovered from that very nicely. So that was good. Now on the CT side, this is where that double op setup can come out from Fallen and Cold, and even if it doesn't too, Fallen, he's so good on this map, and he's so very mobile with his AWP, and that's the thing. He can kind of control the map, because you never know if he's going to be towards long. You never know if he's going to push Fountain, push Party, he's going to be in bathrooms. There's so many different ways that he can have an impact on this, and FNX has all the information. He sees 3 in underpass, now he's got to get away. He's going to stick around for one fight, grabs a headshot, actually gets stuck. Can't retreat any longer, but thankfully Fur recovers onto Stanislav.
But they can make a mad dash towards the site and assume, off the back of the information what they've gathered, they might be able to get a possible plant in, assuming they can isolate Fur away. Let's see if they can do that. And there we go. Already Rush is going to be looking for that fight initially, trying to get the bomb towards the side itself. Rush is going to need to land that, and he whiffs it sadly, and there you go. That means that now the bomb can be pressured. It means that suddenly that side is not safe, and these 4 remaining players for Luminosity can just close in.
They've got to be aggressive, but Daps actually gets blinded by his own flash, but Naf gets the kill anyways. Now the B bomb site is completely open. Optic
What is this?
Has turned this around. I mean, they don't exactly have an advantage. You look at the HP of Naf, but I mean, what a clever play, and there's Fallen. He gets there just in time. Who else would it be with a sick read?
Great intuition from Fallen to get there so quickly, but Daps is fighting the good fight, and he gets at least Fallen down, but 50 seconds to hit 2 shots. Or get a bomb plant of some miracle, maybe run back towards A with it. And he already gets spotted out by Furt. And Coldzera just playing very calm, just holding the angle, not giving away where his position is. And 30 seconds is going to feel like a lifetime to Daps. At this point, desperate for an opportunity.
You gotta feel bad for him. You can see him like trying to catch out that second player, at least find out the location of it, and not ever noticing that he's on catwalk, obviously, because it's well played from Cole to just hide and wait. Let his teammate take all the action. So pistol round now for Luminosity. So both CT teams winning their pistol rounds early on, and actually, and even without the plant, I guess, because with the plant they'd go for the 3rd round buy, but now they're going to invest into the Tech 9s, the Deagle on NAF. Seen it do some damage. But Rush has a smoke and Daps has a flashbang as well, and they're spreading out. They're not really, sticking together. 3 members are going to be in that underpass, trying to work up those stairwells eventually. But at the moment, Luminosity is playing this very passive.
Yeah, not a singular rifle either for them. All SMGs and a scout for Fallen, so looking to make as much money as they can going forward in this. If they can get that start that they had, or the end result they had on Inferno here, by keeping Optic's money pretty dire, it'd be absolutely brilliant for them. You can see that slow build, working their way through underpass, getting themselves throughout the map here. Daps kind of taking on, I guess, Taco's role at this point, playing out towards B, but there's the info, and you can hear the shots coming off the back, smoke towards short, and now the T side left to kind of deal with it. But look at the bomb site. It's actually no one playing close. They're all sitting so far back, almost playing for the retake, it looks like, at this point. But I wonder if they're even going to be able to make it across.
I mean, especially with Taco being so damaged, play passively, can't really commit to anything. So they're just saying, you can have the plant if you guys want to take this bomb site, but we're going to win the retake. We want to do enough damage. Tough part for Luminosity, though, is that they're starting to dwindle in terms of their nades. They have no smokes. They have a Molotov, 2 HEs that can do some damage. But still, it's Fur and Taco at this B bomb site. With Taco so low, he has to be passive. Cold is actually here as well. Just come over.
Alright, Fur can play this really well. He can do a great deal of damage, or he can get overrun. He gets 1, and that's about it. So actually, Optic's going to take the side here, and that's the big kill. Naf taking down Coldzera means this one's pretty much open for the plant. No one can really challenge, and there you go. Bomb planted, guns recovered. Fallen takes damage from
FNX.
FNX, okay, that's maybe just encouragement, just a pat on the back with a bullet. And yeah, this retake has suddenly got incredibly hard, considering there's no kit towards FNX or Fallen. They just have to do this quickly if they actually want to go for it now.
Yeah, I mean, trying to bait out one player in the pool, though, Mixwell plays it perfectly. They're going to get their 10th, so they respond. Fallen at least keeps the scout into the next round. We've seen how much damage he can do with this weapon. But a nice response for Optic. They do that early damage, and that was the thing. Luminosity kind of had to give up that bomb site. They just said, we'll win the retake, but not enough damage is done on the entrance from Luminosity. Optic trades out so effectively and eventually comes out on top of things. It's really impressive now.
I was really hoping Fur could do a little bit more then. It's kind of tough when no one pushes out Monster and they'll kind of come through short towards you, but still, when you have those SMGs at that sort of range, the MP9's pretty nuts, to be fair. So to not see it kind of do a little bit more was a little surprising. But looking at the money now, it's pretty well set on the side of the T side into this round. They've got the 2 SMGs, so the UMP coming up for Stanislaw. They've got the SMG as well, Daps, so he can kind of get up close and personal and hopefully do a lot of damage. And on the other side, a pretty much a clean eco, barring Fur, of course, going in for the P250, and that saved Scout still with Fallen.
He's going to be the one who has to have impact. And unfortunately, no one from Optic is even heading his way. He's looking up towards Fountain. He's looking up towards Party and Playground, but there's nobody there. They've all evacuated that. So 3 towards B for Optic. They've given up any presence at the A bomb site. Daps and Sandals are going to be towards Underpass. They're working for it. It's Fur who's going to be the first man in contact with them. He's got a P250. Daps working his way up. That's going to be an easy kill from there. Can he get the second? No. He has done decent damage, down to 54 HP, but still no read out of Luminosity, no rotation over towards this B bomb site. Still just Taco very isolated.
Yeah, and he's pretty much just sat on the back of the site. Peeking up and over, occasionally towards a push out from Monster, and I think he's going to see the molly come up, so he knows at least there's one player here. A quick flash off the back. He's going to hear everything, and no one's checked for him yet. He's... Okay, there we go. Rush finds him in the end.
Just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Fallen with the Scout, trying to land at least one shot, maybe a fortunate headshot, but he's just going to fall back for this. Knows it's a losing cause, so saving that Scout for one more round with the armor as well. And he would be more than willing to save this. If it's just this kind of a situation, he's more than willing to save this into whenever they have their first gun round. He will use this Scout as they buy rifles behind him, and that very well could be next round. Actually, no. He'll probably save one more, but there's a good find from Fallen. Stan as well onto FNX. We're at 11-7 now, so Optic with an opportunity to grab a pretty solid lead here.
Again, though, the gun rounds will always be weighing in the back of their minds. They know that once that money's sat with them, they'll see that double AWP threat that can come out. But this is still really good building blocks towards making this a very, very interesting game here. They're keeping their money pretty decent. They still have that UMP to go through. But what buy do we see coming out? And yeah, they have stuck with the Scout, so they're going to go around it.
Yep, they're right on the edge of this kind of a buy. Cold going for the Famas just so we can get some more nades. There's a kit onto FNX. That was dropped over to him by Fallen, I believe. So, I mean, this buy actually might dictate who's gonna, or if Luminosity is gonna be able to come back in this, or if Optic are just gonna run away with it.
Look at this rush. Are they gonna keep going at this place? They are. And okay, the nades have come out. The molly comes in towards Coldzera. He stays alive though, and Taco's been watching the push up as well. So this is gonna be interesting. If Optic actually commit off the back of this, the information's been gathered. There's a great deal of damage coming towards them already, and Taco is waiting so patiently for this. You can see the play up short coming in from Daps as well, and the flash comes out. Coldzera is still staying alive, but there we go. Rush. Oh, please. Oh, my God. He's not been checked into...
That's so unfortunate. The Famas... If that's an M4, he gets
that could have
both
been
kills.
everything.
Yeah, and I don't think Luminosity can go for this retake now. I think they have to look at the positioning. Stuck in the door still. Fur's on this road or this flank, but I don't think much is going to come from this. He's not going to find anything easy, and Mixwell sees the barrel of it. That's going to be tricky, though, and he's not going to be able to manage it. Recovery by Fur, but yeah, they're forced away from the retake.
Oh, this game. This round. I'm just going to go for this round at this point.
That's crushing with the Famas.
It really is.
That's a sick flick over, though, from Fallen. Still doing work at the Scout.
Oh.
So they're going to have 3 rifles. They'll have another buy, and even one dying to the bomb. Frustrated, are you?
You seem a veteran at this feeling.
One more drop for FNX. He's going to drop an M4 over. He'll be able to buy one up. So they are going to have 3 M4s, plus that Scout. And a Famas on Cold. They do have more utility, though, as the losing bonus builds up. 3 rounds now, 3 straight plants for Optic. With Luminosity, I mean, they can't afford too many of these rounds. They have to get onto the board.
They really do start to need to get a little bit of something going, but is this going to happen again? Okay, they are going. Stanislaw is now isolated, though, and there you go. There's the flash, there's a spray down, and there are the kills finally coming for Coldzera. Making up for what was incredibly disappointing last round, I can imagine for him. And does get to upgrade to the AK. So a very quick shutout here for Optic.
The hard part about this now, too, this is actually much more devastating than it looks, which seems crazy to say because all 5 members of LG are up, and there's 5 players with 100 HP. So no damage has been dealt, and it's still more crushing than it seems just by looking at the UI, is because, I mean, Optic's had the money.
Get wrecked.
Why not? Optic's had the money of Luminosity so low throughout this, and with everyone surviving on the Luminosity side, now they've built some up. And so, I mean, it's not going to be an immediate reset. So it's that tall task of now being able to string these rounds together, like more full buy rounds together. 6 sequence there from Taco and Cold.
Yeah, really, really well done. Can't really get away with that. Optic, they did do it once, and I guess The CS gods worked in favor towards them. That time, not so much in FNX. Going to be able to hear these guys coming, even if they are walking in the grass, which is not quite as loud. There should be a bit of a mow down. Fur does do wonderful amounts of damage, and it'll be FNX to close down with 3. So, seemingly just wanted to get that one over and done with. Optic just kind of working the way in towards the meat grinder there. But we are going to see the AWP coming out for Fallen finally. And on the other side, again, oh, okay. A rifle for Mixwell. Tech 9s. They're going in for it.
That's a very curious buy. They have the money to go for more. Okay. So, up onto Fallen. Now they have to connect with that as well. And it almost, this is a really weird T-side. Look how, I mean, this has been a multiple fast plays towards, oh, they're not going to expect Cold to have rushed this at all. But that flashbang, Daps can't recover in time. Cold catches him off guard. The Molotov as well towards short. That's why Cold was so confident pushing through. And look at the plays. Single-handedly decimates this attack.
Optic Gaming are left in ruins after that. They're down to 2 players, Mixwell and Stanislaw, and they can try and recover as best they can, but that's going to be hanging in the back of their minds for a couple of rounds coming, how quickly he just took them down piece by piece. So those guns are certainly not up for grabs anywhere near either, so Mixwell and Stanislaw just getting flash after flash here.
If that Molotov isn't in short sewers for Cold, his own team's Molotov isn't there, then he essentially, maybe that's a 1-for-1 trade, but he falls at some point there. But he might, I mean, if that's not the tactic as well, he probably doesn't run through that Molotov, but because it's there, he either has a one-on-one isolated like we just saw, or no one gets through and he has control. It's a pretty sick play to run through the fire like that as Cold, and now he's got good positioning. He's got Fallen to bail him out as well, and he's even got one member at the top of the danger stairs ready to turn around and support.
As soon as Fallen sees, okay, Cold Zero got picked up at the same time. That's a big difference. Now these two have got a really good chance. This was a 2v4. You shouldn't be losing these Luminosity. It's down to a 2v2. This is getting dangerous. They've got an AWP in hand. Taco's position's been noted. They take the fight. They get another win. This is down to 20 seconds, but they've got the bomb down. This is sick stuff from the 2 remaining players. And now FNX has to somehow be scratching head going, how the hell did we lose this? Because Optic just worked out that 2v4. Mixwell got all 4 of them bearing in mind. And my god, that was absolutely beautiful to watch. You should not be able to win those, but they made that work against the odds.
Yeah, Cold's got to be like, come on, what do I have to do? Running through fire and everything. I mean, that's a beautiful sequence, but it's the shot from Mixwell into Fallen who has that angle. I mean, that setup from him and Cold later on in the round was, it seems so perfect. Fallen takes the first shot, gets it, or they have their attention on him, and then Cold swings out. Even with the low HP, should have a pretty easy kill to at least get one. And neither of them work out. So nice recovery from Optic. Big round from Mixwell. 13-9, and all of a sudden, once again, they're about to, they could string these together, and then that would break the money of LG. They'd probably still buy anyways, but there'd be so many players on low. I mean, there's Tacos at 0, Cold and Fallen at 200 each. This is a really big test for Luminosity.
What an opportunity for Optic as well, but sadly that flash, that molly didn't push Fallen out. He still had time to operate. Catching Rush, just pushing up a little too close, but FNX as well, just behind enemy lines almost at this point. Mixwell might be caught out by this. And vice versa. Let's see who works each other out first. I think Fallen still has an idea someone could have pushed up. And FNX, oh, he managed to put out the bomb as well, but there's still Mixwell here, and he was the integral one from last round. He was allowed room to work, and they don't want to do that again.
The bummer from that is they thought because Mixwell was there that it was going to be all clear, and FNX makes a huge play, and there's some spam from Fur. I believe that was through the smoke.
Yeah.
Oh no, it seems there's a little bit of a gap in it, so maybe a mistake out of the Optic side. But mistake from Taco. Stan's already got to the other side, so he's going to get some free shots. He forces Taco back in a more defensive position. Thankfully, Fallen's here. The backup has arrived. Prevents that plant from coming in. Getting up close, Stan can find nothing. 13-10, Luminosity respond.
A little bit of work coming back in, and money-wise again, looking at Optic. They got a really mixed economy here. You got Naf doing pretty well for himself on that. Stan as well going to be investing into this. Okay, so we really mixed bag, but all going in. Tech 9's coming out. Just a Glock for Daps. Okay, and then the AWP coming out from their fly. So yeah, a really mixed bag of weapons here.
I mean, that's just Daps saying, oh, I'll drop, I think he dropped the AWP or the AK, but he's dropping a gun over, and he's just saying, do what you can with it. Giving them the best possible buy, giving them as much utility and as much armor as they could need. But again, Optic really doesn't seem to have any. I mean, this is kind of the impressive part of this T side because they put up a number of rounds. They don't. I mean, they put up four rounds so far. And actually, I mean, this might be a little bit more telling because they've only won one actual gun round. The 3 they won earlier was the second round they won, and then the 2 ensuing anti-ecos in one gun round. But they don't seem to have a plan towards that A bomb site. Everything has been centered around B. I mean, this round they're not even going towards Fountain whatsoever. So no map control that way. Heading up towards the danger stairs. This has been spotted out by Fur though, so LG has the knowledge.
And again, they have only seen, or heard, should I say, the fact that Daps has a P250. Not seen much more than that. So this could be quite a nice play coming through here, but again, no commitment elsewhere. This is a very slow start here for Optic, just playing this one down to the wire. Double AWP though coming out for Luminosity, so coldzera now having that to hand, joining Fallen. Not ideal flash, I don't think, for that one. No, goes back in for it. Getting cautious, I think he's starting to maybe feel the pressure over towards A, but actually no one coming from it. And first, got himself over there quite early on as well, but the bomb is going to be corralling itself back round towards B, where you've got coldzera and Taco waiting finally. Let's see what coldzera can do with that AWP in hand. Does he get a chance to use it? Yes, he does, and what a player to find, the one with the bomb. That does go loose, but Daps recovers, brings it back, and now we need to get that plant down.
It's going to be a retake scenario. Look at this boost up. This
I love
is going to work out. There's smoke there at the moment, masking this. Just as it fades, Rush gets up. That's going to be a dangerous spot. FNX, he's able to get one. There's Nap, and now he knows the boost is there, and Fallen takes him out. Fur on the retake, can't land the shot. Nap does connect with it. He's so incredibly low, and Daps working with the smoke. He's now in a 1-on-3. He's feeling very lonely. And what can you really do here? There's no nades, at least, on the Luminos side, but 2 ops are going to be trained in this position.
And they know exactly where he's going to be coming from, surely hit. And there you go. Taco will find him pretty comfy as Daps will be removed. And you can see him just like bounding backwards, watching his teammates just be ripped apart. And there we go. Good stuff from Optic to be able to get the plant in that one. But it was a big investment. They still had that rifle there. They had the AWP there. Didn't quite get to use much of it. And 13-11 now. Luminosity closing a bit of the gap. Bearing in mind the money, as said, is pretty dire now for the T side. They do have Deagle, Flash, P250s. Not much to work on.
Yeah, they have a round to give up here, so the next round they're going to have a very, very strong bias. They'll get the 3rd round of the losing bonus working for them as well. Question is, how much can these Deagles do? Mixwell has only seen the damage he can deal with it. Rush as well. Try and keep the economy low, because it's not like it's solid for the Luminosity side. Taco's got 4K, but everyone else is not very strong. But look at the map control gain. This is now Luminosity reading this sile towards the B bomb site very, very well. And this, I would be surprised if maybe this doesn't continue into the next gun round, because FNX has gained so much intel on this flank.
Yeah, this is worrying. If they've worked out that this is a chance of an avenue of approach, that could end up going into the other rounds. And we asked if there could be a lot of damage done with the Degos. Taco going to be feeling that one, but there comes the flank into play, and it does manage to shut down pretty much everything Optic were trying to build. Good shot from Rush, but he's still got a minute to try and keep hold of that M4. And he's going to make a dash for it, but Fur isn't far off. Oh, no.
Yeah, not going to fall for that play.
Nope.
Fur ends at 13-12. Luminosity almost finally completing this, and now we're seeing the pause. You mentioned we didn't see it on Inferno.
I'm
but
glad
here,
to see that.
Yeah, Optic has the presence here to make this happen.
Yeah, I think it's something we could have maybe looked at in Inferno and argued there was a time for it maybe, or a place. And again, some of the issues they were having were literally the fact that they just never built up the money to be able to do much about it. By the time they had that full buy, it was almost done and dusted. But still, this is nice to see. I want to see what they come up with now coming into this. They have to kind of deal with the fact that, okay, there's double up on the plate now. What's been working, what's been getting close, what hasn't been. It's kind of tough to kind of break down how do you take on Luminosity on overpass.
Well, I mean, you're also not going to do it by just hitting one bomb site repeatedly. Yep. That'd be now Luminosity is going to start getting this kind of indication. You saw from the flank that time. So Optic has to be able to at least run a default early on to show presence without losing players towards bathrooms, towards that A site, so that Luminosity can't get those quick flanks going on. Because now what you could possibly see is, yeah, I mean, they did give up that FNX had that big flank this past round by him getting 3 kills, but they could either do that again and maybe try and surprise him that way. They could be aggressive in bathrooms and have control of stairs, so then they have that very fast rotate. They could take control of stairs and then really isolate the map for Optic. So I mean, there's a lot of things that Luminosity can do that Optic has to be able to stop, and they haven't really shown that they want to gain any kind of control. They haven't even pressured long. I mean, Luminosity doesn't even need to send anyone to that part of the map.
You're not wrong, actually. Thinking about it, I was like,
yeah, we haven't seen a single battle over towards long whatsoever this entire half.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of pressure, I think, a couple of times through bathrooms, but that's been it. Fallen's been able to kind of get himself in the right spot at the right time. Almost all the pretty consistently throughout this. So yeah, that could be quite interesting.
And maybe that's why. I mean, maybe that's just they realize how dominant Fallen is with an AWP in bathrooms, and especially because maybe this is a map they don't play as much. Their own oppers, Mixwell, Naf, whoever's going to pick it up, aren't feeling as comfortable taking those duels or finding those angles.
It's perfectly acceptable to not want to challenge one of the best AWPers there is, pretty much. It's if you can play around isolating one of them, I guess, until that double AWP does come out, do it. When the double AWP comes out, then you might have an issue to face because you're going to run into one of them, and you got to pick your poison. coldzera or Fallen at this point.
Yeah, well, now they get to pick that poison. They're going to have that opportunity. But yeah, that's the thing. It is kind of tough because you say, okay, so at least you guys aren't just throwing bodies at a useless cause because you have no plan over towards the A bomb site. But at the same time, you have to be able to do it. You have to be able to at least negate the damage he can do. You don't necessarily have to kill him or challenge him, but like use smokes, take 2 players and use their utility just to force that defense of the A bomb site back. And then if you want to, if you have to, you could fall back into that B hit. But I mean, there's really been no pressure outside of maybe the pistol round on that A bomb site.
Well, here we go. This is where we see what they've come up with. Have they found a good plan in mind? Well, at least it doesn't look like the all-in-B rush. That's one thing. And look at Fallen already going for the information, spots out 2 on the cross. That's a little different. Fur's already pushed up at long as well, so he's going to be looking to do some damage, gets the info on 1. And again, it looks like Luminosity very early on gets so much info as to how it looks like Optic want to play this.
Yeah, I mean, this is very smart. This is exactly what we were talking about. Now they have a presence. They get out towards Fountain. They get out towards Playground. They force Fur back. Also, FNX missed his smoke and underpass coming down Danger Stairs, so he has to fall away because he no longer has that to sustain him. So now it's all on. The last challenge towards the safe bomb site that we talked about is Fallen. The final boss, if you will. Can they get control? Can they force this defense back without getting picked off by Fallen?
And I love how passive they are on B as well. They're sitting so far back on everything. They're just saying, okay, well, let's see what they do. coldzera's pretty far back. I think Taco's with him as well. Also pretty far back. They're just giving this over. Yeah, exactly. This is great stuff. It's like, okay, well, let's see what they've come up with. Let's see how they're approaching it. And FNX could boost up Fallen as well, but he's got to make a dangerous play on long. He has to cross through as Optic are actually working their way up. So Fallen's holding it down by that signpost at the bottom of long. Taco already kind of positioning over towards A quite early on. Again, maybe first hearing a couple of these steps as well. I wouldn't be too surprised if they're making a little bit of sound.
I mean, this has got to be a fallback for Optic, though. You could see Rush and Nap just kind of teased it towards the top of Danger Stairs. Fallen's going to miss that shot. It seems like Optic, they're a little bit confused on what they want to do here. And look at this mid-round aggression. There, that's the bomb.
That's insane.
This round is essentially over. Luminosity finding the perfect timing, just picking apart this attack.
That was beautiful. Absolutely. I don't know how they read it. I don't know what they did to do that, but they just literally all got up, made the play, found the bomb, and now you leave Stanislaw alive with 3 seconds left. That was so good.
Yeah, well, they're just saying the timer's running down. We don't know what the hell's going on. So let's everyone push because we're either going to have a fast flight they won't expect, and Stanislaw might even get taken down. Okay, changes. But that was also a little bit of, I mean, coming out of the pause, a little bit upsetting because Optic had some miscommunication there. The 2 members with the bomb started rotating towards the top of the stairs, and then they came back. And I was a little bit curious why, because you almost had to feel like the entire plan this time, where they have this control, but they haven't put any pressure anywhere. With 15 seconds left, you have to imagine at some point the plan was go back towards the B bomb site, because they still had 2 members in short sewers, and it just never kind of happened. And now coming out of a pause like that, with this half going the way it is, you got to feel like it's very, very lost for Optic. They've had a good showing from here, but they've run out of things in the playbook, especially now that Luminosity is just saying, all right, if you're going to hit B every round, we're just going to start flanking. And look at Fur again.
This is hard to watch. At least Naf is aware that this is a possibility, but the damage being dealt so far, it's been pretty one-sided. Naf left on 22 HP. Furkin's back away and go, well, where else are you going to push from? Okay, Dap's going to try and make a quick play off the back of it, so knowing Fur's out of position, where can he get to? And then there's the boss still. There's Fallen. Gets a glimpse. Actually misses the shot, so Daps gets to live to fight another second. I'd have said day, but
you only get one. You only get 1 missed shot from Fallen.
That's it. That's your 1 chance, and it's gone. So now you're left with 3 players, sadly. So you got down to Rush, who has the rifle with no armor. You had Mixwell, who had the scout. And then you got coldzera just bounding in, and look at this guy. Pick your poison, as said. You've got coldzera who can happily do that, who's done that several times. Or you go to Fallen, who barely misses a shot. This is very tough for Optic to break into. Now you're seeing that. Oh, God, that P250.
Well, especially when they're spreading out. I mean, a lot of this T side is now just seems like it's going to start revolving around someone making an individual play. And that round, it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and the thing is, the scoreline is incredibly close still. 13-14. It's just Optic have looked a little lost recently. They have looked like they're starting to be ground down. And FNX is going a little aggressive here. But then again, they kind of seem to abort the plan towards Fountain. But they go back to it a little later. And FNX Timing is everything, and he gets the timing on his side. He can't make it away. Gets caught in the heels in the end by Mixwell, so a 1-4 on trade out. Fallen still pushed up quite aggressively here, though.
At least they punish it, though. They punish that aggression with the trade. So, I mean, they don't let it get away for free. They don't let, you know, Fur drop a smoke in that choke point and just have him be paranoid for the entire rest of the round that they're going to get flanked. Fallen as well has got to be careful. He's very aggressive, and Daps can come up the stairs at any moment, but it's back to the B bomb site for the rest of Optic. Pretty decent setup. Cold is aggressive on Catwalk with the AWP. Taco just spamming shots. And it looks like any moment Daps is going to walk right into the crosshair of Fallen.
And Fallen saw pretty much where that smoke came from, so he's got a decent idea about that, but it's down to Taco and Coldzera here to make sure this three-man bit of a split doesn't come to anything, and it's going to be Taco just sending them packing. 3 kills back-to-back. Stanislaw, Mixwell, and Rush being punished, and Taco going to get more. That's 4 for him this round, and that does put Luminosity on not only map point, but match point.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's been 6 rounds in a row. It's been 8 of 9 rounds, and those are the gun rounds, by the way. Those you see the main ground that was gained by Optic in this half was those, you know, winning the second round of the ensuing anti-ecos after that. So once the gun rounds hit, they really haven't had too much of a response, or any response really. And that's the thing. It's a little bit of a bummer because, like you mentioned, the score is still close. It just doesn't feel like it's that close, especially with Fur. I mean, they've just started
staying around.
Yeah, they've just started rushing this and just taking these fights. 2 kills for Fur. He now knows a 3rd player is here. So all the intel gained, Fallen with 1 on the NAF, and this could be the end of it.
It looks like LG piece by piece are putting together this puzzle, and it's been pretty easy for them, it seems, in the last couple of rounds. Sadly for Optic, just seems to run out of steam a little bit. And now Fallen sticking around. You can see how aggressive they are. They want to close this down now. He catches a pixel out of place. He doesn't quite get the shot. He gives Mixwell the chance. And now 2v3. Mixwell, who saved a round like this before, 2v4, has to go big again.
Back to those individual plays that we saw Mixwell do. You're exactly right in that 2-on-4. He gets 3 of the 4 kills that round. What can he do here? Because he has no control anywhere. Taco has control of short stewards. It's kind of switched because he's on the CT side. Now he does this on T side as well. This is going to be very familiar to him. And 2 members at that A bomb site waiting. I mean, they're only going to rotate if Taco has any kind of information to give him. It's going to be all on Mixwell trying to find something with this AWP. They have 2 smokes to work with, so they can put 1 in bank. 1 at the top of the stairs towards, you know, in that bomb site. But 30 seconds left to decide what they want to do.
Mixwell saw FNX then jumping by bank. I don't know if FNX saw him. So that's one position they can not check off, but keep in the back of their minds. But it's Coldzera who's going to be the difference maker here. Oh no, it's Coldzera to pull the trigger first, and I think that's it for Optic. Daps falls. Luminosity will claim it at 16-13. The scoreline did look incredibly close. However, the gun rounds were decisively in Luminosity's favor.
Yeah, never really felt that close, but I mean, just off the back of a pretty solid first half, Optic was almost able to steal that map away, which we thought would be impossible, but I mean, obviously proving it's not impossible. Just they couldn't do enough in the end. This was the first start. This was that spray down. That's where it all went downhill for Optic from there. That was the first round of this this big streak from Luminosity, this big run they went on. This was actually the round they ended up winning, but a nice play from Cold. And then it just, I mean, really, you can tell it was going to be over once there was those pushes from Fur out towards Fountain. They just kept doing it. No one was really able to punish them.
However, for Optic, this was a good showing for them. They not only challenged Astralis earlier by picking up that one, they did push Luminosity far, but that is all she wrote for Optic for now. Luminosity will be moving on.
predictable result, not quite the predictable outcome, really, considering how far Optic managed to push Luminosity. We are going to be remembering that one for a while, as will Optic in the story of so close yet so far. Luminosity perhaps a little shaky, but still the Brazilians do manage to secure a spot in the semi-finals. Just one spot remains now, and that'll be battle between Fnatic and Liquid after we break down that map. It was overpass, Jensen. Actually, you know, Yanko, I saw a little bit of disbelief in both your tweeting and just sitting there, and you were kind of like, is this actually happening? We saw Optic really, I mean, can I say they should have won that game or could have? Let's use the word could.
Well, of course they could have. Anything could have happened, Alex.
Yeah,
people could have stopped disbelief was, okay, Luminosity is not the most disciplined team out there, but still some of the mistakes they were making were really uncharacteristic for a team of their stature, right? I felt that they were allowing for Optic to get into this game. This is a bit of an unfortunate round for coldzera, that when he had two players with their back turned towards him, but unfortunately with the FAMAS he couldn't do anything, and this is the cursed fence, as we all know it. Impossible to get a kill through there. Next round, I mean round after that, coldzera gets a triple kill here, but again, this is Luminosity manages to lose this round as well. It's a 4v2 basically, a round that you should never lose, and somehow they managed to do it. And this is where it got dangerous a bit for them, because then their economy was low as well. You know, also that losing a round like that can put you on tilt, but they managed to overcome all of that and secure the game in the end.
Mixwell, a bit of an inconsistent presence, Blue. Like, that pick there onto Fallen, he's just outplayed Fallen.
Yeah, in all honesty, like, every single player on this team seems to be like an inconsistent presence so far based on the results from this tournament. We see some players like Mixwell last game, bottom fragging essentially, or just not really helping out all that much. And then he comes in the next game and he's playing this super aggressive style on the CT side that's not really being punished at all by Luminosity, granted, but still, he's allowed to do it and he's pulling it off. They're shutting things down from the CT side of things and then carrying that over onto the T side pretty efficiently there too. But where was that last game? We didn't see that at all, and that's becoming a very big issue now for Optic, judging from their presence at this tournament, is that there isn't a consistent, you know, like frag leader or anything like that. Yeah, these players can show up in games, but when they show up is a complete question that's raised in the air every single map.
Yeah. You didn't quite get the opportunity beforehand. I'll give it to you now, just to justify where the doubt in Optic comes from. I mean, I want to use the major as an example. You know, with Luminosity winning the major and Optic Gaming have a very different adventure towards the major.
Yeah, I mean, obviously going into the major, we don't really see them performing very well at all, but coming into here, obviously they have a bit of a miracle run there. I think a lot of it is due to the fact that their opponents don't really give them the respect that they deserve going into that matchup. They're a little over-aggressive about it, but after they're able to adjust for it, Luminosity do manage to shut things down. Credit where credit is due, though. Optic do show up here very well today. They did prepare for those matchups. It's just that with the players being right now such an inconsistency in the matchup, it's just not able to be something that they can carry over from map to map. And with that said, their opponent can oftentimes just shut them down at the end of the day. And thankfully this time it was Luminosity that are able to do it, and as such they now move out of the groups.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get 25 rounds versus Luminosity. I'm sure Optic are going to be very kind of, I don't want to say happy with that. Of course, being in the semi-final would have been a whole lot sweeter, but Optic have definitely
something to be proud of at the very least here, like that they did this well. I don't think no one was expecting them to come here and have this close of a set versus Luminosity, let alone beat Astralis as well in a best of one.
Luminosity now have a time to kind of relax, maybe get back onto this time zone and put their feet up before ready for the Saturday games that are going to be going on in the semi-finals over in London. So perhaps that R&R will remove some of those mistakes, Yanko, that you've been kind of pointing fingers at the Brazilians. Any closing thoughts from you before we move to our final final best of three?
LG need to play much better and more disciplined if they are to have a chance against NIP in that semi-final.
Absolutely, they will. What a semi-final that will be. Won't be seeing that one just yet, though. There'll be a couple more days until that arrives in the CS calendar. But just before we do go and prepare ourselves for our final best of three between Fnatic and Liquid, I want to just go ahead and prompt you to head over to social media, because you guys have been fantastic so far, throwing all your tweets at the ESL CS account and using that hashtag ESL Pro League. So keep doing that. Let us know who is going to win between Fnatic and Liquid. Do you believe a North American presence will be there? Or will it just be South America that sits in the semi-finals? Let us know, guys, over on Twitter, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick one. When we come back, though, one more game for today. One more best of 3 to go today, and it is going to be a big one between Fnatic trying to take on Liquid. I say take on, of course, this is Fnatic not operating at full capacity. We've touched on that many a time, and that we'll try and avoid that subject as best we can. Of course, without Olaf Meister, I think we've beaten that dead horse, and we'll try and avoid that coming
Come on,
into
he's
this
just
one.
injured, Alex, for Christ's sake.
What did I say? Oh. It's not dead. I was sitting there like,
Took him a minute.
okay, cogs turning. Yep, I'm there. So, let's just pretend Olaf is a non-talking point, and instead, I'd like to address a couple of other things. Primarily, I mean, we were just talking about it off air. This is a bit of a matchup, a historical matchup. They've met recently in the major.
Yeah, it's been the big upset, right? Liquid beating Fnatic on Dust 2 in a best of 1 on overtime as well. Simple having a great game. Obviously, Simple isn't in the lineup anymore,
Sure.
but nonetheless, I don't think we're going to see Dust 2. Fnatic is one of those teams that once they have a bad performance on a map, especially in a big tournament, that's just the map that they decide not to play anymore. So even with a stand-in, I feel that's going to be their go-to ban. And unfortunately for them, Liquid doesn't play Inferno, so it's going to be interesting to see what Fnatic goes for as their pick in this best of 3.
Do you know what's kind of crazy to me is that when I was hosting Des, say 6 months ago, maybe even a little bit later than that, JW would be in the same category as Guardian is now, where we would be constantly saying he's a huge factor, he's a man that has to step up. However, the main man, you can see him there on your screen, it's just, it hasn't quite been there, Blue. It hasn't quite been as present as the JW of old. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. He's been falling off a little bit, and it's mainly coming to some of the other guys to pick things up. Yesterday, specifically, we saw, I mean, there was definitely still some good stuff from JW yesterday, but I think Crims was the main factor in driving Fnatic to their victory over Cloud9 in their match yesterday. Unfortunately, things falling off a little bit versus NIP, but now coming down here, they do have another matchup versus a North American team, and it's going to be in a best of 3 environment. So we do get to see a lot of that star power come back into the mix over a very long period of time once again.
Yeah, another face, of course, Vuggo. The announcement was made that he has taken that leadership role, all the weight off of Flush's shoulders. How do you feel that's influenced them? Not only if they're playing without, their star player. We talked about the power of communication, playing with someone for a long time. Now Vuggo has that voice. He's the primary voice in that leadership role.
Yeah, well, I suppose the main reasoning is for Flasha to have more liberty while he plays, so he can focus more on his game, because they lost firepower once they lost Olaf, so they want to have their core players be focused on the game itself as much as possible, and probably Vuggo isn't changing that much. It's not that Fnatic has a whole different playstyle now, it's just that he's the one now making the call, so Flasha can be more focused on his individual play.
That makes an awful lot of sense. Just trying to find that firepower.
Yeah, that's my job, Alex.
He's good at it. He's good at this lad.
I am the desk.
Yes, you are.
You are the desk.
Did you see the announcement? Yeah.
He is
So
literally the desk.
Yanko is the desk, and I'm going to do my best to try and understand these vetoes, because they are, of course, going to be up on your screens any moment now. Coming into a best of 3, you touched on it. They've surprised on Dust 2. We're expecting not to see it, and wham bam, first veto. No surprises for Liquid this time. Yeah,
this is pretty straightforward when it comes to vetoes. When it goes to picks, Cache is one of the strongest maps besides Dust 2 for Liquid. That and Cobble probably are the 2 best maps for them. And Fnatic went with Mirage, which is, I guess they picked this because it's not one of the best maps for Liquid, because before they started banning Dust 2, Fnatic was banning Mirage. So that's the map they didn't want to play. So this is what Fnatic used to do in the Pronax era as well, because they had such a deep map pool. They would do the veto according to their opponent's weaknesses, right? If it's not the best map for them, but it's also they know that it's a weak map for their opponents, they will go for it because they knew they were confident they could take that team on that map. And we see that the decider is Overpass, which pretty much makes sense with the last two vetoes.
Okay, so I mean, with that map pool seen, you guys have about 40 seconds to tell me your predictions for that first map. Do you think, you know, Cash, Liquid have that opportunity to do what they did on Dust 2 over at the Major?
I think they have, and they have to win Cash, I think, if they are to win this best of 3. I don't see them having a big chance to win Mirage against Fnatic, simply because they don't play it that often, and Fnatic has played it before. It was one of their best maps. But in the end, it's going to come down to Fnatic, right? If they show up, if the core players play really well, this should be a 2-0 for Fnatic.
That is a big if, though, right, Blue?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on Liquid's side of this, too, there is also a question as to if the players are going to keep themselves consistent from matchup to matchup. The big players for me is going to be Adren keeping on, because now he's come in, wasn't really doing so hot back at Austin, but in that last set rather, he was doing admirably well. A couple mistakes here and there, as you mentioned, the death last time, but still showing up quite nicely. So if he brings that in again too, we could still see a pretty strong Liquid.
And Nitro on Cash.
Yeah,
it used to be his playground, so...
Yeah, I remember just instances of him just walking through middle. Yeah. But it's time for game. I say that. Dennis has definitely just walked past our desk. So either way, it is time for the game and time to meet your casters. So let's get into it.
But Alex, because he's gone to the toilet, now you have time for what? What do you do when you go to the toilet?
When you go to the toilet, right, like Dennis, and you're sitting there away from game, but you want to know the score. He's sitting there like, God, what are the stats, man? He can find out because he can use an app called the Score Esports application. Yanko just set me up. And I'm going to pop it in. Nice stuff, though. Do be sure to check it out on your smartphone, available on iOS and Google Play. And while you're doing that, we're going to prepare ourselves for another best of 3. It should be a big one. It seems like the desk thinks it's going to involve around a lot of individuals and seeing who delivers when it matters. Over 500,000 on the line, and it comes down to this.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Another match, another decider, another team going home, and another through to London. It is Fnatic, who got beat by NIP yesterday in the upper bracket, and Liquid, who also got beat by NIP in one of the biggest chokes we've seen since the Major, also Liquid, go figure, and beat Cloud9 to be in this game this morning. So they've played. This will be their second match today, but also Fnatic without Olaf has been a bit of a struggle compared to what we're used to.
Absolutely. I'm yet to actually cast this team without Olaf yet, so I'm very interested to see how it's going to operate. Going into Cash first as well, that's normally Olaf's playground. This is the one he actually opens up on. I remember one of the most memorable performances, Gfinity Spring Masters, when he went to 20 for 0. He's done that time and time again on this map, and this is why I'm not kind of feeling the clean cut 2-0. I'm not thinking it's going to be that straight away. I feel like Liquid definitely could operate on this one. Obviously, Cash, one of their stronger maps. We've seen them taking down some big scalps on this before. Obviously, one comes to mind. Obviously, didn't beat Luminosity, but they had that great game with them against some 8. And then they felt like got so close to taking them down and got them right to the wire. But we'll see how this one goes down. Obviously, Liquid famed for the fast mid attacks and actually boosting up and taking over with great players like Nitro, ripping heads towards that area. So this could be a very interesting game, I think. I don't think it's going to be a 2-0 Fnatic by any measure.
I don't think so either. I mean, this is the thing. Liquid has looked... Major Liquid and Liquid now are two very different teams. We know that. One of the issues that I have with it is bringing back a Dren. You would think that they would implement him into the format by which worked at the Major, because that was the best CSGO he's ever played.
Sure.
and then Kusta would just resume as Simple and take that role, and everything would be normal. Granted, okay, Kusta and Simple very different players and how much risks they take and how much, you know, I guess sort of style and aggression they play with, but you'd think that would be at least the starting blocks. No, it's back to previous Liquid. It's back to Adren leading, and Kusa's sure opping, but it's the old rules again. So I have my doubts, and I put a lot of pressure onto Adren in this situation. That said, you're right. With Wenting coming in, we always talked about Fnatic being this sort of team with all the skilled players. So you would think that if you remove, I know your arguments to this, yes, it changes everything. It does, but you'd think if you removed one, there would still be 4 others who could get the numbers done.
Yeah, we're just trying to build some cool storylines here. I feel like the Liquid are going to give them a very good game. Ultimately, do think Fnatic will win overall, but I still think Liquid can post some decent numbers here and potentially get them right down to the wire. Obviously, that game against NIP, you feel like that was so crushing for them as well. A 14-2 lead, and ultimately losing it overtime. It was horrible to watch, Matt. It was disastrous for them.
It really was, especially when they get map point again in overtime.
It takes a lot to bounce back from that. They did manage to do it 2-0 versus Cloud9. Did go to overtime in that as well, but managed to keep themselves strong and looking to get themselves to London here in this game. Difficult game going up against it. Fnatic, one of the world's best teams here, but a weakened side for sure. So we'll see how Cash goes down. They move on to Mirage as well. That's a massive problem for them. I feel like Mirage is probably going to go in favor of Fnatic. So third map, that's where it's going to get interesting. I think like Overpass though, that's a serious problem. I have to agree with Yanka here. The 2-0 for Liquid is probably required for them to win the series. It's going to be Cash. It's going to set the mood for sure. And we'll see how that one can go down. Adren, for me, he's been one of the players that since we have got this changed lineup going into this one, he hasn't been performing to the top level. And that major for him was such a resurgence to his form in terms of like the kind of play we'd never really seen from him before. I guess that's when the pressure's been released from him. Now he's back in the leader role and back onto the secondary role. But it feels like
I had my doubts with it going back to this. I mean, they made changes strictly to get away from this, and then they go right back to it.
What's the logic behind that, though? I'm trying to work out, is it just because of necessity? They have no one else to go to?
The only thing that I can think of is that perhaps without Simple, without that crazy aggression that, you know, sometimes sure haunts you, but also sometimes gets you crazy openings in rounds that you wouldn't otherwise get, maybe they felt like Kusta was such a different player that it made more sense to be structured as they used to be, that Adren had to go for the in-game leading, that it was just better for Hiko to go back to the free lurk role. I'm not 100% sure. That's the only thing I can think of, because that's the only difference in the equation, really.
Because obviously he's comfortable doing the role, but it does affect his fragging capabilities. And I've always said, if you're the kind of in-game leader that does get heavily affected from that, it possibly isn't the role for you. It feels like it's something you probably shouldn't be doing if you can't actually do both at the same time. If you can't frag and cool, it feels like you're almost removing one of your players from the server at that point. It seems since he's taken over this role, when he already has been stifled in terms of the way he can actually frag, it's nothing like the ability we saw at the major. So I'm kind of interested to see why they would make that decision. Obviously, Hiko's probably a player that could do both, but I guess he's another player you want to have firing on all cylinders, considering what he can do, especially on a map like Cash as well. One of the best clutches in the game, especially in North America.
Yep.
We'll see if he can actually deliver performances today.
And one of the things to watch for is if they go back to the old setups as well, the old defaults, because what they used to do with Fugly on the team is Fugly would lurk the B site, Hiko would lurk A behind the door, and they would swing the other 3 based on where the picks happened or what information they could get. Obviously, it's been a while since Fugly's been on this team, but effectively he's the one that's replaced by Kusta. And if you're going to put a Dren back on the rifle, then who's that second lurker? Is it going to be Nitro? Because Nitro's wanted to do that in the past. It's a role that even after his iBuyPower performance at ESEA LAN almost 18, 19 months ago, that he said he wanted to do. He's, in my opinion, much better on the entry frag. I think he's a natural entry fragger, but if it goes to him, then it puts a lot of pressure onto Kusta on that AWPT side, and also means the Liege has to be first one in. He's normally better at getting trade kills, so there are some questions about it, especially, and you'll see it in the setup on Cash immediately, what they want to do. Want to touch quickly, though, you said if it goes to Overpass. I actually think Overpass is still reasonable for Liquid.
Yep.
Their B site hold is actually on a tier 1 level anywhere in the world, not just North America.
Yeah.
Again, we'll see if there's issues since they've kind of messed around so much lately, but it's reasonable.
Getting into it, Matt. It's got to be Cash to kick things off. Liquid versus Fnatic. Will be Liquid on the CT side, Fnatic obviously on the Ts. And Dennis is back in his chair now as well, so that's a good start. Does definitely help, and there's going to be guys coming in now. Flusher with PT50 and Smoke, and the rest of his teammates at that level going for the armors and the decoys. Just JW gets to buy him. Yeah, here it is. And like I said, most teams do favour going into the B site here. It can be just normally the hold the B storage, wait for any aggression from the CTs, then bundle into the side, looking like exactly what will come in. Winton leading the way here. Going to be getting up towards the corner. One player distracting towards mid. The exchanges are coming in. They actually managed to land a headshot towards Adren as well, and then making the move to the bomb site.
Adren going to join in on this B defense, playing from heaven. Interesting that they're playing a passive B. We often talk about the retake onto A rather instead, but it is going to be bomb down. Hiko may have gotten that first kill, but with the bomb down, still a decent chance for Fnatic. Flusha falling in middle, though. That's one prong out of the approach of holding off the rotations. That's gone, and Fnatic's playing a very, I guess, defensive setup in the fact that they're all the way out in B tunnels. They are doing battle as well with Nitro. That's going to pull a lot more people away from the site and actually give them a chance to get on top of it, but Crims is going to save the day, taking down Kusta. As well as a kill just before means that getting toward that bomb is a huge task alone, and now it's Nitro who is distracted the entire time and has a large job to do.
Absolutely. It was a 5-on-3, and actually somehow Fnatic have won this round. It's going to come down to the final player in the form of Nitro, trying to do what he can here. The bomb is too far gone. Does manage to get the final kill on towards Crims, but that's going to be it. That's all he'll get for this. And it does go off in favor of Fnatic there. So it was Liquid opening up the fragging and actually had a massive man advantage, and we're being a little bit disciplined, trying to make sure they had the rotations coming in and make sure they had all 5 players come in. But Fnatic, very strong individual plays there, good crossfires with the remaining 3 players, and managed to live strong there as we go into round number 2. So we'll see what kind of buy comes in from Liquid here. And it looks like semi-force buy. They got some one player, okay, Kusta, obviously the AWPer, and the rest of the players will be in scouts, CZs, graded armor as well. It's going to be Fnatic here, just holding up into a default mentality. Crims running way back in towards T-Spawn. And seeing if there is going to be pushes from the CTs at this point, but they're going to be holding back here. Going to be the stack towards the A site. Kusta and Nitro just seeing if they can get anything from this towards the A main entrance. At this point, it's just trying to gather information. You can see they have got a couple of Mac 10s here on Flusha and Wenton. Wait up probably about the 45-second mark. Smoke off. And then send those guys in first to see if they can find any stacks here on the bomb sites.
He's refacing as well with this scout late boost coming in from Fnatic. A minute left to play in the round. Decent utility still for them as well with 3 smokes and 2 Molotovs. Could easily clear out the A site, but obviously electing to try and get some pressure onto mid first. Double smoke, so there's 2 of the 3 out to try and get toward that vent position at Adren. Knowing there's a gap on the left that's trying to cover it off. Smart actually to walk inside of the smoke, because when he's blinded up, he's easily spotted, but they've sensed him. They've spotted him. A fragmented arm perhaps sticking through. We didn't quite see it from their perspective, but either way, something gave it away.
Smart play so far from Fnatic. Crisscross somewhere towards middle. They have got 30 seconds here, so they need to start moving. Haven't chosen a bomb site to get into. Looks like it will be towards A. On that highway they go. Crims with a lovely shot towards the leash there. So the Kusta and Nitro now is getting wrecked on the side. The boost not really working out, but then there's a Desert Eagle that had to step up, and it's going to be the bomb site completely open now and leaving Hiko in a impossible situation. He has managed to pick up a kill on towards JW with the UMP as well, so he gets to pick up that weapon and just looking for another frag. He actually gets it as well. Lovely shot towards Crims, but that's all they'll get. And it goes 2-0 in favor of Fnatic. So quite a patient hold there from the Swedes. Smokes towards middle, found that first pick, segregated one of the CTs that was waiting for them as well, and then going out towards highway, sticking as a unit, making sure they are fragging effectively. And it's going to be Liquid now onto pretty much a full eco. Can't really justify much more than maybe a PT50, that's about it. 5-7 on Hiko, he gets a grenade as well. That's purely off the basis of those 2 frags he got. And now they'll be going for the full B stack here, so this could be interesting considering that's where Fnatic will be heading towards. They have spotted a player though, so might slow things down.
Double cross nade in toward that checkers position. New forklift is live on this map, by the way, Henry.
Oh, yes.
Something to talk about. We'll make note of it when we do see it on the A site, but much better hitboxes around it, a little bit easier to see through. Hitboxes on that were always an issue for me. It was in some ways worse than the truck on Inferno, and I say was worse because, yes, Inferno's in this pool, but it's soon to be fixed, and I wouldn't be surprised that truck's one of the things they fixed. Don't quote me on it, but yeah, there it is. It looks much cleaner. They bought a new one. It must have been on sale.
Upgraded it. It was always a little bit of an issue. It clipped a lot, and you couldn't really, it wasn't consistent when you were firing bullets, that you weren't sure whether you actually get to kill someone. So I'm interested to see how the actual updates. I obviously haven't played it yet, but I saw some other interesting screenshots coming out. They actually removed the entire roof of it. So it's kind of an interesting idea. That obviously removed the actual boost opportunity of going up and having that really tight angle above the forklift. But anyway, Fnatic bomb goes down, and they have found that 1 kill on towards the lead. It's not really much that the CTs can do in this situation. It's going to be holding back. Nitro looking like he's about to drop as he goes down to 12 HP. And there it is. Kill comes in with that Mac 10. Just farming cash here. Fnatic finding every kill in their way. 2 remain now. Kusta and Hiko. And it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep here for Fnatic. Hunting the final 2 CTs. And we'll get all 5 here. There it is. 3-0. Looking very strong here. Tons of cash. And Kusta can get the AWP here, but it's going to be limited buys for the rest of his teammates. Going to be body armor and no kits purchased so far. So Kusta presumably going to get the AWP. You'd assume. Yet to buy yet. Let's see what he does. There it is. So it's a very weak buy from the CTs considering. Got 4 smokes, no kits, no incendiaries, a couple of flashbangs, that's about it. So this is a chance for Fnatic just to do something very simple, very fast, and overwhelm them with their lack of utility. They'll be going towards B once again. Actually, all 5 players committed towards the B storage here, so it's going to be doing a contact play. As soon as they're spotted, that's when they swarm the bomb site. It's going to be Adren waiting towards Checkers, and Pico joining him up as well.
I've actually just flown over to it. Because we're playing the old patch with Inferno in, we don't have the new forklift. I do see the roof still on it. I assume because it went live, but we still have the old one. So there you go. We will have to wait until another day, Henry.
There we go then. It's going to be Liquid Adren. He's been spotted toward that vent area. It goes down to 48 as well. So Fnatic, after sending all 5 players towards that side of the map, decided to go back and towards the default here. Looking for the first pick. Crims spotting towards middle. It's going to be a Liege on the short box, seeing if he can take him down. Crims going for the face now. A decent flashbang comes in. Had an opportunity that does narrowly miss out on the shot, but does a little bit of damage. Takes him down to 48 HP as well. And we hit the 50-second mark here, so let's see what kind of play comes in. We have got Dennis close towards that checker room as well, so he'll be flashing in and maybe pushing through the smoke.
A very passive setup on this A side as well, but the action inside of middle, it's Adren that will go down first. Big problems now as the bomb starts to work into that B site. Good shot from Kusta onto Ventim, but there it is. JW and Crims responding immediately. That leaves just Hiko and Kusta. AWP still in play though, and Hiko gets the shot on Dennis. There's no smoke out because there's no smoke left toward this cross position, and Kusta inside the site. They can actually work this, but smartly Fnatic's figured it out.
This is perfect for them now, and they knew Kusta was there, and they spotted Hiko towards the back of the side as well. Called it, and the bomb's going to make its way towards the A site. 10 seconds remaining, that's absolutely fine. It will be planted nice and open as well. So this round is almost guaranteed. The other 2 players just need to contain them at this point. Don't allow them to exit. You can see JW towards the connector area there as well, and we still have Crims. 7 HP, we're just trying to stay alive as long as possible. CTs without kits have no foot in this whatsoever. And for me, Liquid probably should have done something a little bit more aggressive, try to make that orb work in terms of getting that first pick. They were up against it in terms of the buy. Needed to find something here just to make the round a little bit more possible. That they held back and allowed Fnatic to work those picks, and just the lack of utility makes it so difficult for them. So now trying to save these 2 weapons, but Fnatic, they don't want to let that happen. They want to take them down. Kusta and Hiko both in the same area. It's going to be a face from Hiko, and they get 2 kills here. So they will be able to stay alive, you'd assume, as it's going to be Flusher all the way towards T-spawn. So decent hold, but ultimately Fnatic winning the round. They have to take that AWP into the next round, and we'll see what they can do with it. And you can see the money heavily affected now. But this is the problem now. It's kind of tempting when you have 2 rifles left over to maybe force into it. You get some shotguns, a FAMAS, and maybe an upgraded pistol, and see what you can do. I don't think they'll be going for that this time. They want to try and make sure they don't get into that rut of the economy. Let's see what Kusta can bring to the party, as he has got the AWP. I assume he'll go towards B by himself and try and get the first pick towards that storage area, but it looks like Fnatic will be going fast towards mid, boosting up, and going to be overwhelming this area.
2 men to drop. Crims. JW is boosted as well. Venton's going to go out toward blue. A squeaky door. Decent stack inside of the A site for Team Liquid, but just with the 2 weapons saved, we'll see if they can try and make something out of this. It's a desperate situation for them to be in. Venton will find Nitro immediately. Over toward that forklift position. He comes out pretty weak, though, down to just 1 HP after all the damage is done, so he can't really get aggressive and try and figure out any more information.
Look at JW, though. He's actually managed to get towards the highway, but he gets taken down. That's a great shot from a Liege. Nice work with the P250. I thought that was the round over at that stage.
And better still, that's a gun picked up, thankfully, as well, because Hiko's just dropped, which means they now have rifles onto everyone else, because Adren's picked that second M4 that Hiko had back up. And he's going to try and utilize it, but he does get smoked off. That's going to give up the default plant now for Flusha. Crims hasn't committed to the site either. He can stay in toward A main. Dennis and quad, they go for the boost. I think they are going to. I think Flush is up right now. He's already peeking toward highway, and this is so smart because they know that's the way that they exited the site. That's where they're going to be. And Dennis, he's hit 2 shots perfectly. A good read. Right time to do the boost, and Kusta's going to have to bail out again with this AWP.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt there from Liquid. He's making things happen with that P250. Once he picked up a rifle, did boost their chances significantly, but it's Dennis with that boost. Lovely job from him. 2 stellar headshots, and now Kusta in towards CT spawn. You assume that Dennis will be checking this one. Doesn't actually commit to going towards CT spawn, so looks like Kusta will save the orb once again. And as I said, the CT didn't force into this, so we'll be able to definitely utilize that AWP in the next round and have a decent buy as well. It's going to be 5-0 though in favor of Fnatic. Things not out of control just yet. You can see there's the cash on your screen right now. Tons of money. And we'll see how Team Liquid approach this one. They haven't really done anything too aggressive, haven't been dynamic, haven't been mixing it up. This is good though. Adren's coming in with that secondary AWP, so that adds a string to their bow. As we go to round number 6, let's see what they decide to do. I'm keen to see what Adren has up his sleeve. He'll be heading towards B this time, so Kusta doing something a little bit more aggressive. Actually just going to be in a very passive hold here, so we're going to allow the A side to be completely open. Just Kusta AWPing towards that area and focusing most of their efforts towards middle with the 3 rifles. And Adren, he's got his work cut out for him. 4 players from Fnatic edging in.
Oh, that shot. He just spotted up the arm late. He goes for the reface. That's bold. It works. He's still locked in this checkered position, though. And they're inside of the site, smoked off, won't have vision. He does have Hiko to back him up, though. If they try and cross in too quickly, but they're going to commit. They want the bomb site instead, because Crims has the bomb, and he's already on the platform. More importantly as well, look at Dennis. Pushed all the way through toward Tree. He's going to cut them off on rotation so easily.
Look at these smokes though coming in. They've got such a hard time trying to get back onto the side, but they have found a couple of kills here. It's going to be a 3-on-3 now. They have got 1 kill on the form of Hiko as well, but he just drops, and Dennis doing so much damage here. They're applying so much pressure through the wall bangs, but they do find the drop on towards Flusher, so still a possible chance here. The CTs haven't recovered the kits. They need to act very fast. Crims holding the side strong, not facing and forcing Nitro to actually come onto the bomb site. Now Adren has to save in this situation. Does found 1 kill though, and somehow makes this work.
That's impressive. Well done, Adren. 4 kills.
I thought he was out of it.
I figured there was absolutely no chance once they had the site completely locked out. I mean, and more importantly, Dennis pushing through to try and cut off the CT spawn. This is so smart. 1, 2, catches them, and just enough time. I mean, this is Adren giving them a massive chance to try and start something, but again, it is a reset, and he's the only one that survives. So a desperate situation where they're, okay, Kusta's going to go double up. I was going to say not have any kits aside from 2 on second one on Kusta.
You saw Dennis knew all he had to do was stay alive to win the round at that point. He was a little bit apprehensive, wanted to see if the refract could come straight away. Then he made his mind not to fall back, and it just a little bit too late. And Adren keeps the dream alive here as we go into round number 7. As I said, there is a buy coming in. It's not as bad as we'd have thought, but definite reset potential. It could be in a double eco if they were to lose this round, so they need to be very careful. JW now on towards the AWP. He will be facing towards Highway. I think he just about spotted a helmet. There it is, but doesn't land the shot this time. So they are going to be aware where the AWP is this time. As you can assume, Fnatic will be slowing things down now. Went and just keeping his crosshair locked towards the forklift there. A little bit of wall bang going on.
Kusta. Facing this doorway, knows it's open. Dare cross. But that'll jump it when he does.
It's a very similar setup to last round, so they're more than happy to leave the A site open here. They want to focus their efforts towards middle and just leave Kusta with some backup from Elise towards Highway as well, but if the smokes do come in, that's where things get problematic. As we are at the 45-second mark here, Kusta should be able to land the shot. He's got the advantage in terms of the way he can peek with that smoke, takes him out of the equation, has to focus towards A main now.
Kusta's going to hold this. Gun shows, has the lineup. It's actually the second player he gets instead. What a no-scope! Vente goes down, but it's Flusha responding. Nitro may have found one immediately after, but they've given up so much space that the bomb's going to go down inevitably. And even though Adren wants to try and get a Molotov in position to deny it, it's late.
Yeah, such a big round here. Team Liquid can't afford to drop this one. So 2-on-2. Looking at that pick, it's going to be Adren with the AWP towards CT spawn right now, seeing if anyone will face and Flusha just towards that quad area. They have got a couple of flashbangs, that's about it, but the bomb's ticking away now.
Nitro in around the forklift. Can also get flashed in from his teammate, but gets caught out by Flusha because the timing's off, and that gives him the chance from the quad position. He did hit him down to 15 HP. Still had a second task beyond that, but it does go to Fnatic, and now it is the reset against Liquid. This is big. This is a huge issue.
Yeah, so they've gone from maximum loss bonus there with the first 5-0 coming in. They win a round, and then after losing that next one, you only get $1,400. That means automatic double eco coming in for Liquid. They can't really justify anything going to this round. They've forced sports. Oh, it's a little bit. So they've gone for CZs, Deagles, and the 3 players fully investing. Like I said, they're going to be double eco anyway, so they might as well try and do something with this. It's going to be a fast play with that Mach 10 from Flusha. As I said that, though, he decides not to opt in, and will be staying a little bit more passive. I guess he was by himself, didn't want to throw away that kill because that's where the CTs have been stacking themselves. And once again, they have got 3 players towards that area, 3 towards Highway. So interesting to see where they go with this one. Make it 4 now. have spotted the players now. So the stacks have been called. They're going to make the rails towards the site. Dennis with a huge advantage with his rifle, just mowing them down. And that's going to be the round over at this stage. And Crims finds the kill towards Nitro. Just a lead now. He's got the Mac 10. And his position given away as well. I'm assuming he's going to die in the next few seconds. Dennis wants blood. And he gets it. 7-1. And there's another eco, of course, coming in for Liquid here. Adren's still with decent money, though. He's got $5,600. So the next round when they do buy, definitely can get the AWP, a nice healthy one. Have all the armors and grenades you'll require.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a desperate situation for Liquid to be in on this first map. Again, like Yanko said, if they wanted any chance, it was here and now to get it done in 2 before they go to overpass. But they need to even show up. Another stack situation, another gamble from Liquid. They're going to try and push through these B tunnels, catch off Crims, who's going to go passive. He can hear them coming. As they make contact, though, good shot from Adren. That's 1 down. AK is going to be grabbed as well. JW's boosted up. They're far away from this now. They know there's a lot of activity on B. It's very likely that A is going to be open, but it is something to start with for Liquid. As Venton once more is going to be the one to open the door. Dennis will lead the charge in as well. Molotovs have already cleared out quad as well as fork. It's pretty straightforward on where they need to look once they arrive, and, well, Dennis is doing exactly that.
Dennis is looking incredibly sharp right now. 2 more headshots for him. And it did start off pretty successful there. Adren getting the first kill, but like you said, as soon as they spotted those 2 players towards B storage, the call comes in for Fnatic, rush towards A, getting as quickly as you can. They were still pretty conscious there could be some city presence with the double Molotov towards quad and towards four as well, so making sure they're eradicating all possible risks. But still, only 1 casualty so far for Fnatic. Just going to be a Liege now. He's got the AK in hand. And just cowering in the B side. It looks like he will survive, though, as the bomb is ticking away. That's going to be A1. Liquid buying into the next round. I assume the double orb setup will come out once more. Like I said, they need to start being a little bit more dynamic. Take some risks here. Try and get the first picks, as so far they're not winning the one-on-one duels. Let's see what their approach is, as Liege does save the AK here. And this lead now getting a little bit out of control. Kusa and Adren definitely have enough to buy. There's the replay on your screen right now of the Dennis headshots. And here comes the single orb setup, actually. So they will be changing the methodology slightly. 1 kit again. This has been a problem in terms of these clutch situations, having to pick up that kit in the high pressure moments. But round number 10 comes in. It's more of a deeper hold once again. And actually 3 players. There we go. The first pick is exactly what I'm talking about. Try and get it, get the man advantage, something to work with it. It's actually a collateral shot as well. And there it is. Hiko finds the second kill. So Kusta going aggressive towards that B storage area. Kills 1. And chest shots the other through him. And now they have a 5-on-3. Surely this is the one now.
JW is looking for the last shot onto Hiko. 1 and done with this AWP. He needs to find a way back into it. He knows he's out there somewhere. That gap on the smoke may haunt Hiko as well, but he does actually play into it. He's going to get aggressive on this. Dennis now tagged up as well. This is actually finally Liquid stabilizing things, not getting overcommitted, and thankfully they flashed Hiko back in once that flash went away, because that's exactly the kind of opening that Fnatic is known to claw back from. Getting 1 kill and then shifting the round so quickly before you can react to it. So exactly. Very smart that Liquid just stay passive in this situation. Good peek this time from Kusta. Dennis goes down, flashed in from his teammate, and Venton's gonna get close. He's actually got 2, but it's a Liege, thankfully rotating over also in time.
Problem is, though, it's JW and time to play with coming towards Highway. If he just finds 1 kill here, it becomes very problematic for Liquid. They need to be making sure they don't give anything away. So far, it's a decent setup from them. 1 player towards Connector, 1 is CD Spawn, and 1 is guarding the bomb on the site as well. So surely they can take this down. Hiko just spotting towards Highway, and I think he has an inkling as to what might be going on, but he does slip by. This could be interesting now.
He gets caught by Adren, though.
Okay. So that's exactly what we're talking about. Kusta needed to take the risk. He needed to be a little bit more aggressive. He couldn't allow Fnatic just to do their full default, do the smokes, and then allow the massive firepower they have available within that squad to just do the business, and they make their way towards the bomb site. So they get the first 2 kills, and Hiko holding strong towards that toxic area as well, funneling the terrorists towards A, and Kusta seems to be having a very strong game. Since when he has the AWP, that's when he's finding frags, so they need to keep that weapon on him, and the full rifle setup seems to be working more effectively now.
JW.
You can see Kusta there was bunny hopping towards A main. Wanted to go for that pick again, but he is flashed off and will be falling back. So he had the same idea. Unfortunately, he was shut down.
Really early smokes from Fnatic out toward Highway as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Venton goes quickly on this, if they try and go for the entry. The problem is the counter smoke, the default smoke out on A main slows down the 2 players that want to set the crossfire toward quad position. But it is a little bit of utility already spent from Fnatic's side, and they're going to get the trade onto JW as Adren follows it up. That's at middle. Krim still has this position to work with, but he's segregated from his teammates at this point.
Oh, Kusta and his crosshair on Flush for 3 seconds there.
And it's going to be a flash, not a Molotov. They don't have any, but it's good enough because Venting goes in and Kusta's low. Dennis takes Nitro, Sight giving up again, and Adren. It's just he and Hiko. He's the only one close as well. Hiko's still rotating, and Krims is waiting for this. He's going to contact him as soon as he crosses over Z Connector. That's pretty much going to give him a round. This has to be a save.
Yeah, considering it's the same situation once again, winning one round and losing the subsequent. It's another double eco. They need to save these rifles just to even have a chance going into the next round. So Hiko and Adren, but Fnatic know how valuable these rifles are to Liquid, so they're going to be hunting them down. Krim's holding the vents area as well, but they're both going to be holding up towards upper here. And surely Krims is going to face and try, even if he gets 1 for 1, that's going to be enough to give away their position, go for the second. There it is. Hiko does get the information. He knows they're on the hunt now, but he does drop, and now Adren stuck in a very difficult situation indeed. Desperately trying to hold on to an AK. The thing is, the money's so strong for Fnatic right now, they can afford to throw some weapons away and try and take the risk. But Adren will survive, and you can see their money, how it's affected going into round number 12. 2K and 2 players, and Adren in a similar situation as well, but he has got the AK-47. 9-2. And another Rika coming in. So you can assume double figures for Fnatic here. Feels like this one is spiraling out of control now. Can't really get any decent footing into. After I have one really successful round, that is getting locked down by Fnatic. Just good fundamentals, is working the defaults and executing efficiently. It's always very basic.
Kusta's going to go again here, though, and try and get something going, but it's with the pistol, not an AWP. Significant difference. And no utility to put him in that position. He basically just walked into his own death as Flusha stares him down the middle. Covered off JW. Elige also walking out. Not really with much of a plan, to be honest. Liquid looking quite lost in most situations so far in this game. Dennis as well just holding the angle, waiting for another player to walk to his death. It's Hiko that will peek out and try and get something done. Nitro finally does land 1 shot, but it's a consolation prize, I dare say, at this point in time, because Krim's closing him will leave just Adren.
Yep, he's the player who saved the AK, and he gets his head blown off by Krims as well. 10-2, and this is Fnatic firing on all cylinders right now, looking incredibly strong across the board. Everyone contributing, especially Dennis. He's on 15 for 7 right now. Like I said, the thing with Fnatic as well, that is so good at the defaults and his basic CS play and just trading effectively and hitting their shots. Some of the world's best aimers in this lineup. Once again, this kind of mentality is very hard to shut them down. So Liquid now, another ropey bias. Kusta on the glass cannon AWP, Adren on the AWP with no nades, no kits, and 1 smoke remaining after getting 5 seconds into the round. So have to do something. That's the aggressive push. Kusta once again trying to make it happen. We can see Adren trying to get boosted up here, but this is going to end in a nightmare. This might be over already, as Nitro does find 1 kill towards Wenton. Adren, can you find this kill? He does it, so decent timing. It's still a 3-on-3.
Yeah, absolutely good boost over. Bomb down as well. They have the information. They have to rotate back over there, but 2 players stacked in middle right now from Liquid. It's giving a little bit of a chance here right now as well for Krims if he wanted to push through and wrap back around from truck. He's waiting for the call from Flush and JW and exactly what they want to do. Better still, he's just going to hold this B site and let them rotate the long way back to it. So all he has to do is anchor this.
So much time to play with as well, and CTs have 2 flashbangs. That's it, and the hold, and a FAMAS and an M4. So let's see what they can do here.
Now
Play towards middle.
Krim's literally saved this round. They're just going to walk that bomb over. They don't even need to face.
Yeah.
And if anyone even dares to rotate over, if Nitro goes toward that tree position, he's already caught. He's already done.
You can see JW, he's got an inkling as well that he might be in that position. So, yeah, I think you might be absolutely right. Once the bomb goes down and the CTs are trying to retake, I'm not really sure that options are. There's a shot from JW. Doesn't hit it though, but he does get the intel. Nitro trying to get towards upper, but just so limited in what they can do here.
Even smarter that they Molotov that off, because it's the only angle they couldn't really watch on the cross. And it gives them a smoke and a Molotov still on JW to play with in the post plant, making things even harder, even if they can get this down to a defusable situation. Even more problematic in that they have no kit. Good shot from JW. Late lurk through the mid as he knows that they were there. We already saw him make contact with him. He fell away and then reappeared in the least expected position. It's onto Adren. Again, no kit. Bomb ticking. Molotovs down as well, though, because it was on JW, but Flush has got the shot regardless.
Yeah, it was like such a hard situation for the CTs, but at this point they just have to go for these rounds. Can't really afford to lose any more, and you can see the money once again. It's just so bad. It's 11-2 down.
He did get that up as well. Right at the end, he pressed E on it.
Who was that, JW?
Yeah, the one that was in the
he
vent.
died,
It literally died as he was, or the round ended as he was jumping up. I wasn't sure he got
No,
it.
JW's got 12k regardless.
Yeah, it doesn't really
They would
matter,
have been
does it?
fine, but there's another force. But like I said, Liquid can't afford to lose anymore. It's 11-2 on the CT half of Cash. They need to get these last 2 rounds. Going to try and do what they can. Famous and CZ. JW gets the first pick though. He has the fast boost. Adrenaline towards events. Just can't really justify facing this. Got to be holding on for more of a defensive angle. I'm hoping someone runs into his crosshair. There it is, that initial pick, and now the CTs need to react once again. They are going to be facing towards B storage, but a lot of discipline for Fnatic right now. Not giving anything away as they have got that first kill. Dennis facing towards the bomb site. Just trying to flush out any potential lurking CT players there. Molotov towards MBK. Now they will be facing. Spotted. Surely going to be dropped by Wenton. There it is. That's the A site open as well. Actually, we have got Nitro there with the CZ.
Yeah.
Could do something, Matt. You never know.
You might as well call it open.
No.
No disrespect to Nitro,
He's
but
got this.
given the weaponry and the position.
He's got this.
All right. Look at you. You're so positive now.
See?
But also so naive. Dennis taking down
Oh.
2 as well. Gets Eco when he turns back.
How many of these rounds is he going to have with these crispy one taps?
Oh, this is ridiculous. I mean, 12-2 now. Liquid.
What can you say about this one?
Cash is, I mean, a map as well for Liquid that usually they're quite dynamic on inside of the A site, but they're just getting absolutely overrun right now. They're not finding picks. They're not finding anything. Like you said, Kusta needed to go more aggressive. They did that 1 round. Economy hasn't favored them since. They can't really even get the MVP back
it's
up.
not like Liquid are playing like super bad or anything. Just Fnatic.
Yeah, they're killing.
Being so sick right now and just completely destroying their money every single time they have the opportunity. Now we get to round number 15. Famuses, Scouts, and Deagles to try and get 12-3 here. I'm not so sure it's going to work out for them. It's going to be 13-2 by the looks of things. Going to be slowing it right down once again. And it's Liquid. They need to be on the offense, believe it or not, even though on the CT side. They need to be finding a kill here. They've got no kits once more. 1 smoke remaining, no incendiaries. Just need to get something. That's what Adren's doing right now, trying to find that first kill, but timing is just not working out in his favor. Going to be dropping back towards Checkers there. Takes a little bit of damage. That's ringing true for Elise as well. He goes down to 60 HP. Just need to get something here. Someone needing to step up.
Well, that's the hard part. No one has so far, and there's certainly not really weapons to do much with this time. In fact, 1 smoke as well, only for Hiko. Plays in the B site right now with Kusta boosted. 3-man stack on A. They have rotated Adren back over, leaving mid entirely. They're relying on Kusta to be able to get the information from that mid vent, but unfortunately, it's just the Deagle to do so. Quick peek, and he doesn't even realize it yet, but Fnatic is all over him. And the fact that they are behind him, waiting to go into the B site. Hiko needs to be the one to face this to get the information for him.
There they go then. It's going to be 4 players making their way towards the B sites, and Kusta hasn't shot the vent out yet. That is a problem though, because it's going to be so obvious where he's coming from as soon as he takes the first shot. Hiko with the Famus on towards the bomb site, and Kusta could actually do something with this one. And there it is, he gets that first kill, and now it's up to Hiko as he gets dropped. It's going to be Kusta now. Oh, there it is. The round's pretty much over.
And the problem was, even though Kusta distracted them and pulled the aggro back toward him inside of the vents, the smokes were out, and Hiko couldn't counter peek on top of that, so really nothing they could do. Unfortunately, he went down immediately after. 13-2, Fnatic, a very, very dominant first half on Cash, and I mean, this is rough for Liquid. This is extremely rough. No one really getting anything done again. Kusta had a few good shots here and there, but I mean, you talk about impact, you can't even argue that anyone had any on Liquid.
You've got to be positive there, Matt.
You're right, I'm sorry.
They can win the pistol,
yes,
and they can get back into this. No reason why they can't do the same thing right back to Fnatic.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a momentum-based game.
London is on the line.
London is on the line.
London calling.
I knew you were going there. Well, we'll find out if that's exactly what they can do when we start up in the second half. The last spot on the line in London in the playoffs. Fnatic versus Liquid in map 1 so far has been an absolute stomp. 13-2 at half in favor of Fnatic, but as you said, Henry, we need to stay positive for the pistol round.
Of course. As soon as the pistol comes in, you win that first gun round, the snowball begins. And what does the snowball turn into, Matt?
The thing that runs over the Grinch on the way to Whoville?
The avalanche.
Oh.
Yeah?
Usually a snowball doesn't start with an avalanche, is just a slide of snow.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Right,
I'm
fair
trying.
enough.
I'm
Fair
trying.
enough. No,
I'm
that's
trying
good. That's good.
It snowballs into an avalanche. That's what's going to happen right
The
here.
snowman?
Yeah.
Could you say it turns into Olaf, the snowman?
Yeah, exactly.
Who's in this? Not in this game. He's injured.
Well, then we are into it. Pistol desperately required from Liquid, of course. Goes without saying, but they're going to have 4 sets of armor here and a Dren with the smoke and 2 flashbangs. He'll be looking towards the A side of the map, it looks like, as Hiko is waiting by the squeaky door. I'd assume will be a smoke towards the highway. A couple of flashbangs going out, and they're trying to smother the sites, but problem is JW waiting their aggressive angle. Let's see if he can defend this one off. He'll be backed up as well by Dennis. He's had a fantastic game so far. He's currently on 18 kills.
That's pretty solid. And you said it, crisp aim all the way throughout. Speaking of the crisp aim, it's 2 more to take down Hiko and Kusta. JW follows up. Although Elige gets 1, it's a desperate situation for them. We can't be hopeful. If they can't get this pistol, Henry, it would be impossible. Nigh on impossible, but it's going to be JW to close it out. I won't say it is, but it is very much at this point.
Nope.
Well, that's true. 14-2. Liquid knows all about this score.
Exactly.
I knew you were going to... Yep, all right, you're right. I'm
So
sorry.
don't ever lose faith. But
My God, how the tables have turned.
it's going to be Dennis. He's actually one of the sickest pistol players in the entire planet, right? And he just showed you exactly why. Few players on his screen has landed 2 really crisp headshots once again. He seems to be the storyline for this map. He finds 2 headshots out of nowhere, and Liquid didn't really arrive, and they have to force by here, of course. 5 sets of head armor, Tech 9s, and 1 smoke. It's going to be an A-sided attack, presumably once again. Very similar setup, and just try and swarm their way onto the bomb sites. Having only flashbangs, though, that's a problem. And actually, considering the setup for Fnatic, they've gone for more of a utility-based play. 3 UMPs and an MP9. That actually kind of works out in terms of the run and gun potential against those Tech 9s. Let's see how this one does go down. You can see Dennis on your screen right now. He's got the M4. He's spotting towards the boost position. And once again, it's almost exactly from what we saw in the pistol. Hiko towards Squeaky Door by himself. The smoke will go towards Highway. There's no flashes this time to work with, so let's see where this works out.
It's flush it that's going to work back up. Single smoke, top of Highway. Just go in front of that doorway, and these Tech 9s can't really bust through that. JW gets a nade kill onto Nitro. Make matters worse. Elise does get 1, but JW, 15 HP. Trying to be sneaky, caught off. It's a Dren that gets him. Now that gives them an opening. This should be at the very least a bomb plant for Liquid. And it is exactly that. 2 kits, 1 on Crims, 1 on Venton. Liquid's not going to overcommit to this. Actually, they do peek out, trying to get a little bit of information because a Dren can't double stack toward that quad position without the boost. And they've already committed away from that, so instead Hiko comes over to support him. They are going to get aggressive, and it works out. It's headshots down toward mid, and 2 following that up.
So they do the exact same strategy we saw on the pistol round. This time, didn't even have flashbangs, but they make their way onto the site, find the headshots required to swarm the site. And it's going to be the 3rd round found by Liquid. I told you, Matt, it's happening.
All right.
And it's going to be... Okay, so this is where it's
This is literally the way it happened with them because they got eco'd after winning the pistol.
But now Fnatic are force buying. They're opening the window a little bit further, allowing them into the game. So Liquid can find this one. It ruins the CT economy. We'll see how what happens going forward here. It's going to be M4s and SMGs. Kusa just on that Tech 9. We're going to round number 18 here. CT is going to be playing a pretty default setup. 2-on-2. That's Liquid definitely don't want to give anything away just yet. They want to see if they can establish any sort of stacks or any potential aggression coming from the CTs, but not meant to be just yet.
There we go again. He goes out toward that doorway position. They'll enter on it. Down goes Kusta, though, as Dennis fires in through with the CZ75. He's going to get aggressive toward this forklift position as well, and with Elige on low HP, it's another... Oh, he follows up on Hiko as well. Dennis is going absolutely insane because it's down to just 1 player remaining, and it's Nitro fallen.
Just to reiterate the point I made before, Dennis, one of the best pistol players in the world. He just gets 4 kills with the CZ. And what can you say about that one? 24-10 now. Dennis is playing out of his mind right now as a force buy from Fnatic. I normally would say you don't need to do that when you have such a massive lead. Just make sure you get the gun round to come in. You can just finish it there and then. But Fnatic they don't subscribe to that mentality. They're going to be going all in here. And we're going to round number 19, potentially the last round here of the first round. But it's a best of 3, so don't worry. Still more CS to come, but 4 rifles here and the Tech 9. So still a decent buy for Liquid. They get the first pick as well. Flusher drops to the hands of the Liege. And let's see what the reaction is from Fnatic. Will they be pushing towards B store? There's someone going towards the smoke.
JW's in there, but it's going to fade away. Oh, they're going to go late boost. So this is interesting because they've already had a little bit of contact over toward that A position, but haven't gotten far enough to check that spot or not. But where there is aggression, usually there's not a boost, because why would you peek through with no follow-up? It's going to be a Liege to take down Venton, though, down to 13 HP as he has to commit to that Vent position. Nice flash onto Crims. That'll buy them some space. He still manages decent damage to the 1-2 Liege, which now puts 2 players, the 2 entry, the 1-2 punch from Liquid, Nitro, and Liege onto very low. But they're already in the site. That's the important aspect of this. Nitro has to cross over. All timing is everything. Yeah. Dennis looks away. That's going to allow the bomb plant to go in.
That could have been so huge. How do you find that kill? Like you said, if the bomb dropped and Liege just had about 10 HP or something to work with there. Still going to be a 3-on-4, and the CT's on the hard retake, but 2 very low terrorist players. This kill from JW, this is huge. You'll find this as an opening, but Liege does manage to take him down, and that should secure the round here as well. The CTs don't really have much to work with, no kits and no utility remaining. So just hoping they can just dent the economy of the terrorists right now, but we'll be fading out of the round as Liquid fighting in round number 19, staying alive here. We do feel like it's delaying the inevitable almost, but still, I guess getting warmed up in this best of 3, making sure you can start finding some kills, boost the confidence a little bit, get the morale a little bit higher. I guess it's slightly beneficial in that respect, but still, 11 rounds in a row required from Liquid just to force overtime.
Yeah, that's big.
It's rough.
That's one way of putting it.
Well, they did save 2 rifles for Fnatic. I saw them force by before.
Well, they're going to bring up pistols around, but at the very least, we've already got a Deagle on a Flush and a CZ on Venton.
So a little bit more conservative for Fnatic this time. They want to make sure they can have actual gun round in the next couple. Dennis and Crims still going to be very deadly here. It's that fast mid-aggression we talked about from Liquid coming in. There's a little boost coming in actually from the connector area. Actually taking, I was going to say considerable damage, doesn't have to do that much. Liege gets the first kill, drops Flusher.
Nitro crossing inside of the checker room to see what's going on in the back of the side. It's going to be Nade Stead, missed time though, and Liege, he actually gets taken down to very low, and again it's going to be Nitro and he that take out the most amount of damage. That allows Venton 1 kill, potentially a second, because the Liege is the one he confront immediately on the peak, and that's exactly what happens. Rooster thankfully finds the next 2 though. Liquid still have a foot toward the site. Dennis the last alive. Another situation where money as it sits with only going to be 1900 coming into them this time. Might be worth it to try and save this M4. I know, yes, they've got a lot of rounds to play on. Yes, they'll be able to buy again before the end, but still play the long game in this. And I think Dennis might just commit to this, you know.
Let's see what he can do, yeah. It's going to be pushing through the smoke here, trying to find anything he can. Just an opportunity, but Gusa shuts him down. Everyone facing at the same time. It's the correct way to do it from Liquid. And they don't drop a single player in the 3 versus 1 situation. So the money now is still not stabilizing for Fnatic. So they're going to go for some upgraded pistols. Desert Eagles, CZs, and smoke on Flusher as well. This sort of round, I would assume maybe towards stack towards A or push towards the B storage, 3 people. They've actually gone for 4 HE grenades as well, so let's see what they decide to do with that. It's going to be 5 rifles here for Liquid, once again boosting up towards middle, trying to get to those early frags. And they're going to successfully take over this area as well.
Find the kills and get the information on exactly what Fnatic's up to, because right now it is going to be an A-side stack. Both Flush at Dennis inside the site itself, and then Crims and JW playing from truck. I didn't really get a read on that. They didn't spot anyone. Nitro did go try and peek up toward Highway, but no one facing from Fnatic as he did so. Regardless, it's back over toward B, and this is the right call. I think they're going to end up figuring that out.
Yeah, you're right. As they edge their way in. Contact play. They can just afford to be silent. Don't give anything away until they spot a CT player here. They comes to play towards the bomb site. Making sure they Molotov off the key positions. Don't want to run into a potential stack on the site that's being a little bit too passive. Nitro pushes through the smoke here. It's a ballsy move, but gets away with it as well. They shut down the site. And now the retake coming in. Fnatic are going to see 5 players towards middle here. First kill comes in at Liege, taking down Wenton. And you can hear some footsteps as well, so won't be taking his attention away from that vent just yet.
Touchdown. Nice catch, but needs to spike it back the other way. Takes a little bit of damage for that. The problem is that they're setting up on exits from both sides, so no matter which way they go, they're going to confront Fnatic. Regardless, though, the round done at that. Nitro starts to fade away from this. JW's coming in late, but no kits will mean no Ninja, no chance for it, and Elise is going to find him as well. Thankfully, they win out of these. Oh, I take it back, though. They lose 2. As Hiko and Adren both fall. I was going to say, thankfully, they're winning these duels and keeping the rifles up. They still got decent bank, obviously, but you want to keep your economy rolling as hard as possible. I guess one and done anyway. It's on map point. But, I mean, still, even if you start to have closely contested rounds that chisel away, you can't bring up the utilities if they continue this momentum.
Well, we'll see how this one goes down. We have got the AWP on towards Dennis this time, which is a little bit interesting. It's on JW. We'll see what he's deciding to do. Maybe he had a very good spawn. Actually, he's going straight towards middle, watching for that fast boost, which Liquid are almost faint for at this point. They won't be going for that one. So they'll be focusing towards the A side of the map. There's going to be a push through the smoke from Elise. He gets taken down by Wenton. And a headshot towards Adren as well. So this round could be over now. As it's going to be towards the A, where the bomb will be placed as well. And they'll be pushing through with these smoke grenades.
Nitro caught out, though, as he wants to bring up the flash. That allows a crossfire set from both JW and Flusha, who sees above the smoke bomb now drop. This has to be it for Fnatic. Inside of the site. Hiko's got vision of it. A second smoke toward the red crate, but it has a gap toward Truck as well that they need to be weary of. Shot from Hiko finds Flusha. But he and Adren, both so low right now, have to be dead on with their peaks and timings. Hiko's going to plant that tight as well, not go for the open plant. Doesn't want to leave himself exposed to Truck. That means problems for Adren he would have to face. And the flash was good enough to catch Dennis off and give Adren the chance, but he couldn't find the shot with the AK. So they may have information, but more importantly, for Fnatic, it's Venton that gets Hiko. It's down to 2 HP. It's Flash as well. They know exactly where he is. They'll just get on this. They'll stick this. 1 to face, 1 to stick. That's the game. Fnatic is going to take map 1, 16-6 against Team Liquid. They move to Mirage, and Liquid has to find an answer, but this was a quite convincing performance, I think, from Fnatic, especially where this is the first time you and I have seen them without Olaf Meister.
Absolutely, that was very convincing indeed. I think Dennis absolutely gets MVP for Cash. They're looking incredibly strong right now. That was Liquid's pick as well, so you feel like this could go from bad to worse for them, but I guess it's the first one with the best of 3, and maybe just warming up into things. You can see the second half was a little bit better. They get 4 rounds in the second after a 13-2 loss in the first, so something to build on, I guess, if you want to build some storylines here. But yeah, Fnatic looking very dominant here on the first map, and one step closer to putting themselves into those London finals.
Yeah, and that's the big goal here for Fnatic, having not topped the group. They were a little bit disappointed yesterday. I mean, NIP, they definitely outplayed them in a lot of ways, so it is a good step in the right direction, and definitely showing that the skill is everything on this team. I mean, Dennis, that was a masterclass performance.
Absolutely. With those pistols and the rifle play on the T side as well. Very impressive indeed. But I think that's going to be it from us for now until the second map. So I guess we'll take a quick break here. And don't go anywhere. It's going to get very exciting.
Looks like a little bit of a vintage Fnatic has arrived here on Cash, making things look easy versus Team Liquid in the first of the series. Welcome back to the Pro League Finals desk. I've got myself Yanko and I've got myself Blue to talk about this one. Gentlemen, did Liquid really struggle to get into that at the start? Let's kind of go chronological order, where we saw like almost 8 rounds in the blink of an eye to Fnatic.
Liquid couldn't even get their foot into this game, basically. Fnatic came out all guns blazing, won the pistol round, and from that point on, it was the nightmare scenario that we mentioned sometimes in CS, that whenever Liquid actually won a round, they would lose a lot of their players. Fnatic would immediately win the following round, reset their money system. Liquid would be forced to eco or even double eco. And at that point, you know, it was 8-1. And even when they have all the guns, sometimes Fnatic still outplays them because it's Fnatic, right? So a terrible first half for Liquid. Great play from Fnatic all around. All of the players were on point. Dennis was maybe the first among equals, so to speak. But yeah, pretty unfortunate for Liquid.
I mean, I do want to remind everyone that we talked about, you know, Fnatic Cloud9 as a potentially close game, and then coming back to this one. Suddenly we have a bit more faith in Fnatic, and it's evidence in their play that these guys definitely have got quite a lot to prove in this current kind of affair.
I mean, it's always just the question of like which Fnatic was going to show up, however, because we know they've been in dominant form in the past, and obviously, I mean, you mentioned it before that, you know, if a good Fnatic shows that they're still going to just, for the most part, just wreck over top of Liquid, and we basically saw that. You said, and we've seen this many times in the past, that map can end up being Nitro's playground. Well, essentially, Dennis comes into that match and kicks Nitro off the monkey bars.
It was a playground, but in that playground there were a lot of bullies around that you know, didn't make it so fun for Nitro to play.
Dennis
basically
just turned his hat backwards and just started like beating on kids, North American kids specifically. But
savage.
I'm sorry, I got a little bit brutal there. But what I was trying to say was that we talk about Fnatic's kind of well, we say drop in form. There's reason for that, right? Like, they've fallen off online. We've seen so much frustration. They've been conceding losses to FaZe, Virtus Pro. You know, the list goes on, where they've been encountering these problems, losing to teams that they don't think they should lose to. Liquid is probably on that list as well. And I'm sure, you know, should things start going the other way, the emotions of Fnatic, you know, previously, Mr. Vigilant, Mr. Unfazed, that could maybe be a card that Liquid could start playing as we go into our second map.
Yes, but you also need to remember that Fnatic is probably out for blood since, you know, Liquid beat them at the major and took that higher seed from them as well. So I think I said that if Liquid is going to have a chance in this match, they would have to win Cash. They got completely demolished, and right now it's going to be even harder for them on Mirage, I feel.
Yeah, it could just be more of the same. Anything left on Cash before we do take a quick break, Blue?
I mean, we saw a good performance. Excuse me. We saw a good performance. Almost choked.
Almost choked. Just like Liquid. That's the North American in you coming out.
Nice one.
The big boy Fnatic right here.
So we saw a good performance out of Adren in that matchup again, but unfortunately, like I said before, it was just no one else really showing up to the party. Adren had these huge clutches and some pretty good setups too, but with no one else really being able to follow that up with closeouts, it just did not allow for that team to really pick up anything substantial at all. Brawling a little bit forward in the second half, but ultimately, when you're down that far, there's zero chance of you coming back, especially against a team like Fnatic. With that kind of a lead, they're always going to punish that and close out pretty quickly.
And good to see, I mean, just the final cherry on top. Good to see Wenton, or Venton if you're Sadikist, you know, doing his best. Didn't you know Sadikist got a little bit of Swedish blood, just enough to have to make that W of V. So we're going to be coming back to more of Sadikist speaking Swedish and more of the score as well. You can check it out on your smartphone device. It's actually worth checking out, especially if you actually have to go outside. I know this is a kind of strange premise to some of us, myself included, but if you actually are out and about, and you know, the girl you're talking to, she says, hey man, do you know the score in the current ESL Pro League finals? You can go, yes, because I have the Pro League score on my phone. Messed that one up a little bit. Let's take a break so I can get better for the next one, because it is going to be time to talk about our second map, Mirage, after this.
Typical you talking with girls, Alex.
The test and trials continue for Liquid as we prepare for, well, what could be the final map of the day. It's going to be Mirage between Liquid and Fnatic, and it seems like Fnatic have found that form that we know and love from the Swedes, of course, in the absence of all-star player Olof. Gentlemen, I always like to look for the silver linings for Liquid, and there's no doubt that there will be some. There's no doubt that Liquid probably will not be in such a scary position as Cloud9 on Mirage, where they have conceded what is a record-breaking 28 rounds in a row. Liquid have a little bit more up their sleeve. They've had leadership for longer. This is me pushing, hopefully, for some positivity for Liquid. Give it to me.
I mean, you're... God damn it. I mean, you're looking for those silver linings, but the point is, on the first map, it was Liquid's pick. Fnatic still chose to start as T. Now, on Fnatic's pick, Liquid chose to start as CT, which means that Fnatic being on the T side again, it's down to Liquid's individual players to, you know, step up their game to be able to handle the onslaught of the Fnatic players, and, you know, maybe try and be more mobile. If they see that things aren't working for them, maybe try and push mid, try get some map information, then rotate, take a few risks, because if things continue as they've been so far, it's going to be a quick 2-0 for Fnatic.
Yeah, and that is just because of the individuals, as you were saying. You're suggesting that if it does come down to these duels, Fnatic just in their current form.
You know, when a team plays like Fnatic, they try to brute force their way in, nothing too complex, just, you know, relying on trade kills. Then it's up to the CT players to be able to hold that off, maybe get a kill, pull back, buy time for their team to rotate in and to secure the round once they have the advantage.
And that's kind of the end of the silver linings, I guess, is if those players start delivering on their CT
or if
sides,
they get some good reads, basically.
Yeah, see what Adren can do on towards Mirage. Is this the end of the line for Liquid Blue? We don't have long, but I'm sure it won't take long to tell us all about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree with everything Genko said here. It's all going to come down to if the players suddenly start picking up their slack from what we saw in the last game. We just saw very lackluster performances. Everybody flatlined from their earlier performances against C9. And coming into this first map against Fnatic, we really didn't see anything special against them. So unless there's just all of a sudden a huge raising of the bar for essentially everybody except Adren, then yeah, more than likely Fnatic are just going to crush them here, especially because this is going to be a much harder map for them to play on as well. Yeah, even with them getting the CT side start, I wouldn't necessarily say that's a huge advantage for them, as that could lead to a lot of disorganization if Fnatic go for these quick hits.
Hey man, we were doubting Optic. We made jokes about Optic, and they managed to push it close. Maybe Liquid
no cigar.
can take us to no cigar indeed. Do you know, there's a fun story about where that expression came from. It was from Coconut Shies. Do you know what they are?
Nope.
Well, that's a long story then. We're not going to do that. Basically, never mind, I'm not going to try and explain Coconut Shies in 40 seconds. There's no way I'm going to manage that. We'll do it off air. But anyway, it is time. You can see Liquid. Kusta, an individual that we'll be looking forward to seeing just how much more he can deliver, has been rising through the ranks of Liquid recently, and Adren in the center going to be trying to coordinate. Not only has he been picking up frags on Cash, but now he's going to have to do a whole lot more, navigating his team through both CT and T on Mirage. Will this be the final game of the day? That is the question, and the answer is about to be provided by your casting pair. Henry G and Sadakist are standing by to take you through Mirage.
G2A.com, the best video game store ever! Fast as lightning, solid as a rock, cheap as duck. What's more, you can sell on it because it's also a marketplace. Remember G2A.com, the best video game store ever!
Welcome back, guys. Ready for what Alex has described could be the last map of the day. That's absolutely true. If Liquid don't find a way to respond in so many ways to Fnatic, they are going to be done.
It makes me wonder what the future holds for Liquid as well as a whole. This kind of lineup without Simple, it's not been that convincing for me so far. After getting top 4 of the major, Austin wasn't fantastic, and then we're going into this one. It's looking like it's going to be sparring out of control against Fnatic. Obviously, very difficult prospect, but the current chemistry of this team isn't really doing it for me. It hasn't got that killer instinct, that bite to it that we saw when Simple was part of the lineup. Would you agree?
I mean, that is one of the things that I think perfectly describes Simple. There are many words to describe Simple. There's been many adjectives used on the internet to describe Simple, but Killer Instinct is definitely accurate. He does take it into his own hands. He gets aggressive and definitely, you know, does what he can for his team in those situations, sometimes carelessly, but it is something that can be admired, and a lot of teams do lack. And right now, you're right. I don't see anyone on this team that steps up and makes the play to make ground.
Well, let's see if Liquid can bounce back here. It's going to be Mirage. They will be starting on the CT side, and we're going for 5 sets of armor here. So up against Fnatic, there is some aggressive play from Adren. Does spot Flusher jumping towards the mid boxes there, but here we go. Kusta trying to do something there towards Palace, but gets wrecked by JW, just anticipating that push. And here we go then, 5 on 4. It's going to be Elige finding a kill back and towards JW.
Adren, spotted though. Tried to get into the Nook inside a connector and catch them off when they ran by, but they spotted him doing so. Elige gets one good shot up the middle, but he's shut down. And Nitro, he gets an underpass though, taps away. Not refrag because Hiko shows up. They don't want to double face, but more importantly, they know that's both players, and therefore getting the bomb down, far more important. Dennis going to plant it as far open as he can as well.
Towards spawn, and they've got the player towards window as well. So Wenton will be able to get some decent information here. They're listening out for the footsteps and can come behind them. That's the problem here. Let's see what they decide to do. They're going to be giving this next frag. Got so much work to do here, and like I said, 5 sets of armor, no kits available, and Wenton is listening out. Doesn't get the first shot though. It's Nitro that gets the drop on him.
Yeah, well shot, well struck, but this is where Dennis Plant comes in to save him. They're checking Tetris, they're checking out toward A main, the typical spots. Palace the third that you would often expect, but in this round, in this case, knowing that there was no one at CT spawn, he could easily go toward this position. Here's Dennis on a pistol again. Gets around the corner, 31 HP, still alive, but Nitro's still wide. Unfortunately, with no kit, it's just enough for Dennis.
You can see the defuse coming in. That's the only chance they had. Nitro going for the full defuse, trying to be body blocked and hoping he could find that shot with the USP. Didn't happen. And once again, it's Fnatic taking the pistol here. It's Dennis getting 2 frags. He's had a fantastic series so far, and that round's testament to it. And we saw Liquid coming from that underpass area, and it looked like they had a chance there when both players were facing. Had they landed one of those shots, could have been a different story. But Fnatic playing it very cleverly there, making their way back towards the 8th side, planting with CT spawn as well, and just delaying the CT so much. Had so much ground to cover in terms of checking out the bomb side and actually covering every single angle here. So we go to round number 2. And it's going to be a force buy from the CTs. Kusta, the only player not really investing, of course. He's the all-post we said before. So 2 scouts. One of the maps where this can be very effective. Obviously, everyone knows about the jumping scout towards the B apartment, as you can see just then. But let's see how Fnatic operate here. 3 SMGs and 2 AKs. Pretty standard stuff for them, just holding up and towards the default right now. And presumably going for that mid control. They have got a ton of utility to work with that.
And Crims would have spotted Nitro's feet through that underpass, or rather Elige's feet, excuse me, with the scout as he walked out toward that middle position. He's going to re-peek it again, but Crim's still there. Doesn't really get much from that, but back toward Horseshoe, that's where the action is going to be. And Elige realizes it late, sees the smokes and flashes being thrown out from that position, and he's going to try and rotate over to window to catch them. Gives Hiko an opportunity with the Deagle as well on Catwalk to try and find one lovely headshot. Oh, nice stack, nice nade as well. That's even worse, as Elige is trapped inside of the window, 17 HP, and has nowhere to run at this point in time with that scout in hand. He can't really make much of this.
Absolutely. And it's going to be Fnatic with 35 seconds remaining. We can see Dennis now with the bomb going towards T-spawn. They will be going towards A here to finish things off. Flusher holding towards middle. I'd assume it's going to be a very basic contact play here. Maybe a couple of flashbangs going over. But there's not really much the CTs can do. Adren with the Desert Eagle towards jungle. And it's Elige. He has got the scout, but low HP. Won't be having the confidence to go for the full face. He could have spot one player going towards connector, though. So maybe he can do something with this. It has to be a headshot. 3 shots come in. And Elige finds the kill on towards Dennis as well. This becomes viable as the bomb has been dropped 10 seconds. Getting a bit uncomfortable for the terrorists.
Positioning, just missing out. The crosshair placement was almost dead on when he came around just slightly high and right. Good shots from Nitro, though. Giving them a chance because Hiko's picked up an equalizing kill, 2 for him now in the round. He's got an AK to work with, but bomb down and no kit. It's a similar situation, exact same positioning this time for Venton as it was for Dennis in the last round. Something in my head wanted to say Olaf. It's like his spirit is still here, isn't it?
Well, Hiko does what he can now. Little tap towards the bomb, but Enter playing this very well. Spots him out and rips his head off with the UMP as well. Drops a Molotov on towards that bomb as well. He knows it's very unlikely the CTs have kits here. So another 7 seconds, he can actually delay the defuse coming in. And then at that point, can just play the game. Hiko in an unwinnable situation there, really. 2-0 for Fnatic. And we go to round number 3 after the force buy for Liquid. They will be on a full eco here. So this is getting from bad to worse, really. They really wanted a good start to kind of revitalize themselves and get them into this second map. If you are just joining us, it was a bloodbath on Cash. 13-2 first half, was 16-5 overall. Flush now just at the PT-50. He's going to spot a few players pushing out towards middle. Misses his flashbang here, so there's given him an opportunity to push towards him. Listening to the footsteps. Gets the first one, but surely he's going to be dropped there. There it is. Gets one for a souvenir as well.
Effectively goes 2 for 1 because the Dren gets him back down, but that's so much information that they're up in the top of the middle that they can walk into B, waltz into B. And JW does a pirouette out toward Catwalk as well with the Mac 10. Oh, if he taps from here. Oh, yes, why not?
Want to get any other dance moves in there?
I don't really know how to dance, Henry. Do you?
Oh, yeah, you haven't seen me dance.
I actually have.
When?
You're not as good as...
The DJ Night DreamHack.
Yep, you're not as good as DDK, though, don't worry.
I've got some very interesting videos. Maybe one day we'll do a charity thing, I can release them.
Charity thing?
Yeah, I think if we get enough donations, we can release them. Something like that. Because it is pretty devastating to my life if those do get released on the internet.
I can't think of a possible charity by which that money would be wanted, but okay. Blood money it is.
Yeah. Well,
Flush is going to keep that Mac 10 as well to try and build up his economy.
Well, it's a similar situation in Cash. Liquid go into the first round, no AWPs, no kits, no head armor, and very little nades as well. This is the problem. This is why a lot of these teams, I say to them, if you're the lesser team going into these rounds, you want to give yourself actual money to build with, have some foundations on the round. It's going to be such a difficult affair. This is when they can get into that serious rut and see Fnatic with massive map control so early on. They got themselves towards ladder room as well. Dennis has been so pivotal. Oh my god. Get wrecked, Ego.
Just
what can you say about that one? That's
so perfect. That is so perfect. Like, it's nice to see from Venton as well because, again, he's the stand-in. He's a temporary player on this roster. As much as anything, this is a time to showcase himself, create a brand and awareness for those in the scene.
Yeah, he's obviously,
know about him.
He knows it's not going to be forever, but he wants to...
Oh, who would say no, though, right? I mean, obviously, if you're on NIP, if you're on another team that's trying to compete and make gains forward, God sent even, you may not do it. But for a guy like Venton who was on, Cadian's team, nice shots from Nitro. This gets back into a contest here, though.
Yeah.
I mean, who would say no to that?
Absolutely.
Extreme preparation, that's the word I was looking for. Regardless, though, this now is finally an advantage for Team Liquid on the first gun round as Nitro gets 3 big kills and better positioning. That is a huge whiff, though. Elige needed to hit that shot. JW staying alive, and more importantly, Flusha busts out. They get out the window because it's a Mac 10 midair, and this was a sure done conclusion. This round was over. It was signed, sealed, and all but delivered, and it may not ever get that far now because it's onto a Dren. It's the M4 flashed out. He's going to lose his vision. Does tag up Flusha enough that if he sprayed through and re-peeked, he would have gone down, but it's a single bullet onto both remaining players. Time gone. JW closes it. Oh, Elige is going to be shooting himself on that one.
If we can get a replay of that, please can we have a look at it? No problem if we can't, but still, Elige, that's just JW kind of summarized in one clip, really, isn't it? One kill. It looked like Elige had all the time in the world to land that shot, and somehow, I kind of felt it at the pit of my stomach. I thought, he's not going to get away with this. Somehow JW's going to get the kill, and that was so important. That lost in the round, and this is where they go into the eco situation. It's going to be 5-0. Oh, God, that was not something you see every day, man, I have to say. But it is something you see quite often from JW.
Nitro's going to start to push right now into... I mean, Elige is normally one of the consistent players in those situations.
It's not like he even did anything that wrong, to be honest. Like, even though he whiffed a little bit, most players are not going to turn around and do that.
It was a good reaction, there's no question, but with a back turn, you'd expect it.
Yeah, like, he hadn't checked that position. Like, he had a good 2 or 3 seconds. The first few shots were a whiff, but still, he should be getting away with the kill regardless. It was JW. That's the inhuman reactions coming in, I guess.
There it is. There's the reference.
Yeah.
They've cleared out middle again, Fnatic in this round. Smoke off at the top of connector. Crims can get in position to see above it as he gets on top of the box, clears out the stairwell, just all but the corner now to clear. As they do have 3 players pushed up inside of the A site. Team Liquid, and it's Dren that's the closest onto that A main position. Good shot, though, from Nitro again to start things off. Takes down Dennis. That drops the bomb at the corner. It's easily re-grabbable for Flusha, but he does have to expose himself slightly to that Deagle. in order to do so, and more importantly, they brought over Hiko to support that, to confront that, and make it more awkward for that to happen. So Crims can get the kills he likes in A, but they still have a situation developing on this B site. Good shot onto Kusta. Hiko's low on HP, but he is going to take one more down. Tries desperately to pick up the rifle. It was far too tempting. And having lost Nitro in the back of the site to Venton, who busted out late from the apartments, the Liege is effectively holding off the site once more because bomb's grabbed, and it's just JW to go plant it. Not even going to reface that.
Yeah, not really much that Liege can do here. CZ in hand, 55 HP. 3 terrors to find, make it 2 though, as he does land the headshot towards JW. So Crims has finished things off, but there it is. It's 5-0. Maximum loss bonus achieved now for the CT, so they will have a very decent buy here for the first time. And they can go double AWP if they wanted to. There it is. So yeah, Nitro going with the AWP, and we'll see how they decide to approach this situation. I'd assume one AWP towards the B apartments and then one towards A, maybe towards that Palace area, try and find the first pick. Once again, with this kind of right, you want to maybe take the game towards Fnatic a little bit, don't allow them to have full control of every single possible area. Here we go, then number 6. Kusta watching towards that lower ramp. We have got a little bit of aggression coming in here towards that area as well. It's going to be a Adren pushing in.
Boost. You can't jump from the low side, bro. That's a good shot from Kusta. Forward stance, and look at the distraction that it creates. Adren is able to take down Dennis. On top of that, Kusta's having an absolute lights out round as he gets JW looking back toward Palace. That's 2 players low, and then 1 as he swaps angles and positions, and this has to be it. I'm not going to call it done yet because...
It is done. It's done. I'll call it. I'll allow it.
You were the risk taker. You were the one that played Russian roulette out of the 2 of us.
Did I?
That never happened. I'm kidding.
Okay.
The deer hunter over here.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Flusher 5-on-1, and Kusta stepping up massively there. He seems to be finding his confidence now. Like as I said, they need to take the game towards Fnatic. Can't allow them to do full execute and have defaults, so they're getting map control like we saw in the first gun round. Kusta going aggressive, has a Dren to fall back on him as well. He's the life support. They get the bomb down here, smoking it off. And Flusher shouldn't have any ground for this round. The good news is for Liquid as well, they're going to keep all 5 players alive here. Surely, there it is, Kusta finishes things off. He gets his 4th kill of the round. Very impressive stuff from him, especially that shot towards the Palace as well. Very efficient stuff, and like I said, 5 players alive. That's the important storyline here, because even if they do lose this round, they still have money to invest into the round after, so it should be okay after this. But 5-1, Fnatic still have tons of cash. They'll be going with 5 AK. Oh, I say 5 AKs. Flush is actually on a Mag 10, so okay. Even after 5 rounds in a row, it's not the best situation for them. But number 7 comes in. Double AWP's still alive, of course, for Liquid.
Go around to the corner quickly. In toward the ladder room, important position to hold in there. Pushing quickly, 1 goes by, doesn't land the shot, and that's a big miss from Hiko. Another missed opportunity for Liquid as well, because they've given up that catwalk position and part of the B site, but a very good response from both the Legion and Dren, and they still have this locked down. It's basically a full rotation, straight up brawl on this B site. Slight Smoke's going to limit Nitro's positioning inside that bench, which does allow them in toward the site. The Legion can't spot through it. But the bomb is the one that's out toward Catwalk, and it can't cross. It is the one thing that was shut down temporarily, mind you, because now that the smoke's in play, you can get it closer. That gun barrel. Oh, he had to have seen that, Crims. He didn't. It's overlooked, but Dennis finds the shot. Regardless, Kusta's going to drop him down. Bomb's still in play, though. And Dennis is going to drop it down at this exact moment. Dies immediately, though, and Liquid will get the back-to-back rounds, avoiding that reset.
It's been a lot of whiffs here for the CTs, but they do manage to hold on just about there. The double AWPs and the retake did make things problematic, but they are hitting the shots. Kusta once again finding 2. And it was Dennis making things problematic. He found 3 kills in that round, but still getting the bomb down. Still gives Fnatic an opportunity to buy into this if they wanted to. It wouldn't be the best buy. Maybe 3 AKs and a couple of Tech 9s to see what they decide to do. They are going to be forcing it. There it is. So 3 AKs, 2 Desert Eagles. Desert Eagle on Mirage can be very effective indeed. Even challenging towards that mid window, can find headshots there. It's going to be Flusher going for exactly that. Let's see if we can get anything from this. I'm not going to be eliminating that procedure for now, though. So surely Nitro can take a couple of players down here. It's going to have them in a contact position. This is the shot, though. Oh, he actually hit it.
Oh, that was nuts.
Did he hit it?
Yeah, he did. I think it was through the top of the wall, though, so it's only 51 that remains on JW. But he's inside a Molotov that was thrown out late. He goes down to 32. This is even better still, jumping up in that position as well. This time it's Liquid that actually gets a little bit of luck, but unfortunately it's not quite the same that, scarred them for life.
Indeed. Well, the bomb will be planted as well. This way things get problematic. Double AWP set up, but Hiko does find a kill towards Flusher. Now they need to work together, use the utility correctly. 2 players towards short, 2 in kitchen, but they're going to be smoked out. So still an opportunity for Nance to capitalize here with the AKs.
Nitro trying to find that shot through the wall up toward the apartments. Ooh. with those smokes that went out in both the doorway and the window. Look how easily it's allowed Fnatic to get in a better post plant. The problem is now that they're getting the kills, they're laid in. It's Nitro with 2, and Kusta follows it up with a CZ. This double op setup pays dividends. And it's a defuse again, 5-3 now as they get 3 in a row for Team Liquid on the CT side.
They're being quite disciplined here in the retakes here, Liquid, actually making sure they've got positional control towards short and kitchen as well, not forcing the issue and pushing through smokes, actually allowing them to have the number advantage and hitting the AWP shots here. It's Kusta and Nitro actually being pretty efficient here, especially Kusta. He's impressed me a lot on Mirage so far. That's actually going to be 3 rounds in a row for Liquid here. And I was going to say they've probably broken the economy of Fnatic, but they keep planting and getting fragged as well, so there's going to be another force with 3 rifles, 2 pistols. One of those rifles is a Galil, and it's a change of setup here. Hiko going towards short with a Dren, and quite aggressive here as well. Player towards connector, so they're going to try and deny the mid control coming in from the terrorists, but they're going for a set piece towards A by the looks of things, considering where they've got their players so far. Dennis and Crims with the rifles. Just holding up for now, waiting for that smoke to dissipate, and potentially just a flash going over, and going to try and find the first kill, but once again the AWPs are waiting for them. Kusta, as you can see on the screen right now.
Kusta just fires into that, hoping to get a little bit lucky. Fires it at the tightest possible angle he could. Lee's playing sandwich. Overlooked, brilliant position. Considered, you're done for. Molotovs trapped in, crossfire set from Palace, someone coming over top, you name it. It's very hard to get out of if they get any information. He's going to sit there, though. He's going to try and play this on the edge of the smoke. Kusta needs to stay in position to grab the attention. Does get one. He may get more than that. Dennis comes over the top. It's a little bit late. JW goes low, down to 12 HP. Good nade to follow it up. So that damage from Elise is actually considerable in this situation, as Dennis can't cross over yet either. They don't have smokes. They don't have anything. This is just contact play for Fnatic trying to get in position.
This is good though from Zeke, not giving them anything to work with, and just denying the Fnatic players to even have duels here is perfect. This is Nitro waiting towards short with the AWP. It's more than viable for him to face. This is great. Comes to the 14-second mark as well. No bomb being planted yet. It's a lot of pressure being applied to Fnatic. Need to find something, but just being denied all over the place. Dennis finds a kill towards Nitro, but there it is. The rest of the CT's face at the same time, and that's actually very, very impressive from Liquid. Not panicking in that situation, just denying any sort of entries to the bomb site there. So Fnatic there, forcing once again, and having the 3 rifles. They smoked up. There's a little cheeky one-way smoke from JW trying to use towards CD spawn, but as I said, well, like you said, Elige does find one, does decent damage, and then allows them to get the grenade kill. And at that point, they're just waiting for the plant to come in, which wasn't possible. So actually, broken the economy finally.
Yep.
That Fnatic. Going to be just Deagles there.
Face from Kusta needs to be a little bit cautious of these Deagles. Good first shot off, but a re-peek from Nitro. This double up setup, he's also missed one. That puts him low, and Venton's going to hit the shot over top of the wall. So they still need to be a little bit careful here, as losing 1 AWP. Hiko needs to go over and watch it to babysit that weapon. Follow up from Kusta swift, though. Flusha now falls. It's just JW and Venton left. I suppose I should say JV and Venton going to go all out with that.
I guess he does refer to himself as JW.
I know. If you say the letter, it's still W, but
yeah,
it's pronounced. So we could call him Jive.
Jive. But are we sure it's pronounced Ja in Swedish?
Java.
Yeah, yes, that's better.
Yeah,
that's
Java.
Java. Yeah, we'll go with that from now on. Just to confuse everyone.
Well, we've already established how to say Scream's name correctly, so...
No, do not do that.
I knew you were going to say
Please,
that.
anything for that.
Oh, this is good. That face. JW comes out worse for wear, but that was a straight-up draw. A Western-style draw as they both try to get the initial shot in. And it's going to go the way of Fnatic, though, once these kills come in place. It's very low HP on the 3 players right now on the Fnatic side. What? Great shot from Nitro. Reads where Crims is because he saw the nade thrown.
That was lovely from Nitro. Just a desperation shot, but it works out. And now a 3-on-2, and like you said, Flush and JW are going to be very low on HP indeed, but that was actually quite nice from Liquid, changing things up. 3 players towards mid-aggressive. Did lose the initial exchanges, but still have a chance here. It's Nitro towards our B sides, and that's where confrontation is looking like it will be coming in. We have got another terrorist towards the A side. That's JW with the AWP, just scouting out there, but nothing there whatsoever. So maybe he'll give the call to his teammates that they potentially need to fall back here. Kusta behind them.
This is perfect for Kusta. Fires early, but the damage is on. It's enough. This is how low the... Oh, that nade. That's it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, I'm sorry, I'm Canadian. But that could have been it right there for Venton. Bomb's still down in this position. He has to face. What a shot, though! What an absolutely brilliant shot as he takes down Kusta.
That's kind of sick from Wenton. This guy can play him up. I
I'm
think
a
it's been
fan.
established.
I'm a fan. Let's put him on a team with Pauf, and everything will be good.
Who is your pal? He's an American guy.
Aegis.
That's it, yeah. Or Canadian, maybe, I don't know.
Nah, I think he is American.
Cool, yeah. Yeah, we'll make a super team. The fanboy team. But yeah, 1 HP, and looked like Kusta had that kill completely dead to rights, but somehow he hits that shot. Godlike stuff, and it's going to be Fnatic finding their first round in 5 as we go to round number 12 here. Still the double eco setup, double orb setup from the CTs, Adren and Kusta, of course. Not Nitro this time. Which must make more sense. Obviously, Adren's normally a secondary orber.
Yes, 100% true. Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite rare to see the Nitro go toward it. He's done it a few times. He's been comfortable on it. It's situational entirely, and it's up to him, I assume, to say if he's comfortable using it, given the style of the game that he's faced with. But yeah, I mean, this is the more expected setup of these AWPs. Nitro's inside this window position with M4. Oh, timing. He looked at the top of jungle. There was no push through, but Dennis is on top of the easel waiting for the move to be made from Nitro, and he's going to consider the angle, does read it correctly, good headshot.
Yep, so Nitro goes under 46 HP, but they have got the man advantage here. Fnatic don't really have much to work with just yet. 3 players towards middle. Got a passive hold from the CTs overall. And in terms of utility remaining, Fnatic only have 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs, so need to find a frag here, really. Looks like an A split will be coming in with Wenton in the underpath, as they edge their self towards the A side as well, but Elise and Adren holding there with the M4 and AWP. Adren shouldn't lose his vision here unless they do that same smoke close towards the lower ramp. But JW with the AWP, you assume he's going to try and face this. 20 seconds remaining though, needs to start moving.
So Liege at Firebox, JW, good shot, really good shot onto Adren, and they've already figured this out. Flush has gone Tetris. They know Liege is there. Oh, did he know he overlooked it? He sprayed into it, but now they can't do anything about this. He can't find the refrag. More importantly, Venton's going to pick up 2 as Nitro goes down. You're right, though, no plant, and Hiko's done it enough. Oh, that's even better! He kills them both after the time. That's so much money lost.
You're absolutely right.
That's huge from Hiko.
If you're wondering what Matt's talking about, if you do kill players after the round has ended and no bombers implanted, you get 0 cash going to the next round. So that's massive for Hiko to get away with that one. You can see them kind of reacting to
They're
this
like
as well.
in spawn, like, let's just use this as a timeout. We just got wrecked.
Yeah, but the CTs especially, they know, okay, these guys definitely can't afford buying into this round. Let's get a couple of MP9s here, farm some cash up. And yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a chance now. Have Glocks and just kind of discuss what has happened. It's almost it's something we used to see from Existence actually in Very games. This is one he was famed for, and instead of using his tactical pause, the official pause, you can just use one of these around your full eco and just try and hold up and discuss and towards T-spawn. But it's going to be Elise pushing into that area, finds his first kill with the MP9, and he wants a little bit more out of this.
This is one of those ones you see in matchmaking, like you're in warm-up almost, like
yeah, everyone's AFK and
checking your aim. Like, what are they still doing there?
Yeah.
I mean, this is smart. Like you say, they know they can't buy, so they go for these SMGs, but action resumes, and it's toward middle. Fnatic will take things, Deagle in hand, obviously discussing things as what just happened. Potentially you would expect for the next round, but if they can find a couple kills here, this is always a possibility as well. Good early damage done. Dennis going to follow that up as well, taking down Nitro with a good Deagle shot. Still the man advantage, though, for Liquid. It flushes on 34 HP. Dennis is going to pick up a gun here, though. If he can just make this cross comfortably, spots Kusta. He's not going to commit to it because of that alone. At M4, it's tempting. And he'll go make contact on Connector instead, force Kusta back, and that will allow Flusha to grab it instead. Oh, nicely done. That's the nade Kusta needed.
Absolutely, that definitely works. And Flusha has got the M4 in hand here. He might even go towards window as well, so could find a kill on towards the lead, which he does, of course. And now it's a 3-on-2, but 15 seconds remaining. Surely the CDs can't give this one away, and they get a headshot onto Dennis as well. That's going to be the round over as we hit the 10-second mark. Just trying to find any sort of frag they can, though. And so get one more. And there it is, the round's over. Hiko once again finishing things off from short. And luckily this time Fnatic die before the round's over. So they do get a little bit more cash, of course. And we go into round number 14. It's actually Liquid taking the advantage here. 7-6 in their favour. And considering what we saw in the first map, I didn't think I'd be saying that. So this is a great recovery.
Decent, great recovery, decent recovery indeed. I mean, this is now a game. This started off very slow.
Even on this map, yeah, they were 5-0 down. And they brought it back to 7-6. So very well played from Liquid here. And the series definitely isn't over just yet. So we go to round number 14. It's another force spy from Fnatic. 3 rifles, a deagle, and a Tech 9. So a little bit of aggression here towards the Palace area. We've got Booster getting dropped though by Crims. Actually gives the AWP over towards JW. Not a man you want to be gifting that weapon to.
Ren inside of the site that does battle from the offside of Firebox, and it works out because it gets the kill onto Crims. Vent then again finds 2, so he's putting up decent numbers personally speaking. The problem is in a lot of rounds, it's the ones they've been losing. They haven't been able to secure. It's a little bit late as he seems to walk into the site. I'm not necessarily shoveling blame onto him, but unfortunately it's situations that aren't winnable where he's finding the kills.
Last round of the first half here, and of course it's going to be Fnatic forcing into this one. Don't really have any other options. Scout, Galil, AK, 2 pistols. And of course brought a lot onto this in Mirage, but it has worked a couple of times. But Flusher, lovely shot from him. I'm not really sure what happened there. Kusta, was he trying to jump down or face? It seems like he got caught with his pants down a little bit there. But man advantage towards Fnatic. And JW edging in towards the A site here. There's actually very little preference for the CTs. This is a great opportunity. Flusher finds going towards the lead. Why is he not dead?
That is insanity. That is insanity. Nitro does another situation, and look at the result. He's able to go in the window. Adren goes down. They kill him. And that's 3 players, 2, excuse me, because he did find 1 before the kill would have been done, but it would have been 2 players still alive. And with that kill from Hiko, this would now be a 3-on-3 situation. Hiko's going to make it back a little bit closer. It's 1 versus 3, what was 1 versus 5. Missing shot from JW, and Hiko gets another chance to do further damage, takes JW down to 46, but that is absolutely haunting.
Yeah, that smoke to make things even more problematic here. He just has a flash through. Hope for the best. Does make it to the stairs, but JW takes him down, and you have to say, even though Nitro's top fragging for his team, that round, it felt like he should have been picking up the kill. I don't think they would have won the round regardless, but still, it was an opportunity to get a couple of kills in the bag at least. And there it is, 8-7. Liquid do win the half after going 5-0 down, so credit where credit's due, Matt. That's still impressive for them to get the scoreline. Fnatic on the chase now as we go into the second half. They'll be switching over to the CT side. I'm believing a little bit, you know?
Totally. I mean, this is Mirage, and Liquid's very competent on this map. It's been a slow start, limiting them to, in the time that they got their 8 rounds, though, only 2. I mean, that's pretty good against a team like Fnatic. The problem is every round counts, and as we know in situations such as Katowice, when they're playing Luminosity in the final, you give them a chance back into the game, and it's only a matter of time. It's one of those, when you play Fnatic, granted, they've got Venten in, you almost have to be perfect. As soon as you make the mistake, they're going to capitalize. Rounds underway. I'm not sure why we're still on the teams here, because it is Pistol going toward B. Liquid going to be jumping in first. Venten's already gone passive in this position, so they should get a free bomb plant out of this. And just to highlight the point about making those mistakes the last round, and not only that, the one with the Legion side cupboard, yes, they're good reactions with JW, but the last one's going to haunt them even more. That could have been a potential, 9-6 or 10-5 scoreline. This Flusha, though, and Dennis are going to get good kills on this retake, and Venton closes it out in style. All headshots reading in the obituary.
It's a pretty simple play there from Liquid. A smoke towards the kitchen area, and this flashbang goes over. Get the bomb down towards B, as you said. It was a gifted plant with the retake for Fnatic. So strong with these pistols, especially those USPs, every single time. Decent retake comes in, and just get completely wrecked as they come into the bomb side there. There's the replay of Wenton holding up strong. There's a smoke of flashbangs coming over, and it's our first kill coming in. And it just seems like Liquid didn't really stand a chance, but they do get the bomb down. So next round they will be at the AK-47s. And the next buy doesn't really reflect that so far. 3 SMGs and 2 rifles. Let's see what kind of round they can bring to the table with some P250s and Desert Eagles. Let's see if they can get another plant here. That'd be absolutely fantastic. That's a devastating grenade onto the feet of Adren. He goes down to 14 HP. And he's getting wrecked here because he's going to be stuck out of position, but Cubbyhole will save him for a little bit longer.
Adren on the 14 HP. Try and hold the angle in toward the site in case anyone gets careless. Nearly gets caught as he fades through the smoke. Flush up. One bullet would have easily taken him down in that situation.
Well, looks like Liquid will be trying to shove their way towards the B site here. Nitro still has the bomb and T-spawn though, so not going to be reacting just yet. Maybe just looking for the first pick with the Deagle, boosting up and seeing if they can spot anyone towards that van area. Not meant to be for now, but here comes Nitro with the bomb. So momentarily, they'll do the force play into the side. It's up to Wenton to find them with this UMP, but forget that, it's Flusher. The big brother comes in and saves the day.
Oh, and then I think Venton, yeah, thankfully it's just a flash, because that could have been the end. of Adren quite quickly. It still maybe as he gets into the site yet. Doesn't even get that far. Flusha, flipping the edge of the wall will get Kusta. Follow that up. It's a 4K for him as he finds Hiko as well. Pretty straightforward. Not much to report, Henry, as you would say.
Someone would say that. I'm not sure it's me. But still, round number 18. It should be the force buy from Liquid. It's going to be AKs and body armor as well. A little bit of utility. You can see a couple of smokes there, a couple of flashbangs, and this is a massive advantage for them in terms of firepower on Mirage. They've got AKs across the board, and like I said, Fnatic still with 3 SMGs, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of playstyle they go for. Big round here for both teams. Looking to win this and start getting himself back into the second half would be fantastic for them. And Nitro does make his way towards Connector, undetected as well. He could actually be so dangerous in this position. He's still not aware. And this is the first shot, but Kusta makes up for it. There it is. The entry to the bomb site. And that should be the round over this stage. Not really much Crims can do there in City Spawn. And not a single kill found for Fnatic yet. So, round over. Very nice stuff. Very simple. Fast A split comes in and just catches Fnatic out of position.
Yeah, very well done from Liquid again. A situation where the first gun round looks good this time, unlike the last one where it was that JW reactions round. Might convert this one to a win. Elige this time getting Venton just to make sure they do exactly that. Flusha will save the M4 in an unwinnable situation. Money as it sits. Could force out around it, but not ideal. Actually, I take that back. I mean, they're going to get 14 on this. They can get 14 on top of Dennis. They can easily get Famosas out. Actually, JW will be in an alright position as well.
Yeah, the fact he's got an M4 and they get the $1,400, they definitely can buy. It'll be like Famouses or maybe a shotgun. And with the M4, that's just going to be a little bit too tempting because Flusha can obviously drop a weapon as well.
Thing.
So they will be going for this. So
yeah.
UMP, actually not too bad.
I thought they might go more... I mean, the drop onto Crims does let him bring out some decent utility, but I thought they might go more Famosas on someone like Dennis. Fenton obviously goes UMP, but just to get a little bit more utility on the CT side.
Yeah, the lack of head armor is not a problem against a 5 AK, so this is perfectly acceptable. It's going to be some aggressive play coming in here. It's going to be Dennis going up first, and he has flashbang a couple of terrorists there, but they're going to be falling back effectively, and he's going to be dropping as well. He finds a kill towards the lead, but Kusta deals with him. 4 on 3 now, still in favour of Liquid. This will be a huge round for them to win. It will break the economy of Fnatic here, so let's see what they can do. Already done some great work and be edging towards the B side now. It's going to be Nitro coming in first and Flusha to defend.
Smoke out.
It's a missed smoke.
It was a missed smoke, but it actually nearly bottom time. What it actually does, though, in truth, is give Kusta an entry into the site. They refrag onto it. He goes out toward middle. He should be able to cut off rotations. They elect to do so. They're going to go back through window instead. That's the smarter play, and Kusta's going to take down Crims. JW does find the last remaining player in Hiko. Either way, it's a lost cause, and he's going to bail out. Another save coming in from Fnatic of a single gun. But that force buy, this time they're going to get 1,900 on 3 digits of economy. It's going to be not something that's really an option.
Agreed. And it's Liquid there with the passive default to kick things off, holding towards T-spawn, and it's Kusta finding 3 frags. Dennis going in first, did find the kill towards Elige, but meant to be as soon as they spot that aggression coming in, focus their efforts towards B, and that missed smoke gave them a decent opportunity towards the site, made the entry kills, got it planted. In fact, they didn't really have much movement into the site there. Retake just wasn't possible. Going to round number 20 now. Liquid once again with the advantage, 10-9. And we'll see what kind of buys coming in. JW does save an AK, and it looks like the rest of his teammates will just be getting 5.7s and PT50s, and Wenton not investing at all. It's going to be Liquid getting 11-9 here, surely. You assume more of the same. Defaults, and see if they can spot anyone. It's going to be a little bit more aggressive towards B apartment, sorry.
Big face from Venton now. The thing is, JW's got this lineup for the pop flash. Pops it out perfectly. Can't find the angle, though. Does manage 1 out of it, which you would have expected, surely, but there was a chance for 2.
Well, let's see if JW can do anything more with this. It's going to be aggressive, of course, and drops his AK down as he tries to recover the secondary one. That's actually pretty smart, and he gets away as well, so this actually becomes problematic for Liquid now. 2 Fnatic players with AKs in their hand, and still a lot of work to do.
They're very smart about little things like that, little details, JW, because sure, yes, he got away with getting that other AK, but if he goes down, it's 2 lost instead of just 1 that was already down. So small detail, but good team play, because now they've got a chance to utilize them And JW still has armor. Keep that in mind as well, as Nitro's going to clear the corners into the underpass. Bomb's still inside of the apartments right now, so they could actually just try and go for the boost and split back to B. And he's not a wholehearted commitment at this point, but they are soon going to figure out that due to this timing and just slight aggression toward that mid position, they've caused the rotation because Fnatic are inside of their own heads and guessing that that's the most likely situation, having not seen them back at the B site, especially where they've had the first pick over there.
Time ticking away now, and it's going to be Liquid edging towards that B side. Fully open, of course. The risk not working out for Fnatic there. They went all in. But the problem, it's still okay, right? Even though they lose the round, they will be saving these 2 AKs, and that just helps boost the economy going to the next round. So it's not a problem. It was an all-in move, but Liquid can probably breathe easy at this point. Only 2 AKs were available for the CTs, but it's not going to be running into them for now, at least. Maybe next round.
Crims wants exits, wants more guns. That water on the wall looks so delicious. On that note, Henry, I'm going to mute and take a drink of my water.
You do that, as you can see now. Fnatic, especially Dennis, looking for some exit kills here. Does do a little bit of damage towards Hiko, but not going to find the kill just yet. And they'll be hoping that someone gets a little bit too audacious for the American side, but does be holding up. Don't want to give anything away here. Getting quite a considerable lead here now. 11-9. And the money's still not fantastic for Fnatic, but the 2 AK save does help. And it'll be interesting to see whether they do go for an AWP. Flusher could drop one, but he wouldn't have any armor, so it's presumably just going to be having 5 rifles here. There it is. They have got utility and kits, so not the end of the world, but that's what Fnatic really get rolling and then get that AWP and start having that freestyle around the map and finding those first picks.
Hiko's going to lurk into Palace, try and get the information on the A side. Crims and Dennis have already pushed to A main. With a smoke onto him so that he can't catch them on return. And then it's just a face play over on B to try and get information and see if they can find a pick. No mid pressure from Liquid.
Well, they're taking a ton of damage here as well. Adren and Kusta have gone down to around 30 HP each.
The problem is that if they have to fall back off this early damage without having any information and probing of middle, Hiko hasn't found anything on A. That smoke has been redressed as well on top of that Palace position, and Dennis and Crims are so far forward, he can't figure out exactly where they are inside of the site. So there's really not a lot to work with for Liquid. And Bomb's still over with Adren at B, but this all comes down to what Elige and Nitro can do inside of mid.
Well, they will be edging their way up towards Shorter as well. That smoke does protect them as they looking to a B split here potentially as well. Hiko towards the Palace area on the A side. He'll be going in for some aggro play, trying to take away some sort of the attention from them with Wenton. He gets first go towards the Elige, that's towards the short area as well. 2 players in towards the B apartments, and you can see Fnatic sticking together here, making sure they're locking down the terrorists. But there it is, the kills come in, and now they've got a real opportunity to get the bomb down here. But Flusher, the last line of defense.
That was actually quite impressive that they pulled this off. Liquid, nice shots from Fnatic though. They pulled the round back. Flusher gets 2. Bomb goes down. It's down to the 1-on-1. As Adren and Flusher are going to face off against each other. Bomb inside of the site in 20 seconds for Adren to make this move. He's so low on HP though, and Flusher's gotten the movement. He's snuck over toward the bench position. I'm very impressed Liquid found those 3 kills in succession because the play at mid was quite good. Like you said, they had that smoke out to cover them from connector. They were committed. They were aggressive. There was no hesitation from Nitro and Elige, but then as soon as that first kill came in from Venton, they froze up.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hiko could have been so massive there, unable to have any real impact. But the 1 versus 1 comes in, and it's Flusher looking so strong, manages to get the 3-on-1 in his favor. And we go into round number 22. AWP back onto Kusta, but if this is what I'm talking about. As soon as JW gets rolling, this is when they become a different sort of animal. Smoke comes in towards window. That takes him out of the equation just for now. But we'll be going fast towards that connector. It's not really a charge here, but JW and Crims finding the first 2 frags. Dre charming in, but Dennis quickly shuts him down, and JW with a free kill in front of him. Does he decide to go for this one? Of course he does. Misses it though.
It's huge. JW gets it on the 2nd try.
Okay,
that's impressive. Perhaps more so that he was given a 2nd chance. Oh, they're going to greet each other. It's another quick kill for JW.
Okay.
11-11, Henry. Kitty plays games, says you have to make a wish.
I saw that. Why is she getting involved?
Because it was 11-11 in her time zone.
Oh.
And it was a thing.
I was wondering why is she coming in with that? Just
calling you out. Calling you out.
Well, there we go. That makes more sense. Anyway. It is 11-11. You're absolutely right. And that lead has been diminished. It's not going to be a force buy here from Liquid. They're going to be going in with some Tech 9s, P250s, and the Desert Eagle. That's it. Nitro's got the head armor. He's feeling a little bit flush. He still has considerable cash here, so that's fine, I guess. Wants to see what he can do with that Desert Eagle. One smoke, and they're going to have 4 players towards the Palace as well, so presumably there's smoke towards CT spawn, and then trying to rush to the sides. There it is, one smoke comes in. That's just about to get the plant down. One flash will come over from Kusta, and they're going to swarm. Great shot from Nitro, that armor paying off.
Paying off dividends as well, though, with JW. Gets the shot into him regardless. There's no stopping an AWP. It doesn't matter how thick your Kevlar is. And Dennis is going to find 2 of his own. Good position from Kusta, though, as he did manage to take advantage of his situation and the distractions to get up toward Tetris. Now, question is, how lovable is this AWP, and how worth it is it to hold? And it's such a good position, though. He's so triangulated and cordoned off.
How lovable are you, Matt?
Not very.
I would agree. But I tried.
I've got a face only a mother could love. And thankfully, I Skyped my mother this morning, and she still loves me, Henry.
Does she?
I haven't seen her in a while, but yes, she does.
Saw her at the major?
Yeah, that's the last time, well, the day after when I went home. Last time I saw them.
Lovely lady. Anyway, 12-11. Liquid unable to make that round work, of course. It was just an eco. It's a pause coming in here. Tactical from Liquid, so they have got cash here to buy AWPs. It's going to be a full buy, of course, and they are starting to allow Fnatic back into this one. They've got the lead actually at the moment, 12-11. And let's see what kind of buy they bring to the table here. I haven't seen much orbing for them on the T side so far. I'm sure Kusta want to bring it out and see whether we can work those first picks. It's been bottom side B that's been most successful for them. We'll see where that rings true going into round number 24. It's been quite a back and forth game here. Cash was a complete run over Fnatic, and it looks like Liquid have got a serious chance of taking this one, but this round's definitely important. There's a good chance to take the pause here and just work out what's going to be the best pause to call here. But the thing is, as well, I always say this, Fnatic get a chance now to have the pause themselves. I know Liquid's probably going to be adjusting their play, maybe going for a set piece, a little bit something different here, deciding what's going to be the best move for them. And this is where they could go hyper-aggressive themselves. They could push 3 people in towards lower ramp, for example, or push up towards middle, send an orb aggressively towards the B apartment. So don't just expect Fnatic to sit back and allow whatever idea Liquid have in this pause to actually come into fruition. I don't see it happening. Do you see it happening?
It depends. I mean, I was impressed with how quickly they were able to react to the situation and get up toward middle with confidence, considering that I was mentioning how they had no information in that previous round. Came to the one-on-one that I'm speaking about 2 rounds ago when Adren obviously lost that one-on-one with Flusha, but if they had that sort of commitment and that sort of plan off the start of it, there's no reason why they can't start to take more mid-control, because both teams have been quite passive on this.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, the buys have not come in just yet. It's only Elise has purchased the AK, so they will be going for this, of course.
Yeah, they've got 6950 on Nitro, and Kusta's going to be on an AWP as well.
We did see Nitro AWPing on the first half there.
Yeah, but that was double, secondary. Oh, you're suggesting they go double here?
No, I don't think that's a thing. Just because on T side it's viable on some maps. The thing is, if you get the bomb down here on Mirage and you have 2 orbs, it can be very difficult to hold off, especially if TT's flashing through and like molotoving every single position, and there's lots of smoke being chucked on the bombers being diffused as well. You need to have that spray potential coming in. 1 orb's fine, double orb on the T side of Mirage can be very problematic.
Oh, here we go, unpaused.
Indeed.
I mean, the only situation where it's like, if it's a perfect default plant, not many people left alive. You have 1 at Palace, 1 at A-Man. It's the only time I can see double up working in a post plant. And that's a bunch of ifs. So it is going to be the single. Kusta's bought fully into it to bring his out. Full Kevlar, full smoke. 1 smoke. Full smoke, Henry. He didn't buy a half smoke.
Full Kevlar smoke. We'll go with that. Well, here we go then. This is an interesting approach from Liquid. 3 players towards that Palace area. Very quickly as well. It's going to be Nitro going for that first pick. It's unorthodox for sure. It actually got out as well. Undetected so far. Not taking any damage.
Nade in, though. That's going to do damage to Nitro. He wants to fight forward. That Molotov forces him out, and Kusta hits the shot. Brilliantly done. Well coordinated from Team Liquid, but still no smoke out toward that CT position. Nitro's just going to fend him with a flashbang, but it doesn't bloom in time, and that allows JW the shot. Bomb gets planted, but they don't have any more smokes to throw in that position. Actually, I take that back. Kusta does have one, but he's not going to be able to face just to throw it. He's inside a Palace. He can't do anything about this. Nade in from Hiko will do further damage, but Flush has spotted it coming. He puts himself as far back in the corner as possible to double face him. Now, this buys a bit more time away from the bomb. And knowing this, Elise and Kusta don't need to face, but Elise is so low in behind this firebox.
Bomb ticking away now. Crims does find the kill on towards Hiko, but I don't think they have a chance here. Dren does surely finish this thing off here, but it's going to be 1 versus 2. The bomb is so far gone now, and there it is. It's going to be Adren just about holding on. It does explode. Liquid do find round number 12 here, so very interesting approach from Liquid. It took the pause and worked out what's the best way we can actually get onto this A bomb side. We saw it before when they did the fast approach, and you know, Fnatic weren't really ready for it as well. They sent 3 players towards B, potentially going to be pushing off towards short, and then Liquid know if they do act quickly, they can actually get towards the site, and actually it'll be a long retake coming in from Fnatic there. Exactly what happened. It was Nitro going in first. They found the first kill, locked things off with the flashbangs, and then once the bomb got planted as well, it was a very difficult retake for the Swedes. And we go to round number 25. It's not the greatest buy for Fnatic either. You can see a Max 7 comes out, 4 rifles, no orbs, 1 kit. They have got utility, but still a massive opportunity for Liquid here. If they win this round, it breaks the economy of Fnatic completely, and then there's a chance, Matt, of taking the second map here. A very strong chance of that.
Kusta and Elige playing passively, waiting for this push at the top of middle. Definitely is a chance. Fenton's the one inside a connector. Flusha playing from Catwalk is putting his attention onto middle. He's already at the corner, in fact, facing down Cat. So we see it on screen. But it's Adren and Nitro that are going to go face JW inside of the B side. He was jumping, does again. Nade out. Throw it the other direction as well. Won't do any further damage. Slight on the Nitro as he comes back in. 8 to be exact, Henry G. That's 2 less fingers than you have, in case you wanted to count them.
I'm trying now. Yeah, I see how that works. It's a good system you've got there.
Thank you.
Anyway, 45 seconds, and it looks like Liquid will make their way towards the A site here. 2 smokes remaining. Most teams will throw it towards the jungle and the steps and flash over and see if they can stick together. Just positioning themselves now. Going to be doing those smokes by the looks of things as well. Dennis waiting in shadow. We have got Crims. He's out of the M4. Wenton waiting towards the connector area as well. Here comes the play now. Smokes go over, followed by the flashbangs.
Eco, though, he's going to get caught by one of his own team flashbangs. Good thing, though, Elige is able to wrap around the corner quickly and find Dennis in the shadow. It's the off angle, though, from Crims. Picks up 2. It's traded evenly as Flush is going to take down Elige. This puts Adren in a position where he has to plant the bomb. Fnatic still with a man up. They're going to bait this out, wait the time, and Adren. Oh, great shot on the Flush. He's trying to get back to Tetris into the default. Catches him peeking out. Now they've got a chance into this. Unfortunately, he's caught sandwiched, though, and that means Venton, so long as he can bypass Eco, could be able to easily get this kill. It's exactly what's going to happen. Goes down and no! Misses it! He couldn't change the axis. He was already looking straight down, but JW clutches it with a shot.
Very interesting clutch there. Looked like Liquid almost got away with that one. That kill towards Sandwich, almost guaranteed towards Fnatic. Somehow it doesn't happen, but JW steps up in the 1 versus 1. Very low HP for the remaining terrorists there, so difficult for him to actually do anything with it, but it's such a huge round. As I said, if Liquid were to win that one, it was going to actually break the economy of a Fnatic, but it turns out it's the other way around. Now Liquid do have to take the eco here. They get the bomb planted. It helps them out a little bit, but you can see it's about, what, 2,900 average. And going to be working out how they approach the situation. Oh, is this a... Okay, it's just a partial buy. I was going to say, they're going all in here. But just going to be partially investing into it. Hiko quite considerably. He goes down to 750. He's gone for Tech-9 head armor. And looks like an AX2 coming in. Just trying to get the bomb down. Obviously with the Tech-9s running through the smokes as well. There's always a small possibility you can win these rounds. Just need that first entry to start opening the floodgates here. But round number 26, Fnatic with the lead now.
Flusha and JW set to play off of each other toward the B site. No aggression this time, as has been the case in so many rounds for Liquid. Adren's actually falling back. It's going to be an A set default with these pistols. They want to try and get a bomb plant quickly, and rather than trying to do smokes inside of the site and having the quick drop on the bomb from Elige out of Palace and go immediately for the safe plant, they are going to try and bring it in from ramp and cross over. That means smoking off CT, obviously, to keep Venton out, but also finding Dennis in the shadow position.
Here come the smokes, and like I said, it's just that first kill with the Tech-9. It's all they need just to have an opportunity, but it's a perfect incendiary. They have to run through this now. Now Dennis going to be set up, gets the first, and the CT's just going to be locking this down.
Wow, that's the problem. Dennis gets 3 so easily. There's going to be no bomb plant on that alone. So they go for the wall of smokes at the back of the site. The one man forward of them denies everything. Now, I said there'd be no bomb plant. Adren can't find it. He can't get to the spot. He tried. That would have been cheeky.
Yeah, like you said, that could have been pretty impressive had he got it down with 4 players remaining as well. But it's not meant to be this time. It's going to be 14-12 in favor of Fnatic. And had they got that plan down, that would have actually boosted the money going into this round. They've had to have a real nice buy. Now they need to work out the decision. Do they allow Fnatic to go to series points here? Or they try and force it? They go all in. And it looks like they'll be going for the latter here. Galil's, AKs, Tech-9s. It's a difficult situation, but definitely a possible one, as it will be heading towards the A side once again. 5 players towards this side of the map. Hiko alone towards Palace. They have got smokes and flashbangs, but only 3 of them now. Let's see what they can do here. It's going to be a very similar setup to last round.
Straightforward setup as well. Same setup this time, but with guns. Maybe a difference. Dennis, same position though. Good find. Good read from Liquid. Hiko knows they have to check it this time. They can't go overlook and they can't give up those positions. Now they have a chance to get a bomb down. Nade out though does do decent damage. Kusta and Nitro go low, and therefore through the box, Flush is able to find the shot onto Kusta.
Lancer as well.
Quickly. Oh, I was going to say quickly regrab the bomb and go for it. That gets taken down by JW's nade, but thankfully this time the bomb is already planted.
There we go then. 4 versus 3. Liquid to try and hold on with their lesser weapons, their skills and an AK, trying to stop the swarming CTs from entering the bomb sites. He to find the first kill, finds JW, and he doesn't find a second as well. Nitro, one of the last players here on the bomb site. Elise went towards the A round. Bomb ticking away. Crims and Flusher on the retake.
Spotted him, definitely shoulder picked him, and knows he's on low HP, can't afford to go for it again. Good read from Nitro. Now he's pulled him away as well. This is buying time and space for Elige, who will get the call that he's away from the bomb. Quick tap out, goes for the face, and Elige does just barely win it out. 37 HP.
Fantastic stuff there. Liquid just about holding on, as you said, and actually fixed things into an interesting position now. The money's not fantastic for Fnatic. You can see one player in the form of Dennis, he's got 1,500, went in on 2k as well, so 3 players could buy. And they're going for it, so this is very back and forth. This is who's going to break first. If Fnatic win this round, it's pretty much GG. If Liquid do, they're almost guaranteed map points, so lots on the line here as you go to round number 28. Going to be more of a default this time from Liquid. Player towards underpass for Fnatic. He should be getting down here, surely, but it's Dennis. He finds the kill. It's an equal exchange, 1 for 1. Nitro could have got that kill. That's pretty much the round tied up. Let's see what the next move is here. I guess in considering the circumstances and the weaponry available, that 1 kill for both teams does favour the terrorists substantially. They've got so much time to play with here to spread the CT thin on both bomb sides. I guess they will be adjusting towards the A side now. Once again, EK towards his palace area, but surely going to check that position where Wenton's sitting.
Has to. It's so common, and they've already been caught off guard by Dennis at Shadow.
Surely.
When it was a reverse situation, you know what? He may not. He may not. Oh no. That's a huge oversight, because now it's an AK dropped and re-grabbed. Crims gets a follow-up kill onto Elige. And it's down to just Adren and Kusta to try and make this happen. 47 seconds, and they're still looking to this A site.
Man, I thought Hiko had the awareness there. Always check that position, considering they're on a low bar as well. But still, as you said, time ticking away. Kusta and Adren have got smokes to play with as well. Don't need to rush the situation. Just need to work out what they're going to do, where they're going to play those smokes to have the best percentage chance of winning this one. Problem is they're probably quite aware someone could be coming in the back, but that's not the case. JW still towards B.
Still pushed up as well. They've got the information that they're still here. Contact made with Flush. A smart Molotov. 15 seconds. They've got to go through it. Second one's going to try and flush out Benton, who goes for the face. Good kill from Kusta, but it's down to the one-on-one. AK grabbed rather than the Galil. And JW still coming over from jungle. So did get there in time before it got isolated. There was no chance for the plant.
Well, it's series point map, and after winning the last round, they only get 1,400 going into number 29. They're only going to have Tech 9s. They're not going to have much utility whatsoever. They need to work out what's going to be more beneficial to them. The armor or the grenades. Looks like they've gone for the armor. Just 1 smoke available and some flashbangs. That's it. Looks like the B rush, the YOLO play, the Hail Mary. They're going straight in, not delaying things whatsoever.
No reason to delay, but this does mean Flush is going to be in a prime position to pull back from Catwalk. He didn't even make it to mid yet, and look at the result. He's already got 3 now kills and a massive amount of damage onto the 2 remaining. Jump shot JW. Venting closes it 16-13, 2-0 as Fnatic send Liquid back toward North America. They will not go forward into London, whereas Fnatic will join NIP as the advancers from this group.
Yeah, very impressive stuff at Fnatic. To be fair though, you have to tip your hat towards Liquid. After getting so crushed on Cash, they come back fighting on Mirage. They were 5-0 down in the first half, man. To come and bring us such a close scoreline with so many back and forth situations and many big clutches coming in from Fnatic as well. That could have gone either way towards the end, and you have to feel a little bit gutted for the guys there, but still admirable. And we had our doubts going into this one whether Liquid could even bounce back and give us a decent game, but that was one of the best maps I've actually seen this tournament. I was actually very impressed with that.
Yeah, and I mean, considering they were down 5-0 at the start, like you said, they had a couple rounds that slipped away. To be fair, that's kind of one of the things that we talked about, though. You make mistakes against Fnatic, you're going to pay the price, and you know, there's the gun round, obviously, with JW inside of the checker room, and then again on Catwalk when Nitro right here, this exact moment, flush it, turns back and gets him. Really costly in the end.
Well, then that's going to be it. We'll send it over to the analyst, but it's going to be 2-0 in favor.
Done in 2, Fnatic do find that spot in the semi-finals, and they'll be happily waiting until Saturday. That'll be when they'll be playing their next game, guaranteed to face off versus G2. Yanko, Blue, you kind of predicted it. You said it was going to look good for Fnatic, and Liquid, despite having, you know, well, their full roster starting to look a bit more comfortable, some individuals stepping up, didn't seem quite enough versus the European beast that is Fnatic.
Honestly, I was positively surprised by Liquid after that rough start. Fnatic was up 5-0. Yet again, I thought this is
you
where
again.
I thought this is where it all crumbles for Liquid, right? That it's going to be another cruising T-side victory for Fnatic, but they proved me wrong. That's when they started getting their economy going. They got the double AWP setup, they were aggressive towards ramp, and they started racking up some rounds on the CT side, and it was a really good showing from Liquid. It was a 16-13 game, and you have to take into account that Fnatic won both pistols as well, so Liquid had to grind their way back into those halves.
And you can see the man, of course, you know, without the name on the back necessarily, Wenton, who has actually, he's had a couple of incredible shots, a couple of eye-catching plays, and an individual that I'm sure we'll be seeing a bit more of in the scene.
Overall, throughout the group stage, yeah, Wenton's had a very respectable performance, especially in those first couple of games too. It was quite crucial to shutting down a couple of the rounds for his team, and especially in this game too. So he's definitely done his job quite well and is fitting in pretty nicely as the 5th man for the time being of Fnatic.
But I mean, just kind of coming back to what Yanko said, sorry for kind of deviating from your point, but you're right. Liquid on Mirage, look, it almost for a long period of time, especially towards the closing moments, that looked like we were going to be seeing a third map. I mean, it was a couple of individual plays, a couple of key rounds, putting that in the hands of Fnatic, right?
I mean, there were a lot of clutch rounds towards the end, right? You could see that Liquid was able to get their way into the bomb sites, and then, you know, when it comes to clutch rounds, of course, there's always teamwork involved, but there's also up to the individuals, right? Who is going to step up for which team? We saw that one round where Adren had some crazy flick shots, and Hiko was left with 1 HP. It was going back and forth all the time, but I mean, in the end, Fnatic managed to prevail, and it is mostly because they have been playing really solid individually. But you have to point out Nitro on the side of Liquid, especially on the CT side. After they had that bad start initially, he stepped it up, being that B player, the anchor. He was actually picking up the op. I know you asked me in the green room, well, why is Nitro picking up the op? And not Adren, because Kusta had the first one. It's because he is the B player, right? So they figured out that Fnatic goes for these defaults, they spread around, try to get picks. We saw that crazy shot from Venton onto Hiko, I think it was, who was just jump spotting towards B app, so they thought they can break that default with AWP picks.
A parallel to be drawn perhaps with their Dust 2. We said it already as well. Nitro was taking the AWP on B. Like the less favored site on the CT side seems to be Nitro's domain now. He just takes the AWP and tries to hold it solo. So we'll see if that's a viable strategy. It's not something we see everyone employ.
I mean, it's more due to positions than to the player itself, right? It's like when way back we saw MBK pick it up at times when he was playing B bomb sites, because he reads the situation, he thinks it's a good decision for him to make, that he will able to get the kills, not because he's an amazing AWP player.
I wasn't saying that. No. I was just suggesting he was in the right position. Yeah, absolutely.
You're right.
Roger that. And I mean, I was just making sure I hadn't said something silly.
No, it's okay.
Okay, just clarifying. Just making sure.
It's not like when you said Smith's played in.
Hey man, don't let that haunt me. I was tired, it was in Spain, and I'd had some sangria. But let's go ahead and kind of close out on this. I don't want to get too hung up on this. The departure of Liquid. Let's kind of just put a couple of nails, final nails in their coffin for the Pro League finals. Blue, they came into this one, safe to say, the hot favorite for North America, North America?
Yeah. Fairly safe to say. I think Cloud9 took a little bit of their heat away, considering the performance they had last weekend over at Austin, but once we saw the matches actually start, Liquid still looked to be the better team overall, as the way that they play as a 5-man roster and the way that they actually strategize themselves on a map. That's where Cloud9 is still extremely basic. The one thing where I'm still a little disappointed with Liquid is that, like, and this is an overall thing that probably isn't going to change, but like it's sort of what Kusta has been turned into now that he's joined this roster. Back when we saw him on Enemy at the time, and now known as Selfless, he was like a much more of a prevalent force in making sure the team was able to succeed, and he didn't really have any problem going for these much more aggressive plays and just getting himself out there onto the field. Now, ever since joining Liquid, they've reverted him, and I think this was more of a team decision trying to mold him into this much more passive style. They sort of bust him out when it's needed, and I feel like we don't see him performing as well as we could because of that style change. I feel like he would be more comfortable in the way he was playing on his last team, and I feel like it would be a huge boost to the team if we saw him shifting to that style.
Maybe a bit of best of both. I mean, I know he's been previously praised for his passive style of warping as well. So, yeah, perhaps a best of both for Kusta into the growth period of Liquid. And the same story we touched on with Cloud9. Of course, both teams now out. North America has fallen, and they will not be present in the semi-finals. Same can't be said for South America. And we can go ahead and show all of those semi-finals and how they got there with the bracket. Start with Group A, so you can see just how that first group did go down. You can see where we started and now where we finished. G2 having one of the most comfortable rides they've had in an awfully long time to the semi-finals. You can see their route there, besting the Brazilians and Optic in 2 best-of-1s, and now they chill. However, I say chill, we have seen them in the warm-up area. They have been here since the early afternoons, all 6 of them sitting down playing and scrimming as best they can with the resources here in Leicester. And you can see alongside that the absence of Astralis struggling to beat Luminosity in a best-of-3 due to a crazy turn of events. Optic versus Luminosity was just, I mean, gents, it's safe to say that Luminosity had a lot to prove after that battle versus the Danes.
Yes, and they did not impress, to be honest. They did beat Optic, which was expected, but they showed some messy play, and as we already touched on it, they really have to improve on that and show some more discipline in their play in the semifinals against NIP.
And of course, they're your second pair of semi-finalists, NIP and Fnatic. Look towards NIP. You will never forget that Dust 2 game, or at least, especially as a Liquid fan, you will definitely not. They'll be haunting your nightmares for a while. But NIP, a double overtime victory over on Dust 2, putting them in that winners match, which they did, of course, succeed in versus Fnatic. Fnatic then forced into the lowers and managed to proceed to make things look easy versus the North American team you did just witness, of course, across the first 2 maps. Easy for Fnatic, and despite running on, well, not the ideal 5, they have managed to make it happen. They will be present in the semi-finals. They'll be present in London. Will you be present in London? That is the question. I know you guys will on the desk, but if you guys at home are interested in being present here in London, you can do that. Of course, that is the semi-finals laid out, the playoff bracket. You can see who will meet who. I mean, NIP Luminosity semi-final, that will be insane. And that will, of course, be available for you guys as an audience member. If you are local to London or local, just generally, I mean, let's be honest, this is the UK. Everything's kind of local. Hop in your car and go for a drive. Because I tell you what, I was in Austin, Texas, and you start to realize that I used to live on a little island. So yeah, it's basically local. If you're in the UK and watching this right now, there's still some tickets available, so do be sure to head over to the website. I think it's proleague.com/CSGO. So head over there, and hopefully we'll see you on Saturday. It's going to be a weekend of CSGO, 2 semi-finals and a grand final with the world champions present. Of course, ex-world champions Fnatic just secured their spot. It should be a fantastic time. So you go ahead and check that out. This has been the second day of the Pro League. We're going to take a little cheeky day off now. going to go explore London. I might show you to the London Eye. He's never been to England before. So hopefully he's going to get a good view.
I mean, he is only 12, so
God
not much.
Yeah, okay.
Not much places he could
I'll
have
take you on the
visited by
roller
now.
coaster, and I'll show you, I don't know what, but the big red buses, whatever else London has to offer.
The changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace.
That's a good one.
That's where I was when I was 13 in London.
Oh, so you know it a little bit more. Maybe Yanko can do the tour. Anyway, we're having some fun. It has been a pleasure, and we hope to see you on Saturday, where the 2 semi-finals will be played out in the O2 Arena in London. See you then.